The realm of gaming has transcended into our reality, ushering humanity into an era of universal class change. Fierce beasts rampage, monsters roam freely, and countless mystical realms and dungeons await exploration. Upon the Awakening platform, I successfully transitioned into the singular hidden class, Necromancer. The core skill of the Necromancer, reanimation of the deceased, allows for the summoning of undead entities. As my level ascends, the summoned undead grow in strength. A high-level Necromancer can, indeed, substitute for an entire team. While this may sound formidable, there exists a significant drawback to this skill. Primarily, the strength of the summoned creatures is a concern. In the early stages, the Necromancer summons are not only feeble, but also come at a considerable cost. In other words, accumulating numbers is a challenge. Even if one invests a considerable amount of time to amass a horde, the low-tier skeletons summoned possess combat abilities comparable to an unclassed adult. Weakness translates to arduous leveling. Moreover, the limitations of the Necromancer extend beyond its initial frailty. I once heard of a Necromancer, undeterred by skepticism, who, through sheer tenacity and family resources, dedicated several decades to reach level 40, only to challenge a silver-tier dungeon and meet a gruesome end. A teacher sighed, noting that the standard level for silver dungeons is 20. Even a level 40 knight could easily solo such a challenge. Yet the Necromancer. He hesitated to elaborate, but the implication was clear to all. Alas, what a pity it would be to find a hidden class only to squander its potential. Indeed, any alternative hidden class would be highly coveted. Observing the still-dazed Shun-E on the platform, Sun Shojuin remained silent. Suddenly, Shun-E lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Sun Shojuin. Is a Necromancer truly the weakest class? As a remarkably rare and largely unreferenced vocation, even textbooks refrain from dedicating extensive coverage to its description. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Shojuin replied slowly, even if it cannot engage in battle, there must be areas where it can prove useful. Perhaps you might consider developing skills in life-related tasks. He found himself at a loss for how to explain this to Shun-E. However, after posing his question, Shun-E showed little interest in the answer. At that moment, he was fully engrossed in examining his class panel. Class skill, reanimation of the deceased, consumes mana to summon a permanently existing skeleton to fight alongside. Reanimation of the deceased is the Necromancer's foundational skill, capable of unlocking stronger summons as levels increase. Bonus skill 1, devour and evolve. Summoned entities can enhance their capabilities by consuming corpses, souls, or other undead, acquiring a portion of the attributes or skills of the consumed. Bonus skill 2, infinite summoning, enhances summoning skills, with a chance to randomly increase the number of summons. What are these bonus skills? Shun-E had never heard of them, but their existence did not diminish their potency. Devour and evolve grants his summoned entities the ability to consume. This signifies that not only do slain monsters contribute to Shun-Yi's experience, but they also serve to augment his summoned minions. Meanwhile, infinite summoning allows him to conjure even more skeletons. The specifics of the strength remain unknown to Shun-E. However, he discerned something significant from the description of his skills on the panel. The Necromancer weak? It seems. Not quite so. In truth, regardless of strength, attaining a hidden class is a form of power in itself. Indeed, after all, it is still a hidden profession. The students below spoke loudly, seemingly offering words of consolation. Yet their eyes brimmed with mockery. People do not fear scarcity, but rather inequity. When Shun-E transitioned to a hidden profession, most students were filled with envy and jealousy. Witnessing him fall into such a seemingly worthless class, their hearts were, in fact, relieved. Silence. Sun Shojuin frowned, turning his gaze towards Shun-E. You. Initially intending to comfort his student, Sun Shojuin noticed that there was no trace of regret or disappointment on Shun-Yi's face. Instead, he appeared invigorated, his eyes sparkling with determination. Principal, I will strive diligently. Shun-Yi smiled as he stepped down from the stage. Sun Shojuin could only nod, inwardly sighing. Each year, Jiangnan First High had hundreds of students, and Sun Shojuin could remember them all, though few left a deep impression. Shun Yi, however, stood out distinctly, exhibiting maturity beyond his years, neither arrogant nor impetuous, with remarkably excellent academic performance. Who would have thought that such an exceptional individual would ultimately be relegated to such a profession? Sun Shojuan felt a twinge of regret, attributing it to the whims of fate. The transition ceremony was indeed cruel, as if destiny were playing a jest on everyone. Nevertheless, the ceremony must go on. Another hidden profession. What a joke. Having one transition in a cohort is already remarkable. Can we truly have two? Surely, it cannot be another worthless hidden class. Nonsense. A necromancer of such low caliber is a rarity that only appears once in centuries. The sudden movement of the crystal instantly captured everyone's attention, diverting their gaze from Shun Yi, the awakened bearer of the weakest profession, to the stage once more. There stood a strikingly beautiful girl, her skin like porcelain and her eyes gleaming with a hint of coldness, undergoing her transition ceremony. Soon after, a line of text appeared on the surface of the crystal. Advanced profession, Thunder Mage, gasp. Upon recognizing the profession, everyone inhaled sharply. Even Sun Shojuan was utterly astonished. A Thunder Mage? Am I not mistaken? The top-tier mage class renowned for its unparalleled attack power? To witness someone awaken as a Thunder Mage in my lifetime is worth it. At that moment, the entire playground erupted into chaos. Everyone fervently discussed the spectacle, their collective focus converging on the sole highlight of the event. Mu Qingxue. Beautiful and awakening such a powerful hidden profession. How enviable. Invincible. Mu Qingxue opened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, and her frosty countenance revealed a hint of surprise. A Thunder Mage, renowned for its formidable affinity with the lightning element and unparalleled offensive prowess. This elite hidden profession offers an unceasing barrage of high-output firepower, securing its status as the pinnacle among all roles, including defenders and midfielders alike. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept through the stands. The air shimmered with magical energy as a white-haired elder, clad in a flowing purple robe and adorned with a pointed wizard's hat, materialized before Mu Qingxue, wielding a magic staff. My dear student, do you wish to join us at Hucking University? He inquired with a warm smile, exuding an innate charm that made one feel as though embraced by the gentle caress of spring. Hucking University is celebrated for cultivating exceptional mages, and within the vast realm of Daxia, only Hucking can transform you into a top-tier mage. Before he could finish his sentence, an outburst of dissent erupted nearby. Old Zhao, your words hold no weight, exclaimed the female instructor, Erin, her expression tinged with discontent as the pendant around her neck began to levitate, radiating beams of light. We agreed upon fair competition and the non-interference in students' choices before our arrival. Indeed, our Jiangdong Martial Academy has made significant strides in the magical domain in recent years. With boundless prospects ahead, old Zhao furrowed his brow, scoffing, well, Magic City University is one thing, but you lot from Jiangdong Martial Academy. With your brains filled only with muscle, what business do you have here? Such a spectacle left the students below utterly astonished. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? The top-tier academies are competing for students right here? Bewildered and envious, the audience was captivated, overwhelmed by the extraordinary treatment they were witnessing. Unlike Shun Yi, the instant Mu Qingxue transitioned to a Thunder Mage, her standing seemed to diverge entirely from theirs. Faced with such enticing offers, she remained composed and unperturbed. I appreciate the generous offers from all esteemed teachers, but I prefer to focus on leveling up diligently for now. I will make my decision after the college entrance examination. Old Zhao paused momentarily, then nodded in understanding. Indeed. To decline a direct invitation from Hucking University showcases immense self-confidence in your abilities. It also signifies your extraordinary temperament. Since you have chosen this path, I shall not intervene. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the entrance examination and hope to see you at Hucking University. Mu Qingxue smiled gently, bowing politely. Thank you, old Zhao, for your recognition. Wow, if Hucking University were to invite me in person, I would prostrate myself in gratitude. Huh, Look at your aspirations. What if it were you? Me? I would gladly kiss their shoes. The students below buzzed with excitement. As the admissions officers from the various academies had mentioned, the quality of this year's students at Jiangnan High was indeed remarkable. Not only did they possess hidden professions, but among the non-hidden roles, powerful classes were also plentiful. Knights with both offensive and defensive capabilities, agile and fierce monks, as well as top-tier professions like mages and gunners were all present in abundance. Principal Sun, it seems that this year's college entrance examination will position Jiangdong High as the center of attention. Sun Shoujuan was in high spirits as he cheerfully addressed several enrollment teachers, attributing the success to the diligence of the students. Each year, the college entrance examination is a grand event across various regions. During this time, all local graduating students enter a shared realm, working collaboratively to complete a common objective. This implies that schools with a greater number of exceptional graduates will naturally shine, garnering significant acclaim. As the principal, Sun Shoujuan naturally felt a sense of pride. However, amidst his joy, he was reminded of a crucial reality. The transition is merely the first step for the students. The journey ahead is theirs to navigate. Old Zhao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Principal Sun's statement. The initial novice realm is indeed significant for the students. Nearby, Eileen let out a sigh upon hearing the term novice realm, expressing her long-standing disapproval of this proposal. Old Zhao chuckled, remarking that fledglings must eventually mature. The burly man concurred, stating his reluctance to see a group of oblivious youngsters enter the doors of Jiangdong Martial Arts Academy. The novice realm serves to enhance the overall quality of the students, providing them with their first practical lesson. Daxia has proposed a plan for the novice realm, which will present the students with their initial challenge following their transition. Chapter 3. The Black Iron Level Dungeon. Commence. For the majority, the novice dungeon presents a considerable challenge, and thus, it must not be underestimated. The strategies learned from textbooks may diverge significantly from those encountered in practical scenarios. This moment will test your ability to react swiftly. Upon entering the novice dungeon, you will be randomly assigned to the periphery, an area where monster levels are sparse and weakly distributed. However, this does not guarantee your safety. Each of you starts at level 1, and every creature within the dungeon poses a lethal threat to you. Only by forming a team can you successfully vanquish these monsters, earn experience points, and ascend to higher levels. The difficulty of dungeons in this world is categorized into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and glory. In a black iron level dungeon, monster levels range from 1 to 10, with the strongest not exceeding level 10. Generally, monsters of the same level are stronger than humans, which is why parties are preferred when tackling dungeons. A more strategically composed team can challenge monsters of higher levels. That is all I wish to convey now. All students choosing to enter the dungeon, form your teams freely. On the stage, Sun Shoujuan spoke eloquently. Below, many students displayed expressions of excitement. Those in life-related professions would not participate in the dungeon and left early. In contrast, all combat-related professions opted to enter the novice dungeon. Mu Qingxue, join my team. A boy with a buzz cut fawned over Mu Qingxue. I am a ranger with strong detection abilities. I can protect you from monster ambushes. Get lost. Another boy with a square face scoffed. A trash profession like a ranger is not worthy of a thunder mage. Mu Qingxue, join my team. I am a knight. The ranger's face flickered with indignation, but he could not retort. Aside from hidden classes, knights were indeed formidable and had the right to make such claims. Despite the numerous eager invitations, Mu Qingxue paid them no heed. She walked straight up to Shun Yi. Are you also preparing to enter the novice dungeon? Shun Yi remained on the playground, indicating his intent to participate. Yes. Shan Yi nodded. Why are you entering the dungeon? Shun Yi, does your profession possess any combat capability? Exactly. You might want to consider learning to cook instead, so your summoned creatures can help you slice potatoes or something. Laughter erupted. A necromancer entering the dungeon? ISNT, that just delivering food to the monsters? Shun Yi wore a look of exasperation. What's with this? Do time travelers possess such a talent for attracting hatred? Unbeknownst to him, he was indeed a rival to many boys at Jiangnan First High School. After Shun Yi traversed into this world. He devoted himself entirely to studying professions and the history of this realm, leaving no time to cultivate interpersonal relationships. However, to everyone's eyes, Shen Yi appeared to be exceptionally asocial. While his looks were passable, they tolerated it. His academic achievements soared above the rest, and they bore it. Are you deliberately trying to attract the attention of the girls with your reclusive personality? They had long harbored grievances against Shen Yi, but had refrained from expressing them. Now that Shen Yi had fallen into despair, those who had previously viewed him with disdain naturally came forth. Shen Yi was vaguely aware of their usual attitudes, but remained utterly unconcerned. However, when Mu Qingxue suddenly approached him, he found himself perplexed. Perhaps you might consider teaming up with me, she suggested. At her words, the surrounding boys were momentarily struck dumb. Qingxue, you wish to team up with him? Indeed, bringing him into the dungeon is akin to carrying a dead weight. In my opinion, Shen Yi shouldn't even be present here. Several voices clamored to belittle Shen Yi, their remarks growing increasingly excessive. Regardless of what others said, Mu Qingxue continued to regard Shen Yi with keen interest. In the Black Iron level dungeon, the maximum number of team members is 7, and I still have 1 vacancy. Would you like to join? A few individuals who were not chosen by Mu Qingxue gazed at Shen Yi with envy and resentment. They fawned over her, but she didn't spare them a glance. Shen Yi had awakened a lackluster profession, yet Mu Qingxue had taken a liking to him. Could it be that good looks truly afforded one such privileges? After some contemplation, Shen Yi replied, "Thank you for your invitation, but I prefer to enter the dungeon alone." What? A refusal? Everyone was taken aback, including Mu Qingxue. To decline an invitation from such a beauty was quite astonishing, especially considering that she was a rare talent with a promising future. At that moment, the crowd regarded Shen Yi with a hint of pity. Could it be that he has suffered some sort of shock and lost his mind? Mu Qingxue clearly did not anticipate that Shen Yi would reject her invitation. She pondered for a moment. Although it was merely a novice dungeon, it housed formidable monsters that could pose challenges even to powerful professions. I have made my decision, Shen Yi stated decisively. With a sigh, Mu Qingxue conceded. Very well, if that is your choice, then I wish you success. As he watched Mu Qingxue depart, Shen Yi felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment. Apart from consistently outshining her in examinations, their interactions had been minimal, and they rarely conversed. Why had she chosen to invite him? Surely it wasn't out of pity? Perhaps this young lady was envious of his superior performance and sought to exact revenge in the dungeon? How terrifying. The jealousy of women is indeed formidable. With this thought, Shen Yi shivered. His refusal was not born from fear of Mu Qingxue's potential betrayal. Rather, as a necromancer, he was ill-suited for teamwork. Moreover, from an efficiency standpoint, soloing would yield the quickest advancement. Although the danger of an untimely demise loomed large, Shen Yi possessed unwavering confidence. With the dual mastery of 2 paramount auxiliary skills, he felt equipped to confront any peril. Moreover, the likelihood of being betrayed by Mu Qingxue was minimal. It was not entirely absent. Achoo! Mu Qingxue sneezed, her delicate nose twitching. Sister Qingxue, are you all right? Inquired a short-haired girl with concern. If you're feeling unwell, you need not participate in the novice dungeon. It's fine, Mu Qingxue replied, taking a deep breath. This novice dungeon presents us with an exceptional opportunity to elevate our levels. Clenching her delicate fists, she vowed, I must surpass Shen Yi in the college entrance examination. On stage, preparations were underway with great urgency. The summoning of the dungeon demanded substantial resources, necessitating the collaboration of several high-level mages to maintain the formation. Even so, humanity could only resort to such means to unlock low-level dungeons. Sun Shoujuan cast a glance at the clusters of students below, nodding in satisfaction. It appeared that none had forgotten the lessons of the classroom. Their team compositions were quite sensible. The dungeon is now open. A brilliant beam of white light shot forth, and the formation on the playground materialized instantaneously. As the phenomenon unfolded, the students began to vanish one by one in luminous white dots, forming into teams. Principal, I believe I just saw Shen Yi enter the dungeon alone, reported a student. Sun Shojun was momentarily taken aback. What? A necromancer devoid of any strength ventured into the dungeon alone? A chill ran through him. He had assumed Shun Yi would refrain from entering the novice dungeon. This could spell disaster. Chapter 4. The Summoning of Undead Divine Skills. Evolution, Divine Skills Plus before him. A flash of white light enveloped Shun Yi, transporting him into a dense jungle. It was remarkably quiet. Fortune seemed to favor him, as this place appeared relatively safe. After surveying his surroundings and confirming his security, Shun Yi opened his class panel. Class, Necromancer, level. Strength, Agility, 10, Magic, 12 mana, 100 class skills. Summon Undead, cost, 10 mana. Conjures a permanently existing skeleton to fight alongside. Bonus skill 1, Devour Evolution, no cost. Summon creatures can enhance their attributes or skills by consuming corpses, souls, or undead beings. Bonus skill 2, Infinite Summoning, no cost. Chance to trigger can randomly increase the number of summons. Excluding my 2 bonus skills, the Necromancer class is truly weak. The fundamental 3 attributes, Strength, Agility, and Magic, all stand at a mere 10. Despite being awakened to a rare class, it grants only 2 points in magical potency. Shun Yi could only lament in despair. Now, the moment of truth. Summon Undead. Crack. Shun Yi felt something dissipate from within him, and dark energy surged forth from his fingertips, coalescing into a skeleton. The skeleton stood empty-handed, its hollow eye sockets flickering with a faint, pale flame. Class, Undead, level, Strength, 5, Agility, 5, Magic, 0, Skill 1, Summon, the undead that crawls from the grave can only follow guidance in a dazed manner. Thus, they possess absolute loyalty. This was the only skeleton that a low-level necromancer could summon. Shun Yi examined the panel, noticing the words slanted and uneven, all conveying one sentiment. Weak. Triggered. Infinite summoning buzz. Crack. Crack. Around the initial skeleton, 10 identical skeletons appeared out of thin air. Good heavens! Is this the true potential of infinite summoning? Shun Yi's expression shifted in an instant, a grin spreading from ear to ear. Summoning 11 skeletons at once. What does that mean? It is crucial to note that he currently possessed only 100 points of mana. Summoning a single skeleton consumed 10 mana points. With his current mana, he could at most summon 10 skeletons. Yet, by triggering infinite summoning, he conjured 11 in one fell swoop. Weak as they may be, quantity could indeed lead to qualitative change. The 11 skeletons stood in a neat formation. Although empty-handed, they maintained a rigid posture. Shun Yi hastily continued his summoning. Summon Undead. Summon Undead. After consecutively using Summon Undead 10 times, Shun Yi's mana was successfully depleted to 0. Before Shun Yi stood a perfectly arranged assembly of 64 skeletons. The summoning ritual, performed 10 times, did not yield the same results as the first, which had conjured 11 skeletons in one go. A critical strike could allow for the summoning of at least one additional skeleton, with the maximum thus far being 11. Shun Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction with this outcome. Were the skeletons weak? Not at all. While 1 or 2 might indeed be feeble, 63 skeletons certainly could not be deemed weak. At that moment, Shun Yi's senses stirred. Creature, with a 2-point enhancement to his magical prowess. His perception of the surrounding environment sharpened significantly. He accurately detected an unusual sound emanating from the thicket and, with a mere thought, commanded his 63 skeletons to advance. Squeak! A plump, grayish rodent burst forth from the underbrush, only to realize it had already fallen into the encirclement of the skeletal army. By fortune, the first monster he encountered was the weakest of the lot, a solitary stone rat. The creature blinked in trepidation as fear flickered in its eyes. Alas, it was no match for the overwhelming number of adversaries and soon lay defeated at Shun Yi's feet, with not a single skeleton lost in the skirmish. Kill Stone Rat LV1. Gain experience 5, though the sight of 63 skeletons mercilessly overwhelming a single foe might not be deemed fair. Shun Yi was assured of his experience gain. Regardless, let me level up. Shun Yi licked his lips, eyeing the vast expanse of the jungle with mischief. The skeletal horde surged forward once more. Kill Wind Silver Rabbit LV1. Gain experience 7. Kill Man-Eating Plant LV2. Gain experience 19. Kill Venomous Red Snake LV1. Gain experience 9. 2 skeletons, adorned with grass and wielding stones, struck with precision, cracking open the skull of a wild boar. Kill Bristly Wild Boar LV2. Gain experience 24. Level up? Oh, a level up? Shun-Yi grinned as he opened his attribute panel. Class: Necromancer. Level: 5. Strength: 14. Agility: 14. Magic: 20. Distributable attribute points: 0. With each level gained, his 3 primary attributes increased by 1, in addition to earning an extra distributable attribute point. Shun-Yi allocated his available points entirely to magic, enhancing it by 3. For half a day, Shun-Yi tirelessly traversed the surrounding area, vanquishing every creature within a kilometer radius. While it appeared he was exerting himself, in truth, he merely needed to lounge leisurely in the rear, observing as his minions executed their righteous beatings time and again. This troop of skeletons possessed little intellect and could not comprehend overly intricate commands, yet their obedience was commendable. Shun-Yi only needed to issue simple orders, such as directing them to split into 3 teams and encircle their targets, which they executed flawlessly. To enhance the command of this group of skeletons, Shun-Yi even marked several of them to serve as captains. However, the journey of advancement was not entirely favorable. At least half of Shun-Yi's 63 skeletons perished, leaving only 30. Yet, one must not forget that Shun-Yi possessed a unique skill: Devour and Evolve. Scattered around the corpse of the wild boar were remnants of bones. Shun-Yi sighed, announcing the demise of the 3rd captain of the 2nd squad. The 30 skeletons stood by his side. Shun-Yi cast a glance over them. Very well. You shall do. He casually plucked a blade of grass and tied it to the arm bone of one skeleton. Henceforth, you shall be the new captain of the 2nd squad. The skeleton seemed to stand a little taller. It then received Shun-Yi's command, moving before the recently fallen captain. A wisp of dark mist began to rise, and the pale flames in the new captain's eyes appeared to burn brighter. Shun-Yi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Initially, Shun-Yi believed his divine skill was infinite summoning. It was only later that he realized his true power lay in Devour and Evolve. Devour and Evolve. Summoned entities can absorb corpses, souls, and undead beings, gaining a portion of the corresponding attributes or skills of the consumed entity. The objects of consumption are not limited to deceased creatures. They can also include fallen skeletons, with complete inheritance. Chapter 5. Students from other schools? A wild boar. Initially, the skeletal minions summoned by Shun-Yi possessed attributes of Strength 5, Agility 5, and Magic 0. In summary, it was utterly feeble. Even individuals who had not awakened their abilities possessed a baseline attribute of at least 10. A skeleton with all attributes at 5 was so pitiful it could incite universal disdain, which is why this profession was dubbed the weakest of all. Yet, within Shun-Yi's hands, the scenario was remarkably different. Through the process of devouring, the skeleton's attributes and experience points could be enhanced. Shun-Yi appointed 3 squad leaders, not merely for ease of command, but also to conduct experiments with these 3 skeletons, having them consume the remains of slain creatures. The results were astonishing. By employing Devouring Evolution, the skeletons could indeed elevate their attribute points, and the increments exceeded Shun-Yi's expectations by a considerable margin. Presently, Shun-Yi was a level 3 Necromancer. Among the 3 skeletal leaders, 2 were at level 4, while 1 had reached level 5. The 2 level 4 skeletal leaders included a pure melee powerhouse with Strength 18 and Agility 12, whose attributes were equivalent to those of a level 2 knight. The other was an exceptional range combatant with Strength 14 and Agility 19, boasting superior attributes even compared to an archer. The level 5 skeletal leader, with Strength 19 and Agility 20, was versatile enough to both attack and defend, exhibiting remarkable agility that made Shun-Yi envious. It was incredibly frustrating that after slaying a dozen monsters and distributing his own attribute points, he had only managed to increase his own attributes by 4 points. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that the fallen skeletons could be devoured by others, inheriting all their attributes. Did a leader accidentally perish? No matter. Simply find another skeleton that was visually appealing and instantly promote it. Shun-Yi had no doubt that if he concentrated the attributes of these 3 skeletons into a single one, he could swiftly cultivate an invincible level 6 skeleton with both strength and agility surpassing 25. He was unsure about many things, but at least for now, no other squad could contend with his skeletal minions. However, Shun-Yi refrained from doing so. It was not out of a desire to remain modestly strong. Although quality was undeniably important, quantity could not be overlooked. Shun-Yi had a profound understanding of this principle. After all, he had personally vanquished one monster after another using a horde of minions with strength 5 and agility 5. While it appeared that he had effortlessly dealt with these creatures, he knew that if he had only 5 or 6 skeletons, such feats would have been impossible. His mana had replenished. Without hesitation, he summoned the dead. With mana at his disposal, he wasted not a moment. For summoners, the tangible minions they conjured were far superior to mere numerical values. With a crackle, 3 skeletons emerged. Alas, luck was slightly lacking this time. Nevertheless, Shun-Yi remained quite satisfied. Currently, he commanded 3 squads of skeletons, each comprising 11 minions. The sight was nothing short of magnificent. Just then, an unexpected upheaval occurred. Boom! A sudden tremor resonated through the ground, and a cloud of dust rose in the distance. Such commotion within the forest stirred quite a disturbance. Observing the direction of the birds in flight, it became evident that this upheaval originated from the southwest. Shun-Yi contemplated briefly, preparing to venture forth and uncover the cause. In the realm of dungeons, such anomalies could only signify one occurrence: a formidable high-level beast. He instructed his skeletal squad to remain on standby. Too many targets would hinder their agility. Thus, he advanced with only 2 skeletal captains. This was the most prudent approach. Should any trouble arise, the 2 skeletal warriors could bear him away, leaving behind a valiant sacrifice to impede the foe's advance. As Shun-Yi approached, a swift whoosh sliced through the air, and one of the skeletons instantly retaliated, intercepting the incoming projectile. A stone? Upon closer inspection, he discovered a colossal wild boar, charging with unbridled ferocity across the open ground. Was this a razorback? Its size suggested it was likely level 5. Shun-Yi mused silently as the massive boar pursued a small group. The leader appeared to be a young woman. Lu Guangqing, use your hamstring shot to target its right leg. Captain, I have no mana left. No mana? The girl paused, her expression hardening. You still have enough mana for at least 2 more casts. That wild gray rabbit I just killed took a toll on my mana. Lu Guangqing, the boy, wore a troubled expression. Foolish. The girl scolded sharply, then turned to another boy. Wang Qi, unleash a mire to slow it down. We'll maneuver around this stone pine. Aren't we running? We perish even faster, she exclaimed loudly. Maintain your distance and attempt to slay it. Shun-Yi silently nodded. This was indeed the correct course of action. The stone pine was renowned for its resilience and could serve as material for weaponry. With a diameter of at least 10 meters, it would facilitate their maneuvering against the razorback. The area was in disarray, strewn with broken trees, yet the visibility was relatively clear, advantageous for them. Within the confines of this forest, humans were undeniably less agile than the beasts. It was vital not to expand the battlefield, as that could attract additional monsters. However, Shun-Yi furrowed his brow. Was it merely the students from Jiangnan? No. One high school who had entered this dungeon? He had little social interaction, but he could at least recognize his fellow schoolmates. These individuals were clearly not students from Jiangnan No. 1. The student named Lu Guangqing gritted his teeth, leaping onto the branches of the stone pine. He knocked an arrow, aiming for the eyes of the razorback. Suddenly, the girl's face paled. No, the razorback reacted with astonishing speed, tilting its head to evade the arrow while maintaining its momentum, crashing directly into the trunk of the stone pine. The club moss did not break, yet it swayed incessantly. One student lost his footing and fell directly downwards. The wild boar, with its bristly mane, targeted the spot where he descended and charged forward. 2 enormous tusks pierced through the chest of the student named Lu Guangqing in an instant. His face turned ashen, and then his body transformed into a fleeting light, vanishing from the scene. In the novice dungeon, death was not an option. All students who sustained fatal injuries will be teleported away for treatment. However, this disruption shattered the already fragile balance. Shinny discerned that the team comprised two knights, a mage, an assassin, and a hunter. A typical mage at this stage lacks sufficient mana to maintain ranged firepower, usually assuming a crowd control role in early team formations. With a hunter now absent, the remaining four were left without ranged capabilities. The wild boar came to a halt, its hooves scraping the ground, its beastly eyes fixated on the leading girl, emitting a low growl. In the next moment, the earth trembled once more. The wild boar, despite its massive size, moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it was directly before the girl. Her complexion paled. This was dire. Chapter 6. Surprises yet? Jiangdong's supreme talent, Yi Qinyu. The colossal wild boar, with its bristly mane, loomed like a small mountain from a distance, rendering humanity utterly insignificant before it. As it charged, it resembled an enormous meteor hurtling towards her. The overwhelming pressure left Yi Qinyu breathless. A level 9 wild boar. How could such a formidable creature exist at the periphery of the dungeon? A flicker of unwillingness crossed Yi Qinyu's face. Miss, be careful. The remaining team members bravely surged toward Yi Qinyu, attempting to shield her with their own bodies against the oncoming boar. However, in an instant, they realized the futility of their efforts. Their actions were akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The wild boar's massive tusks pierced through the bodies of several adventurers in an instant. Boom! A beam of light enveloped them. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinyu stood alone. The wild boar towered above her, gazing down as if she were no more than an insignificant insect. Yi Qinyu gritted her teeth, a surge of fury rising within her. How dare it? As the foremost prodigy of Jiangdong, she would not be belittled by a mere wild boar. Her pride and dignity would not allow such an affront. Taking a deep breath, the long sword in her hand radiated a sacred, milky light. Divine slash. Observing from the sidelines, Shun raised an eyebrow in surprise. A hidden class, the paladin. Even a lion must exert its full strength to catch a rabbit. The wild boar, oblivious to the fact that its prey still possessed the capability to retaliate, was met with the dazzling sword that pierced through its thick hide, plunging into its flesh. Roar! It shook its head violently, dislodging the embedded sword, and then fixed its furious gaze upon Yi Qinyu, its beastly eyes filled with rage. So, this is all the strength I possess. Yi Qinyu felt her energy drain away, leaving her with no means to counterattack. She bit her lip, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Ultimately, she resigned herself, closing her eyes in despair, anticipating the moment when the wild boar's massive tusks would pierce her chest. Yet, bang! The anticipated pain never arrived. Yi Qinyu heard a series of explosive sounds, followed by the wild boar's anguished wails. A woo! In the next moment, dozens of figures descended rapidly. Clatter, clatter. Over 30 skeletons encircled the wild boar, relentlessly assaulting it. The boar struggled desperately, its enormous tusks lodged in the stone fern, making escape difficult. This was the flaw Shun had patiently awaited. Given its immense size and powerful tusks, even a knight would struggle to withstand a single blow from the wild boar. Yet it was still a beast. This implies that if its mobility is confined, there is no immediate means to inflict harm. Just as Shun had anticipated, after the bristly wild boar charged towards Yi Qinyu, he promptly commanded the two lurking skeletal captains to attack. Utilizing the wild boar's own momentum, they embedded it into a massive, solid tree trunk. Roar! The bristly wild boar, in pain, thrashed violently, evidently enraged by the sudden sting. With a forceful twist of its body, several small skeletons were scattered, reduced to fragments strewn across the ground. Amidst its fierce struggle, the bristly wild boar was on the verge of breaking free. The two skeletal captains immediately advanced, arms wide open, firmly grasping the wild boar's stout forelimbs. Crack! A sharp, resounding noise echoed. Following this, roar! The bristly wild boar suddenly began to convulse violently. This was not a resurgence of strength. Rather, its forelimbs had been severed by the two skeletal captains. The small skeletons were no match for the bristly wild boar. Yet the attributes of the three skeletal captains proved sufficient. At that moment, the bristly wild boar was at its last gasp. Ultimately, its massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, transforming into experience points for Shani. Defeated bristly wild boar LV9, gained 28 experience points. Level up. Finally, he leveled up. After reaching level 5, the rate of advancement plummeted, with low-level monsters yielding less than 1% of experience. After much effort in attaining level 6, Shun Yi felt elated. Just then, Devour Evolution level increased. A chilling notification resonated in Shun Yi's mind. He was momentarily taken aback. Could his additional skills also level up? He hastily opened the panel. Class: Necromancer. Level: 6. Strength: 15. Agility: 15. Magic: 21. Distributable attribute points. 1. The panel's enhancement was expected. No changes occurred with other skills. The alteration lay in one of his bonus skills, Devour Evolution. Bonus Skill 1. Devour Evolution LV2. Summons can enhance their attributes or skills by devouring corpses, souls, or undead beings. For Shun Yi, this was a monumental boon. With the upgraded Devour Evolution, his skeletons would grow stronger and faster. With a mere thought, he commanded his soul level 6 skeleton to consume the deceased bristly wild boar. The skeleton, clearly exhilarated, promptly approached. After some fussing, the skeleton stood upright. Shin-Yi noted that the skeleton's appearance seemed to have undergone some transformation. To his surprise, he immediately checked the skeleton's panel. Has it undergone a job change? At present, its attributes have distinctly transformed into Profession: Undead Knight. Level: 7. Strength: 26. Agility: 23. Magic: 5. Skill 1. Summoner: the undead that rise from the grave can only follow their guide in a dazed manner. And for this reason, they possess unwavering loyalty. Profession skill: Sudden Charge. Utilizes physical form to collide with adversaries with immense force. Profession skill: Resilience under equivalent strength. The form is more stable. Shun-Yi realized that the skeletons he summoned were not merely capable of leveling up. They could also possess a profession. This particular skeleton had transitioned into a full-fledged knight, boasting remarkable strength and agility attributes, and even possessed the professional skills of a knight. In summary, one word encapsulates it: formidable. In light of such results, Shun-Yi felt immense satisfaction. With the mere sacrifice of a few skeletal soldiers, he garnered an extraordinary amount of experience points, enabling him to ascend a level and even acquire a skeletal knight. His spirits soared as he patted the shoulder of the skeletal knight. Henceforth, you shall be the captain. The skeletal captain nodded vigorously, the bones clattering in response. Subsequently, it retrieved a shield from its bony framework. Shun-Yi was pleasantly surprised. This was the shield dropped by the wild boar. He accepted the shield. Wild boar shield. Quality: C. Inherent skill: Resilience, cooldown of 3 minutes. Upon use, it doubles the user's defensive capabilities. Suitable professions: Knight, Warrior, Samurai. Chapter 7. The Undying Priest. For Shun-Yi, this was a sheer stroke of luck. There are two primary methods to acquire equipment. The first is purchase. Numerous life class transferees earn a living by crafting gear, potions, and a myriad of other items. A shield of this caliber would cost no less than 10,000 in the market. The second method involves vanquishing monsters to obtain their drops. However, this method yields a meager drop rate, and Shun-Yi was fortunate indeed. Coincidentally, he had a knight under his command who had just successfully completed his class transition. Here you go. Make good use of it. After an exhilarating battle, Shun-Yi's lips were nearly stretched into a grin. Excuse me. Shun-Yi raised his head to see Yi Qinyu pouting, her expression clearly one of displeasure, and he suddenly remembered there was someone else present. Upon noticing that Shun-Yi had finally acknowledged her, Yi Qinyu promptly expressed, "Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome." Then, Yi Qinyu's gaze fell upon the shield in Shun-Yi's hand. Shun-Yi felt a twinge of wariness. After all, it was he who had slain the wild boar. The implication was clear. He hoped Yi Qinyu would not covet his shield. Yi Qinyu paused for a moment, then found it rather amusing. You've misunderstood my intentions. Since you killed the wild boar, the spoils rightfully belong to you. Shun Yi let out a sigh of relief. As long as she did not desire his equipment. All was well. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave then. He still needed to level up. Wait, please wait a moment. Yi Qinyu hurriedly called out to the departing Shun Yi. With her striking beauty and distinguished background, she had encountered more boys in her lifetime than most would in a lifetime. However, she had never met someone like Shun Yi, who seemed to evade her as if she were a harbinger of misfortune. Despite her curiosity, she maintained her decorum. By the way, which school do you attend? Shun Yi glanced at Yi Qinyu. And you? I am a student of Jiangdong High School. My name is Yi Qinyu. She smiled gently. Her cheeks dimpled with two charming indentations. Beautiful girls naturally possess an undeniable charm. Yet Shun Yi was currently too preoccupied to appreciate such a lovely sight. His brow furrowed. Jiangdong High. Jiangdong? I haven't heard of it. This novice dungeon is supposed to be entered alongside Jiangdong School. Typically, the two regions did not interact much. Only during the college entrance examinations did students from several areas come into contact, as Jiangdong, Jiangnan, Jiangbei, and Huaxi shared a common dungeon. Could it be that the instructor organizing the novice dungeon had miswritten the address? Regarding novice dungeons, Shun Yi was utterly uninformed. Although his mind brimmed with questions, he decided not to dwell on them any longer. After all, the vastness of the world paled in comparison to the urgency of leveling up. Shun Yi turned to depart. Hey! Seeing Shun Yi turn to leave again, Yi Qinyu felt a twinge of bewilderment. I told you my school and name, but you haven't revealed yours, Shun Yi remarked, feeling somewhat perplexed. I never insisted that you tell me, Yi Qinyu replied, her eyes widening in surprise. Is that so? It seems you indeed never mentioned it. Can we play like this? Shan Yi submitted. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, All right, let's get down to business. I saved you and assisted you greatly. Shouldn't you show a little gratitude? Instantly, Yi Qinyu crossed her arms, regarding Shun Yi with suspicion. What do you intend to do? Nothing, Shun Yi yawned. I just wish to inquire about some information. Where did you encounter that level 9 monster? Are there any higher level grinding spots? He glanced at Yi Qinyu, asserting, Answer my questions and consider it a repayment of your debt. We will be even, having traversed a considerable distance. The highest level monsters Shun Yi had encountered were merely level 4, severely hindering his progression. If only Yi Qinyu were aware of this, it would be most advantageous. Yi Qinyu's mind was in a whirl. What do you mean by not wanting to? She pondered, struggling to grasp Shun Yi's train of thought. However, she knew the answer to his inquiry. If you're seeking higher level monsters, then the Phantom Grove is the place to go. Our team's original plan was to circumvent the Phantom Grove, as the monsters there are exceedingly formidable and beyond our capabilities. Yet midway through, we unexpectedly encountered a frenzied wild boar, forcing us to flee until we ended up here. Phantom Grove. Shun Yi nodded, I understand. With that, he waved his hand, and dozens of skeletons swiftly vanished from Yi Qinyu's sight. Watching Shun Yi's retreating figure, Yi Qinyu's expression turned somewhat dazed. If her conjecture was accurate, this boy was the fabled and exceedingly rare Necromancer. Yet, she had never heard of any school in Jiangdong that had awakened a Necromancer. Where had this person emerged from? Soudainly, ye viens you faire checks foolish. Rogue. It was at that moment that she finally grasped Shun Yi's words. How dare he tease me? Anger flickered across Yi Qinyu's face, but she abruptly froze. School name? Shun Yi had revealed nothing, leaving her unsure of where to search for him. You scoundrel. Next time, I must not let you slip away. Yi Qinyu pouted, fuming as she stomped her foot in frustration. Following the direction indicated by Yi Qinyu, Shun Yi advanced with over 20 skeletons in tow. Along the way, he continued to slay monsters to accumulate experience points. It seemed evident that the previous area had indeed been of a lower level. As he delved deeper, he gradually encountered monsters of levels 5 and 6. With the increase in difficulty, the speed of his skeleton team's hunting decreased significantly. Shun Yi was compelled to slow his pace, even sending 2 skeletons ahead as scouts to assess potential dangers. At that moment, he couldn't help but wish for the presence of a priest. Shun Yi let out a sigh. The priest possessed two initial skills, Divine Guidance and Healing Word. Divine Guidance served as a detection skill, while Healing Word could mend wounds, making it the most formidable support in the early stages. However, despite his envy, Shun-Yi had never entertained the thought of his skeleton transitioning into a priest. After all, priests and necromancers were inherently at odds. Suddenly, Shun-Yi sensed that the two skeletons ahead had lost their connection. The skeletons promptly arranged themselves into formation. The skeletal knight raised its rugged shield and advanced slowly. At that moment, a shadow darted out from the woods, charging towards the skeletal knight. The knight raised its shield to confront the threat, smashing the shield against the shadow. Bang! The shadow was sent sprawling to the ground. 30 skeletons surged forward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, a rather unsporting display, to say the least. Killed Wind Wolf LV8, gained 15 experience. How straightforward and brutal. Shun-Yi chuckled. Captain 2, it's your turn. He calculated that after absorbing this Wind Wolf, the second in command, who was already at a higher level, would likely reach level 7 as well. Captain 2 employed Devour Evolution on the carcass of the Wind Wolf. Captain 2 successfully leveled up and was about to transition. Observing the transformation of Captain 2, Shun-Yi smiled, just as I anticipated. Yet, when he glimpsed Captain 2's skill panel, he was abruptly frozen in place. The first line of Captain 2's panel read, Class, Undead Priest. Chapter 8. The Jiangdong Alliance ranking list, refresh. What in the world is this? Shun-Yi was utterly perplexed. What exactly is a necromancer? A master of manipulating the dead and souls. On the other hand, a priest is a noble profession blessed by the divine, wielding the power of the gods. So, the question arises, how did these two disparate entities come together? Shun-Yi stifled his urge to critique and continued to examine the panel of the second team leader. Profession, Undead Priest. Level, 7, Strength, 19 Agility, 20 Magic, 15, Skill 1. Summoner, undead that rise from the grave can only mindlessly follow the guide, thus possessing absolute loyalty. Professional skill, Necromancy, a unique ability of the undead priest, able to perceive certain things beyond sight using the death energy of the earth. Professional skill, Death Energy Restoration, converts death energy into pure energy, restoring a portion of a target state. Shun-Yi was completely bewildered. There really exists a profession known as the Undead Priest. The skill descriptions seemed rather formidable. However, he found the description of Death Energy Restoration somewhat unclear. After pondering for a moment, he instructed the second team leader to use this skill on him. The second team leader stood before Shun-Yi and waved his hand. A thick black mist rose, flowing from the skeletal arm of the second team leader into Shun-Yi's body. Suddenly, Shun-Yi felt invigorated and was taken aback. This is indeed a remarkable skill. Not only did he recover a portion of his mana, but the fatigue that had weighed him down was also lifted. With his mana restored, Shun-Yi didn't hesitate for a moment and unleashed the summoning skill 3 more times. Triggering, Infinite Summoning. Triggering, Infinite Summoning. Triggering, Infinite Summoning. This time, luck was on Shun-Yi's side. From 3 summons, he conjured over 20 skeletons. Including the original skeletons, he now commanded an army of nearly 50. Among them were a level 7 skeleton knight and a level 7 skeleton priest, with a powerful front line and a priest equipped with detection abilities. Shun-Yi's skeletal legion's combat prowess nearly doubled. He ventured into the ethereal forest, continuing his ruthless harvesting journey devoid of martial ethics. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan High School, what? Sun Shoujuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This, indeed, I not considered this thoroughly. The frail array master scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Now, it appears that our students at Jiangnan High should be in the same dungeon as the students from the Jiangdong Alliance. Consider? This is sheer negligence. Sun Shoujuan fumed, his face reddening with anger. The students of the Jiangdong Alliance had undergone their awakening ceremony 2 months in advance and had already experienced 1 dungeon run. On average, they possessed around level 5 strength. My students are all entering a dungeon for the first time. If a conflict were to arise, the students of Jiangnan know. One high school would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. Sun Shoujuan felt increasingly anxious. The disparity between students who had experienced the dungeon and those who had not was immense. The dungeon was not akin to a school. It was a place rife with deceit and extreme brutality. Moreover, it was a realm where the might of one's fists reigned supreme. Contemplating this, Sun Shojuin rose promptly, instructing, "Connect me with the leader of the Jiangdong Alliance at once." Meanwhile, at Jiangdong Senior High, Yi Wu, the principal and a scion of the Yi family, found himself musing over the absence of his niece, Yi Qianyu. Has she not returned yet? A nearby teacher reflected. She survived under the grasp of the wild boar. Which is indeed fortunate. You fail to comprehend, Yi Wu replied, furrowing his brow. Judging by the students' accounts, that wild boar possessed at least level 8 strength and was likely female. Its fury might have been provoked by the slaying of its offspring. In its rage, even a team of average level 8 could find it challenging to contend with the wild beast. Qianyu, being only level 7, could not possibly face that creature alone. Unless Yi Wu refrained from finishing his thought. Unless someone were to assist her. Concern gnawed at him. In many respects, the individuals within the dungeon posed a greater threat than the monsters themselves, and were far more terrifying. Have there been any changes in the dungeon rankings? He inquired. Indeed, Yi Wu raised an eyebrow. Pray tell? The teacher explained. As you are aware, the dungeon assessments refresh every 24 hours. Just moments ago, our rankings were updated. In the last refresh, the top position was held by Sun Jitian of Jiangdong Wugao. Yi Wu was taken aback. Had the first place changed hands? Not quite. Principal Yi, the situation is rather complex, the teacher added. Perhaps it is best for you to see for yourself. Yi Wu found the teacher's words perplexing. Let me have a look. The dungeon leaderboard displayed the contributions of monster kills, calculating the total kills achieved by all individuals within the dungeon. Those with higher kill counts were naturally the stronger contenders. The Jiangdong Alliance introduced this concept to enhance competitive spirit among students, yielding significant results. Dominating the leaderboard for 3 consecutive days was Sun Jitian of Jiangdong Wugao, steadfastly maintaining his position. Without a doubt, the awakened rare class destroyer, Sun Jitian remained the unrivaled top student of Jiangdong. Yi Wu shifted his gaze to the leaderboard. Overall, the rankings had not shifted significantly. Destroyer, Sun Jitian still held first place, followed by Gunsmith, Wu Yong in second. The top ranks had seen minimal fluctuation, merely positional changes. Paladin, Yi Qianyu had dropped 2 places to 10th, her standing in the top 10 precariously poised. Yet, as Yi Wu continued to peruse the information, he found himself momentarily stunned. Nejomanje Shangyi. Who was he? On the leaderboard, Necromancer, Shun Yi was positioned directly above Yi Qianyu, occupying the 9th place. Yi Wu strained to recall if any student from the Jiangdong Alliance had awakened as a Necromancer. He couldn't summon even a vague recollection. The teacher, with a wry smile, remarked, Principal Yi, don't look at me. I have no idea. Yi Wu furrowed his brow. You don't know? Not just me, but no one in the entire Jiangdong Alliance knows who he is. In an instant, Yi Wu grasped a crucial realization. Someone dared to infiltrate the examination competition of the Jiangdong Alliance? The teacher nodded, affirming that the Alliance was investigating the matter as well. Yi Wu, deep in thought, eventually lifted his head. Utilize the resources of the Yi family. Spare no effort to uncover the true identity of Shun Yi. The teacher appeared somewhat taken aback, questioning whether this would overstep boundaries. Proceed with it, Yi Wu insisted. I have a strong feeling that Qianyu's survival may be linked to this enigmatic individual. Chapter 9. Life Worse Than Death. At Jiangdong High School, Sun Shojuin was preparing to contact the members of the Jiangdong All-School Alliance when a teacher intercepted him. Principal, something has happened. Sun Shojuin glanced at Teacher Fu, puzzled by the urgency. The principal, one of our students, has inadvertently entered the instance of the Jiangdong All-School Alliance. I'm aware of that. Teacher Fu took a breath and hurriedly continued. Shun, he has made a name for himself. What on earth? Sun Shojuin was bewildered. Please explain in detail. Teacher Fu adjusted his black-framed glasses. The situation dates back 3 months. Get to the point. Sun Shojuin's mouth twitched. To summarize, the Jiangdong All-School Alliance is currently conducting an assessment, with all universities participating and utilizing an instance leaderboard. An instance leaderboard? Sun Shojuin was momentarily taken aback. acknowledging the wealth of the Jiangdong All-School Alliance, which could afford such an extravagant feature. And then, Shun Yi made the list. What? Sun Shoujun paused and sighed. I thought it was something of great consequence. It's quite normal to be on the list. Even a necromancer possesses combat capability. One shouldn't underestimate their potential. Moreover, Shun Yi is clever. It's not difficult for him to make the list. However, for a necromancer to pursue the path of combat is undoubtedly arduous. Sun Shoujun sighed again, feeling somewhat helpless. This was the plight of a necromancer. Even making the leaderboard was a mark of original sin, akin to a level 90 master being foolishly defeated by a level 20. Is there truly no future for necromancers? Sun Shoujun pondered. Despite his reluctance, he could not dismiss Shun Yi's potential. However, centuries of history had proven that necromancers were indeed weak. Yet, that was not a valid reason for Jiangdong to look down upon the profession. Taking a deep breath, Sun Shoujun declared, regardless of others' opinions, I have great faith in this child Shun Yi. The teacher, taken aback by Sun Shoujun's righteous demeanor and resolute gaze, exclaimed, Principal, you are aware that Shun Yi ranks 9th on the instance leaderboard? Of course. Sun Shoujun halted mid-sentence. Wait, what did you just say? For a fleeting moment, he thought he had misheard. The Jiangdong All-School Alliance, instance leaderboard. Teacher Fu shook his phone. Necromancer Yi ranks 9th overall. Surpa 5 paladin Vianyu. Because of this, the entire Jiangdong All-School Alliance is on the brink of chaos. No one there knows Shun Yi. They are all bewildered. What? 9th? Shun Yi? Sun Shoujun felt as if lightning had struck him. He was astonished, his jaw nearly touching the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. Teacher Fu, you just mentioned. How many ranks does Shun Yi have? 9th. Suddenly, Sun Shoujun took a deep breath. Book a flight, direct to Jiangdong's entire school alliance. The sooner, the better. Meanwhile, Shun Yi remained blissfully unaware of his newfound fame. He strolled leisurely through the woods, occasionally indulging in a low-level rabbit. Devour and evolve was a divine skill. Yet Shun Yi sometimes felt it was not particularly effective. Its greatest drawback was that animals devoured by skeletons were unpalatable. Reaching level 8 still seemed a distant prospect. He needed to expedite his journey to the ethereal jungle to eliminate low-level monsters. His experience was woefully insufficient. Shun Yi murmured to himself. The ethereal forest was not nearby. It required a day's travel for a typical team. Shun Yi advanced with a sweeping demeanor, aiming for decisive kills, embodying a cleaner role. Yet his speed was considerably reduced. Just then, through the necromancer's magic, he spotted two familiar figures emerging in the distance. At last, he had encountered acquaintances. These two were fellow alumni from his cohort. Shun Yi recalled one was a warrior and the other a hunter. What were they doing in this vicinity? This area was inhabited by monsters of levels 6 to 8, while these two individuals were no higher than level 4. Wandering here, especially in such an open and conspicuous location, was tantamount to courting disaster. Just as Shun Yi pondered this oddity, a piercing shriek suddenly erupted from the sky, accompanied by a fierce gale. The violent wind uprooted trees as thick as a bowl. Both students from Jiangnan High School displayed expressions of terror. Moments later, a shadow plummeted rapidly, and one student vanished without a trace. It has appeared. The other student, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, crying out, The Frost Falcon is here. Save me, please. Shun Yi's second captain, the Necromancer, abruptly lifted his head. Through sensory sharing, Shun Yi utilized magic to discern the unfolding chaos. A sizable predatory bird had snatched one student and soared away. Following this, Shun Yi noticed a group emerging from the underbrush. Did you see which way it flew? A tall, slender man seemed to lead this group. It seems. That way. A Jiangnan High School student, trembling, pointed in a direction. Crack. In the next instant, the tall man struck him to the ground. Seems? What do you mean by seems? The tall man spoke with impatience. I require an accurate location. It is that way, definitely that way. The Jiangnan student stammered, please. Let me go. What are you afraid of? The tall man scoffed. You won't die. Indeed, we won't. The student clenched his teeth, seemingly mustering the courage. It felt as though death would be a more merciful fate. The system could only transport those gravely injured and on the brink of death. However, if their wounds were beyond healing, they would still perish. The artificial realm possessed the capability to extricate those critically wounded. Yet if a person was incapacitated but not fatally injured, the realm would not facilitate their escape. For instance, should one be poisoned, death would not be immediate. Only when the toxins spread throughout the body, leaving but a flicker of life, would the system intervene. In such dire circumstances, even transportation would prove futile. Healing magic is not omnipotent. The feeding habits of the frost falcons involve incapacitating their prey, methodically tearing flesh from living victims to nourish their young. Under such torment, even if they were transported away, they would return as lifelong cripples. The tall, lean man let out a cold, mirthless laugh. You speak truthfully, yet you possess no choice. Trust me, my methods are far more precise than those of the frost falcon. The system will not release you unless I reduce you to mere bones. Shun Yi furrowed his brow. Stop. Chapter 10. Hidden Profession? Nonsense. Shun Yi remained motionless, his high-level skeletons diligently clearing nearby monsters, continuously providing him with experience points. Additionally, a scout skeleton was tracking the Frost Hawk's return. As for the situation at hand, Shun Yi was oblivious to the unfolding events and thus refrained from recklessly venturing out. The source of the commotion lay elsewhere. A tall, lean man cast a glance. Another group has arrived? No sooner had he spoken than a team composed entirely of girls appeared before the crowd. Leading them was Mu Qingxue. Shun Yi was taken aback. Muxinx, what brings her here? Wielding a staff, Mu Qingxue caught the attention of the Jiangnan High students, who immediately displayed expressions of delight. It's our school, Mu Qingxue. She possesses a rare profession. We are saved. Qingxue, please help us. Hearing this, Mu Qingxue's delicate brows knitted deeper as she gripped her staff. What on earth is happening here? A girl with a dirt-streaked face hurriedly explained. They are from another school, capturing us to lure monsters. Several of our students have been pulled into the dungeon. Just now, Wang Qi from Class 3 was used as bait and taken away by the Frosthawk, and his current fate is unknown. Mu Qingxue's eyes widened in shock, her voice laced with fury. They dare to use you as human bait? Scoundrels! As she tightened her grip on her staff, vibrant blue-purple lightning crackled along its length. The tall, lean man cast a brief glance at Mu Qingxue, his expression unchanging, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ah, another rare profession? It seems you are unfazed by the anger radiating from her. Instead, you proceed to explain, powerful monsters are difficult to confront directly, and they follow specific behavioral patterns. Understanding their habits allows one to strike opportunely. Has your teacher not imparted this wisdom to you? Mu Qingxue met his gaze resolutely. What you're suggesting is a disregard for human life. The man shrugged, indifferent to her condemnation. To hunt high-level monsters, some sacrifices are inevitable. Fury blazed in Mu Qingxue's eyes. As her words fell, laughter erupted from those surrounding the tall man. Exactly. The highest level is merely level 2. They are utterly useless. What purpose does such a profession serve other than as bait? In fact, being able to serve as bait for our team is a privilege. Ha ha ha. Mu Qingxue snapped. Silence. She suppressed her rising anger. Though I am unaware of your origins, you cannot treat the student from our school as mere bait. The tall man raised an eyebrow. Have you finished your rant? Your level appears respectable. Surely, you aren't aligned with these useless individuals? He scanned Mu Qingxue up and down, his gaze filled with aggression. A rare profession. It appears she is a sorceress, and rather beautiful too. How come I have never heard of someone like you? That has nothing to do with you. Mu Qingxue replied coldly. I will say this only once. Release them. Release them? That is out of the question. Li Peng chuckled sinisterly. Although they are rather useless, they still possess some value. Do you think your mere words can persuade me to set them free? As he spoke, the smile on Li Peng's face gradually transformed into a cold, menacing sneer. You think you're worthy? You, Mu Qingxue inhaled deeply. I will reiterate once more. Release them. Not having grasped the full extent of Li Peng's capabilities, she was reluctant to engage him in conflict. However, it was evident that Li Peng was not to be trifled with. A peaceful resolution seemed increasingly unlikely. Mu Qingxue tightened her grip on her staff. She signaled her team members to prepare, and they all drew their weapons, ready for action. At that moment, whoosh, Li Peng vanished without a trace. Mu Qingxue could barely catch a glimpse of him. Alarm bells rang in her mind, prompting her to make a swift decision. Form up for combat, she commanded, and her squad sprang into action. Two knightly women wielding greatswords charged forward, while another, armed with a dagger, melded into the shadows. The hunter knocked an arrow, beginning to maneuver laterally. Simultaneously, Mu Qingxue and another sorceress retreated rapidly. In battle, one must occupy the appropriate position. The knights served as the vanguard, the assassins flanked, and the hunters controlled the midline. The sorceresses held the rear, orchestrating the battlefield and delivering powerful fire support. The combat prowess of Mu Qingxue's squad was commendable. They quickly found their positions and settled in. However, in the next heartbeat, two of the girls were enveloped in a glow of return. An assassin and a knight fell victim to a fatal blow, exiting the instance. Mu Qingxue's eyes widened in shock. She realized that an inconspicuous hunter had already drawn his bow. He had fired two arrows before her team could react. The tips aimed straight at their hearts. Bastard! Mu Qingxue's staff erupted with lightning. Thunderous waves. Boom! A massive column of lightning shot forth. The hunter reacted swiftly upon seeing the attack. He stowed his bow and leaped back. Grinding her teeth, Mu Qingxue vowed he would not escape. She channeled the lightning, determined to send this ambushing hunter out of the instance. Yet, darkness enveloped her as a tremendous force struck her abdomen. Oof! Mu Qingxue winced in pain but steeled herself, her staff glowing as she prepared to blast away the assailant. But in the next moment, a chilling sensation pressed against her neck. Li Peng's gaze was mocking. With just a flick of my finger, you will be forced out of the instance. He held the dagger reversed, its sharp edge grazing Mu Qingxue, leaving a faint cut upon her delicate neck. Mu Qingxue clenched her teeth. Defeated? Just like that? From the onset of the battle to this moment, scarcely 5 seconds had elapsed. Li Peng effortlessly breached their defensive line, striking at the heart of their formation. She found herself under Li Peng's control, and her team had already lost 2 members. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Mu Qingxue did not even catch a glimpse of it. Trust me, being expelled from the instance is your best outcome. Alternatively, I could render you limbless, immobilizing you entirely. Until your injuries become irreparable, I might leave you abandoned in some mire, swarming with countless mosquitoes that would incessantly gnaw at your tender skin, burrowing into your flesh, devouring your innards. TSK, TSK. That sensation is akin to a fate worse than death. Mu Qingxue instinctively shivered. I could even have my priest heal you, ensuring you remain trapped within the instance. You face but 2 fates, death or complete mental breakdown. Li Peng scrutinized Mu Qingxue, licking his lips. I take back my previous words. As a hidden profession, you are merely level 5. Nothing more than refuse. Chapter 11. The Thunder Mage Mu Qingxue found herself constrained, compelled to relinquish her grip. Witnessing her defeat at the hands of Li Peng, the students of Jiangnan No. 1 high school gaped in disbelief. This was Mu Qingxue, an esteemed individual, hailing from a prestigious lineage, and even having awakened the rare profession of Thunder Mage. How could someone of her caliber possibly fall to Li Peng? The flicker of hope that had ignited within them was swiftly extinguished. You are astute and quite perceptive. Li Peng snarat. Otherwise, not only would you suffer, but your classmates would endure a fate worse than death. Li Peng was indeed loathsome, yet his words bore an unsettling truth. In that moment, they were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. To put succinctly, I intend to engage in a formidable hunt against adversaries beyond my level. The most formidable creature inhabiting this region is a level 10 frost falcon. Should I vanquish it, I would ascend to level 8. However, the cost of such a confrontation is steep. Even my party would face the grim reality of losing at least 2 members in an attempt to slay the level 10 frost falcon, rendering the endeavor unwise. Mu Qingxue furrowed her brow. So, you wish to ascertain its lair and wait for the opportune moment to strike? It appears you are not entirely devoid of intellect. Li Peng retorted with a cold laugh. With at least 5 days remaining until the conclusion of the dungeon, I have no desire to end things prematurely. Thus, I must resort to certain tactics. Mu Qingxue scoffed. What a splendid strategy indeed. Thank you for the compliment. Li Peng chuckled heartily. Mu Qingxue fell silent, her mind racing with the next steps to take. It had been a day and a night since the students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School entered the dungeon. Fortunately, Mu Qingxue had been teleported to a lower-level area, and her team had fought relentlessly, raising their average level to 4. She believed this progress commendable, only to encounter Li Peng's squad, whose average level stood at 7. Unbeknownst to her, Li Peng's team belonged to the Jiangdong Alliance. Having already traversed the novice dungeon before entering this one a day ahead of her group, thus naturally boasting a higher average level. This defeat was perplexing, yet undeniably deserved. The pressing question now was what to do next. She discerned that Li Peng was an assassin, and likely a hidden profession at that. A high-level assassin is a force to be reckoned with, possessing formidable, single-target kill potential. Even knights find them troublesome, let alone a mage who has already been subdued. Perhaps I could assist you in hunting the Frost Falcon. What can you, at level 5, possibly contribute? Li Ben Skufa. Do not presume I am oblivious to your ulterior motives. I advise you to temper your ambitions. To me, you are merely bait. Mu Vinmu Kunenchit Hertit. I am a thunder mage, and I can inflict the highest damage upon flying adversaries. Before she could finish her thought, Li Peng brandished his dagger, advancing towards a survivor who had previously escaped the clutches of the Frost Falcon. A sharp sound echoed as the blade pierced flesh, resonating through the air and reaching the ears of everyone present. An agonizing wail shattered the silence, a cry of pure torment. The pain was excruciating, yet not fatal. Mu Qingxue's eyes widened in horror as she clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. Do not expect anyone to come to your rescue. Li Bem snut up, his knife twisting malevolently in his grasp. The injured individual trembled uncontrollably, their cries a haunting melody of despair. Abandon your foolish thoughts. I can make your deaths a tad more merciful. Otherwise, you shall never escape this scenario alive. His words dripped with a chilling simplicity, brutality, and fear. Li Peng required no elaborate tactics to control the multitude. He merely needed to ensure their compliance. The overwhelming terror and violence he exuded suffocated them, transforming them into mere bait. Mu Qingxue closed her eyes, acutely aware of the disparity in levels between Li Peng's team and their own. Their combat prowess was vastly superior, and their vigilance was unparalleled, with not a single flaw to exploit. A wave of helplessness washed over her as she experienced, for the first time, the true meaning of cruelty. This was also a lesson for all present. The adversaries within this realm extended beyond mere monsters. Rival teams lurked, and they were often more formidable than the beasts themselves. As time ticked away, it drew closer to the moment when the Frosthawk would commence its next hunt. Li Peng surveyed the crowd, contemplating who would be the unfortunate soul to sacrifice. The students from Jiangnan High instinctively trembled, avoiding his gaze. You. A cruel smile danced upon Li Peng's lips. Survival through adversity often leads to unforeseen fortune. Perhaps you will guide us to the Frosthawk's den. The chosen individual turned pale with fear, but managed to stand, albeit shakily. Which is preferable, death or a fate worse than death? At least, they could escape this dreadful scenario. Mu Qingxue could no longer contain her frustration. Let me take their place. What? Do you refuse to heed my command? Li Peng, unfazed, pointed the blade's tip towards someone's thigh, his gaze a taunt directed at Mu Qingxue. You are utterly despicable. To be defeated was bearable, but to be at the mercy of another was an unbearable torment. Mu Qingxue glared at Li Peng with fury, had her gaze the power to kill. He would have perished 1,000 times over. Li Peng remained indifferent. The Frosthawk once slain, I will surpass Wu Yong. With so many pawns at my disposal, I might even eclipse that perverse Sun Jitian. A glint of cruel excitement danced in his eyes as he reveled in the potential of using these unsuspecting, naive individuals to his advantage. At that moment, a dark silhouette appeared on the horizon. Li Peng's heart raced. It was approaching. The figure grew larger, and some individuals' legs buckled beneath them, fainting from sheer terror. Stand up, Li Peng, filled with discontent, exclaimed, "Do you truly wish to forfeit your life? Help! Help!" The onlookers were rendered speechless, teetering on the brink of mental collapse from fear. At that moment, a shadow suddenly leaped forth from the thicket. Li Peng, reacting with remarkable swiftness, demanded, "Who goes there?" He swiftly drew his dagger, his gaze fixated on the elusive figure. Internally, he lamented his ill fortune, as it was precisely when the Frost Hawk had made its appearance that this misfortune befell him. He resolved to eliminate this threat with utmost haste, awaiting the hunt of the Frost Hawk. However, he did not anticipate the astonishing speed of the shadow. In a fleeting moment of distraction, he lost sight of the figure. A chill swept over him, and without a second thought, he positioned his dagger defensively behind him. Clang! The tremendous force sent Li Peng hurtling through the air, leaving him in a most undignified state. Such velocity and strength. Who could possibly possess such power? Li Peng's heart sank at the realization of his predicament. When he finally discerned the identity of his assailant, he was left utterly bewildered. The entity that had attacked him was neither a monster nor a seasoned warrior, but rather a skeleton. Chapter 12. Slaying the Frost Falcon, the Spoils. Li Peng squinted slightly, pondering the presence of the undead. The skeleton surveyed its surroundings before finally locking its gaze upon him. In an instant, Li Peng's hair stood on end, startled by the formidable presence before him. Its power was at least level 7. The immense pressure compelled him to grip his dagger tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the skeleton. He had never heard of any undead being present in this dungeon. While the dungeon was teeming with countless monsters, they generally adhered to a logical distribution: beasts in the forest and sea monsters near bodies of water. Undead typically manifested in graveyards, or at the very least, in places steeped in malevolence. The emergence of a skeleton in this verdant locale was rather counterintuitive. Li Peng furrowed his brow in contemplation, while Mu Qingxue stood beside him, mesmerized by the skeleton. It reminded her of someone. No, it couldn't be. Mu Qingxue shook her head. How could she possibly think of Shun Yi? Even if Shun Yi were to appear, he wouldn't be accompanied by such a skeleton, would he? The skeleton, in combat with Li Peng, exhibited strength rivaling his own. The power of this summoned creature could only be wielded by a level 20 Necromancer at the very least. Even if Shun Yi had miraculously survived in this dungeon, his strength as a Necromancer would barely elevate him by 3 or 4 levels. Could this skeleton be Shun Yi's summon? Impossible. Lady, what are you dawdling for? Li Peng gritted his teeth. Skeletons typically appeared in hordes. The presence of this solitary one indicated that others lurked nearby. Hurry and lend a hand. Why should I help? Mu Qingxue retorted with a cold smile. Its target is evidently you. Regardless of the outcome, I stand to gain either way. Perhaps I shall let it finish you off. That suits me just fine, she scoffed. Far better than being coerced by your threats of fate worse than death. Level 7 was not an unattainable goal. Given a few more days, she was confident she could reach it. However, the reality was that with his current capabilities, Li Peng could easily subdue them. Witnessing Li Peng's struggle, Mu Qingxue felt a sense of vindictive satisfaction, a mischievous grin playing upon her lips. You scoundrel! Just as Li Peng opened his mouth to speak, the skeleton vanished in an instant, the gust of wind stirring a few blades of grass. So swift, he had no time to be distracted and focused on capturing the lingering traces in the air. Clang! The clash of 2 daggers resounded as Li Peng gritted his teeth. Indeed, it was formidable. Whether in speed or strength, this skeleton was undoubtedly his equal. Not to mention, there was a watchful thunder mage nearby. The unforeseen arrival of this skeleton had disrupted Li Peng's carefully constructed script, causing a surge of agitation within him. Above, the Frost Falcon was approaching. As it should be. Peng Ge, that Frost Falcon seems to have gone elsewhere. Li Peng was momentarily taken aback. There should have been no prey within several miles of the Frost Falcon. He had personally verified this. After deducing the trajectory of the Frost Falcon, he concluded that it would come this way, which is why he had brought a group of bait to this location. Perhaps Li Peng had misjudged, but this was ultimately a fortunate turn of events. Dealing with the inexplicable skeleton that had appeared was of utmost importance. The hunter nocked an arrow, aiming directly at the skeleton engaged in combat with Li Peng. The arrowhead trembled slightly, and he expressed his frustration. Brother, it's moving too swiftly for me to get a clear shot. Find a way to restrain its movements. Li Peng took a deep breath and declared, the student from Jiangnan First High, let's make a deal. You assist me in slaying this skeleton, and I shall release your squad. He was powerless against the skeleton, but Mu Qingxue, being a thunder mage, was the most capable of restraining its actions among those present. Mu Qingxue replied nonchalantly, not enough. What? Li Peng inwardly cursed. What more did she want? Quite simple. Mu Qingxue quickly stated, release all the students from Jiangnan First High. That's impossible. Li Peng resolutely rejected her proposal. What a joke. Although he was a hidden class assassin, his close combat abilities were on par with those of a knight of the same level. This was why he resorted to using bait. Only in this manner could he swiftly eliminate high-level monsters and compete with them on equal footing. To relinquish the students from Jiangnan First High would be to forfeit a significant advantage. Then it seems we have nothing further to discuss. Mu Qingxue concluded decisively. Suddenly, Li Peng turned to glare at her. Woman, if you refuse to assist, do not blame me. With that, he swiftly changed his footing, dodging the skeleton's thrusts until he reached a bound student from Jiangnan First High, seizing them. Mu Qingxue's expression changed dramatically. You scoundrel! A human shield. Indeed, Li Peng intended to wait for the skeleton to strike the Jiangnan First High student, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. No, please don't. The student cried out in despair. A cruel smile spread across Li Peng's face. This is your only purpose. Blame that foolish woman for her refusal to cooperate. Though this dungeon was designed to prevent death, witnessing a fellow student being exploited in such a manner and losing a valuable opportunity weighed heavily on Mu Qingxue's conscience. The skeleton's dagger descended. Yet, contrary to expectations, a radiant light did not emerge. The student was not harmed by the dagger. Instead, the ropes binding them were severed. Li Peng, Mu Qingxue, everyone present. All were bewildered. The skeleton had cut the ropes? The student, who had been used as a shield, stood dazed. I'm not dead. What is happening? Li Peng was equally confused. He assumed the skeleton had simply miscalculated its strike. Mu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Could it be the skeleton before her? Suddenly, an utterly implausible thought surged within her mind. It truly is no simple feat to take your life. Shun Yi was seated in the lair of the Frost Hawk, surrounded by shards of ice and shattered bones. Not far off, the lifeless bodies of two Frost Hawks lay sprawled on the ground, one male and one female. The endeavor to slay these two Frost Hawks was far from effortless. Shun Yi had lost more than half of his 30-strong skeleton squad, with the captain being replaced multiple times. Monsters possessing flight capabilities are nearly invincible within the same level. In Shun, he had to exhaust every possible strategy, waiting for the Frost Hawks to lower their guard during their feeding moments to succeed. However, despite the heavy losses, the gains were equally substantial. Defeated Frost Hawk LV-8 gained 31 experience. Defeated Frost Hawk LV-7 gained 26 experience. Level up, class. Necromancer, level 7, strength 16, agility 16, magic 24, available attribute points 0. The 8th captain rushed over, holding something in his hand. Loot, perhaps? Shun Yi felt a surge of joy as he took the item. Accessory. Ring of Unity, Chapter 13. Transforming waste into treasure. This equipment. Shun Yi meticulously examined it. Accessory. Ring of Unity. Inherent skill. Power of Unity, if the holder is the team leader for every additional team member. They gain 1 distributable attribute point. It is important to note that 3 attribute points equate to 1 significant level. Of course, this only applies at lower levels. After reaching level 10, the benefits gained from leveling up serve as a pivotal distinction and cannot be calculated in the same manner. However, at lower levels, this skill is nothing short of miraculous. With a full party of 7, the team leader would gain a total of 7 attribute points, translating directly to over 2 levels. Though it is indeed a divine skill, why has it fallen upon me? Shan Yi seek it. Dreams are beautiful, yet reality is often harsh. Scanning the entire instance, it seemed he was the sole member of his party. This truly feels like marrying the wrong groom in a flower cart. To follow me. You must endure hardships. Shun Yi gently touched the ring of unity. Its design was quite appealing, with a brass-colored band adorned with a silvery, six-pointed star. He decided to wear it after all. Not wearing it would be a missed opportunity. At worst, he could sell it to a benefactor after exiting the instance. Just then, Shun Yi froze. His panel had suddenly changed to this appearance. Class: Necromancer. Level: 7. Strength: 16. Agility: 16. Magic: 23. Distributable attribute points: 3. 1 base 2 from Power of Unity. Where did this enhancement come from? Shun Yi instinctively lifted his gaze. The captain stood before him, blankly awaiting further instructions. A jolt coursed through Shun Yi's heart. Could it be? He immediately stood up, calling to the third team leader. The third team leader stumbled over. At this moment, it was level 6. After absorbing the 2 Frost Hawks, it should be able to reach level 7. A level 7 skeleton could undergo a class change, if he guessed correctly. Shun Yi observed as the third team leader utilized Devouring Evolution. Level up: Class: Undead Assassin. Level: 7. Strength: 20. Agility: 27. Magic: to Skill 1. Summon 1. Undead that rise from their graves, only able to mindlessly follow their guide, and thus possess unwavering loyalty. Class Skill: Backstab, deals immense damage to unsuspecting targets. Class Skill: Shadow Blade, summons 2 silent shadow daggers to strike the target. The third team leader had successfully leveled up to 7, becoming a class-changed entity. Judging solely by the numbers, the 3 successfully transitioned skeletons surpassed the attributes of standard classes. However, this does not imply an absolute dominance. Shun Yi had learned in his studies that undead beings inherently possess lower agility and strength compared to humans, a phenomenon known as racial disadvantage. Like dragons, possessing an inherent advantage across all attributes, even with identical stats, they far surpass humans. Some individuals are born at the starting line, while others emerge and roam. Upon confirming the class advancement of the third captain, Shun Yi immediately turned his gaze to his status panel. Class: Necromancer. Level: 7. Strength: 16. Agility: 16. Magic: 24. Assignable attribute points: 3. 0 base 3 from Unity's power. Indeed. According to the judgment of the Ring of Unity, summoned entities that have already undergone class advancement are considered his allies. This implies that for every level 7 skeleton he possesses, he can allocate an equal number of attribute points. Just imagine, if Shun Yi had 60 fully advanced level 7 skeletons, then the assignable attribute points would soar to an astonishing 60. A smile almost split Shun Yi's face. He retracted his earlier statement. This Ring of Unity is, without a doubt, an artifact of divine significance for him. Now then, with the Frosthawk defeated, it was time for him to take action. Shun Yi left the second captain, the undead priest, to accompany Mu Qingxue and the others. As a necromancer, he possessed the unique ability to share sensory perception with his summoned entities, a capability that traditional summoners lacked. That said, a mere skeleton, aside from its vision, offered little else. The individual, named Li Peng, was clearly growing restless. Shun Yi pondered for a moment. Third captain, with your superior agility, you shall proceed first. We will follow shortly. The third captain, light of foot, vanished from Shun Yi's sight with a graceful leap. In mere moments, the third captain's swift actions left Li Peng in a state of bewilderment. He wanted to question what this skeleton was doing, but to voice such a thought would only reveal his own foolishness. This skeleton was evidently the third captain under Shun Yi's command. It cast a glance at Li Peng, seemingly inquiring, "Will you not come to attack?" Though it was merely a skeletal frame, Li Peng could sense a hint of challenge, as well as disdain. This skeleton surely was not of high level, yet displayed a surprising degree of intelligence. The more Li Peng contemplated, the more he found it peculiar, but the immediate priority was to ensnare this skeleton. He aimed to eliminate the student outright. The hunter, nocking an arrow, instantly grasped Li Peng esa inten. In this scenario, preventing Mu Qingxue and her group from regaining their ability to act was of utmost importance. You shall not succeed. Suddenly, thunder and lightning manifested before Mu Qingxue, severing the ropes that bound her. No staff needed. The hunter was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Mu Qingxue could still wield combat prowess without a staff. With the arrow drawn, he had no choice but to release it. Mu Qingxue's complexion paled. Dodge? There was no escaping. She could only brace herself. Withstanding this arrow would not be sufficient to bring about her demise, and the time it took for the second arrow to arrive would be enough for her to free the others. The cost would be that she would undoubtedly not survive the second arrow. Just as Mu Qingxue unleashed her lightning, the arrow was mere inches away from her. At that moment, a sudden transformation occurred. Clang! A colossal figure loomed before Mu Qingxue. A gigantic skeleton, wielding a shield, stood protectively in her path. Behind the skeleton, another figure emerged. Shun! Mu Qingxue gazed in bewilderment at the visage of this individual. Shun-Yi? As he fell to the ground, Shun-Yi finally exhaled in relief. Third Captain, switch! As the words left his lips, the massive form of the captain charged towards Li Peng. Once again, Li Peng brushed shoulders with the third captain. An old move, yet now a massive skeleton barreled towards him, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, a dozen skeletons were advancing on his team members. Encountering such formidable undead in this low-level dungeon was nothing short of surreal. If skeletons could be deemed as ghosts, then Li Peng was quite literally facing the supernatural. But hold on, with so many undead present, why was none attacking the students from Jiangnan No? One high school. For Li Peng, that was the true horror of the situation. At this moment, Mu Qingxue was engaged in rescuing other students alongside two individuals. Who was the unfamiliar face? Li Peng suddenly grasped a realization. The monsters indiscriminately attacked humans, regardless of faction. The skeletons targeting him specifically. The expression on Li Peng's face was nothing short of extraordinary, akin to witnessing a ghost. Damn it. Had he encountered a necromancer? Chapter 14. The Necromancer. The fifth captain, the Skeletal Knight, clashed fiercely with Li Peng, albeit not on equal footing. After all, assassins are not renowned for their prowess in direct combat, particularly against knights who possess both strength and agility. This was absurd. Li Peng was struggling to cope, helplessly watching as Shun-Yi leisurely liberated the students from Jiangnan No. One high school. Mu Qingxue silently assisted from the sidelines, not uttering a word. Shun-Yi pointed at Li Peng and asked, "Do you want me to help eliminate him?" Mu Qingxue was taken aback. She had expected Shun-Yi to express concern with questions like, "Are you all right?" Instead, he was blunt and straightforward, striking at the heart of the matter. From another perspective, Li Peng, a level 7 hidden class assassin, was hardly regarded by Shun-Yi. Damn it, why are there so many skeletons? They're so powerful. Even the skeletal minions, bolstered by Shun-Yi's 26 points of magical strength, displayed impressive combat abilities. Coupled with the skeletal assassins who had become available, Li Peng's team found themselves overwhelmed. Merely managing to avoid fatalities was already a considerable achievement. Such a stark disparity in combat strength instilled a profound sense of despair within the ranks of Li Peng's team. Mu Qingxue was consumed by conflicting emotions. With but a single individual, Shun-Yi was able to suppress a team of average level 7 players to the point of breathlessness. Is this really Shun-Yi? How did he achieve this? After much contemplation, she finally voiced her confusion. "I am a necromancer," Shun-Yi replied nonchalantly. "A necromancer? Is this what a necromancer is capable of?" A level 30 necromancer can accomplish such feats. A level 20 necromancer perhaps could as well. But how high is your level, Shun-Yi? Suddenly, Mu Qingxue realized something. "Shun-Yi, your current level is 8? Mu Qingxue was utterly stunned. 8. Shun-Yi must have entered the dungeon at almost the same time as I did. I barely had any time to rest and struggled to reach level 5. Furthermore, level 5 is a significant hurdle within every 10 levels, severely slowing the pace of advancement. Level 8? By the time this dungeon concludes, I doubt I will even reach level 8. Shun-Yi cast another glance at Li Peng's beleaguered team. "I'll leave them to you. You decide how to handle them. Of course, we shall make their lives a living hell. Just as they treated us, we shall return the favor. This scoundrel deserves to perish in this dungeon." The students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School exclaimed furiously. "Please, no." Li Peng was finally gripped by fear. He forced a smile that was more pitiful than tears. I was merely threatening you with words. I did not intend to act on it. All of you are professionals. Making more friends can indeed open up additional avenues. I acknowledge my previous missteps and extend my sincerest apologies to you all. I still wish to live. Li Peng finally articulated his innermost thoughts. At this moment, he was engulfed in profound regret. Had he known this group possessed such formidable allies, he would never have acted as he did. After capturing the first group of students from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Li Peng could surmise the unfolding events. The students, entering the instance for the first time, had inadvertently stumbled into the trial instance of their Jiangdong alliance. Though rare, such occurrences were not unheard of. Thus, he had intended to exploit these individuals, whose levels were significantly inferior to theirs, for hunting. Little did he know, among them was a prodigy like Shun Yi. As the skirmish concluded, Li Peng found himself pinned beneath the fierce shield of the skeletal knight, utterly immobilized. His own team members had been decisively vanquished by the skeletal squad. One hunter lay on the ground, howling in agony with a severed arm. Shun Yi remained composed, disregarding Li Peng's pleas for mercy, patiently awaiting Mu Qingshue's response. Let us simply escort them out of this instance, Mu Qingxue murmured. Shun Yi was taken aback. He had anticipated Mu Qingxue would seek retribution. After all, they had initiated the wrongdoing, and any form of retribution would be justified. Yet, Mu Qingxue pursed her lips, pondering that employing such methods against them would render her no different from this group. Shun Yi refrained from voicing an opinion, merely nodding in agreement. Very well. Li Peng's expression brightened. Although he had to exit the instance, it was certainly preferable to perishing within this low-level dungeon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, crack, a colossal sword pierced through his chest. Subsequently, beams of light enveloped him, and he, along with his companions, were transported out of the instance. Jiangdong No. 1 High School. Another individual had been teleported out. Priests. Quickly. The condition of the individuals emerging from the instance was self-evident, and the school had made ample preparations. As Li Peng was teleported out, several high-level priests rushed towards him. Li Peng was transported out too? Indeed, he was previously ranked in the top 20 overall and was on the verge of breaking into the top 10. I wonder which powerful entity within the instance managed to eliminate Li Peng. I'm fortunate to have perished early. The students whispered among themselves. Time passed, though it felt unquantifiable, until Li Peng regained consciousness. He remained silent, casting a glance at the overall rankings. His position was gradually fading into obscurity. His expression twisted with fury. Necromancer, I will remember you. He was not one to forgive easily. At that moment, a wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The leaderboard has been refreshed. Really? Let us check it out. What about the Necromancer? Necromancer Shun Yi, let me see. 5th. No way. 5th place. Is this person truly entering the dungeon for the first time? It's already the 5th round. How utterly absurd. Even the teachers from Jiangdong First High School are expressing their astonishment. It is indeed outrageous. Li Peng was momentarily stunned. The Necromancer, a profession he was all too familiar with. He quickly glanced at the leaderboard. First place, Destroyer, Sun Jitian. Li Peng was not the least bit surprised, but as he looked further down, he found the 5th place. Necromancer, Shin Yi. Li Peng's body trembled. What kind of place is the Jiangdong All-School Alliance? It can truly be described as a hidden gem brimming with talent, even within the vast realm of Daxia. The students of the Jiangdong All-School Alliance undoubtedly rank among the top 5. There is the genius Wu Yong, who has pushed the gunslinger class to its pinnacle, as well as Yi Qinyu, who has awakened the powerful hidden class of Paladin, and Sun Yinglong, the Fire Mage. Moreover, there is the all-conquering Destroyer, Sun Jitian, who stands head and shoulders above all others. Amidst such formidable competition, this Shun Yi has managed to secure the 5th place on the overall leaderboard. Those familiar names are still present on the list. Shun Yi. Necromancer. Li Peng felt as if he were in a dream. His lips uttering nothing but soft murmurs, his expression utterly captivating. Who on earth is this Shun Yi? Chapter 15. Anger induced by a monster of leadership. Jiangdong First High School, simultaneously a direct affiliate of the Jiangdong Alliance. The principal of Jiangdong First High School, is none other than the leader of the Jiangdong Alliance. Holding the esteemed position of Alliance leader is also the head of the Yi family, Yi Ding Tian, a rare class, demon swordmaster, boasting an impressive level of 76. Standing before Yi Ding Tian, Sun Shoujuan felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. It was not merely due to the significant disparity in levels, but also because Yi Ding Tian, as the head of the Yi family and the leader of the Jiangdong Alliance, exuded an undeniable aura of authority just by his presence. "Greetings, Principal Yi." Sun Shoujuan carefully chose his words. "Due to an error on our sorcerer's part, I am aware of this matter. Principal Sun need not dwell on it." Yi Ding Tian replied, his gaze fixed upon the leaderboard, his expression neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow, leaving Sun Shoujuan to ponder his thoughts. "Is that Shun Yi one of your students?" "Indeed," Sun Shoujuan replied, his spirit invigorated. "He is an exceptionally talented student. He awakened as a Necromancer and has ascended to second place on the overall leaderboard in such a short time. Truly commendable." Yi Ding Tian remarked nonchalantly. "Is it indeed his first time entering a dungeon?" "Yes," Sun Shoujuan smiled with pride. "During the awakening ceremony at Jiangnan First High School, he transitioned to a Necromancer in front of all of us." Pride swelled within him as he spoke. He held high hopes for this student. "Since we are entering the same dungeon, I propose we establish the transfer point for these students at Jiangdong First High School. Our healing team is well equipped to handle more unforeseen circumstances. Given the sudden nature of this incident, I presume your side was not adequately prepared." Sun Shoujuan paused momentarily. Taken aback, Yi Ding Tian spoke the truth. The heightened difficulty of the dungeon naturally resulted in more casualties, and the priests at Jiangnan First High School were beginning to flounder. However, Sun Shoujuan was perplexed as to why Yi Ding Tian would make such a suggestion. He had only heard of the head of the Yi family being cold in demeanor and formidable in strength. Beyond that, his understanding was limited. Upon hearing that Shun Yi had shone brightly, he initially intended to boast before the Jiangdong leaders. Yet, upon meeting, the imposing presence of this leader left Sun Shoujuan speechless, suppressing his desire to show off. In terms of age, he should be older than Yi Ding Tian, yet in terms of aura, he felt leagues behind. "After the dungeon concludes and all students are teleported out, I will personally arrange for your students to be returned to Jiangnan. What do you think, Principal Sun?" Sun Shoujuan contemplated the proposal. Given that it was entirely beneficial, he found no reason to decline. "Let be as Principal Yi suggests." At that moment, a teacher approached. "Principal, this way to the special seating for teachers." "I will escort you." "Thank you," Sun Shoujuan replied courteously. "Meanwhile, thank you, Shani," Mu Qianxue softly said this time. "You have greatly aided us. We are all from the same school. It is only natural," Shun Yi replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Still, I must express my gratitude." Mu Qianxue took a deep breath and gazed at Shun Yi. "Have you always been alone?" "Mostly," he responded. "Yi Qinyu also contributed to hunting the wild boar." Shun Yi is very discerning in his judgments. "What are your plans next?" "I intend to venture into the Phantom Jungle, where high-level monsters are abundant, allowing for swifter leveling." Upon hearing Shun Yi's answer, Mu Qianxue's expression seemed to grow even colder. Shun Yi felt a sense of bewilderment but did not dwell on it, attributing it to Mu Qianxue's temperament. "I shall take my leave now. Do be careful, as the monsters here are also formidable." "Understood. Thank you," Mu Qianxue replied flatly. As Shun Yi departed, Mu Qianxue stared blankly at his retreating figure, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. She sank to the ground, her eyes spilling forth tiny golden droplets. How frustrating. Mu Qianxue had always regarded Shun Yi as a rival, secretly competing with him. She had hoped to catch up to him in this dungeon, even surpassing him. Yet, she had not even managed to touch the hem of his garment. The adversary she could not contend with, Li Peng, had no chance against Shun Yi. At this rate, how long would it take for her to catch up to him? Qing Xue, the remaining members of her team approached, noticing her unusual demeanor. Their expressions filled with confusion. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Mu Qianxue replied, taking a deep breath to wipe away her tears. "Let's proceed. We must level up." The Phantom Jungle. Mu Qianxue clenched her teeth, her face flushed with determination. She would go there too. At the very least, She would not be left too far behind by Shun Yi. The remaining team members exchanged glances, silently questioning one another. Has Mu Qianxue been crying? That strong girl. In tears? Despite her efforts to conceal her emotions, the traces of tears in her reddened eyes were unmistakable. Just moments ago, she had been conversing with Shun Yi. How had she ended up in such distress? Could it be that Shun Yi had upset her? A few team members shared knowing looks, collectively muttering in their minds. What a scoundrel Shun Yi is. Meanwhile, Shun Yi remained blissfully unaware, suddenly sneezing several times. Who is thinking of me? He wondered, scratching his head. Defeated a poisonous man-eating flower LV6, gained 1 experience. Defeated a poisonous man-eating flower LV7, gained 1 experience. Defeated a poisonous man-eating flower LV7, gained 1 experience. Dozens of skeletons swept through the jungle with a relentless fury, annihilating everything in their path. It proved quite challenging to reach level 10. Shun Yi had now attained level 9. Occupation, Necromancer, level 9. Strength, 18. Agility, 18. Magic, 31. 28 base 3 unity power. Available attribute points, 0. The interface exhibited minimal changes. The sole distinction was that Shun Yi had acquired 3 points of unity power, elevating his magic beyond the threshold of 30. This increase in magic granted Shun Yi a modest enhancement, as the foundational attributes of the summoned skeletons would be slightly elevated, which was a meager consolation. Beyond this, there were several spoils of war that held no value for Shun Yi, such as the venom of the venomous man-eating flower and the claws of the jungle windwolf. For him, these were merely materials to be exchanged for currency. The novice dungeon offered the undeniable advantage of guaranteed survival, yet it also bore its share of disadvantages. The loot dropped by the monsters here was significantly less than that of normal dungeons. The fact that Shun Yi managed to obtain the Rugged Shield and Ring of Unity was a fortunate outcome of both high kill counts and sheer luck. In contrast, another individual might toil for days and only yield a few materials. Just as Shun Yi found himself in a state of ennui, a sudden frown creased his brow. All the skeletons froze in their tracks. The skeletal knight raised its shield, bracing for an impending threat. Something was approaching. Roar! The deafening roar reverberated through the air, causing Shun Yi's eardrums to throb painfully. Following this, a towering 3-meter-tall mountain tiger ambled into his view. Bloodthirsty Tiger King LV-10. Shun Yi's hair stood on end in an instant. Chapter 16. The Troubles of Happiness. The bloodthirsty Tiger King cast its enormous, beastly gaze in this direction, and in that instant, Shun Yi felt an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to a tsunami. With a thunderous roar, it charged directly at Shun Yi. The captain of the skeletal knights strode forward, raising the rugged shield high. The Tiger King's massive claws swung down, delivering a ferocious strike at the skeletal captain. A deafening crash resonated, and Shun Yi's pupils dilated in shock. The skeletal knight, who had never faltered in close combat, was sent flying by this single blow. This indicated that its strength far surpassed that of their strongest skeletal knight. The bloodthirsty Tiger King seemed to have locked onto the skeletal knight, and upon knocking it aside, it crouched slightly before lunging at the skeletal knight once more. Shun Yi gritted his teeth and activated his resolve. The rugged shield illuminated with a white glow. Clang! This time, the bloodthirsty Tiger King failed to repel the skeletal knight. It exhaled hot breaths, low growls emanating from its throat. Encountering a boss-level creature was an enigma, leaving him to ponder whether it was fortune or misfortune. Under equal levels, an ordinary class changer could handle 1 or 2 monsters of the same rank. However, the strength of a boss-level opponent necessitated a full party of 7 to barely contend with it. This was merely the standard scenario. The Tiger, King of Beasts, was infinitely stronger than the average monster. Without a second thought, Shun Yi commanded the skeletal priest to expend its mana to heal him. In the next moment, over 20 skeletons were summoned forth, surrounding the bloodthirsty Tiger King. In such numbers, the boss-level creature's demeanor turned fierce, and its movements became far more cautious. The skeletal knight stood firm at the forefront, engaging the bloodthirsty Tiger King head-on. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth, aiming for the Tiger King's abdomen. The third squad skeletal assassin made its move. The essence of the assassin class lay in lurking within the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Now, with the skeletal knight successfully distracting the bloodthirsty Tiger King, it was an opportune time for a sneak attack. The Tiger King seemed to sense the assassin's approach and let out a resounding roar. The roar of a tiger reverberated through the mountains and forests, a sound that nearly dazed Shun Yi. He was deep in thought, contemplating his strategy. The Tiger King's power was undoubtedly the strongest he had ever faced. It surpassed even the level 9 rugged wild boar combined with the frost hawk. To be candid, he did not believe he could triumph over this bloodthirsty Tiger King. Yet, smack! Shun Yi slapped his cheeks, rubbing his face. He was laughing, unable to stop. Was he perhaps a hidden battle maniac, despite being a necromancer? Shut up, beast! Shun Yi bellowed. Then, astonishingly, he charged headlong toward the bloodthirsty Tiger King. Faced with the ferocious assault of the bloodthirsty Tiger King, Shun Yi, though somewhat disheveled, managed to evade its strikes with remarkable agility. This was all thanks to the arcane arts at his disposal. The rare class of Battle Priest thrived on divine guidance to enhance perception and bolster melee combat capabilities. Seizing the moment while the bloodthirsty Tiger King was occupied battling the skeletal knight and skeletal assassin, Shun Yi removed and re-equipped the Ring of Unity, effectively resetting his prior enhancements. He allocated all his points into agility, ensuring his mobility remained intact. Furthermore, with the skeletal priest employing arcane techniques to share its vision, Shun Yi found himself endowed with numerous advantages. While he could not guarantee a decisive victory in a one-on-one confrontation with a fearsome tiger, he was at least confident that it would be unable to harm him. However, as he faced the bloodthirsty Tiger King directly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. It was undeniably powerful. No wonder the skeletal army had been unable to contend with it. Its massive form was coupled with astonishing agility, making it exceedingly difficult to evade its attacks. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the skeletal captain, wielding a bristling shield, charged into the tiger's abdomen. The bloodthirsty Tiger King recoiled in pain, swatting the skeletal knight aside. In the next heartbeat, a dagger plunged into its side. The blade sunk deep, igniting the tiger's fury. Yet this confirmed that Shun Yi's strategy was sound. The consequence, however, was that the tiger's onslaught intensified. The skeletal assassin unleashed its signature skill, Shadow Blade, inflicting damage but was swiftly dispatched by a single blow from the bloodthirsty Tiger King. Instant annihilation. It was evident that contact equated to injury, and a mere brush with it could lead to death. Shun Yi remained unperturbed, ordering one of the skeletons to consume the remains of the 3 fallen skeletal assassins. A near-pristine skeletal assassin emerged once more. The bloodthirsty Tiger King watched in astonishment as the previously scattered skeletal assassin reanimated before its very eyes. For a fleeting moment, Shun Yi perceived a glimmer of confusion and incomprehension in the tiger's gaze. Its enormous head was laden with bewilderment. Shun Yi chuckled softly, contemplating a war of attrition, wondering who would outlast whom. With a thunderous roar, the bloodthirsty Tiger King bared its fangs in a fit of rage. Yet this time, Shun Yi detected a hint of trepidation lurking within its furious bellow. The ensuing battle was decidedly one-sided. Shun Yi's 3 main captains, akin to indomitable bronze saints, proved to be relentless adversaries. The outcome was glaringly evident. Although the bloodthirsty Tiger King was no fool and recognized the need to eliminate those skeletal minions, the execution of such a plan proved exceedingly challenging. After all, the skeletal knight and assassin loomed nearby, ever ready to inflict wounds at the slightest lapse in concentration. Ultimately, with a thunderous crash, the massive form of the bloodthirsty Tiger King collapsed, transforming into experience points for Shun Yi. Exhausted, he fell to the ground, panting heavily. At last he had triumphed over it. The esteemed Necromancer has personally taken to the battlefield, showcasing a formidable presence. Shun Yi is utterly exhausted, resembling a lifeless creature. However, despite the arduous journey, the outcome is promising. Defeated bloodthirsty Tiger King LV10. Gained 68 experience. The vanquishing of a bloodthirsty Tiger King has granted him a substantial 68 increase in experience, making the attainment of level 10 imminent. This is not merely about experience points. As a boss-level monster, the spoils from the bloodthirsty Tiger King are equally bountiful. Bloodthirsty Tiger Claws 3, Tiger Claw Dagger, Skill Scroll. First Order. The materials acquired from monsters can be sold for a profit. The dagger is merely a basic piece of equipment, albeit with slightly elevated attack power. Shen Yi promptly bequeaths it to the skeletal assassin, aligning with its specialization. The most valuable item, however, is undoubtedly the skill scroll. Such scrolls do not impart specific skills, but rather offer diverse abilities unique to each profession. As a knight, Shen Yi possesses the skills of sudden charge and resilience. Other knights may wield skills such as Greatsword Slash or Battle Cry. The first order skills available to knights exceed 100, making it one of the most skill-rich primary combat professions, while some professions boast only a scant few abilities. Upon reaching level 10, one can learn various second-order skills, depending on their profession, and this progression continues thereafter. Although it is merely a first-order skill, it remains a coveted treasure. Chapter 17. Fusion Evolution. The Unstoppable Magic Swordsman. It is said that the Necromancer possesses only a single first-tier skill. What if I were to learn another? Shen Yi felt a spark of curiosity. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to utilize it himself. While selling it would undoubtedly yield substantial profit, Shen Yi was far more intrigued by the potential skills his class might acquire. Using Class Skill Scroll. First Tier. Acquired Skill. Meditation Recovery in a non-combat state. Increases the recovery speed of health and mana. A commendable skill indeed. Shen Yi nodded in satisfaction. Though it did not bring him overwhelming delight, he was eager to embrace such practical abilities. After processing the spoils from the bloodthirsty Tiger King, Shen Yi found himself in a quandary once more. Who should absorb the essence of this ferocious beast? A powerful creature could bestow greater attributes upon the skeletons. At this moment, the choice was of paramount importance. Should he grant the absorption to the knight, the assassin, or perhaps create a fourth-class skeleton? Surely not the priest. However, Shen Yi's gaze shifted to the side. In its final moments, the bloodthirsty Tiger King, aware of its impending demise, unleashed a frightful counterattack. The bristling shield slipped from his grasp, and the skeletal knight was scattered by the overwhelming force, reduced to a mere puddle of bones. In its last breath, the skeletal assassin plunged a dagger into the belly of the bloodthirsty Tiger King, delivering the final blow. Shen Yi did not rush to summon the next skeletal knight. He stood still, gazing at the remnants of the knight, his brow furrowed deeply. Rather than being entangled in the dilemma of which skeleton should absorb the bloodthirsty Tiger King, he found himself immersed in contemplation. In the days of hunting monsters to level up, Shen Yi had also been diligently studying his class. One thing he could ascertain with certainty: the original Necromancer was an unequivocally inferior class. Summoning skeletons consumed a considerable amount of mana, and the summoned skeletons were virtually ineffectual. The job change did not yield significant attribute enhancements, even falling short of the warrior and swordsman. It was no wonder that the Necromancer was regarded as a profoundly inadequate profession. Not only were they outclassed by opponents of the same level, but even a Necromancer of a significantly higher tier could not contend with lower-level main combat classes. However, with Devour Evolution and Infinite Summoning, the scenario transformed dramatically. Infinite Summoning enabled Shen Yi to summon a greater number of skeletons. Devour Evolution granted his skeletons enhanced capabilities. Furthermore, the monsters he vanquished not only contributed to Shen Yi's experience points, but also served as nourishment for the enhancement of his skeletons. It was precisely for this reason that he had cultivated a formidable lineup: the Captain Skeletal Knight, the second Captain Skeletal Priest, and the third Captain Skeletal Assassin. Additionally, Devour Evolution allowed for the consumption of skeleton remains. This meant that Shen Yi could freely utilize his three main combatants without fear of their demise. When the time came, he could simply find a lesser skeleton to devour, and yet another valiant warrior would rise anew. Now, he possesses the item known as the Ring of Unity. For others, it may merely provide an enhancement of 6 attribute points, but for him, it embodies boundless possibilities. once the number of his reanimated skeletons increases. With the aid of the Ring of Unity, Shun Yi will attain formidable combat prowess. Yet, what lies ahead? Shun Yi furrowed his brow, engrossed in contemplation. He pondered whether he had maximized the utility of this skill. The answer was no. For instance, Shun Yi could utilize Devour Evolution to consolidate the strength of 3 skeletons into one. Should he choose this path? He was confident that such a skeleton could engage the bloodthirsty Tiger King in a solo confrontation. But what would transpire as a result? The remains of the Skeletal Knight, once devoured, would still remain a Skeletal Knight. What if the Skeletal Knight consumed the remains of a Skeletal Assassin? What would its class become? Warrior? Assassin? And if it were to devour a Skeletal Priest as well? After much deliberation, Shun Yi resolved to conduct this experiment. Captain 3 absorbed the Great Captain. Observing the Skeletal Captain 3 gleefully sprinting towards the remains of the Great Captain, Shun Yi watched intently. The Skeletal Assassin approached. Buzz, the Skeletal Assassin, trembled slightly. Shun Yi immediately rushed over to inspect. Class: Undead Magic Swordsman. Level: 9. Strength: 40. Agility: 40. Magic: 13. Skill 1. Summoner: Undead that rises from the grave. Follows the summoner in a dazed manner, thus possessing absolute loyalty. Class skill: Blade S Magic Pact. Summons a long sword using magic. The sword's attributes are determined by the summoner's attributes. Class skill: Shadow Veil. Hides its form. Attacking or being attacked dispels invisibility. Class skill: Shadow Blade. Summons 2 silent shadow daggers that fly towards the target. His attributes had significantly increased, and the class was Magic Swordsman. Shun Yi was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. It worked. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. Attributes could be inherited through Devour Evolution. Why not classes? And when classes were inherited, the result was fusion. After the amalgamation of 2 classes, a brand new class emerged. The Magic Swordsman is classified as a hidden class, its strength not ranking among the most rare melee professions, yet it is certainly not weak. Shun Yi's mind stirred. Let us see absorb. The skeletal Magic Swordsman before him instantly vanished. It had not perished. Rather, it transformed into a soul imprint stored within Shun Yi's consciousness, akin to a reservoir of mana. Release. Shun Yi summoned the skeletal Magic Swordsman once more, and it reappeared before him. This was another ability he had discovered. With this power, Shun Yi no longer needed to worry about carrying a vast entourage of skeletons each time he ventured forth. The only regret is that the summoning and retrieval process is too cumbersome, rendering it unsuitable for use as a combat technique. With a significant doubt resolved and a bountiful harvest in hand, Shun Yi felt an uplift in spirits. After a brief period of recuperation, he shifted his gaze back to the vast expanse of the jungle. The next paramount task is to reach level 10. Captain, lead the way. Second Captain, ensure you replenish my mana. Summon the undead. Summon the undead. Has the second captain fallen? Yes, you. From now on, you shall be the second captain. As for the captain, the skeletal Magic Swordsman has become nearly unmatched in its prowess. In a medium difficulty zone, averaging level 7, Shun Yi is a force to be reckoned with. He is but a step away from ascending to level 10. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the ethereal jungle, dozens of class changers congregate, seemingly in a state of recovery. The leaders of various teams huddle together, appearing to discuss something of significance. Among them is Yi Qinyu, who had a brief acquaintance with Shun Yi. Yi Qinyu, what brings you here? A sharp voice pierced the air near her. Your team members are all absent. How can you still linger here? If I were you, I would have long since exited the instance. Chapter 18. Hidden Copies, Underground Caverns. This was a voice familiar to Yi Qinyu. In an instant, she turned her head, fixing a displeased gaze upon the speaker. What is that expression directed at me? The man appeared pallid, with a tall, lanky figure, exuding an unsettlingly slick demeanor. He chuckled, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, reduced to such a pitiful state in the copy. Yi Qinyu furrowed her brows. Do not address me in that manner. Oh, seeing Yi Qinyu's anger, the man seemed even more exhilarated. He licked his lips. What's the matter? Without the prestige of the Yi family, you become just like everyone else? TSK, TSK. TSK. You. Yi Qinyu's temper flared. Your only skill lies in your tongue. Heh. Wu Yuzhong sneered. At least I can lead my team to survival. Are you itching for a fight? Yi Qinyu drew her great sword, glaring intensely at Wu Yuzhong. Shall I let you experience my holy slash? Do you think I would fear you? Wu Yuzhong gripped his twin daggers tightly, the atmosphere thick with tension. Enough with the bickering. A voice interjected. Chen Zhua, smiling, remarked, we all share the same objective, which is why we are gathered here, right? There is no need for such hostility. Wu Yuzhong snorted, discreetly sheathing his weapons. Ultimately, we are all here because of the underground caverns you mentioned. I hope your information is accurate. Of course it is. Chen Zhua replied earnestly. Would I provide false intelligence? My team has already sacrificed 2 lives for this information. He sighed, losing our knight and priest was crucial, and I even squandered an escape scroll. It pains me deeply. Otherwise, I might have at least contended for a spot in the top 10. Wu Yuzhong burst into cold laughter. Do not fret. There are others who have perished, leaving only themselves behind. You still have many opportunities. Yi Qinyu scoffed. Some individuals are as bothersome as flies, utterly useless, merely wasting space. As it seemed the two were about to quarrel again, Shinjua quickly interjected, aren't you curious about what lies within that underground cavern? At his words, Ye vian yu haltet her movements. Wu Yuzhong exchanged a glance with Chunjua, while the subtly lurking Yi Qinyu remained oblivious. Chunjua continued with a grin. I have gathered everyone I could summon. Henceforth, I shall provide you with the information you seek. The Wu and Yi families had always been at odds, and Wu Yuzhong, who shared classes with Yi Qinyu at Jiangdong Academy, felt particularly vexed. He was constantly outshone by her, and even after barely awakening the dual-wielder ability, he still fell short in comparison to Yi Qinyu's paladin. Observing Yi Qinyu alone in the dungeon, he relished the thought of her misfortunes. Only the two individuals understood the significance of the present moment. The underground cavern. This subterranean cave harbors a hidden dungeon, a realm concealed within another, typically inhabited by formidable creatures. Should one discover this hidden lair within the dungeon and possess the requisite strength, no one would refuse such an exquisite venue for leveling up. Most importantly, each hidden dungeon is guaranteed to contain at least one boss, the very target of the group gathered here. Besides Yi Qinyu and Wu Yuzhong, there were 2 captains present. Among the 5 teams, some had larger contingents while others were smaller, culminating in a total of 20 individuals. Currently, the captains of the 5 teams were convening to strategize the challenge of the hidden dungeon. The underground cavern is rife with monsters, and the environment is exceptionally harsh. At least 2 priests are required to continuously cast light spells to provide us with adequate visibility. The monster population within the cavern consists of only a few types, goblins and trolls. I surmise that this underground cave serves as the goblin's habitat, and the hidden boss should be the goblin shaman. Goblins are rather troublesome foes. Wu Yuzhong frowned in contemplation. Their intelligence is not to be underestimated, and their class distribution is diverse. What if we recklessly charge in and are met with a swarm of goblins attacking us? Another captain nodded in agreement, stating, I concur. Goblins are not akin to the beasts lurking in the woods. They mostly operate in organized units. If we agitate them, our 20-odd members might not suffice to withstand their onslaught. That need not concern anyone. Chanjua interjected with a smile. As I mentioned, I have previously ventured into this hidden dungeon. Although that experience was perilous, it did not trigger the full-scale assault of the goblins. Hence, I hypothesize that the leader of this goblin horde is merely the goblin shaman. This reasoning convinced those present, as the intelligence cap of the goblin race is dictated by their leader. At this moment, no one noticed that Chunjua's expression was somewhat unnatural. He was not being entirely truthful. And how shall we distribute the spoils? Ye vianyu inwudet, foruing herbroth. I would rather not have to worry about ambushes from behind while navigating a hidden dungeon. There are countless instances of discord arising over rare equipment within dungeons. Let each rely on their own abilities, Wu Yuzhong scoffed. The distribution of loot can be settled once we exit the dungeon. As for safety concerns, there is no need for alarm. Chunjua adeptly concealed his expression and then withdrew a scroll from his storage space. I possess a temporary proof of friendship. Proof of friendship. Those who enter into this contract may not inflict harm upon one another, lasting until the dungeon's conclusion. Yi Qinyu was taken aback. You actually have such an item? I had forgotten that the Chun family has a high-level contract specialist. It is no surprise you possess such a scroll. Chunshua smiled. Actually, this scroll is merely a spoils from my hunt of the giant direwolf. What do you all think? Chunshua surveyed his surroundings. Considering the distribution of monster levels in this dungeon, if they could successfully navigate through the underground cavern, not only would they reap bountiful spoils, but their rankings would undoubtedly improve significantly. This prospect of substantial profit was something everyone was well aware of. Chunshua was correct. They had no reason to refuse. Suddenly, a colossal sound erupted from the distance, startling the birds in the forest. The ground trembled slightly, and an overwhelming aura of destruction swept towards them. Sun Jitian was also present here. Yi Qinyu felt a twinge of surprise. Wu Yuzhong scoffed, expressing no astonishment whatsoever. In this entire dungeon, only the monsters in the illusory jungle boasted the highest levels. Who else could dare to be so conspicuous in this enchanted forest? Yi Qinyu suddenly recalled someone, the enigmatic Necromancer. Accompanied by a legion of skeletons, had effortlessly dispatched the level 9 bristly wild boar with alarming ease. If it were him, compared to Sun Jitian, I must be losing my mind. Yi Qinyu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Chapter 19. An excellent leveling ground. In comparison to that perverse Sun Jitian, none among the entirety of Jiangdong School Alliance can hold a candle to him. Even though Shun Yi is formidable, he remains within the realm of ordinary discussions. Sun Jitian, however, does not fall into the category of an ordinary individual. Meanwhile, Shun Yi, engaged in a joyful cleaning endeavor, has arrived at the ethereal grove. How rather dull. Shun Yi stifled a yawn. He adhered to the principle of utilizing skills only when his mana was sufficient, resolutely avoiding any excess. The skeletal army has once again been organized, now numbering 60. Ever since he synthesized the undead magic swordsman, the tide of battle has shifted overwhelmingly in his favor. Apart from the time Shun Yi foolishly attracted a horde of monsters, resulting in minor losses for the skeletal army, in all other instances, even the captain alone could annihilate the opposition. The formidable strength of the magic swordsman, coupled with the relatively low levels of the creatures within the ethereal grove, contributes to this dominance. Could it be that this little girl, Yi Qinyu, deceived me? How ungrateful, considering I saved her life. Shun Yi mused inwardly. Yet, this sentiment seems somewhat unjust towards Yi Qinyu. He is well aware that the ethereal grove is renowned for its high levels, a fact that others surely recognize as well. For those whose levels are insufficient, this place is akin to a perilous beast, while those with adequate strength regard it as the finest locale for leveling up. By the time he arrived here, a considerable number of high-level monsters on the periphery of the ethereal grove had already been vanquished. With a resigned sigh, Shun Yi acknowledged that having come this far, turning back was not an option. He could only endeavor to delve deeper into the heart of the ethereal grove. After defeating the bloodthirsty Tiger King, he was but a step away from reaching level 10. Yet this step has taken an eternity. Could it be that another characteristic of the Necromancer is the sluggish pace of leveling up? Shan Yi pondered it, questioning why his own level advancement was so painfully slow when others seemed to progress at a swifter rate. At that moment, the skeletal army came to an abrupt halt. Shun Yi directed his gaze toward a certain spot. Beneath the massive roots of a banyan tree, something appeared to be concealed. The magic swordsman raised his longsword, swiftly severing the roots. A cavern emerged before Shun Yi. He extended his hand to explore. Hidden dungeon discovered. Would you like to enter? Shun Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A hidden dungeon. He understood well the implications of a hidden dungeon, experience and loot. Most importantly, the existence of this hidden dungeon signified that it had yet to be claimed by others. Captain, Second Commander, follow me. The skeletal magic swordsman led the charge, with the skeletal warriors trailing closely behind. Over 60 skeletons plunged into the subterranean cavern. Hidden dungeon challenge activated. From the outside, it appeared merely as a hole, yet within lay a world of wonders. This cavern, supported by the roots of the great banyan tree, bore numerous signs of construction. At that moment, several goblins were gathered around a campfire. The skeletal army exchanged glances. Lakanikiu, Kara, Kara, Bika Bika. The goblins gesticulated wildly, seemingly attempting to communicate with the skeletons. What utter gibberish! Shun-E curled his lip. Captain, advance! The skeletal mage swordsman revealed a fierce countenance. Before several goblins could even comprehend the situation, they were swiftly dispatched by the swordsman's lethal strike. Lakanikiu! A few goblins, now aware of the danger, shouted incomprehensible words, hastily seizing their weapons. The skeletal mage swordsman, with remarkable speed and strength, made short work of them, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Yet, the sounds of battle did not go unnoticed. One particularly quick-witted goblin immediately sounded the alarm. The low, resonant blast of the horn echoed throughout the subterranean cavern. Instantly, the cacophony of monstrous roars surged from the depths. Shun-E was momentarily taken aback. A goblin army? Only a goblin horde would possess a battle horn. This indicated that the goblins in this cavern were likely part of a vast community. Prepare for battle. Soon, the goblins surged forth like a relentless tide. The skeletal captain wielded a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, charging directly into the throng of goblins. The skeletal mage swordsman cut through them with ease, none proving to be a match for its prowess. Captain at the front, you handle the stragglers it commanded. The swordsman prioritized slaying the higher-ranking goblins first, while the lower-tiered ones fell victim to sweeping strikes of its longsword. Yet, despite this advantage, Shun-E felt an overwhelming pressure. The numbers were simply staggering. The goblins swarmed in, akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Their cacophony filling the air as they rushed forward, only to be met with the swordsman's deadly blows, only to be replenished by more. To make matters worse, among the goblins were towering trolls. Spotting the skeletal mage swordsman, they bellowed and charged. The remaining goblins turned their attention towards Shun-E. A slight twitch crossed Shun-E's lips. The trolls may be dim-witted, but these goblins were no fools. Damn it, he thought. He had been led into a trap. There had to be at least one goblin king present. Otherwise, such discipline among the goblins would be impossible. But with no option to retreat, having no escape scrolls, he had no choice but to fight. Controlling dozens of skeletons proved challenging, especially since he was the sole commander. Without a deputy, managing the skeletal forces was taxing his cognitive faculties to the brink. As dozens of goblins charged, without magical assistance, he could scarcely see. For the first time, he truly understood the grotesque nature of a tactic that relied on overwhelming numbers. Attack! The clash of skeletons and goblins ensued, each side inflicting damage upon the other. Meanwhile, on another front, a troll swung a massive wooden club, which the skeletal mage swordsman deftly evaded. Just then, another troll launched an assault. The swordsman had no choice but to brace itself against the blow with its sturdy shield. The ogres, though not particularly bright, possess immense strength and are tough-skinned and resilient. Even the formidable skeletal swordsman could not swiftly vanquish 3 ogres. Furthermore, there are still dozens of goblins lurking nearby. In summary, the situation appears rather bleak. Now, with the pact duly established, Yi Qianyu promptly declared, "There is no time to waste. Let us proceed." Shun's smile widened. Indeed, if we delay, the dungeon may be cleared by others. Time is of the essence within the dungeon. They had already taken a moment to regroup. With that, several makeshift teams merged and advanced towards the cave. It must be said, the entire school alliance had truly invested significantly this time. Yes, the top 10 on the leaderboard would receive rewards from the leader of the Jiangdong School Alliance, rumored to include not only equipment, but also skill scrolls. Such treasures are rare and highly coveted. Do not get your hopes up. That is the leaderboard of the Jiangdong School Alliance. The top 10? Us? How could that be possible? Listening to the discussions of her companions, Yi Qianyu felt a twinge of discomfort within. If not for her strategic miscalculation, their team would not have encountered the fierce wild boar, and she would not be left alone. Hidden dungeon discovered. Would you like to enter? One by one, the transitioning players stepped into the underground cave. Initiating challenge for hidden dungeon, She hoped that this time they would reap greater rewards. Just as Yi Qinyu pondered this, she suddenly came to a halt. Where had Wu Yuzhong and Chun Zhu's team gone? Chapter 20. The Necromancer who paints big dreams, they had not seen it. The other teams also came to a halt. Yi Qinyu recalled the subtle sense of incongruity she had felt. Clenching her fists and taking a deep breath, she mused that they likely would not descend. What? How could this be? Yi Qinyu scoffed. She had not sensed this before. If Chun Zhua possessed an escape scroll, why would he still pay the price of 2 lives? If this place truly was not perilous, upon realizing that their team could not navigate through, Chun Zhua should have employed the escape scroll to depart. The other captains were momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, the logic was indeed compelling. How foolish must one be to sacrifice 2 lives in a relatively uncomplicated underground cavern before resorting to an escape scroll? How naive to return and confront a challenge where only by losing 2 lives could one utilize the escape scroll to flee. Such a simple truth. And yet they had only just grasped it. What do you mean? Yi Qinyu surveyed the crowd, sensing a singular possibility. The difficulty of this underground cavern must be sufficient to cause Chun Zhui's team to lose 2 members before they could react. In other words, we have been deceived. Damn it! Ye Vianyu giritit hertit. If her team members had not been absent from the instance, she would not have overlooked such a level of trap. Upon hearing Yi Qinyu's analysis, the others reacted in kind. Damn! Chun Zhua actually dared to deceive us. But why would he do such a thing? Perhaps it was for the rewards. Yi Qinyu sighed. The reward for the top 10 in this instance were exceptionally generous, and it was conceivable he aimed to eliminate competitors through such means. After all, any team entering the illusory jungle possessed the capability to vie for a top 10 spot. It seemed Chun Zhua was indeed motivated by this. Yet, there remained points of suspicion. If Chun Zhua's intention was to sabotage all high-level teams entering the illusory jungle, when had Wu Yuzhong allied with him? Their collaboration made little sense. As far as she knew, Wu Yuzhong and Chun Zhua did not share a deep camaraderie. While Yi Qinyu pondered this, several captains turned to her. Missy, what shall we do now? Among those present, Yi Qinyu was the most capable of garnering consensus. In such dire circumstances, they instinctively placed their trust in her. First, let us investigate the situation within this underground cavern, Yi Qinyu replied, somewhat resigned. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. Besides exploring the cavern, there was little else they could do. On the other side of the underground cavern, a skeletal swordsman wielded a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Before him, 3 trolls brandished hefty wooden clubs. Roar! The skeletal sword master deftly evaded the initial charge of the first troll, swinging his long sword with precision to cleave towards the second. The third troll barreled forward, colliding directly against the skeletal swordmaster's shield. Another assault thwarted. The underground cavern was particularly ominous. Shun Yi could barely discern the chaotic battle thanks to the arcane arts of the skeletal priest. He realized that this stalemate could not persist. If this continued, before he could vanquish these goblins, his skeletons would suffer total annihilation. Gritting his teeth, he gathered a small skeleton close. You, don't be reckless. The small skeleton gazed at Shun Yi, appearing somewhat dazed. Do you see the corpses of these monsters? The small skeleton nodded. Your duty is to consume. The small skeleton paused for half a second, then nodded again. You 4 come here. Shun Yi summoned 4 more skeletons. You 2 are tasked with transporting the monster corpses. You 2 will guard him, allowing him to eat. The 4 skeletons also hesitated for a moment before nodding and springing into action. Shun Yi felt a twinge of uncertainty as he watched the 5 skeletons stagger about, genuinely anxious for their safety. During the Devouring Evolution, skeletons could only stand idly, so he always ensured their safety before permitting them to utilize the Devouring Evolution. Now, he was forced into a perilous situation, yet he could not afford to be so reckless any longer. He was unaware of how many goblins remained in the cavern, but he could not continue to exhaust his forces mindlessly. He lacked any means to replenish his mana. Those 60-odd skeletons had taken a considerable time to amass. After acquiring the Ring of Unity, Shun Yi constantly envisioned commanding thousands upon thousands of skeletal transmuters. their attributes so formidable that even the mightiest hidden classes would struggle to contend with him. Thus, each skeleton loss caused him genuine sorrow. The skeletal priest stood at the forefront, casting spells for Shun Yi while leading the skeletal warriors against the goblins. Amidst such a chaotic battlefield, the 5 skeletons exhibited an oddly peculiar demeanor. 2 skeletons stealthily transported corpses, depositing them before the small skeleton. The small skeleton's tiny hands fumbled about, consuming one after another. Resembling a worker on an assembly line, Shun Yi incessantly monitored the small skeleton's level. These goblins were low-level foes, and even after devouring a dozen, the small skeleton had yet to reach level 7. Eat faster. You're driving me mad. Shun Yi anxiously tugged at his hair, while the small skeleton leisurely munched away. Truly, the emperor was not as anxious as his eunuchs. After muttering a curse under his breath, Shun Yi inexplicably sensed something amiss. Not long after, 5 more skeletons fell. Shun Yi's heart bled, the pain rendering him nearly delirious. Fortunately, after consuming the 42nd goblin corpse, the small skeleton's body finally radiated with a shimmering light. It had leveled up. Stop eating. Go assist your second brother in battling the goblins. The little skeleton cast another glance at Shun Yi. Why are you looking at me? Is there something strange on my face? Look over there. With that, the little skeleton hopped over to the second captain. It casually picked up a broken wooden stick. With a thud, a goblin fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Well done, third. Shun Yi was unaware of what class the little skeleton had transitioned into, but it was undoubtedly a professional now, possessing attributes far superior to that of a mere skeletal warrior. Its presence significantly alleviated the pressure on the skeletal army. Stop moving the corpses. Your new duty is to eat. Have you seen your older brothers? Once you've feasted to your heart's content, you shall be the 4th in command. From now on, you will indulge in meat and drink, and you will have your share. The skeleton nodded eagerly, its eyes gleaming with aspirations and visions of a bright future. Observing this, Shun Yi suddenly felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt. Am I merely painting a grand picture? Alas, the dragon slayer has become the very dragon. Don't hold it against me. I am compelled by circumstance. With the 4th now in play, the situation had stabilized. Shun Yi was left with 30 skeletal warriors, having lost precisely half of his forces. Chapter 21. The Goblin Tribe. Fortunately, the conclusion was favorable. The Goblin Squad was entirely eradicated, and Shun Yi successfully filled the vacancy left by the 3rd. The 4th was currently warming up on the training bench. If these 3 trolls could be dealt with, Shun Yi estimated that the 4th would be ready for deployment. 3rd, go help your elder brother. The little skeleton brandished a wooden club, charging towards the trio of trolls. Given the strength of a leader, he could have dispatched the trolls alone. With the 3rd joining the fray, the resolution was even more expedient. Shun Yi hastily instructed the 4th to consume the souls of the 3 trolls while he began to tally his spoils. Plain blades, ordinary clubs, and basic spears. Along with goblin materials, nothing of particular worth. Though the quantity had increased, they were merely a horde of minions, yielding little of value. Yet, Shun Yi remained undeterred. The 2 newly transformed skeleton warriors were a substantial gain. To put it plainly, his unique Necromancer class was on par with any hidden profession. The skill, Infinite Summoning, alleviated his concerns regarding mana consumption, while Devouring Evolution endowed his vocation with limitless potential. Given sufficient time, he was confident that he could surpass all hidden classes. With the successful transformation of the 3rd into a warrior, his stats were as follows. Class: Undead Warrior. Level: 7. Strength: 22. Agility: 19. Magic: 0. Skill 1. Summoned undead that rise from the grave. Only able to follow their guide in a dazed manner, which grants them absolute loyalty. Skill 2. Combat Will. Warriors possess an unyielding spirit, allowing them to. Shun Yi did not even bother to look further. What notable attributes could a warrior possess? There was a reason this profession was deemed the most inferior. After so many transformations, it was only natural to draw a few lackluster cards. One could not expect perpetual good fortune, he reassured himself. After all, he still had the option of class fusion. A warrior was not entirely unacceptable. Having examined the 3rd stats, the recently satiated fourth rose, prompting Shun E to approach and inspect. Class: Undead Blacksmith. Level: 7. Strength: 25. Agility: 13. Magic: 0. Skill 1. Summoned undead that rise from the grave. Only able to follow their guide in a dazed manner, which grants them absolute loyalty. Skill 2. Blacksmithing. A blacksmith? Shun E felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had thought that having an undead priest among the skeletons was already remarkable. Yet here was yet another expert. When one thinks of a blacksmith, an image of a burly man, drenched in sweat, wielding a hammer beside a blazing forge typically comes to mind, crafting exquisite weapons and tools. Yet, the notion of a skeleton blacksmith left Shun Yi's CPU perplexed, unable to fathom the peculiar scene. It is better than nothing, Shun E consoled himself. The blacksmith is no pushover, at the very least. Its strength attribute surpasses that of the skeleton warrior. So, why does the warrior class exist in this world? Shan Yi Sikit, pondering the dire implications if future skeletons were to transition into warriors. In uttering such thoughts, he seemed to forget that his own necromancer class transcended the most inferior of warrior professions. Come on, you must strive harder. Shun E encouraged the skeleton warrior with a pat on its shoulder. Crack, crack. Old 3 scratched its head, its limited intellect failing to grasp Shun Yi's meaning. Yet an inexplicable sensation reminiscent of workplace manipulation began to stir within its empty skull, despite its ignorance of what PUA entails. After organizing the spoils of battle, Shun E led his skeletal entourage deeper into the underground cavern. Shun E furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, they had appeared well-trained. Yet now not a single goblin could be found. He commanded the skeletons to halt, bending down to inspect the ground before him. There were signs of a hasty retreat, disordered footprints, and attempts to disguise them. Have they fled? Shun E pondered. Had it not been for his magical sight, he would never have discerned such traces in this dimly lit place. Following the obscure tracks, Shun E ventured forth until he reached a dead end. He paused, for the footprints indeed vanished here. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned a thought. The skeletal swordsman stepped forward with heavy strides. With a single swing, boom, as expected, behind the wall lay a hidden chamber. A glimmer of light revealed dozens of goblins huddled together. Atop a crude throne, fashioned from bones and hide, sat an imposing goblin. If this could be deemed a throne, then the creature upon it must surely be the Goblin King. Shun E locked eyes with the Goblin King. Roar! Old 1, Old 3, Old 4, charge! The second captain rallied the skeletons, forming a protective perimeter around Shun E. 3 agile skeletons brandished their weapons and advanced into the cavern. True to its title, the Goblin King seized its weapon and bellowed in fury. Instantly, dozens of goblins lined up in formation. The skeletal swordsman leapt high, its blade aimed directly at the Goblin King's head. The Goblin King, towering and swifter than a troll, deftly dodged the skeletal swordsman's thrust and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at the skeletal shield. Thud! After a resounding impact, the skeletal swordsman was sent flying. Old 3, the skeleton warrior, stood ready. As the Goblin King raised his sword, intent on launching an attack, Shun E swiftly communicated with his mind, instructing the third subordinate to prioritize evasion, primarily to distract the opponent's onslaught. The Goblin King's strength was formidable, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their defeat in this battle. The fourth subordinate swung a heavy hammer, striking the Goblin King's thick thigh with a resounding thud. The Goblin King, taken aback by the pain, let out a thunderous roar. With expressions of ferocity, dozens of goblins turned their gaze towards Shun E. Subsequently, they surged forward at an astonishing speed, charging towards his skeletal army. Suddenly, Shun E felt an unsettling sense of deep JVU. Another round of this confrontation? He pondered, then called out, You, and you stepped forward. Do you recall what the third and fourth subordinates were doing just now? The 5 skeletons nodded in acknowledgement. Go forth and replicate the same action. From this moment on, you shall be known as the 5th and 6th subordinates. As waves of monsters engaged in combat, Shun E couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. The only notable difference was that this group of goblins possessed slightly greater strength than those they had encountered earlier. The Goblin King, seemingly irritated by the three skeletal warriors, opened its mouth and began to pound its chest furiously. Simultaneously, Shun-Yi suddenly sensed a surge of magical energy. To his astonishment, dozens of goblins materialized out of thin air before the Goblin King. Shun-Yi furrowed his brow. This could become quite troublesome. Chapter 22. The Goblin King? The Monster Spawning Grounds. With a sweeping gesture, the Goblin King summoned dozens of goblins. Meanwhile, it wielded a massive club, relentlessly attacking the skeletal magic swordsman. Shun-Yi had already glimpsed the Goblin King's status panel. Goblin King LV-15, Skill 1. Goblin Summon, Skill 2. Army Inspiration. Its elevated level and summoning abilities presented a formidable challenge. Time was of the essence. If this continued, the battle would be interminable, and they would be exhausted without achieving victory. Taking a deep breath, Shun-Yi retrieved a longsword from his storage space. He established a visual link with the skeletal priest. Utilizing magical techniques, Shun-Yi's dark vision was temporarily enhanced. After some contemplation, he allocated the random attributes from the power of unity to the magical properties, significantly boosting the base attributes of all skeletal warriors. 5 skeletal warriors moved independently. 1 protected another skeleton, while the remaining 2 transported the fallen goblins to the rear. Shun-Yi sensed that this might devolve into a protracted tug-of-war. The initial plan had been straightforward. Several high-level skeletons would restrain the Goblin King, while he and the skeletal priest commanded the smaller skeletons to resist the throng of goblins. The 5 distributed skeletons had roles: 1 to consume, 2 to protect, and 2 to carry the spoils. This strategy had served him well in the previous battle. He meticulously maintained the balance between both sides, ensuring that neither party's combat effectiveness was compromised, lest the entire effort collapse. Simultaneously, he prepared for the next skeletal warrior's upgrade and class change. Through this ebb and flow, he believed the tide of battle would gradually shift in his favor, revealing the dawn of victory. However, Shun-Yi had overlooked a crucial point. The previous arduous combat had stemmed from the inherently high attributes of the 3 ogres, compounded by the scarcity of his upgraded skeletons, rendering him incapable of controlling the battlefield effectively. Ultimately, it was his reckless experiment that had fused 1 high-level skeletal knight with 1 high-level skeletal assassin into a single skeletal entity. Yet, this battle was different. Shun-Yi observed that the skeletal magic swordsman was almost on par with the Goblin King in terms of strength. Indeed, the Goblin King was formidable, mainly due to its immense power. While it was more agile than the previous 3 ogres, it still paled in comparison to the swiftness of his skeletal magic swordsman. This indicated that, as long as the skeletal magic swordsman coordinated with the skeletal warriors and exercised caution, they were unlikely to fall to the Goblin King. Without hesitation, Shun-Yi recalled the skeletal blacksmith to the team, allowing the skeletal magic swordsman and the skeletal warriors to confront the Goblin King. With the skeletal blacksmith now available, the pressure of battle on Shun-Yi's side significantly diminished. The Goblin King could only watch helplessly as Shun-Yi's skeletal army trampled the goblin forces, feeling a pang of anxiety. Just as it was about to assist its minions, the skeletal magic swordsman began to irritate it. Roar, what are you screeching about? Shun-Yi's lips curled into an irrepressible smile, a clear indication of his amusement. In short, the Goblin King was in a state of distress. After a while of this utterly lopsided battle, Shun-Yi successfully constructed his 5th skeleton class changer. Class: Undead Archer. Level: 7, Strength, 20, Agility, 24. Magic: 5, Skill 1. Summoner: the undead that rise from the grave can only mindlessly follow their guide, which grants them absolute loyalty. Class skill: Charged Shot, gathering power to inflict greater damage on the next attack. Securing a ranged skeleton, Shun-Yi nodded with satisfaction. As he prepared to evolve the 6th skeleton that caught his eye, he began the consuming process. After a brief while, he paused in confusion. No little goblins left? The 6th skeleton stood idly, waiting for sustenance. However, with all goblins cleared away, the 2 skeletal porters also ceased their tasks. Shun-Yi scratched his head and glanced at the Goblin King. Hey, can you summon some more? The 6th skeleton was ready to advance. but with no goblins available for it to consume. Shun Yi's impatience surpassed even that of the sixth. Roar! The Goblin King seemed to be enraged by Shun Yi's demeanor, letting out a howl. What are you shouting about? Summon some more. Shan Yuda tortet, somehat displasit. The Goblin King, eyes glinting with malice, began to pound its chest. Dozens of goblins were summoned once more. Shun Yi licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Now that's more like it. 5 minutes later, gone again? Shun Yi sighed and cast a sidelong glance at the Goblin King. The Goblin King gritted its teeth and summoned again. After 2 or 3 repetitions, Shun Yi had successfully amassed 7 class change skeletons. The 7th skeleton was an assassin, its attributes and skills remarkably similar to the others. Huff, huff, the Goblin King panted, its movements now noticeably sluggish. Hey! Shun Yi pointed at the ground before him, urging the Goblin King to continue summoning. The Goblin King hesitated, a sudden fear dawning in its large eyes. It realized it was outmatched. Even with its limited intellect, it grasped the dire situation it faced. It was painfully evident that it was being used by that human as a monster spawning ground. However, despite its awareness of the predicament, it lacked the intelligence to devise a solution. At that moment, Shun Yi approached. Out of mana, are we? Shun Yi chuckled, waving his hand. Second, give it some mana. The Goblin King regained its capacity to summon goblins. What are you standing there for? Summon them. The Goblin King instinctively summoned the little goblins and bestowed upon them buffs. What buffs, you ask? Shun Yi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The mana at his disposal was provided by him, and how it was utilized was certainly his prerogative. Several reclass skeletons surged forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the Goblin King. Initially perplexed, it soon grasped Shun Yi's intent after a few encounters. Summoning goblins was exceedingly beneficial, yet enhancing their buffs was decidedly detrimental. Once it understood Shun Yi's purpose, the Goblin King became increasingly cautious, summoning the little goblins only after replenishing its mana. It watched helplessly as its own progeny were swiftly dispatched by Shun Yi. A sense of grievance suddenly welled up within it. I must ask, is this dungeon truly reliable? Surely it's not a trap. At the entrance of the underground cavern, Wu Yuzhong and Chenjue sat calmly on the ground, waiting with an air of confidence. Rest assured, it is absolutely trustworthy. Chenjue chuckled. The Goblin King within possesses formidable strength and the ability to summon, making it an insurmountable challenge for an ordinary team. We have invested significantly to unlock this dungeon. Chapter 23, The Death Prison. Oh, Wu Yuzhong expressed some surprise, as he was unfamiliar with this matter. Do you think such artificial dungeons are easily managed? Chenjue scoffed, seemingly disdainful of Wu Yuzhong's ignorance. You've learned quite a bit about the outdoor dungeons at school. These artificial dungeons require 5 mages of level 50 or above, along with a plethora of materials. Not to mention the lower-level requirements. Even the higher-level ones necessitate at least 3 types of materials. Simply in terms of cost, opening a dungeon incurs a minimum expense of 10 million. Wu Yuzhong grimaced. Is it really that expensive? What did you expect? Chenjue spat dismissively. Moreover, this particular dungeon is special. My family elder expended a significant fortune to acquire the tongue of the undead and the Summoner's necklace, ensuring this dungeon's boss and its hidden counterpart. The prices of these 2 items, I trust, do not require further elaboration. I see. Wu Yuzhong began to understand. So, the Summoner's necklace is meant to grant the hidden boss summoning capabilities? But how can you be certain that the hidden dungeon in this underground cave isn't related to the undead? Chenjue counted on his fingers. The materials for the tongue of the undead drop from the level 70 undead king, while the Summoner's necklace is a level 40 piece of equipment. The principles governing dungeon generation make it impossible for lower-level sacrificial characteristics to appear in the final boss. Noticing Wu Yuzhong deep in thought, Chenjue waved his hand. Forget it. The rules in this regard are rather intricate. My family elder mentioned a few things, and I was left bewildered. To explain it to you is utterly beyond me. We merely need to ensure that all practitioners of the holy attribute do not come into contact with the final boss. Wu Yuzhong glanced at the entrance of the underground cave. I see. So, this entire trap was devised to eliminate Yi Qinyu? Chunjua sneered. You certainly think highly of her, though I suppose that's not entirely incorrect. To ensnare the rare practitioners within the dungeon, it is essential to prevent those with holy attributes from confronting the final boss. Wu Yuzhong appeared somewhat taken aback. I think I understand then. Due to the nature of the sacrificial characteristics, the final boss of this dungeon is indeed the undead. He glanced at Chunjua beside him. Are you worried the final boss might be vanquished by a practitioner of the holy attribute? If the final boss possesses such formidable strength, I seriously doubt it could defeat the practitioners within the dungeon. After all, there are individuals like Destroyer, Sun Jiqian in this dungeon. Even though the holy attribute counters the undead, with Paladin Yi Qinyu's strength combined with her countering attribute, she still cannot compare to Sun Jiqian, right? Wu Yuzhong's concerns were not unfounded. You need not fret about that, Chinua chuckled. Did you really think something as precious as the tongue of the undead has only this limited function? Wu Yuzhong felt a surge of curiosity regarding the true nature of the final boss in this dungeon that inspired such confidence in others. Ultimately, their mission was to ensure the demise of the Doom Slayer, Sun Jiqian. Do you wish to know? Chunjua raised an eyebrow. If not, why not take a look yourself? After all, this dungeon guarantees no death. Heh, I certainly won't. Wu Yuzhong hastily shook his head. If the dungeon truly posed no risk of death, those individuals would not expend such great resources to stir trouble under the watchful eyes of Yiding Tian and a cadre of skilled experts. He could not be persuaded otherwise unless there was absolute certainty behind their actions. Heh, clever of you. Chunjua refrained from explaining further, as he himself lacked knowledge of the intricate details. Just watch. This dungeon has been meticulously prepared for the few prodigious class changers of the Jiangdong Alliance. The Arena of Death. Fortunately, the difficulty of this dungeon was not insurmountable. Yi Qinyu, accompanied by a dozen practitioners, cautiously advanced through the subterranean caverns. A slight frown crossed her face as she wondered about the condition of the injured. We possess no means of healing. We can only rely on natural recovery, rendering us devoid of combat capability for the time being. Yi Qinyu sighed. None among them possessed escape scrolls. Their only option was to carve a path through the depths of the dungeon. Thankfully, they faced only a scant few dozen goblins, though still a significant threat. With the level 7 Paladin Yi Qinyu leading the charge, they could manage. Yet, as they delved deeper, her frown deepened. Something was amiss. The deception orchestrated by Chunjua and Wu Yuzhong to lure them into the caverns, along with the peculiar circumstances of the dungeon itself, left Yi Qinyu perplexed. If Chunjua and Wu Yuzhong truly intended for them to perish within these depths, what could their motives be? Was the aim to have them die in the dungeon, only to be transported out? It appeared that this was indeed the only conceivable purpose behind their actions, as such a course of action would inevitably yield that outcome. Yet, the conundrum remained. Even if they wished for the group's demise, the difficulty of this dungeon seemed astonishingly low. Hey, how is your mana recovery coming along? Shen Yi kicked at the Goblin King. Gore. The Goblin King emitted a low growl, tinged with a hint of grievance. Not recovered yet. Shen Yi furrowed his brow. You're a king after all. My second in command is merely a lieutenant. It's understandable for him to have low mana, but you, the Goblin King, have exhausted your mana after just 5 or 6 summons. That's rather pathetic. Shen Yi expressed his dissatisfaction with a light smack to the Goblin King. If you prove useless, then your existence holds no purpose. Do you understand? The Goblin King nodded vigorously, thumping his chest to assure that he would soon recover enough to utilize his summoning abilities once more. After a few moments, the Goblin King rose to his feet and quietly began to tap his fingers. Subsequently, a dozen goblins materialized from thin air. Lakanichu, Shaka, 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 Shaka. They were utterly audacious. At that moment, the Goblin King seized a hefty wooden club and with a resounding thud, rendered one goblin unconscious. He placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. The dozen goblins paused momentarily, then nodded vacantly. In the next instant, heads rolled. Old Nine go feast. The skeletal figure known as Old Nine began to revel in his devouring. Shanyi inaplicably sigit. Alas! He turned his gaze towards the Goblin King. You're an old two's magical recovery is rather sluggish. Although this nefarious method of leveling up is quite comfortable at this rate, the efficiency truly pales in comparison to me entering dungeons and leading this group of skeletons to sweep through. He pondered, should I just end your life now? Chapter 24, Invincible, the Summoner's Necklace. The Goblin King began to shake its head frantically, terror evident in its large eyes, almost begging for mercy at Shun Yi's feet. This is quite difficult for me. Shun Yi sighed. If you cannot reliably provide me with goblins, how can I possibly keep you? The Goblin King stood frozen in place, its enormous head deep in thought. Stop dawdling. Your magic power should suffice. The Goblin King promptly summoned small goblins, who lined up for the devouring by Shun Yi's loyal servant, Old Geo. Old Geo successfully changed classes and became a skeleton knight. Currently, Shun Yi possessed 9 successfully class-changed skeletons, which included Skeleton Mage Swordsman, Skeleton Priest, Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Blacksmith, Skeleton Archer, Skeleton Hunter, Skeleton Assassin, Skeleton Samurai, and Skeleton Knight. Shun Yi once again pondered whether his fortune was good or bad. With such a meager number, he had managed to gather both the Warrior and the Samurai, 2 rather lackluster classes. Fortunately, he could merge the class-changed skeletons, which offered some comfort. In terms of strength, any single squad pulled from his ranks would likely surpass Shun Yi's current prowess. Not to mention, he had accumulated over 70 ordinary skeletons. However, for Shun Yi at this moment, the ordinary skeletons no longer counted as part of his combat power, deploying several powerful class-changed skeletons for battle. With the ordinary skeletons used to replenish any losses, was far more prudent than allowing those lesser skeletons to perish needlessly at the hands of monsters. Shun Yi understood this simple logic well. The 70-odd skeletons represented an equivalent number of lives under his command. With such a formidable support, he need not worry about the attrition of those hard-won class-changed skeletons. Now, the question lingered. Was there still a need to keep the Goblin King? I say, if this continues, I see no reason to retain you. The 9 skeleton class changers encircled the Goblin King. At Shun Yi's command, the Goblin King had no chance to retaliate. The Goblin King was nearly in tears, feeling more aggrieved than ever before. Oh, it flailed its arms, seemingly attempting to convey something to Shun Yi. Shun Yi sighed again. I understand your meaning. You're saying you are of no use? The Goblin King immediately shook its head. Shun Yi furrowed his brow. The Goblin King's demeanor suggested it wished to communicate some information. You mean to say you're still of value? The Goblin King nodded vigorously. Your only remaining purpose is to serve as my experience package. At level 15, if Shun Yi were to dispatch the Goblin King, he estimated he could reach level 10 himself. Curiously enough, such a boss-level creature would typically require several squads to defeat. Yet Shun Yi had managed to intimidate the Goblin King into submission without a fight. The Goblin King had indeed contemplated rebellion. On one occasion, it even rose up and vanquished both the Skeletal Warrior and the Skeletal Blacksmith. However, it could only watch in despair as Shun Yi summoned forth 2 new skeletons, causing the previously fallen Skeletal Warrior and Blacksmith to rise once more. From that moment on, the Goblin King succumbed to hopelessness, resigning itself to its fate. Escape? This was its lair. There was nowhere to flee. Fight? Although the skeletal magic swordsman could balance the scales against it, the Goblin King found that slaying this horde of skeletons required an immense effort. Strangely enough, even if it managed to destroy 1 or 2, Shun Yi was able to revive them almost instantaneously. If it were the protagonist, after enduring such inhumane torment, it would at least experience a moment of cathartic explosion. Alas, this was merely a dungeon, and the Goblin King was utterly at Shun Yi's mercy. Meanwhile, Shun Yi continued to nurture the little goblins at an astonishing pace. Originally, despite all its efforts, Shun Yi could only surpass the Goblin King by a mere hair's breadth. Yet, it was precisely this slender margin that rendered the Goblin King powerless against Shun Yi, while simultaneously being coerced by him. As the disparity widened, the Goblin King found itself devoid of even the slightest chance of victory. Its thoughts were now consumed with how to rid itself of Shun Yi, this harbinger of misfortune. Shun Yi squinted, realizing that the situation was quite challenging. The Goblin King scratched its head and then produced a necklace from behind. Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Could it really do that? He had not anticipated gaining any advantage from the Goblin King. He merely intended to let it summon a few more skeletons to convert into experience points. He needed just 10 more experience to reach level 10. Upon achieving this milestone, every class would acquire new skills, marking a significant enhancement for any profession. Additionally, each level up would yield more attribute points, contrasting sharply with a pre-level 10 experience, though the required experience would also increase. In this black, iron-level novice dungeon, reaching level 10 was already considered a pinnacle. Any further advancement would necessitate challenging silver-level dungeons. However, that was a matter for another time. At present, the Goblin King inexplicably produced a necklace, leaving Shen Yi utterly bewildered. The corners of his mouth twitched. Just where had this necklace been stored? Yet, curiosity regarding the necklace triumphed over his disdain, and he accepted it from the Goblin King's hands. The necklace was entirely silver-white, adorned with a red gemstone the size of a thumbprint, and it appeared rather exquisite. Upon viewing the necklace's panel, Shen Yi was thoroughly astonished. Summoner's Necklace. Description: this appears to be a relic of a summoner, with faintly etched patterns on its base that once spelled out his name. However, due to the passage of time, the characters are nearly indecipherable. Inherent Skill 1. One-man army. Upon donning this necklace, all summoned entities will be regarded as members of the wearer's party. Inherent Skill 2. Battle Cry Amplification. When the bearer utilizes a battle cry, it enhances all attributes of their summoned entities, with the specific boosts varying according to the user's attributes. Inherent Skill 3. Advanced Summoning. While wearing this necklace, the consumption of summoning-related skills is halved. Minimum level requirement: level 40. Upon witnessing the attributes and skills of this summoner's necklace, a singular thought resonated in Shen Yi's mind. Powerful. Remarkably powerful. Undoubtedly, it is a piece of equipment worthy of the title Summoner's Necklace. For a summoner, it can be deemed an extraordinary artifact. One-man army may seem unimpressive at first glance, yet when paired with Shen Yi's Ring of Unity, the synergy between the two promises an exceptional enhancement to his attributes. The remaining two skills require no further elaboration. Their potency is evident from their descriptions. Battle Cry Amplification allows Shen Yi's skeletal minions to benefit from the enhancement, while Advanced Summoning directly reduces the consumption of summoning skills by half. The only minor drawback is Shen Yi is currently unable to utilize it. Chapter 25. Settling Accounts. Why is it that such a splendid item still has a level restriction? Shen Yi found himself utterly vexed. This phenomenon is quite common among high-level equipment. Certain items possess attribute enhancements that, when wielded by lower-level practitioners, become unequivocally divine artifacts. Yet, for higher-level practitioners, such enhancements may prove to be mere trifles. This restriction ensures that the attributes of lower-level practitioners remain within a certain threshold, preventing them from effortlessly surpassing their higher-level counterparts through mere equipment. From the perspective of the inhabitants of this world, this may seem perfectly normal. However, to Shen Yi, it felt as if an invisible hand was orchestrating the entire affair. Shen Yi attempted to equip the Summoner's Necklace. Level insufficient, cannot equip. Level insufficient, cannot equip. Sigh. Is this a case of discrimination against lower-level practitioners? Shen Yi felt a surge of irritation. The skills of this Summoner's Necklace were tantalizing to him, yet he was unable to utilize it. Not that he was entirely incapable. It was merely that he had to wait until he reached level 40 to don it. To Shen Yi, anything that could not be used in the present moment was akin to waste. After all, by the time he reached level 40, he might have access to even better equipment. He turned his gaze towards the Goblin King. I see you truly wish for your demise. The Goblin King stared blankly at Shen Yi, and upon catching his gaze, broke into a grin. However, as it sensed the murderous intent in Shen Yi's eyes, its smile promptly froze in place. Why, it had bestowed such a fine item upon me. This trinket is of no use to me. You must still perish. The Goblin King wept profusely, gesturing desperately to Shen Yi. Shen Yi furrowed his brow. Are you implying that if I slay you, the Summoner's Necklace will vanish? The Goblin King nodded. So, If I desire this summoner's necklace, I must spare your life. The Goblin King vigorously nodded in agreement. Shen Yi pondered for a moment. The Goblin King was unlikely to deceive him at this juncture, lacking both the courage and the intellect for such deceit. Yet, there remained a quandary. Thus, if I wish to acquire this summoner's necklace, I must remain ensnared within this subterranean cave until the dungeon concludes? The Goblin King nodded, then began to shake its head fervently. In that case, perhaps I shall forego the summoner's necklace. Wait, are you suggesting you have a means to escort me out? The Goblin King nodded eagerly. Only then did Shun Yi breathe a sigh of relief. This arrangement was acceptable. If acquiring the necklace required him to be trapped here, he would rather relinquish it. The Goblin King decisively rubbed its hands together. Buzz, hidden dungeon. Underground cave concluded. Dungeon contribution leader. Necromancer, Shun Yi. Hearing the notification echo in his mind, Shun Yi nodded slightly. It appears that the words of the Goblin King hold truth. He indeed possesses the means to extricate himself from this dungeon. However, this serves little purpose, as the summoner's necklace is of no use to him. As Shun Yi pondered this, the Goblin King placed his enormous finger upon the necklace, which then began to tremble violently. The Goblin King gestured for Shun Yi to take another look. Shun Yi shifted his gaze to the ring in his hand. Summoner's necklace of the Goblin King. Description: this seems to be a relic of a goblin. The ring still carries a faint odor mixed with blood and sweat. Inherent skill 1. One-man army. Upon equipping this necklace, all summoned creatures will regard the wearer as their commander. Inherent skill 2. Battle roar amplification. When the holder utilizes a battle roar, all summoned creatures under their command will experience an enhancement in all attributes, varying according to the user's attributes. Inherent skill 3. Advanced summoning. While wearing this necklace, the resource cost for summoning skills is halved. Minimum level requirement. Level 10. If the skills of the summoner's necklace astonish Shun Yi, the Goblin King's ability to alter the established reality of the necklace left him utterly awestruck. He was compelled to reassess the nature of dungeons, monsters, and equipment. Shun Yi furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Roar? The Goblin King scratched his head, nervously swallowing. Only then did Shun Yi snap back to reality. If he were to slay this Goblin King, he would only gain experience points. Yet, if he spared the Goblin King, he could obtain the summoner's necklace. While it was possible to acquire both experience and equipment by vanquishing the Goblin King, Shun Yi hesitated to take that gamble, as he doubted the Goblin King's intelligence could be easily outsmarted. Very well, a deal is struck. After dispatching the few goblins before him, Yi Qinyu exhaled in relief. Although they had fallen victim to the treachery of Chen Zhuo and Wu Yuzhong, forcing them into this underground cavern, their resources had not been overly depleted. Now, as long as they pressed on and located the boss of this subterranean dungeon, they could advance by defeating it. Just then, a notification chimed. Dink, hit den dungeon completion. Accomplished top contributor. Necromancer Shang Yi Meme. The dungeon has been completed? Can we leave? Some expressed their delight. Who is this Necromancer? Has someone awakened the Necromancer within the Jiangdong School Alliance? I haven't heard of it. And this Shun Yi, he is unfamiliar to me. There were whispers of confusion regarding the system's notification of the dungeon's conqueror. Only Yi Qinyu wore a bitter expression. Shang Yi, such a rare class as the Necromancer, is not easily encountered twice. She suddenly realized that the individual who had previously saved her from the clutches of the fierce boar, commanding a legion of skeletons, was indeed this very Shun Yi. Shun Yi. So his name is Shun Yi. Yi Qinyu pressed her lips together, unable to forget how Shun Yi had once teased her. Has he also entered this instance? Unlike ordinary instances, hidden instances do not necessarily have a single specific entrance. It is rare for someone like Shun Yi to encounter a hidden boss after only a few steps, as typical instance spaces are generally not too confined. Yi Qinyu and her companions had been exploring for quite some time, yet they had barely covered half of the underground cave. Her emotions were momentarily complex. While they struggled to advance here, Shun Yi had already vanquished the instance boss. What should we do now? Obviously, we should exit the instance. What are we still doing here? Yi Qinyu nodded, acknowledging the truth in those words. Let us hasten our departure. There are no monsters left. and remaining here serves no purpose. Moreover, we still have an account to settle with Qinjue and Wu Yuzhong. Although Yi Qianyu and her companions had not suffered any substantial losses, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Chapter 26. A Shock. The leaderboard updates. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon at Jiangdong No. 1 High School, the leaderboard is about to refresh. What significant changes might we witness this time? Members of the school alliance, along with several eliminated students who have yet to depart, are intently observing the overall ranking. Hey, what changes could there possibly be? I tend to agree. Let's not consider those behind us for now. I believe the top 10 will likely remain unchanged. The top-ranked professionals are predominantly those who achieved fame at a young age. Despite the inherent randomness of dungeon entries, the leaderboard is determined by the contribution to monster kills. If one were to be teleported to a location with lower-level monsters and a sparse population, there would be little opportunity to enhance one's rank in the short term. However, for days have passed since the dungeon opened, and this randomness has gradually diminished. Thus, the rankings on the leaderboard are nearly synonymous with one's strength. The adage "the strong remain strong" aptly applies here. As for those ranked beyond the 10th position, even substantial changes fail to spark much interest among the onlookers. After all, who is inclined to discuss the weak? I beg to differ, interjected a voice, still holding a watchful stance. Setting others aside, I am aware that Paladin Yi Qianyu's team was completely wiped out on the 3rd day of their dungeon entry. Without team members, one cannot progress effectively within the dungeon, and the lack of space for maneuvering suggests that she will likely fall out of the top 10. That is a valid point. Several others nodded in agreement. Ultimately, Yi Qianyu's luck has been remarkably poor, having just engaged in battle when beset by formidable foes like the wild boar. Moreover, there are incompetent teammates involved. All things considered, that Necromancer, he seems to be merely lucky, doesn't he? Indeed, it appears to be sheer luck. He was transported to an area teeming with low-level monsters. Were it not for that, how could a mere Necromancer ascend to the top 10 of the overall leaderboard? Yes, under such circumstances, it would not be surprising if he managed to climb into the top 10 by virtue of hunting a large number of weaker monsters. As the discussion unfolded, numerous students from Jiangnan No. 1 High School had already been teleported out of the dungeon. Naturally, such remarks stirred dissatisfaction among them. Although he did not enjoy overwhelming support from the Jiangnan No. 1 students. He stood as the only figure capable of instilling some degree of confidence in them at this moment. Are you implying that while the Jiangdong Alliance members rank due to strength, we from Jiangnan No. 1 are merely lucky? Is there such a discrepancy in standards? Though their numbers were few, the voices of the Jiangnan No. 1 students were notably loud, drawing the attention of several members of the school alliance. The Jiangdong Alliance student who had just spoken found himself confronted by dissent. Turning around, I found it was a group of students from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, their faces immediately betraying a hint of disdain. Oh, aren't these the useless ones from Jiangnan No. 1 High? I thought you had already scuttled away with your tails between your legs. Laughter erupted. How audacious of the Jiangnan No. 1 High students to speak boldly here. It was truly a source of amusement. A group of 3rd and 4th level individuals, lacking both strength and intelligence? The students from Jiangnan No. 1 High were momentarily taken aback. What did you say? I'm referring to you. The faces of the Jiangdong Alliance students twisted into mockery. With your low ranks and poor skills, if I were you, I would be too ashamed to remain here. The Jiangnan No. 1 High student turned crimson with anger, opening his mouth but finding no retort. The truth was undeniable. Currently, on the playground, most members of the Jiangdong Alliance were above level 5, with some even reaching level 7. They had mostly been inadvertently transported out of dungeons while hunting high-level monsters. In contrast, the students from Jiangnan No. 1 High, being first-time participants in a dungeon, had some unfortunate souls being teleported out at level 1. Those with slightly better luck could only advance to levels 2 or 3. The highest level among this group was merely 3. In a world where strength reigned supreme, their overall levels paled in comparison, leaving them with little confidence even to speak. Look, the leaderboard has been updated. At that moment, a voice captured everyone's attention. Time's up. The dungeon leaderboard is refreshed. A colossal leaderboard simultaneously appeared across all campuses of the Jiangdong Alliance. Then, a burst of white light enveloped the leaderboard. The update. Everyone turned their gaze towards it, eager to see the standings. Confusion rippled through the crowd. How is Doomsday Warrior Sun Jitian ranked second? No way. Don't mess with me. Sun Jitian is second? Who has first then? Why would I lie? Just look up. The higher the rank, the more prestigious the position on the overall leaderboard. After hearing that, everyone instinctively raised their heads. Holy Knight, Yi Qianyu, ranked ninth. Yi Qianyu's rank has increased? I don't know, never mind that. Look higher. I refuse to believe anyone can surpass Sun Jitian. Could it be Wu Yong? It's not Wu Yong. I saw his rank. He has fourth. It can't possibly be Storm Sorcerer Yongli, right? Are you blind? Yongli is fifth. Then who is first? At that moment, a sudden silence enveloped the crowd. Rank second, Doomsday Warrior Sun Jitian. The one in first place is Necromancer Shun Yi. Silence. A deathly stillness. In the midst of the crowd, an exclamation erupted. Could it be true? Shun Yi ranked first? What a jest. Naturally, some were quick to express their disbelief. Rankings may fluctuate, and the top 10 might witness some degree of alteration. However, how could Sun Jitian be surpassed? This seemed utterly implausible. At that moment, no one dared to voice such a foolish inquiry. The issue with the dungeon, where Jiangnan First High inadvertently stumbled into the Jiangdong All-School Alliance dungeon, had become common knowledge. Even the students of Jiangnan First High were left in shock. Shun Yi first. The overall leaderboard champion is Shun Yi. What? He truly is first. They could not tolerate outsiders slandering their school, and in a fit of indignation, they retorted, which was only human nature. The Doomslayer can be regarded as the most formidable melee rare profession, and Sun Jitian has long been esteemed within the Jiangdong All-School Alliance. In the eyes of the Jiangdong All-School Alliance, Sun Jitian firmly held the top position on the overall leaderboard, and this was beyond dispute. Yet, the Necromancer has genuinely surpassed the Doomslayer in the overall dungeon leaderboard. This is simply outrageous. Chapter 27, A Desolate Abode. The first thought that flashed through everyone's mind was, is this even possible? The second thought followed closely. How did he achieve this? Could it be that Shun Yi stumbled upon a critically wounded boss? What a jest. Even if Shun Yi were indeed fortunate enough to defeat a high-level boss, his contribution would be minimal at best. In dungeons, the experience points gained from vanquishing a creature are distributed according to each participant's contribution. This system effectively prevents any wealthy heir from bringing a cadre of high-level players into an advanced dungeon, merely to weaken a monster to its last breath and then allow a lower-level player to claim the kill, exploiting the loophole. Surely, Sun Jitian must have dozed off, yes. That must be the explanation. I suspect that Sun Jitian and his team have fallen into a deep pit and have been unable to extricate themselves for days. Are you implying that in just 2 days, Shun Yi has surpassed the progress made by Sun Jitian, who has been hunting monsters for 3 days? I refuse to believe it. It's impossible, utterly impossible. So why then? Could it be that the leaderboard is erroneous? In a single utterance, the entirety of the Jiangdong Alliance fell into a silence. Indeed, this cannot be, nor can that be. How then? Did Shun Yi ascend to the pinnacle of the overall leaderboard? Could the leaderboard truly be flawed? How could that be? Rather than accept the notion of an error in the leaderboard, they would sooner believe that Shun Yi has genuinely risen to the top through sheer merit. General Yi. Upon the VIP platform, Sun Shoujuan's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Is there truly no possibility of error in this leaderboard? Yi Dingtian, clad in a tailored suit, quietly surveyed the updated rankings. The leaderboard is infallible. Yi Dingtian spoke slowly, offering a definitive response. Sun Shoujuan instinctively swallowed hard. If the leaderboard is indeed devoid of mistakes, it implies that Shun Yi's position at the summit is entirely legitimate. Yi Dingtian cast a glance at Sun Shoujuan, who at that moment had his eyes wide open, his mouth agape, as if he could swallow 3 eggs whole. One might think Shun Yi was a protege of Yi Dingtian. It is no wonder that Sun Shoujuan wore such a countenance. The students of the Jiangdong Alliance were well aware that in Jiangdong, there was a formidable individual who had transitioned to the class of Destruction Warrior, Sun Jitian. His academic prowess was unparalleled, his strength immense, and he had chosen to become a destruction warrior, a profession considered one of the foremost melee classes of the present age. What they did not realize was that throughout the entire Yangtze River Basin, encompassing Jiangdong, Jiangbei, Jiangnan, and Heshi, Sun Jitian's renown was truly thunderous. Several prestigious institutions had gone to great lengths to recruit Sun Jitian, even breaking down the doors of Jiangdong First High School. The whispers circulating within the teaching community suggested that Sun Jitian had spurned the overtures of these elite universities in favor of the local Jiangdong martial arts school. Due to this singular circumstance, rumors have circulated that the esteemed principal of Jiangdong Martial Arts School was brazenly extorted by the heads of several universities, including Huqing University and the prestigious Imperial Capital University, leading to the acquisition of numerous high-grade materials. In the end, the principal of Jiangdong Martial Arts School still cheerfully bid farewell to a few revered figures. The reason for this is simple. Among the recorded few who have transitioned to the class of destroyers, without exception, they have become some of the mightiest in contemporary times. Most people remain oblivious to this fact, as it is neither documented in textbooks nor found in easily accessible resources. However, Sun Shoujuan does not fall within this category of most people. Consequently, Shun Yi surpassed Sun Jitian. This reality is far more astonishing for Sun Shoujuan than for others. Calm. Do not smile. Restrain yourself. After all, this is the territory of the Jiangdong Alliance. And Sun Shoujuan is not so lacking in emotional intelligence as to be utterly foolish. He understands the necessity of restraint. Even if Shun Yi has surpassed Sun Jitian on the rankings, it does not inherently signify that his strength exceeds that of Sun Jitian, Sun Shoujuan remarked. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he felt a pang of regret. Was this not merely an act of vanity? Shun Yi is a necromancer, inferior to Sun Jitian's destroyer. Sun Shoujuan hastily attempted to amend his statement, feeling a twinge of annoyance, wishing he could chastise himself. Why bring up such a matter? Principal Sun, you jest, replied Yiding Tian, his expression remaining unchanged. He simply stated, according to existing records, the necromancer is indeed a rather frail profession, regardless of the circumstances. If Shun Yi's strength is not formidable, how then did he surpass a multitude of powerful rare professions to claim the top spot on the overall rankings? I have high hopes for him. Yiding Tian maintained his cold demeanor, though a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth suggested a hint of satisfaction. Perhaps he's even somewhat pleased? Sun Shoujuan was momentarily taken aback. This was not in line with his expectations. Another rare profession practitioner from your esteemed school has also performed admirably, he pondered. It took a moment for him to respond. You refer to Mu Qingxue? Indeed, the Thunder Mage Mu Qingxue, ranked 347 on the overall leaderboard. Shun Yi's performance was so striking that Sun Shoujuan had momentarily forgotten that Mu Qingxue had also entered this instance. Sun Shoujuan scratched his head, apologizing for any amusement he may have caused Yiding Tian. Let them mock. After all, Shun Yi has certainly brought honor to him in Jiangnan No. 1 High. It is only natural for Yiding Tian to tease him about Mu Qingxue. One must maintain face. Achieving such results upon first entering the instance is already commendable. Yiding Tian remarked lightly, I have great expectations for these two students under Principal Sun's tutelage. Indeed, Yiding Tian was genuinely praising Mu Qingxue, who had entered the instance with an average level 5 levels below that of the surrounding participants. At this level, Mu Qingxue still had not been exposed to the copy, and she continuously improved her ranking. Were it not for Shun Yi's extraordinary performance, Mu Qingxue might have been regarded as the last bastion of pride for Jiangnan High School. Following this incident, Sun Shoujuan secretly resolved to align the training model more closely with that of the entire Jiangdong School Alliance. In this regard, Jiangnan's overall standard indeed fell short of that of Jiangdong. Knock, knock, knock. While the two were engaged in casual conversation, a knock echoed at the door of the VIP room. Come in, Yiding Tian said coolly. A man clad in black suddenly appeared before Sun Shoujuan and Yiding Tian, bowing slightly. Patriarch, the man said in a hoarse voice. We have been unable to locate the individual. Ye Dingtians bro, furoit instantly. Where is he? At the very least, they are no longer in Jiangdong, the man reported. At the first sign of trouble with the copy, we followed the Patriarch's instructions and invited several sorcerers who had opened the copy to investigate the cause. However, when we arrived at the Chun family, we found the premises deserted. Chapter 28. The King of the Forest, the Giant Bear of the Mountains. Was there a malfunction in the dungeon, leading to the disappearance of the Chun family? Even Sun Shoujuan, who was not overly familiar with the situation, furrowed his brow. This seemed rather peculiar. Just as Sun Shoujuan was pondering what had transpired, Yi Dingtian rose decisively. Notify the Jiangdong Alliance to mobilize fully in the search for the Chun family members. Understood. Inform the head of the Yi family's combat practitioners to locate those involved with the dungeon's formation. Yes. Sun Shoujuan was momentarily taken aback. Commanderie, something has happened. Yi Dingtian's expression was grim. In this dungeon, there are malevolent forces at play. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. However, they typically stemmed from the mistakes of the sorcerers activating the dungeon. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for Yi Dingtian, as the leader of the Jiangdong Alliance, to summon the Chun family for accountability. Yet, the Chun family had vanished, indicating that the situation was far from ordinary. Extraordinary circumstances often conceal sinister motives. As this thought crossed his mind, Sun Shoujuan felt a surge of anxiety. A significant portion of his students remained trapped within the dungeon. Gather all high-level sorcerers from the Jiangdong Alliance to dismantle the dungeon's summoning array. We must exert every effort to rescue the students still inside. Yi Dingtian, true to his status as the leader of the Jiangdong Alliance and head of the Yi family, made the swiftest and most prudent decision. Given that there were individuals sabotaging the dungeon and with no immediate way to identify the instigator, it was likely that all involved had already fled the scene. At this moment, the priority was to breach the dungeon and extricate those still confined within. Commander Yi, the dungeon's characteristic is that upon sustaining a fatal injury, one is transported out of the dungeon. Sun Shoujuan expressed his confusion. I do not quite grasp their motives in this. This was a quandary that had long perplexed Sun Shoujuan. If no one was destined to perish, what purpose did their actions serve? Yi Dingtian turned a glance at Sun Shoujuan. Under normal circumstances, indeed, there would be no fatalities. Sun Shoujuan was momentarily stunned. Indeed, under normal circumstances, there would be no deaths. But it is evident that we are not in a normal situation. We must prepare meticulously. Outside the dungeon, the personnel of the Jiangdong Alliance were engaged in a flurry of activity. To avoid inciting unrest, the majority of operations were conducted covertly. Most individuals were still unaware that a crisis had arisen within the dungeon. Within the dungeon, the atmosphere was even more tense. In an underground cavern, after donning the summoner's necklace, Shun Yi flared his nostrils, wrinkling his brow. This scent might be classified as a debuff, wouldn't it? The description of the Goblin King's summoner's necklace included a note about the foul odor, a mixture of blood and bodily fluids that had undergone fermentation. Initially, Shun Yi had dismissed it. Yet once he donned the equipment, a pungent stench invaded his nostrils, assaulting his senses with an overwhelming intensity. The aroma could only be described as acerbic. Shun Yi, with no other recourse, hastily tore 2 strips of cloth to block his nostrils, preventing himself from succumbing to the noxious odor. Despite this inconvenience, it could not mask the exhilaration radiating from his face. Class, Necromancer, Level 9, Progress 82, Strength 18, Agility 18, Magic 28, Distributable Attribute Points 78, 0 Base 78 Unity Power. Class Skills, Undead Summoning. Consumes mana to conjure a permanently existing skeleton to fight alongside. Undead Summoning stands as the Necromancer's fundamental skill, unlocking more powerful summons as one ascends in level. Bonus Skill 1, Devour and Evolve. Summons can enhance their attributes or skills by consuming corpses, souls, or undead beings. Bonus Skill 2, Infinite Summoning. When employing summoning skills, there's a chance to trigger a critical hit, resulting in a random number of summoned entities. Equipment Skill 1, One-Man Army. Upon possessing this necklace, all summoned entities will be regarded as members of the Equipper's squad. Equipment Skill 2, Battle Roar Amplification. when the holder utilizes a battle roar. All attributes of their summoned entities will be enhanced, with variations based on the user's attributes. Equipment Skill 3. Advanced Summoning. Wearing this necklace reduces the mana cost of summoning skills by half. Equipment Skill 4. Unity Power. If the holder is the squad leader, they gain 1 distributable attribute point for each additional squad member. Upon summoning the class panel, a dense array of descriptions left Shun momentarily bewildered. The first 3 equipment skills were all bestowed by the Goblin King Summoner Necklace, while the 4th was a gift from the Unity Ring. A staggering 78 attribute points. He was elated. What does it mean to possess 78 attribute points? Shun E, currently at level 9, had a total of 64 points across his 3 primary attributes of 18, 18, and 28. Unity Power combined with one-man army directly granted him 78 distributable attribute points. In terms of attributes alone, Shun Yi's panel was hardly inferior to that of a level 15 practitioner. After some contemplation, he decided to allocate all his attribute points to magic. Class: Necromancer. Level: 9, Progress 82. Strength: 18, Agility: 18, Magic: 106, 28 base 78 Unity Power, Distributable Attribute Points: 0. Then came Undead Summoning. 6 skeletons materialized before Shun E. Their appearance differed from the previous skeletons, as they were larger and their bones bore a bronze hue rather than the usual white. Profession: Mid-level Undead. Level: 5, Strength: 10, Agility: 10, Magic: 0. Skill 1. Summoner: Undead that rise from the grave, only able to follow their guide in a dazed manner. Hence, they possess unwavering loyalty. This was monumental news for Shun E. Once his magical attributes surpassed 100 points, the summoned skeletons appeared to possess greater strength. Summoning 6 skeletons granted Shun E an additional 6 attribute points, which he decided to allocate to agility. He was on the verge of reaching level 10. In pursuit of acquiring the Summoner's Necklace, Shun E had released the Goblin King, which resulted in his level remaining below 10. Without further hesitation, he waved his hand grandly and, accompanied by his skeletal army, made his way back to the surface. Roar! At that moment, a series of beastly roars echoed through the forest. The sound resonated for miles, causing the creatures within the woods to become agitated. The ground trembled, and robust trees were uprooted. Such a massive bear? Shun E was taken aback. He had spotted the creature from a considerable distance. This bear stood at least 6 meters tall, resembling a small mountain from afar. It turned its head, its enormous, beastly eyes fixated on Shun E. Chapter 29. A Frantic Escape. What are you looking at? What of it? In a silent exchange, Shun E and the forest giant bear locked eyes. Roar! Shun E rubbed his hands together in anticipation. This forest giant bear was a formidable level 15 creature. As an experience package for his ascent to level 10, it was more than adequate. Come on, let me test my new skeletons on you. Shun E bellowed, and arcs of light appeared beneath the skeleton minions. Battle roar amplification. Over 70 skeleton soldiers, under Shun E's command, were filled with excitement. Shun E observed the forest giant bear closely. It appeared more agile than the Goblin King he had encountered in the underground cavern. Leading his strongest skeleton swordsman, the remaining 8 skeleton generals flanked the bear, while the rest of the skeleton minions surged forward en masse. Perhaps this would minimize the cost. It's a bit hard to part with them. Shun E pondered, letting out a sigh. At this moment, he possessed the powerful skills of one-man army and force of unity. The demise of a single skeleton equated to a reduction in his attribute points, although teamwork was Shun E's most potent strategy. If it came to blows with this forest giant bear, he would likely lose at least 7 or 8 skeletons. This was considering he commanded high-level skeletons that surpassed the capabilities of a full team. If he had only the 70-some skeleton minions, upon encountering the forest giant bear, he would have no choice but to flee at the first sight. Yet, just as Shun E contemplated how to defeat the bear with minimal casualties, the forest giant bear executed an utterly unexpected maneuver. It fled. With all 4 legs on the ground, it twisted its massive body and dashed away without a backward glance. Now, it was Shun E's turn to feel displeased. Wasn't he a battle supposed to ensue? Why did it run upon seeing him? Of course, Shun Yi was unaware that, in the eyes of the forest giant bear, his magical attribute exceeding 100, coupled with his Necromancer class and the dense congregation of over 70 skeletons, made him appear as if the Grim Reaper had arrived. Only a fool would stand their ground. You stop right there. Naturally, Shun Yi could not let this opportunity for experience slip away. He charged after the forest giant bear, leading his skeletal army in a frenzied pursuit. It ran, he chased, it could not escape. The larger the creature, the less nimble its movements. However, that did not imply it was slow. The forest giant bear took strides that equated to 10 of Shun Yi's. After 10 minutes of running, the distance between Shun Yi and the forest giant bear remained unchanged. What on earth are you running for? Shun Yi shouted at the bear's retreating form. Just a moment ago, it had seemed full of bravado. At this moment, Shun Yi felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity akin to the phrase, "You show me this after I've already disrobed." In the vast expanse of the enigmatic jungle, an eerie spectacle unfolded. A lone individual, accompanied by a throng of skeletons, was in pursuit of an exceptionally massive bear. What transpired? Why was there such commotion in the enigmatic jungle? My goodness. Look over there. All the adventurers present in the enigmatic jungle bore witness to it. The towering bear, standing over 6 meters tall, moved with the speed of a colossal vessel. Imagine if the bow of a ship were to rush through the forest at breakneck speed. Such a ruckus was impossible to overlook. Who dared provoke the mountain forest bear? The answer remained elusive. Who would be foolish enough to confront such a creature? Even a level 15 minor boss would obliterate 2 entire teams. It was likely that some unfortunate soul had inadvertently triggered the bear's ire. One person promptly deduced. The mountain forest bear possesses a formidable territorial instinct. It rarely hunts unless feeding, but if its territory is encroached upon, it can track intruders over great distances. Who would dare to provoke the mountain forest bear? In this entire instance, I suspect only Sun Jitian's team would even contemplate hunting it. Yet, Sun Jitian would be wise to avoid the mountain forest bear. Losing 1 or 2 team members would not be worth the risk. Perhaps not. Who knows what level Sun Jitian has attained now? In the last instance, he was at level 9, and I reckon he must have reached level 10 a few days ago. Level 10? Even if he were a destroyer, he could hardly contend with the mountain forest bear. Indeed, the mountain forest bear is a level 15 boss monster. Wherever it treads, stones and trees are mercilessly obliterated, leaving a long trail of destruction in its wake. Those present could hardly fathom the truth. The mountain forest bear was not the pursuer, but rather the one being pursued. The individual in question was none other than Shun Yi himself. Shun Yi was sprinting when he suddenly halted. What are you doing? He spotted a familiar face. What are you doing here? Mu Qingxue hesitated for a moment. She was concealed behind a tree trunk, occasionally peering out, appearing rather furtive. I'm preparing to level up. Shun Yi replied matter-of-factly. In the enigmatic jungle, what else could one do to gain experience aside from hunting monsters? But you. Shun Yi cast a sidelong glance at Mu Qingxue perched in the tree. What sort of performance are you enacting? You. Mu Qingxue shot a glare at Shun Yi. I'm not. Did you not see? The commotion just now was the mountain forest bear advancing. I wonder who is hunting, as everyone is avoiding it like the plague due to its agitation. Who is the mountain forest bear hunting? Shan Yu posed, realizing that the creature was actually fleeing from him. Did it have the leisure to pursue someone else? Turning to resume his chase of the mountain forest bear, he was abruptly halted by Mu Qingxue's urgent call. Hey, where are you going? Ah. Shan Yu pondered it. What I intend to hunt is the forest giant bear. As soon as the words left his lips, Mu Qingxue's gaze turned exceedingly peculiar, resembling that of someone observing a fool. That was a level 15 forest giant bear. I am aware, he replied. You know, Mu Qingx retorted, somewhat exasperated. I suggest you find a place to hide. The forest giant bear is currently in a frenzied state. Seeking it out is hardly a judicious choice. I am precisely seeking the forest giant bear. Shan Yi seek it. Dismissing, Mu Qingwus dispedief. With a grand gesture, over 70 skeletons materialized in an instant. This spectacle startled Mu Qingxue, causing her to draw her staff, mistakenly believing a horde of necromantic creatures had emerged. However, Upon witnessing the skeletons obediently trailing after Shun Yi, she was left in astonishment. So many skeletons. Were they all conjured by Shun Yi? How did he achieve this? The sheer number far exceeded what Mu Qingxue had observed during her last encounter with him. Suddenly, a thought flickered in her mind. Could it be Shun Yi was truly hunting that forest giant bear? Chapter 30. The enigmatic fate. As this thought suddenly crossed her mind, Mu Qingxue promptly dismissed it. What a joke. A level 15 forest giant bear could only be successfully hunted by at least 2 squads, provided that those renowned individuals ranked among the top 10 were present. Yet, the anxious expression on Shun Yi's face did not appear feigned. Mu Qingxue pursed her lips, her demeanor slightly unnatural. Currently, she was only at level 5. Not only could she not hunt the forest giant bear, but merely catching a glimpse of it would overwhelm her with anxiety. Shun Yi had evidently acquired the strength to hunt the forest giant bear. I refuse to believe it. Mu Wingu Kanenchit had feasts. Gazing in the direction Shun Yi had departed, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, yet her face still revealed a hint of unwillingness. It seemed that she had made up her mind and resolutely advanced towards the path Shun Yi had taken. She was determined to see if Shun Yi could indeed slay the forest giant bear. Meanwhile, was this distance sufficient? Chunzhua raced forward, his expression somewhat grim. I don't know, Wu Yuzhong retorted sharply, saying, I ask you, can you be relied upon or not? According to the plan, there should be no issue. The problem now might be that something went awry in the underground cave. Nonsense, Wu Yuzhong snapped. How could you have assured me before? I know, Chunzhua, losing his patience, replied, if the plan were executed flawlessly, indeed there would be no problem. But the question is, how was I to know that the underground cave would encounter issues? At the moment Shun Yi breached the underground cave instance, both Chunzhua and Wu Yuzhong, waiting outside, were left dumbfounded. Wu Yuzhong only remembered instinctively glancing at Chunzhua. He saw Chunzhua's astonishment rendering him speechless. They exchanged a glance and instantly made the most prudent decision to flee. Not only had they betrayed Yi Qinyu, but there were also a dozen other professionals involved. If they were to track them down, the two would surely face dire consequences. Wu Yuzhong was filled with resentment, thinking to himself, what happened to your earlier confidence? Did you feed it to the dogs? Chunzhua appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Logically, a high-level boss equipped with the Summoner S necklace should not have been unable to contend with Yi Qinyu and her group. It was utterly bizarre. As the two plotted their next course of action, they sped through the ethereal jungle. Are you certain this instance is the one you mentioned? I am certain, Chunzhua replied tersely. I eliminated 2 outsiders using that instance. You have never entered it, so you cannot fathom the dangers inside. I have not entered the underground cave instance, Wu Yuzhong remarked derisively, but at least I never claimed that Yi Qinyu would inevitably fail to escape this instance. Are you done yet? Chunzhua, already agitated, found Wu Yuzhong's relentless sarcasm unbearable. Yes, it was true that he had indeed made a blunder in his operations, although even Chunzhua himself could not discern where the mistake had occurred. The issue at hand is that events have already transpired. The crux of the matter lies in what actions should be taken next. Alternatively, we could leverage our collective strength to encircle Yi Qinyu. Chunzhua articulated his thoughts. It was high time to proceed in such a manner. Wu Yuzhong let out a cold snort, asserting that the creation of that dungeon was a futile endeavor. You, Chunzhua gritted his teeth, questioning, what if we fail to encircle Yi Qinyu and allow her to escape? This concern is precisely why they aimed to deceive Yi Qinyu into the underground dungeon. While they could indeed attempt to surround her directly, it must be acknowledged that Yi Qinyu is a rare class, paladin, with formidable combat prowess. The outcome of such an encounter remains uncertain. Should Yi Qinyu manage to flee, they would be left utterly helpless. Moreover, Yi Qinyu had not brought an escape scroll with her. In this scenario, entering the underground dungeon leaves them with only 2 possibilities. Either they remain trapped indefinitely until the dungeon concludes, or they perish within its confines and are teleported out. Unfortunately, the dungeon has been successfully cleared. It is evident that Yi Qinyu was not the one to achieve this feat. Chunzhua clenched his jaw. Yi Qinyu had only been within the dungeon for half a day, a mere fraction of time during which she could not have traversed even half of it, let alone defeat the Goblin King. Should we turn back to search for Yi Qinyu? Wu Yuzhong inquired. How could that be possible? Yi Qinyu is certainly with that group. Under such circumstances, how could we hope to eliminate her? Then what do you propose we do? Chen Zhuo inhaled deeply. We wait. There is no better course of action available. We shall await an opportunity when Yi Qinyu is isolated and the situation stabilizes before considering her elimination. Wu Yuzhong expressed his agitation, asking how long they would have to wait. Chen Zhuo sighed, stating that if he had confidence in successfully slaying Yi Qinyu amidst the assault of a dozen practitioners, he would not stand in his way. I am well aware. Wu Yuzhong retorted coldly. Haven't those above provided you with any other means? What more do you desire? Is this summoner's necklace insufficient? Chen Zhuo shot a glare at Wu Yuzhong, noting that only 3 practitioners with holy attributes had entered this dungeon. One was far too low in level and weak, meeting his demise at the hands of a frost hawk. The second was merely level 6, and I employed certain measures to eliminate him directly. Only Yi Qinyu remains, posing a significant challenge. Theoretically, Yi Qinyu is the most difficult to handle, and those above have indeed suggested the optimal solution. Chen Zhuo had once believed they were secure. Who could have foreseen that complications would arise? Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, piercing through Chen Zhuo's eardrums. What? Chen Zhuo lifted his gaze. Dust filled the air as trees toppled one after another. A colossal creature was approaching. The thoughts surged simultaneously in both their minds. The next instant, run. The faster, the better. Roar! The colossal figure of the forest bear surged forward with formidable force, instilling a momentary sense of breathlessness in Chen Zhuo and Wu Yuzhong. What a stroke of bad luck. Nevertheless, they resolved to run. After all, they had been fleeing all along. How frustrating. Chen Zhuo could not help but curse aloud. Wu Yuzhong pondered for a moment, suggesting they postpone the discussion about Yi Qinyu for another time. Perhaps an opportunity would present itself later. As Chen Zhuo sprinted, panting heavily, he recalled that the mechanism wouldn't be triggered until the 7th day. If they could eliminate Yi Qinyu before that, their mission would be deemed complete. The forest bear loomed behind them, a perilous distance of 700 or 800 meters away, already imparting a palpable sense of danger. Unbeknownst to them, trailing the forest bear was an individual commanding over 70 skeletons in pursuit, none other than the architect of their impending failure, Shun Yi. Sometimes, fate unfolds in the most extraordinary ways. Even more astonishing is the fact that Chen Zhuo and Wu Yuzhong find themselves here. Chapter 31. Slaying the Forest Giant Bear. A voice, all too familiar, echoed in the ears of the two men. Yi Vianyu. At this moment, Yi Qinyu glared at Chen Zhuo and Wu Yuzhong with a displeased expression. I have yet to settle the score with you regarding the previous dungeon incident. The expressions of Chen Zhuo and Wu Yuzhong were exceedingly peculiar. Yi Qinyu, I never anticipated that you would emerge alive from the dungeon. Given the circumstances, Wu Yuzhong had no choice but to feign innocence. I thought you had already been expelled from the dungeon. Huh. Yi Qinyu scoffed repeatedly. If you two are still alive, how could I possibly be the first to perish? As expected of the eldest daughter of the Yi family, her arsenal of tools is indeed abundant. She even managed to emerge from an underground cave. Wu Yuzhong and Chen Zhuo exchanged glances. Currently, they were all being pursued by the forest giant bear. Yi Qinyu was alone, with no one else by her side. Perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity to eliminate her. Do not refer to me by that title. Upon hearing the appellation eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Qinyu's expression grew even more frigid. It is time we settled our accounts. Settling accounts is permissible, Chen Zhuo declared loudly. First, you should ask the forest giant bear behind us whether it consents. Yi Qinyu was infuriated. After emerging from the underground cave, her immediate thought was to confront Chen Zhuo and Wu Yuzhong. However, she had realized that Wu Yuzhong and Chen Zhuo were present. Yet, the forest giant bear posed an even greater threat. They ran, and it pursued. They were trapped with no means of escape. Yi Qinyu felt exceedingly frustrated, and in a moment of exasperation, the long sword in her hand radiated a dazzling purple light. The Paladin's powerful attack move, Thunder Slash. A massive bolt of lightning entwined with the sword's aura, targeting the forest giant bear directly. Chunjua was momentarily stunned. Have you lost your mind? This will provoke it. He felt a twinge of amusement. If the forest giant bear truly killed Yi Qinyu, it would conveniently absolve him of any responsibility. Yi Qinyu replied coldly, "Whether it is provoked or not makes no difference. We are all being hunted regardless." The Thunder Slash, imbued with the attribute of thunder, would inflict paralysis upon its target. If the forest giant bear were indeed pursuing them, it would surely detect this Thunder Slash. However, the issue was, the forest giant bear was also someone's quarry. Creatures in desperate flight inevitably overlook certain things. For instance, Yi Qinyu's Thunder Slash. Boom! The Thunder Slash's immense sword aura struck the forest giant bear with precision. Despite its colossal size, the bear lacked attribute resistance, and the paralysis effect lasted for half a second. In that brief moment, the forest giant bear fell spectacularly. Boom! The massive creature crashed to the ground, causing the very ground of the ethereal forest to tremble. Even Yi Qinyu was taken aback that her attack had actually hit. The three halted their frantic escape. What just happened? A level 15 forest giant bear was taken down by an 8th level Yi Qinyu in a single blow. All three were left in bewilderment. "Thank you." At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Suddenly, a multitude of skeletons surged forth in droves. Chunjua was taken aback. Had the dungeon mechanism been triggered? The thought flashed through his mind just as he caught sight of Shen-Yi. With a roar, the forest giant bear collapsed but immediately rose again. At this juncture, Shen-Yi's legion of skeletons had completely encircled the forest giant bear. "Keep running." Shen-Yi sneered. "Aren't you quite the sprinter?" He had pursued it for a full 2 hours. Initially, Shen-Yi had entertained the notion of making this forest giant bear a stepping stone to ceremoniously achieve his level 10 advancement. However, as the chase continued, frustration began to brew within him. "You have the audacity to roar at me. Why not engage me in battle?" With that, Shen-Yi removed his unity ring and donned it again, reallocating his attribute points into strength and agility. Boom! With a single punch, he struck the forest giant bear, causing it to lose its breath. The bear let out a mournful howl. With 60 points of strength, it simply could not withstand the blow. Yet, the forest giant bear was not to be underestimated. It raised its massive paw and struck fiercely at Shen-Yi. In a swift motion, Shen-Yi ducked, evading the bear's attack. With an uppercut, Shen-Yi sent the bear's colossal form soaring through the air. "Come, I shan't bully you, let us duel." Shen-Yi's smile was chilling. 9 high-level skeletons and over 70 low-level skeletons surrounded Shen-Yi and the forest giant bear, brandishing their weapons without any inclination to engage in combat. The forest giant bear, infuriated, was initially daunted by Shen-Yi's overwhelming aura of necromancy. Yet, it also possessed the dignity of a territorial overlord. With a fierce roar, Shen-Yi grinned, "Sword come." The skeletal swordsman promptly tossed a massive sword to him. Shen-Yi raised an eyebrow, "Shield come." The skeletal knight threw a sturdy shield in his direction. In most cases, Shen-Yi was quite reasonable. When he said it was a duel, it was indeed a duel. He would not take advantage of the situation. Every mage harbors a dream of melee combat, and necromancers are no exception. With sword in one hand and shield in the other, he charged toward the forest giant bear. The bear swung its claws horizontally, attempting to seize Shen-Yi. With a deft leap, Shen-Yi evaded the attack, landing squarely atop the bear's plush head. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword into the bear's shoulder. The forest giant bear roared in pain, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge Shen-Yi. However, Shen-Yi had already sensed the bear's intent. He leaped again, landing nimbly on the ground. This was the prowess of having both strength and agility above 60. At this moment, the forest giant bear was merely Shen-Yi's plaything. The man and the bear resumed their fierce struggle, but as time wore on, the bear accumulated more wounds, and its movements grew increasingly sluggish. In stark contrast, Shen-Yi emerged unscathed, his garments devoid of even a trace of blood. The demise of the mountain bear beneath his blade was merely a matter of time. Blood flowed incessantly from the bear's shoulder, its massive form trembling uncontrollably as it gasped for breath. In its eyes, there was no trace of anger, only an overwhelming sense of fear of death itself. Within the ethereal depths of the forest, the only sound remaining was the bear's labored breathing. As for the onlookers, they were utterly bewildered. Yi Qinyu chose not to depart. Her curiosity compelled her to witness whether Shun Yi could indeed vanquish the mountain bear. Chun Zhua and his companions harbored ulterior motives, refraining from immediate departure as well. Word spread quickly, drawing a crowd of individuals, each harboring varying degrees of intent to hunt the mountain bear. Countless pairs of eyes scrutinized the small thicket. Yet none could have anticipated that Shun Yi would triumph over the bear in such a manner. An overwhelming, irrefutable dominance. How extraordinarily powerful. Could that individual be Sun Jiqian? Perhaps it would be wise to observe more closely. The one who defeated the mountain bear was not Sun Jiqian. In truth, even if it were Sun Jiqian, they harbored no doubt that he could not achieve such a feat. Chapter 32. Entanglement Choice. Shun Yi's performance transcended the comprehension of all spectators. Surrounding him was a throng of skeletons, unmistakably the work of a necromancer. Yet, how could a necromancer wield a sword and shield to utterly dominate a level 15 forest giant bear? Was this truly the essence of a necromancer? Moreover, what was the nature of those skeletons? They varied in size and were adorned in a spectrum of colors. The members of the Jiangdong All-School Alliance did not recognize Shun Yi, but they quickly grasped the situation. This individual, though unfamiliar, emanated an air of malevolence and was undoubtedly not one to be trifled with. Exchanging glances, the multitude of onlookers promptly dispersed, leaving behind only the faint rustling of branches within the ethereal forest. "Thank you, Shun Yi." Once they reached safety, Yi Qinyu tossed her hair and offered Shun Yi a smile. "Ah, no need for thanks," Shun Yi replied casually, nodding. You, observing Shun Yi's demeanor, Yi Qinyu pursed her lips. "Hey, you didn't tell me your name last time. Aren't you curious how I found out?" "Oh." Shun Yi raised his gaze to Yi Qinyu, recalling that he had indeed neglected to share his name with this young woman. But did it truly matter? Knowing it was sufficient, Yi Qinyu nearly choked on her words, though Shun Yi's nonchalance was something she had encountered before. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "The underground cave instance, that was your successful strategy, right? I owe you my gratitude for that." Shun Yi's train of thought was once again interrupted by Yi Qinyu. Resigned, he lifted his head. "Ah, no need for thanks. Just a token of appreciation would suffice." In truth, Shun Yi was preoccupied with weighty matters. Yet his reflections were persistently disrupted by Yi Qinyu, who he inwardly criticized for her incessant inquiries. Surely, was it the case that all beautiful girls possessed such tiresome tendencies? Much like Mu Qinxue, who insisted on asking about her exam results after every test. The results were displayed prominently on the wall. Could she not check for herself? He was exceedingly busy. As Shun Yi silently lamented, he casually tossed the great sword he held to the skeleton swordsman. The sword, bestowed upon him by the skeleton swordsman, was derived from a necromancer's occupational skill, Blade of the Demon Pact. Its fundamental attributes were commendable, and combined with the high inherent attributes of the leader, it constituted an exceptional weapon. Typically, such summoning-type weapons could only be wielded by the summoner, but as the skeleton swordsman was a summon of Shun Yi, he was permitted to utilize it as well. There exists a saying, "The summon of my summon is also my summon." Thus, he could indeed use it. Shun Yi's thoughts drifted far afield, pondering whether he might recruit additional professions of this nature to amass a complete set of equipment for himself. Perhaps a magic shield warrior or a magic armor warrior. Of course, this was merely speculation. Shen did not genuinely believe he could enhance his strength through such dubious means. He had not even heard of a profession known as magic shield warrior. Compared to such unrealistic fantasies, Shun Yi is currently troubled by a different matter. Who shall consume this colossal bear of the forest? For Shun Yi, this is an exceptionally grave concern. If it were for his elder, he would undoubtedly choose to have the carcass of this great bear devoured by his chief subordinate, the skeleton mage knight. The chief possesses formidable attributes, which have enabled Shun Yi to navigate the challenges of the dungeon with remarkable ease. However, Complications arise in the wake of this decision. Should he continue to allow the skeleton mage knight to consume? With a sigh, Shun Yi scratched his head, disregarding Yi Qinyu who stood beside him, as well as Chen Zhua and Wu Yuzhong, whose expressions were somewhat unnatural. At this moment, he felt an intense internal conflict. Shun Yi is afflicted with an acute case of choice paralysis, often spending an inordinate amount of time deliberating even the simplest of decisions, such as what vegetables to purchase. Were the benefits of nurturing his elder unequivocal, he would undoubtedly permit his chief, the skeleton mage knight, to grow even stronger without hesitation. Yet, therein lies the crux of the dilemma. This method of cultivation is not without its drawbacks. Firstly, in terms of attribute growth, lower-level, weaker skeletons, while frail, exhibit rapid growth in attributes and levels. During his extortion of the Goblin King, Shun Yi spent a considerable amount of time summoning several upgraded skeletons. High-level, robust skeletons are undeniably the mainstay of combat. Currently, Shun Yi's foremost general, the skeleton mage knight, boasts impressive agility and strength, alongside commendable magical attributes. However, the continual increase in attribute values appears to be approaching a threshold, akin to a diminishing returns effect, when a similar goblin is given to a basic skeleton to consume. Approximately 20 will yield an attribute enhancement, potentially elevating the skeleton to level 6. Yet, when the same is attempted with the skeleton mage knight, it would require the consumption of over 40 goblins, yielding no discernible effect. In that moment, Shun Yi came to a realization. The attribute points of his skeletons are also subject to an experience system. The experience required to advance from level 9 to 10 is incomparable to that needed to ascend from level 1 to 2. Similarly, the quantity of goblins required for the skeleton mage knight to enhance its attributes and level far exceeds that of the basic skeletons. This predicament gives rise to a need for compromise. The skeleton mage knight was formed by the fusion of the previous skeleton knight and skeleton assassin under Shun Yi's command. Thus, he contemplated once more merging the skeleton knight and skeleton assassin to create a second skeleton mage knight, subsequently nurturing his second in command. However, the situation is far from simple. In truth, this is the crux of Shun Yi's dilemma. Until now, he has not created another fusion class, and there is a reason for this. He remains uncertain whether the skeleton knight and skeleton assassin can genuinely merge to become a skeleton mage knight. If the fusion class were variable, it would be more manageable. Shun Yi could simply rely on chance and accumulation. As the accumulation continues, one can always gather a few formidable professions and focus on nurturing them. But what if the fusion of professions were fixed? Knight plus assassin equals magic swordsman. Shun Yi has come to this realization. How many combinations could there possibly be? At present, the situation remains manageable. If the path of nurturing just one proves to be treacherous, the simplest solution would be for Shun Yi to fuse another skeleton magic swordsman, thereby cultivating two powerful allies. However, human nature is inherently greedy. If one can create a skeleton magic swordsman, could one also forge a skeleton thunder mage? Or perhaps a skeleton destruction warrior? If Shun Yi possesses a sufficient number of skeletons for class advancement, he will eventually uncover the complete fusion synthesis chart. At that point, Shun Yi will wield the combat prowess of countless elite professions. This conundrum had crossed Shun Yi's mind before, but he refrained from delving deeper. As it pertained to his future choices, currently, the forest giant bear lies on the ground, barely clinging to life. A mere tap on its toe from Shun Yi would spell its demise. Then, he will officially step into the milestone of level 10. Chapter 33. Thank you for your patronage. Ahem. Well, Yi Qinyu. Chen Zhui's expression was somewhat unnatural as he glanced at Shun Yi, then turned to Yi Qinyu. Do you know this person? Yi Qinyu smiled gracefully and replied, What do you think? Knowing the name implies familiarity. Although the formidable figure remained silent, their interaction clearly indicated their acquaintance. It is indeed our fault for the trouble we caused you. Chen Zhui's eyes darted as he suggested. How about I compensate you with an escape scroll? Didn't you mention that this escape scroll was dropped by you? Yi Qinyu sneered. It seems you were quite fortunate, managing to find 2 escape scrolls in the same instance, especially a novice dungeon. Finding just one is already remarkable. Two is nearly impossible. Chunjua's previous claim that his escape scroll was dropped from Monster was now exposed as a lie. Indeed, how could you deceive us? Wu Yuzhong frowned, stating that if it was brought in, he should just say so. It wouldn't have any impact. Chunjua's eyes widened in disbelief. Why should I reveal my secrets? Don't you have any awareness? I only wanted to send Yi Qinyu away. Knowing someone like Yi Qinyu who can single-handedly take down a massive bear raises the difficulty significantly. In such a scenario, any slight increase in probability must be pursued, even if it means offering an escape scroll. You may not have realized it, but why are you defending Yi Qinyu? Chunjua had long suspected Wu Yuzhong lacked intelligence, and now he was convinced of it. Cough. Riding on family connections is hardly commendable. Chunjua's smile stiffened, cursing Wu Yuzhong in his heart. Let's put it this way, I did cause you trouble, but we are still bound by a friendship contract. Furthermore, I can offer an escape scroll as compensation. What do you think? Wu Yuzhong's eyes widened as he looked at Chunjua, seemingly wanting to say something. Chunjua's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He understood Wu Yuzhong's thoughts perfectly and could articulate his internal dialogue word for word. Wu Yuzhong must be thinking, since we have a friendship contract, what's the point of discussing killing Yi Qinyu? What a fool. Ironically, it was Yi Qinyu who caught on to the situation, sneering repeatedly. The proof of friendship is indeed a valuable item. But let us not forget, the proof of friendship is a shared progress item. We have already entered the underground dungeon, and once the instance concludes, the effects of the proof of friendship will naturally cease to exist. In other words, your so-called friendship will no longer hold any weight. I see. Chunjua chuckled awkwardly. I had forgotten about that. Alas. Wu Yuzhong sighed beside him, seemingly exasperated by Chunjua's intellect. Chunjua struggled to suppress the urge to strike Wu Yuzhong. He was well aware. He previously made such statements, not to deceive Yi Qinyu. Damn it. How'd I end up with such a foolish teammate? Chunjua contemplated how to make a swift escape, while cursing Wu Yuzhong profusely in his mind. Wu Yuzhong, on the other hand, was vacantly following along, as he was merely there to assist. All the ideas were Chunjua's. Yi Qinyu was also deep in thought. She was acquainted with Shun Yi, but their relationship was not as intimate as one might imagine. Indeed, Yi Qinyu was currently leveraging her connection to intimidate Chunjua. If she could keep him in check, she would be safe. If not, further conflict was inevitable. After some contemplation, Yi Qinyu smiled and said, in that case, I shall accept it, and let bygones be bygones. Chunjua felt a wave of relief wash over him, but just then, he furrowed his brow slightly and narrowed his eyes, observing the interaction between Yi Qinyu and Shun Yi. Uncertain. What exactly is the nature of your relationship? Yi Qinyu's smile faltered momentarily as she pressed her lips together and then abruptly grasped Shun Yi's hand. Upon witnessing this, Chunjua's face twitched uncontrollably. So that is how it is. We must leave. A singular thought raced through his mind. To escape swiftly, Chunjua hurried away, with Wu Yuzhong and his team trailing behind. What shall we do now? Don't ask me. Chunjua was clearly infuriated. The mission to eliminate Yi Qinyu had failed, and now Shun Yi had appeared beside her. He hadn't even begun to understand Shun Yi's capabilities, and the multitude of factors only exacerbated his irritation, not to mention the presence of a dimwit nearby. Meanwhile, Shun Yi regarded Yi Qinyu with an enigmatic smile. Since he had already been interrupted, he decided to cast his concerns aside for the moment and would reflect when he was alone. He could not afford to reveal his true self beneath the watchful eyes of others. He had gleaned some understanding of Yi Qinyu's situation. In essence, he had been used as a shield by this cunning girl. Tell me, have you had enough? Well, what if I say I haven't? Yi Qinyu replied with a charming smile, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Shun Yi had intended to deliver a cutting remark to embarrass her, yet Yi Qinyu skillfully deflected it. She was astute, exceedingly so, and well aware of her striking appearance. Not enough? That's no problem. Payment will suffice. Shun Yi smirked, thinking, you just used me as a shield, and now want to hold my hand? This little account, 50,000. Yi Qinyu continued to gaze at Shun Yi, chuckling softly. With her other hand, she raised 5 slender fingers and straightforwardly declared, 50,000 per minute. Is that sufficient? Shun Yi was taken aback. This girl was quite wealthy. 50,000, what a concept! In the entirety of his time in the dungeon. The materials he had gathered from slaying monsters wouldn't even amount to 50,000 when sold collectively. This is yet another demonstration of Shun Yi's extraordinary prowess in slaying monsters. Of course, this does not account for his equipment. Otherwise, the value of Summoner's necklace would far exceed this figure. Go ahead, pull as many as you like, for as long as you wish, Shun Yi remarked, his face alight with joy, for he had encountered a substantial benefactor. Shall we start with an hour? Is that sufficient? How shameless! Yi Qinyu was taken aback by Shun Yi's audacity. Her cheeks suddenly flushed with a hint of crimson. You rogue. Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. How am I being a rogue? You're the one insisting on holding my hand. Yi Qinyu shot him a glare. You were flirting with me earlier. Shan Yu seek it. Does that even count? Absolutely. Yi Qinyu gripped Shun Yi's hand tightly, seeking to vent her inner dissatisfaction. However, she forgot that Shun Yi's attributes were now far superior to hers. Upon tightening her hold, she realized his hand felt as solid as steel. Sniffling, she retrieved a gold bar from her storage space. Here. For payment. Shun Yi accepted the gold bar, its weight substantial. This young lady truly did not speak lightly. She had indeed produced the 50,000 she promised without hesitation. Chapter 34. The Inexplicable Battlefield. Shun Yi is a person of reason. Once the price is settled, he is agreeable. Discreetly, he stows away the unexpected fortune into his storage space. Yi Qinyu possesses a pleasing appearance, and her extravagant spending suggests she hails from an extraordinary background. However, Shun Yi remains unhurried. Since his trump cards cannot be easily revealed, and there's profit to be made, why not indulge? After all, he is in dire need of funds. Shun Yi's foundation is already precarious, and the main combat professions often demand substantial financial resources. Compared to other practitioners, he is likely in greater need of money, especially with so many warriors under his command. The costs of procuring standard swords and armor alone constitute a significant expenditure. Are you from Jiangnan High School? He inquired, aware that information comes at a price. Yi Qinyu's lips curled into a slight smile. The Jiangdong Alliance has recorded all practitioners' information a month prior to their transition, and there is no record of a hidden profession such as Necromancer. I'm also aware of the incident involving Jiangnan High School stumbling into a dungeon. You can only be from there. This girl is rather astute. Shun Yi shrugged, offering no rebuttal. Yi Qinyu cast a glance at him, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. You seem somewhat apprehensive of me? With utmost sincerity, Shun Yi replied, not at all. I merely wish to avoid trouble. Yi Qinyu inadvertently reminded him of Mu Qingxue. The girl had never been on good terms with him, and his rise to become the school-wide adversary at Jiangnan High School was likely partly due to her influence. You better not be, she retorted, blinking as if she discerned Shun Yi's discomfort with her presence. Why not join my team? Shun Yi was taken aback. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn. Don't you lack a team? Yi Qinyu glanced over his shoulder. If so, why not team up with me? Upon graduation, most practitioners naturally form teams to delve into various dungeons. Many legendary squads are established well before university, with some institutions even inviting renowned teams to serve as guest professors. Yi Qinyu's invitation, though abrupt, was not unreasonable. Yet, Shun Yi found himself in a quandary. As a necromancer, he had no need for allies. He pondered his words, contemplating how to decline her offer. But Yi Qinyu spoke first. I am quite wealthy. Shun Yi's lips twitched involuntarily. Was this what one might call an extravagant display of wealth? The reality was that her conditions were indeed enticing. Wealth, as the saying goes, money cannot buy everything. Yet, for all practitioners, a lack of funds is utterly untenable, whether it be for items, equipment, or even the passes required to enter certain dungeons. All necessitate financial backing. Practitioners certainly venture into dungeons, hunting monsters to convert their spoils into wealth or exchange for necessities. However, they also invest the money they earn in themselves. Achieving a balance between income and expenditure is already indicative of an exceptional professional. Many practitioners even struggle to make ends meet. If a dungeon run yields poor returns, they may not even recoup the cost of potions consumed. Shen Yi certainly does not belong to that category, yet he undeniably finds himself in greater need of funds. He can indeed earn money by entering dungeons and slaying monsters with his skeletal army, but if Shen Yi were as financially secure as Yi Qianyu, his path will be entirely different. Shen Yi sighed. Miss Yi, please refrain from calling me that. Yi Qianyu seemed averse to this title, asserting, I am Yi Qianyu. The money I provide you comes solely from my own earnings, unrelated to the Yi family. I secretly manage a materials shop under my name. Shen Yi was taken aback by Yi Qianyu's strong reaction. You may call me Qianyu, she continued with a bright smile. You are a necromancer, and fortuitously, I possess a tome detailing rare professions, containing much unpublished information about necromancers. Should you be interested, I can lend you this book. Shen Yi paused. Indeed, this offer piqued his interest. The scant introduction to necromancers in existing literature meant he was unaware of even their professional skills. High-level necromancers are rare, primarily because they are deemed too weak to warrant mention in textbooks. However, he couldn't fathom why the esteemed young lady of the Yi family would propose a partnership with him. Had she perhaps perceived that his necromancer differed from those previously recorded? A flicker of caution ignited within Shen Yi. If that were the case, then Yi Qianyu could be quite perilous. It is worth noting that, in both his past and present lives, Shen Yi has never been particularly close to any female. He speculated on Yi Qianyu's motivations and intentions based on their identities as practitioners. Naturally, there was nothing inherently wrong with this. Countless fools had met their demise at the hands of enchanting yet treacherous women. Nevertheless, it was evident that Yi Qianyu did not harbor such intentions. I can grant you time to ponder this. I hope to receive your answer before the college entrance examination. Yi Qianyu smiled. I am genuinely interested in you. Even if you choose not to team up with me, I would still like to be your friend. What do you say? This girl-esque character was even more cheerful and generous than Shen Yi had anticipated. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Shen Yi's ears. Shen Yi. Mu Qingxue hurried over, closing the distance between them in swift strides. Mu Qingxue, what brings you here? Shen Yi inquired. Ignoring his question, Mu Qingxue cast a glance at Yi Qianyu, her lips pressed tightly together. You declined to team up with me because of her? Shen Yi was momentarily stunned. Huh? What on earth are you talking about? Refusing Mu Qingxue's invitation to team up stemmed from Shen Yi's desire to contemplate his professional skills independently. What does this have to do with Yi Qianyu? Upon catching sight of Mu Qingxue, Yi Qianyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, particularly at the way Mu Qingxue interacted with Shen Yi. Before Shen Yi could fully grasp the situation, she seized his hand. 1 minute, 500,000. We only held hands for 20 seconds, so there are still 40 seconds left, she whispered in his ear. Shen Yi instantly felt as if he had been tricked. His gaze towards Yi Qianyu filled with resentment, yet he could only comply. After all, the client is akin to a deity. Muxinx, I didn't expect to see you here, Shen Yi remarked, surprised. Do you two know each other? Of course we do, Yi Qianyu replied. But we aren't particularly close. Their responses were strikingly different. Yi Qianyu smiled. We met briefly at a banquet. That hardly qualifies as familiarity, does it? Mu Qingxue clenched her teeth, ultimately conceding. Since you have already formed a team, I shall not intrude. With that, she turned to leave. Yi Qianyu cast a meaningful glance at the departing Mu Qingxue and then glanced back at Shen Yi. Shen Yi, I hope you will seriously consider my previous suggestion. I await your response. Chapter 35, New Vocational Skills. Shen Yi murmured, Is that not the crux of the matter? Why not? Yi Qianyu retorted, feigning astonishment. Have I sullied your innocence? Enough. Shen Yi sighed. Are you done? Once you're finished, you may leave. Yi Qianyu's lips curled into a slight smile as she handed Shen Yi a business card. This is my material shop. Mention my name for a discount. If you need to find me, just speak to the manager. Then, am I free to go? Shen Yi replied curtly. Safe travels. No need for farewells. At last, the two monumental figures departed. Shen Yi exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Heaven knows how he found himself so unfortunate, being targeted by Yi Qianyu and even attracting the attention of Mu Qingxue. Could it be that the profession of necromancer harbored some unspoken taboo? Unable to fathom it, Shen Yi chose to dismiss the thought. With the two colossal presences gone, he could finally focus on the matter at hand. Farewell, Great Bear. With a shudder, the forest giant bear stirred. A shadowy mist, visible only to Shun the Necromancer, began to rise. Defeated forest giant bear LV-15. Gained 39 experience. Level up. Setting aside the cultivation of skeletons for the moment, Shun opened his profession panel. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 10-20. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Magic, 30. Available attribute points, 83. 5 base, 78 unity power. Professional skill 1. Corpse Summoning 2. Consumes mana to summon 3 permanently existing intermediate skeletons to fight alongside. Professional skill 2. Corpse Manipulation. Consumes mana to reanimate corpses with souls and control them in battle. Bonus skill 1. Devour and Evolve. Summoned creatures can enhance their attributes or skills by consuming corpses, souls, or undead beings. Bonus skill 2. Infinite Summoning. When using summoning skills, there's a chance to trigger a critical hit, resulting in a random number of additional summons. Equipment skill 1. One-man army with this necklace. All summoned creatures are regarded as members of the wielder's squad. Equipment skill 2. Battle Roar Amplification. When the wielder uses a battle roar, all attributes of their summoned creatures are enhanced based on the wielder's attributes. Equipment skill 3. Advanced Summoning. When wearing this necklace, the mana cost of summoning skills is halved. Upon reaching level 10, significant changes unfolded, particularly concerning attribute values. Before level 10, each level up resulted in a simultaneous increase of 1 point in all 3 attributes, along with 1 unallocated attribute point. However, upon reaching level 10, each increment in level caused all 3 attributes to rise by 2 points, while the unallocated attribute points increased to 5. Meanwhile, Shun once again acquired a professional skill, Corpse Manipulation. Intrigued, he examined this ability. It resembled a resurrection skill, with necromancers being the practitioners of soul manipulation. From the description, it appeared capable of controlling corpses. However, Shun was perplexed. Despite its formidable appearance on the interface, why was this skill associated with the term weak? One could easily drag a necromancer into high-level dungeons, defeat a powerful monster, and then utilize corpse manipulation to claim it as their own. In such scenarios, a necromancer could indeed be deemed extraordinarily powerful. Contemplating this, Shun commanded, "Boss, bring me a small creature." The skeletal magic swordsman promptly returned with an unfortunate level 4 jungle wolf. With a crunch, jungle wolf LV-4 was slain. At level 10, Shun found that defeating a level 4 jungle wolf did not even register on his experience bar. He then employed corpse manipulation. A billowing black mist, under Shun Yi's guidance, seeped back into the jungle wolf's body. The creature staggered to its feet, its eyes glowing a faint green, exhibiting a slightly more rigid demeanor than in life. Shun immediately checked its status panel. Skeletal jungle wolf. Level for strength 17, agility 16, magic 0, skill 1. Rejuvenator. Its vitality seems to be completely severed, its soul manipulated. Utterly obedient to the caster. Compared to a normal jungle wolf, the skeletal version's attributes remained unchanged, yet its movements were noticeably diminished. Shun surmised that this was likely due to the change in its race, serving as a form of debilitation. He also observed that, after the transformation, the black mist, resembling a soul, which should have hovered over the corpse, had vanished. Testing further, it became evident that his skeletal minion could no longer utilize Devouring Evolution. A manipulated monster could not be consumed. This outcome was anticipated by Shun. He then instructed his skeletal army to gather various monsters of differing levels. After conducting several experiments, Shun gained a comprehensive understanding of his new skill. Firstly, the skill of corpse manipulation bore significant limitations. Although the reanimated creatures were obedient like the skeletal army, they could not retain their former strength, and their intelligence had diminished to a level akin to that of skeletal minions. Secondly, the attributes of the reanimated corpses could not exceed Shun Yi's own attributes, with his base stats, strength, agility, and magic being 20, 20, and 35 respectively. Any skeletons he resurrected through corpse manipulation could only possess maximum attributes of 20, 20, and 35. This limitation rendered the skill rather ineffective. After exerting considerable effort to vanquish a formidable high-level creature, its transformation into a skeletal being reduced its attributes to match that of the caster. What strength remains in such a state? Moreover, the skeletal creature's race inherently precludes it from benefiting from any racial attribute enhancements. With a sly grin, Shun evenly allocated his available attribute points into strength and agility. He then approached the lifeless form of the forest giant bear. Corpse manipulation. The carcass of the forest giant bear vanished, and a fully skeletal bear rose to its feet. Skeletal forest giant bear. Level 15. Strength 57. Agility 48. Magic 0. Skill 1. Regenerator. Its vitality seems to have been entirely severed. Its soul manipulated to obey the caster completely. Skill 2. Fury Roar. Enters a state of rage. Increasing strength. Skill 3. Savage Bear Charge. Concentrates power in its limbs for a short distance sprint, capable of obliterating everything in its path. Indeed, Shun-Yi beamed with delight. Unable to contain his joy, the limitations of corpse manipulation were dictated by attribute constraints. What concern was that to him, Shun-Yi? Chapter 36. The Manipulation of Corpses. One becomes an army. Possessing the Unity Ring, Shun-Yi is entirely capable of disregarding the limitations of corpse manipulation. As his skeletal legion expands to a considerable scale, he will even be able to control the remains of high-level monsters. The imposing forest bear, upon becoming a skeletal creature, retains much of its original form. Its exterior merely transformed into a skeletal structure, adding an air of foreboding. Clack, clack. The skeletal forest bear lowers its head as Shun-Yi seats himself upon it. It is somewhat uncomfortable. Sighing, Shun-Yi rubs his rear and, with a reluctant glance at the skeletal forest bear beneath him, ultimately resolves to dismount. Riding in a battle on a bear may be striking, but it comes at the expense of comfort. In the end, it is Shun-Yi's second-in-command, the Skeletal Knight, who takes his place atop the skeletal forest bear. The skeletal mage's agility surpasses that of the skeletal forest bear, making its position somewhat restrictive to its movements. Shun-Yi nods in satisfaction. The skeletal forest bear boasts impressive attributes, even exceeding those of the skeletal mage in strength, signifying the addition of a bear general, or perhaps more aptly, a tiger general to Shun-Yi's skeletal army. Unfortunately, he cannot utilize Devour Evolution to enhance their attributes. Despite a fleeting hope, his attempts yield no success. The stipulations of Devour Evolution are quite clear. Only Shun-Yi summoned creatures are eligible for such upgrades. The skeletal mage and its ilk are classified as Shun-Yi summoned entities, while the resurrected skeletal forest bear, imbued with a new soul, is categorized as his subordinate, not summoned by him. This is akin to how fire attribute spell enhancement can never be applied to lightning attribute spells. The limitations are explicitly stated, leaving no room for exception. Similarly, the inherent skill, one becomes an army granted by the Goblin King Summoner Necklace, cannot be combined with units affected by corpse manipulation. It is similarly specified that only summoned entities can benefit from such enhancements. This particular realization brings a tinge of regret to Shun-Yi. Aside from this, the other gains appear less striking. Undead Summoning has leveled up, increasing the number of summoned skeletons to 3, a benefit that pales in comparison to his own infinite troop spawn, which can yield 7 or 8 under fortunate circumstances. The silver lining is that the advanced undead summoning now allows Shun-Yi to conjure mid-tier undead without needing to reach a spell power of 100. This means he can now summon higher-level undead, thanks to his extraordinary spell attributes. The mid-tier undead, also level 5, possesses attributes of Strength 10, Agility 10, and Magic 0, effectively doubling the capabilities of the previously basic skeletal minions. Redonning the Unity Ring, Shun-Yi reallocates the attribute points granted by the power of Unity back into his spell attributes. Undead Summoning. Clack, clack. 9 skeletons slowly rise to their feet. They appear to be significantly larger than the mid-tier undead summoned by Shun-Yi, with the necromantic flames within their eye sockets burning with greater intensity. Class: High-tier undead. Level: 5. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Magic, 0. Skill 1. Summoned, undead that rise from the grave, only able to mindlessly follow their guide, which grants them absolute loyalty. Once Shun-E elevated his magical attribute to 100, the skeletons he summoned were classified as high-tier undead. To be candid, merely observing this panel, Shun-E could empathize profoundly with the despair experienced by those predecessors who had awakened as necromancers. What does this signify? A high-tier undead possesses both strength and agility attributes of 15, classified as a skeleton. This means its overall power is comparable to that of a human with both strength and agility at 10, perhaps marginally stronger. At first glance, it appears acceptable. Yet upon deeper reflection, the gravity of the situation becomes apparent. Why is Shun-E capable of summoning high-tier undead? Firstly, he has reached level 10, advancing his summoning skill to mid-tier. Secondly, his magical attribute has attained an extraordinary 100 points, an accomplishment that is virtually unattainable in the early stages. Achieving a magical attribute of 100 is no trivial feat, let us calculate. A necromancer at level 9, allocating all attribute points to magic, along with a job transition bonus of 2 points, would only reach 28 points. Between levels 10 and 19, one gains 45 points plus 18 points to distribute, which means if entirely invested in magic, the total would amount to 91 points. Only upon reaching level 20, when the fixed growth value for each level increases to 3 points and the distributable skill points reach 7 per level, can a magical strength be augmented to 100. The question remains, who would dare to allocate all their attribute points in this manner? Even mages specializing in magical attacks must distribute some points into agility and strength to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Most mages opt to concentrate about 70 of their attributes in magic, reserving a portion for agility and strength to ensure their resilience. After a one-on-one encounter with the forest giant bear, even Shun-E allocated some of his distributable points to strength and agility. A higher strength attribute implies he would not be easily toppled, while agility relates closely to dynamic vision and physical dexterity. With these two attributes elevated, he could adequately respond to imminent dangers. When the time comes for Shun-E to summon skeletons, he would reallocate points to magic. Thus, if a necromancer were to gamble everything and invest all attribute points into magic, they could barely summon high-tier undead at level 20, and only 3 at that. After reflecting on this, Shun-E sighed deeply, lamenting the plight of this profession. In a horizontal comparison, a level 20 practitioner would already be participating in silver-tier dungeons. In a silver-tier dungeon, even the weakest of monsters surpasses the formidable forest giant bear that Shun-E vanquished. In such high-level instances, it is utterly disheartening to realize that the core skill of a necromancer allows them to summon 3 undead beings with combat capabilities indistinguishable from those of an ordinary human. The mere thought evokes a sense of despair. At this moment, Shun-E is immensely grateful for his 2 powerful supplementary skills. Otherwise, he would find himself bereft of solace, even in tears. In truth, Shun-E has charted a path markedly divergent from that of most necromancers. All necromancers are acutely aware that skeleton summoning is an exceptionally frustrating skill. The vast majority prioritize enhancing their strength and agility, striving relentlessly to elevate their level to 10. It is only upon acquiring the skill of corpse manipulation that they embark on their true journey of growth, a path fraught with gradual despair, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Chapter 37. The Artillery Master Wu Yong. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Shun-E patted his cheeks, dispelling the unrealistic fantasies. He was not the only one in such circumstances. There was no need to overly immerse himself in the emotions of a beleaguered necromancer. Shun-E possessed 2 formidable abilities, yet he relied on the seemingly inconsequential reanimation. Moreover, while corpse manipulation and reanimation appear to be contradictory, they were not necessarily so, depending on how they were employed. For instance, Shun-E could equip his skeletal army with mounts, thereby creating a genuine cavalry of skeletons, or even skeletal dragon riders. Perhaps I could truly muster an army. Shun-E mused, a grin stretching from ear to ear. In due course, The scene of skeletal cavalry thundering across the entire dungeon was not an impossible dream. Of course, it wasn't all good news. Corpses that had been used by reanimation could no longer be utilized for devour and evolve. This was indeed a lamentable fact, meaning Shun, he would have to choose between commanding and devouring. Nevertheless, overall, he felt quite satisfied. He had just reached level 10, and he had gained a formidable general under his command, having summoned 9 high-tier skeletons to completely replace the 9 professional skeletons that had previously served him, thereby enhancing his strength further. As for the 9 professional skeletons, Shun, he found their panels too numerous to monitor. There would undoubtedly be more in the future. He could not attend to every minute detail and could only broadly categorize the skeletons into combat and support types. At present, however, he had only 2 support skeletons, the undead priest and the skeleton blacksmith. Shun, he had not explored the capabilities of the undead priest deeply. For now, he utilized it to restore his mana and to serve as his eyes through magical means. The skeleton blacksmith, however, left him utterly perplexed. What precisely could a blacksmith accomplish? Shun, he felt a headache coming on. He had never dabbled in support professions and was completely in the dark. Yi Qinyu mentioned she owned a material shop. Perhaps he could inquire with her. If the skeleton blacksmith possessed developmental potential, it could prove to be immensely profitable. As a crafting profession, blacksmithing was indeed highly sought after. After all, combat necessitated equipment. Not everyone was fortunate enough to obtain exceptional gear, nor was every item that dropped suitable for personal use. Most adventurers opted to commission a blacksmith to forge a weapon tailored to their needs. Currently, the highest level individual in Daxia was the renowned master craftsman Gong Sun Qi. Each of his creations was a treasure of supreme caliber. Should they enter the market, they would undoubtedly incite a nationwide sensation. A top-tier weapon fetches a 9-digit price at minimum. Moreover, they are priceless and difficult to acquire. Thus, blacksmiths have earned the reputation of being the most lucrative profession. Bar none. If I wish to earn money, this may indeed be a path worth considering. Shun, he stroked his chin, his thoughts swirling. However, the most pressing matter at hand remained the dungeon. He had ascended to level 10, which indicated that the monsters within the dungeon could no longer fulfill Shun Yi's requirements for advancement. Continuing to grind in low-level dungeons was merely a waste of time. By entering higher-level dungeons, the monsters' levels would increase significantly, allowing for swifter progress in both leveling up and expanding his skeletal army. He resolved to locate the final boss of the dungeon, vanquish it, and clear the entire dungeon. Each dungeon contained a certain number of boss-level monsters, alongside a singular final boss. Once the final boss was defeated, the dungeon would cease to operate, and all creatures within would be expelled. For Shun Yi, the only remaining valuable target in this dungeon was the final boss. With determination, he prepared to set forth. At that moment, he was halted by a voice. "Hey, what is the matter?" Shun Yi turned to the speaker. The young man had bushy eyebrows and small eyes resembling slits, coupled with a plump face. At a glance, one might mistake those thick brows for eyeballs. "Buddy, are you a necromancer?" Shun Yi remained silent. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wu Yong, a student from Jiangdong No. 2 High School. Wu Yong blinked his small eyes. "I heard that you dealt with that forest giant bear." Shun Yi replied calmly. "So, what do you want?" "And nothing." Wu Yong waved his hand, chuckling. "You don't know, do you? That giant bear scattered my team." He continued, "I heard that a fierce fighter tore that bear apart, so I came to see for myself." Wiping the sweat from his brow, he added, "If I'm not mistaken, this skeletal bear is the one we're talking about, right?" Shun Yi turned to leave. He had no time to engage in idle chatter with a complete stranger. He still needed to find the final boss. "Wait," Wu Yong interjected. "I know where the final boss of this dungeon is." Shun Yi halted his steps. "How do you have so many skeletons? These skeletons look distinctly different. Can they really change classes?" "Buddy, what is your name?" "I don't even know that yet." Finally, Shun Yi could no longer endure the incessant chatter. "You've been talking nonstop. Is it not tiresome?" Wu Yong scratched his head. "Is it really that bad?" "My teammates say I have a knack for livening up the atmosphere. They find it particularly enjoyable to be around me. Even my mother says I could chat with strangers for hours. And I'd even dare to ask for someone as seat on the bus to perform a little show." Shun, he felt a twitch in his eye. "In 2 lifetimes, He had never encountered anyone who could talk so incessantly. One question could elicit 10 responses. I can tell you my name. Shun-Yi took a deep breath. As long as you don't keep chattering in my ear. I'm not. Wu Yong's narrow eyes bulged with indignation, his chubby, innocent visage exuding an air of profound grievance. Am I being overly verbose? The veins on Shun-Yi's forehead stood out prominently. Were it not for this individual claiming to guide him to the ultimate boss, Shun-Yi would undoubtedly refuse to team up with him. Thanks to Wu Yong's incessant chatter, Shun-Yi managed to utter fewer than 20 words throughout their journey. Yet he learned even the story of Wu Yong's bedwetting incident from 8 years prior. Boss, let me tell you, among the individuals in this dungeon, if you gather 10 of them, 9 will boast endlessly about how formidable Sun Jitian is. In my opinion, he is merely a commoner, relying on his awakening as a destroyer warrior. He believes himself extraordinary, looking down on others with disdain. His arrogance knows no bounds. But you, boss, are different. You remain silent until the moment you strike, astonishing all. You can tear apart colossal bears in the mountains and forests. Can Sun Jitian achieve that? He cannot. Wait a moment. Shun-Yi replied, feeling a headache coming on. When did I become your boss? Chapter 38. Sudden change, mysterious liquid. Wu Yong strained to widen his eyes, now reduced to mere slits, staring in shock at Shun-Yi. Boss, you cannot go back on your word. Shun-Yi appeared utterly perplexed. Did we not agree beforehand? I would guide you to the final boss, and you would allow me to join your party. With a sigh, Shun-Yi replied, when did I ever say that? Then I want to take you there, Wu Yong declared, halting in place, arms crossed, his gaze resembling that of a petulant child. Shun-Yi's lips twitched slightly. Do you no longer wish to confront the final boss? Of course not, Wu Yong answered matter-of-factly. Shun-Yi, taken aback, inquired, then why do you wish to take me to the final boss? Boss, you cannot possibly think I intend to ask you to defeat the final boss for me? This time, it was Wu Yong's turn to be astonished. What do you take me for? Shun-Yi was momentarily dumbfounded. Wu Yong's earlier remarks led him to assume that Wu Yong sought to vanquish the dungeon's final boss to clear the instance, which was why he brought him along. As for Wu Yong's ulterior motives, Shun-Yi felt no trepidation. Even if the man intended to ensnare him, he was confident in his ability to navigate any potential traps. In fact, he preferred this situation. It was far less burdensome to be wary of potential treachery. What exactly do you want? Shun-Yi sighed, pondering for quite some time, yet failing to grasp Wu Yong's intentions. Of course, sometimes, the inability to comprehend certain matters does not imply a lack of intelligence. It could indeed be that he was overcomplicating things. Suddenly, Wu Yong slid to his knees, clasping Shun-Yi's thigh with fervor. Boss, please take me in. Huh? Boss, look at me. I'm merely a gunslinger. I am neither a noble scion nor a rare class. The road ahead will be fraught with difficulties. Boss, you are so formidable. Take me as your underling. Shun-Yi remained in a daze for a full 2 seconds, attempting to process this unexpected plea. Boss, you have no idea. My teammates look down on me for being a gunslinger, constantly ridiculing me. I have endured too much hardship. When I was a child, my mother told me I was too soft and would be bullied in the future. I initially did not believe her, but after I changed classes. Stop. Shun-Yi struggled to suppress the urge to strike him. Wu Yong lifted his head, his expression filled with hope as he gazed at Shun-Yi. Boss, will you really take me in? Let me be clear. I absolutely shall not entertain such notions. Observing Wu Yong adopt that familiar, woeful expression, Shun-Yi inhaled deeply. However, I'm willing to strike a deal with you. As long as you take me to the final boss, I promise not to expel you for the duration of this dungeon. Wu Yong pondered for a moment, and then turned to Shun-Yi. All right, rest assured, boss. I am confident I will earn your admiration. If you direct me east, I shall not veer west. And if you tell me to chase the dog, I shall not pursue the chicken. Wu Yong chuckled. Boss, rest assured. Oh, Shun-Yi narrowed his eyes. In that case, I have a few questions for you. The skeletal sword wielder instantly pressed the blade against Wu Yong's neck, the edge hovering merely an inch from his plump, pale throat. Wu Yong's face turned ashen, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Boss, what are you doing? Shun-Yi maintained a calm demeanor and inquired. How did you know I was seeking the final boss? And how can you be so certain that I am unaware of its location. Wu Yong instinctively swallowed. I guessed. Since you possess corpse manipulation, you must have reached level 10. A dungeon of such caliber would hardly pique your interest, so I assumed that after defeating this boss-level monster, your next target would indeed be the final boss. Am I correct? He glanced at Shun Yi intermittently. The reasoning was not overly complex, yet deducing it required a certain acumen. Additionally, Shun Yi realized that Wu Yong was evidently well-versed in the necromancer profession. Otherwise, he would not have discerned that he had crossed the threshold to level 10. Shun Yi nodded and continued. As for how I know the location of the final boss, that question is even simpler. The final boss of the dungeon has already been triggered, and nearly half of the formidable members of the entire Jiangdong Alliance have headed that way. The Jiangdong Alliance is no mere boast. I can recite all rare professions by heart. You, boss, are clearly not affiliated with the Jiangdong Alliance. At this juncture, lingering in the illusory jungle indicates you likely remain oblivious to the whereabouts of the final boss. Shun Yi slightly nodded, finding a newfound interest in this unexpectedly bold, rotund man. Wu Yong's expression turned serious for a moment as he remarked, Boss, I understand your concerns. If I were in your position and a stranger approached seeking to ally with me, I would also weigh the possibilities of whether he intended to harm me. Let me be forthright with you. He sat down, spreading his hands. I genuinely seek to ally with you. Look at me, a gunner without resources. I aspire to make a name for myself, to enter a prestigious academy, to become a high-level professional, even to join a legendary team. Shun Yi replied calmly. Then you should seek out that Sun Jitian. TCH. Wu Yong scoffed, he's no good. So you came to me? Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. Do you believe that Necromancer holds more potential than a demolitionist? Not to brag, but I have a keen eye for talent. Wu Yong chuckled. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you had great promise. Shun Yi contemplated for a moment. Even if you were to join me, I could only guarantee your survival. Wu Yong shook his head, it's not the same. My dear leader, you are destined to be anything but ordinary. By following you, I not only ensure my own survival, but I also recognize that if I can keep pace with you, the rewards will undoubtedly far exceed those found elsewhere. Even if I cannot become a legend myself, I can become one of those who walk beside legends. This sentiment is both sincere and pragmatic. Even if Wu Yong is deceiving himself, there is at least a semblance of truth in his words, for you are not the kind of person who would betray others. Wu Yong chuckled, reflecting, otherwise, you would have already ended my life. So, you were merely testing me all along. Shun Yi, both amused and exasperated, replied, Your incessant chatter has made me wish to silence you on numerous occasions. Wu Yong's eyes sparkled with excitement. My leader, does this mean you are willing to take me under your wing? Just then, both Shun Yi and Wu Yong's expressions shifted dramatically. Boom! A colossal tremor caused a legion of skeletal soldiers to lose their footing. Shun Yi steadied himself. In the next moment, he leaped into the air. Crack! The ground beneath him shattered. From the fissures in the earth, a torrent of dark green liquid erupted skyward. Chapter 39. A startling turn of events. Shun Yi reacted with remarkable swiftness, instinctively sensing the peril posed by the dark green liquid and refraining from contact. His skeletal minions, however, largely lacked such reflexes, resulting in several of them being splashed by the ominous substance. Meanwhile, although Wu Yong was portly, he exhibited a surprising agility, deftly evading the sprays of the dark green liquid and nimbly leaping onto a lofty tree trunk. What on earth is this? It appears exceedingly hazardous. Wu Yong exhaled in relief as he observed the foliage that was doused with the liquid withering at a visible rate. It seems to be a corrosive substance. Shun Yi furrowed his brow. In a bid to safeguard his skeletal army, he had promptly recalled all his minions. This corrosive liquid was not confined to Shun Yi alone. Distant and nearby cries of anguish echoed through the phantom jungle as adventurers caught within its grasp were simultaneously assaulted by the vile liquid. This does not bode well. Shun Yi's frown deepened. If this continued, the entire phantom jungle would inevitably succumb to the encroaching corrosion. He scrutinized the mysterious corrosive dark green liquid. It appeared to corrode only plant life, leaving the ground unscathed. The liquid was somewhat viscous, impeding its spread. A few skeletons that had been splashed with the corrosive substance could not be recalled. No immediate destruction? Shan yu muset, somat surpriset. These skeletal minions were the lowest tier of undead, fragile and weak, mere cannon fodder. Yet, even now, they had not disintegrated upon contact with the corrosive liquid. Upon inspecting the status of the skeletal minions, he found no debuffs present. It must be a matter of resistance. Wu Yong shouted, "Skeletons are undead, possessing a spectral nature. Thus they exhibit resistance to corrosion." Pondering this revelation, Shun Yi summoned forth a colossal skeletal bear and took a seat upon it. "Boss." Wu Yong clung to the tree trunk, a wry smile on his face. "Could you take me along? I might have some insight regarding this corrosive liquid," he added. Shun Yi raised his hand, summoning a skeletal swordsman, who hoisted Wu Yong onto his shoulder. "Boss, I also wish to ride the bear." Wu Yong grimaced, finding the swordsman's shoulder uncomfortably rigid. "Bear with it. You find it hard? I find it harder." Shin Yi thought it merciful enough to lend a hand. He was not so naive as to share a mount with an unfamiliar stranger, especially when ambush could strike at any moment. With Wu Yong in tow, the two of them, accompanied by two skeletons, galloped through the phantom jungle. "You mentioned you had some insight into this liquid?" Wu Yong blinked. "What if I said I did not?" The skeletal swordsman gripped Wu Yong firmly by his attire, poised to toss him aside at the slightest hint of defiance. "I will tell you," Wu Yong stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "It is related to the final boss of this dungeon." Shin Yi's brow knitted as he pressed on. "Continue." "I have encountered the final boss before." Wu Yong swallowed hard and continued. "It has a technique that is somewhat similar to this." "You mean similar?" "Yes, not entirely identical." Wu Yong took a deep breath. The final boss in this instance is a mist wraith, a rare humanoid boss. It is at level 16, one rank higher than the forest giant bear, possessing formidable strength, agility, and magical attributes, wielding a colossal scythe. This skill is one that the mist wraith employs. However, there are distinctions. Wu Yong pondered, recalling how the mist wraith skills could corrode the very ground beneath it. The dark green liquid before them, however, did not exhibit such properties. He turned to Shun Yi. "What should we do next?" "First, let's ascertain what this liquid is." "What on earth is this?" An assassin frowned, seated on the ground, continuously trying to remove the viscous dark green substance clinging to him. The 7 of them had entered the instance, and now only 4 remained. They had been aiming to level up in the phantom jungle, but encountered this predicament upon entry. "Brothers, I've been poisoned," and Night grimaced. They were hiding behind a massive rock, where the dark green liquid had not spread too high, but 2 of them appeared unwell, having been affected to varying degrees. "What type of poison?" I don't know." "You don't know? How is that possible? My status panel only indicates that this poison is called mist poison, but it provides no other skill descriptions." The Knight Captain cursed under his breath. Just then, a ferocious roar echoed in their ears. A massive gale wolf bared its teeth, glaring at them. "Prepare for battle." The Knight Captain felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was dire. The dark green liquid had sealed off most of their space. In contrast, the gale wolf seemed entirely unaffected by the liquid. The wolf howled, raising its head in a chilling call. Suddenly, 5 or 6 smaller gale wolves emerged from the forest, their wild eyes fixed intently on the group. Even their scara tinted with a faint dark green hue, sending shivers down their spines. The Knight Captain's expression changed drastically. "It's a wolf pack." The gale wolf arched its body, and in the next moment, it led the pack charging towards the 4-person team. "This is the end." The knight's face turned ashen. Anyone in such a predicament would feel that despair rising within. Nevertheless, he raised his shield, directing his comrades, "Prepare to face them." The assassin gripped his dagger, not daring to let down his guard for a moment. One gale wolf lunged at him. Just as the assassin intended to roll away, his movements suddenly froze. The next second, he was knocked down by the gale wolf. Wang Zhuan. The Knight Captain felt a surge of urgency, but dared not recklessly abandon his position. At this moment, he found himself alone, confronting 3 swift wolves. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise beneath their claws. Captain, save me." The assassin named Wang Zhuan was being torn apart by the wolves, his cries filled with anguish. The remaining two team members attempted to assist, but were overwhelmed, each ensnared by a swift wolf, unable to break free. In utter desperation, the knight captain lamented, "Wang Zhuoran, you must exit the instance." Reluctantly, he added this time, "We have been unfortunate." Sea Captain 1 stammered, "Wang Zhuoran, he hasn't been teleported out." The knight captain turned back, his eyes widening in disbelief. One of the remaining members pointed towards a spot, trembling uncontrollably, his face etched with terror. He indicated the direction where Wang Zhuoran lay, eyes wide open. His expression, one of unyielding regret, clearly lifeless. How could this be? The knight shouted in disbelief, "Why?" No one answered him. The only response came from the swift wolves, their claws striking with ferocity. Chapter 40. The Despairing Consequences. What nonsense is this? Is this dungeon not supposed to allow for teleportation? Another archer bellowed, releasing an arrow. With a sharp yelp, the Gale Wolf was struck but did not retreat. Instead, the pain ignited its primal ferocity, and it lunged toward the archer. "Captain, save me!" A knight's eyes widened in horror as he prepared to rescue the archer, only to find a Gale Wolf clamped fiercely onto the edge of his shield. He struggled, but soon felt the sting of new wounds. "Lia!" The knight shouted, "Be cautious, do not turn your back." I do not wish to die. Quickly evade. Do not let the Gale Wolf pounce on you." The knight could only watch helplessly as the Gale Wolf tackled the archer to the ground, filling the air with anguished cries. After 5 seconds, the cries diminished, until the Gale Wolf clamped its jaws around the archer's neck. The archer's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, breathless. Bastard, with their circumstances already precarious. The 4-member team had lost 2 more members. The remaining knights stood back to back, surrounded by the pack of Gale Wolves. They could even scent the foul odor of the beast's breath and their insatiable hunger for the hunt. The Gale Wolf King let out a long howl, signaling the pack to attack simultaneously. It was over. The 2 knights felt their spirits plummet. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed through the sky. Crash! Crash! The knight captain instinctively opened his eyes. He was still alive? As he looked up, he beheld a massive skeletal bear raising its enormous bony paw. Beneath it, 2 Gale Wolves writhed in agony, clearly near their end. The Gale Wolf King paused, its eyes flickering with a glint of ferocity. Howl! Thud! A colossal sword descended from the heavens, piercing the Gale Wolf King's toughest skull. Immediately, the skeletal swordsman charged into the fray. 1 strike for each. Bang! 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 With 3 gunshots, identical bloodied holes appeared in the foreheads of 3 Gale Wolves. Wu Yong shook his firearm, grinning. "Hey, boss, do you see how impressive I am?" Shen Yi, seated atop the skeletal bear, nonchalantly rubbed his backside. He chose to ignore Wu Yong's bravado for the moment. Shan Yi Sikit. If it weren't for Wu Yong possessing the intelligence he sought, he truly would not want to be associated with this fellow. However, Wu Yong's prowess surprised Shen Yi. Although the artillery master could sustain firepower at mid-range, his primary weakness was his lack of attack power in the early stages. This pack of Gale Wolves, aside from a king, was at least level 6 or 7. Yet, with Wu Yong's firepower, he managed to dispatch one with each shot. This uneven battle did not last long. After vanquishing the Gale Wolf King, the entire pack was annihilated by the duo. Shun Yi commanded his skeletal knights to consume the remains of the Gale Wolves and collect the spoils, then turned his gaze towards the 2 knights who stood in a daze. What transpired? The knight captain was momentarily stunned, only snapping back to reality when Shun Yi inquired again. A skeletal figure, a bear, and 2 professionals, decimating the entire Gale Wolf pack. Wu Yong raised his standard firearm, insisting, "My brother is asking you a question. What happened?" The knight captain, as if awakening from a dream, hastily replied, "Black mud. The phantom jungle is rife with black mud. My comrades have perished." Shen Yi frowned slightly. "Do you know what this black mud entails?" The knight captain shook his head. "They only mention miasma." "Yes, it's the miasma." Wu Yong interjected. "What are the specifics of the debuff?" The knight captain again shook his head, uncertain. Uncertain? Shun Yi and Wu Yong exchanged a grave glance, both sensing the weight of the situation. Typically, a professional status panel would record all conditions. Besides level, profession, attributes, and skills, enhancement effects or negative effects would also be displayed clearly. Most enhancement effects articulate their information distinctly. For instance, a priest skill, Blessing, slightly augments damage resistance and enhances natural recovery. Conversely, negative effects are not always so clear. Some negative effects surpass a professional's perceptive capacity, resulting in merely the name being shown without detailed explanation. The miasma in their small party fell into this category. Wu Yong furrowed his brow, muttering strange. It's evidently an environmental factor from a low-level dungeon, yet its level is so high. He turned to Shun Yi, stating, there must be an issue here. I know. Shun Yi replied, deep in thought. This was a conundrum he could not comprehend. Certain dungeons, reliant on their environment, inherently carry debuff auras that trigger upon entry, such as in extremely cold or hot regions. Special weather or terrain can also impose certain negative buffs. However, a debuff of such caliber should not lack an effect description. What other intelligence do you have regarding the dungeon boss? Wu Yong shook his head, none at all. In truth, we merely exchanged a few blows with the dungeon boss before fleeing. It was far too troublesome. Shun Yi squinted, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Yong. He sensed that Wu Yong was withholding some details. Yet, the credibility of his words remained sufficiently high. At the very least, Wu Yong genuinely lacked knowledge about the dungeon boss. If he had known, there would have been no need for concealment in the current situation. You are Wu Yong. The knight captain seemed to recognize Wu Yong, his eyes widening in astonishment. You are the gunslinger. Indeed, I am Wu Yong. Wu Yong chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around the captain of knights. Last time, I even borrowed some tissue from you. Ah, you truly saved me from a predicament. Without your tissue, I would have had to resort to using my fingers. As he sensed Shun Yi's gaze upon him, his expression grew somewhat awkward, prompting him to clear his throat. We don't have time for idle chatter. Tell me, what other intelligence do we have? The captain's eyes dimmed instantly. We have lost 2 of our team members. Lost? Both of them were momentarily taken aback. If they had been teleported out of the instance, the captain would not have needed to speak. There is only one possibility that could compel him to say such a thing. Those who have been tainted by the miasma could not benefit from the death protection mechanism of the instance. Wu Yong's voice slowed, and at that moment, his complexion turned pale, revealing an unprecedented gravity on his face. He understood the implications of this. It meant that all practitioners infected by the miasma had 2 options: either wait for the instance to conclude or perish within it. At this very moment, thousands of practitioners from the Jiangdong Alliance were gathered in this instance. Chapter 41. The Misty Swamp. Wu Yong sighed, realizing the gravity of their predicament. This indicated that once tainted by the mist, they would either perish within the instance or defeat the final boss, or wait several days until the instance concluded. Yet, there remained 2 days until its end. Currently, they were only aware of one effect of the mist, while the rest remained a mystery. However, it seemed that the mist could incite ferocity in the monsters within the instance. The Gale Wolves were a swarm-type monster. Although individually weak, they averaged level 7. Should they become the target of such a horde, it would be no less perilous than facing a colossal bear. Fortunately, they were not insurmountable. Inflicting a certain amount of damage on the wolf pack could potentially intimidate them into retreat. However, the previous pack of Gale Wolves had appeared utterly reckless, showing no inclination to flee despite being outmatched by Shun Yi. With such circumstances, surviving for 2 days in this instance felt like a fanciful dream. Wu Yong's expression was exceedingly complex. What should we do now? It's quite simple. Shun Yi replied calmly, leaping onto the giant bear. The skeletal magic swordsman hoisted Wu Yong with ease. No, my precious. Wu Yong blanched in fright, looking at the skeletal warrior. You don't possess this, do you? I rely on it for posterity. The skeletal swordsman adjusted its trajectory. Shun Yi declared with composure, take me to the final boss. Roar. In the ethereal forest, countless monsters howled skyward. Wu Yong, feeling uncertain, instinctively swallowed hard. Boss, are you certain? We should head over now? How? A clearly irrational hornbull, larger than a freight truck, charged wildly. Upon spotting Shun Yi and Wu Yong, The bull snorted heavily and barreled towards them. Shun Yi turned to the two knights, instructing, "Stay close to us." Without hesitation, Shun Yi swiftly retrieved a long sword from his storage space and hurled it with incredible force, 60 points of strength. The sword pierced through the horned bull's body, eliciting a pained wail. In quick succession, Shun Yi summoned a skeletal knight, who cleaved the bull in half. Kill-horned bull LV6. Shun Yi then summoned his skeletal legion, with over 70 skeletons densely arrayed together. This sight left the two knights beside him utterly astonished. Wu Yong cleared his throat. "Boss, I'm here. Point the way." After a moment's thought, he directed, "Let us head north. The Misty Corpse Demon is to the north." Meanwhile, in the Misty Swamp, following the northern path from the ethereal forest end, towering trees such as the grand red cedar loomed. A stream meandered through the forest, flowing northward. As we traversed along the stream, the towering redwoods gradually receded, leaving behind only the lowly thickets and the gnarled, emerald-hued trees of unknown origin. With each step upon the soft, yielding earth, a swarm of mosquitoes enveloped us, their blood-sucking forms as large as a fist, with proboscises as robust as chopsticks. A miasma hung heavy in the air, shrouding the ground 3 feet above. Here lay the Mist Swamp. A group of approximately 20 to 30 individuals journeyed together, vigilantly scanning their surroundings and providing mutual support. "Why have we not yet exited the Mist Swamp?" one inquired. "We have been heading south. It should be soon. I entered through this very path, and beyond this expanse lie the towering sequoias." A heavily armored knight responded, casting his gaze toward the leader of the group. "Are we truly leaving the Mist Swamp?" Another asked. "What else is there to do?" The leader retorted, not even glancing at him. "If we do not depart from the Mist Swamp, are you planning to confront the Mist Corpse Demon? That is not within our capabilities." "That was not my intent," Zhu Buishuan interjected. "Isn't there a squad hunting that Mist Corpse Demon? That is an entirely different matter. The teams hunting the Mist Corpse Demon possess an average level of at least 8. You do not still harbor thoughts of challenging the final boss, do you?" Several voices erupted in derision at Zhu Buishuan's suggestion. With a sigh, the leader, Hua Bo, replied, "I have already spotted teams led by Sun Jitian and Ma Chong. If you believe yourself to be on par with them, you are welcome to turn back. I shall not impede you." "Who would dare to meddle with the final boss of a dungeon?" Zhu Buishuan said, somewhat abashed. "I merely wish to level up in the Mist Swamp. Perhaps we could be safer while Sun Jitian and his team engage the boss? Are you truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance? The final boss of the dungeon has already been awakened. The entirety of the Mist Swamp will become its hunting ground. If you seek death, you may certainly venture in and try your luck." He had intended to enter the Mist Swamp to gain experience, as the knightly profession boasted resistance to many negative effects. Yet, upon his arrival, he encountered this group. The leader was a friend, and after a few exchanges, they had persuaded him to join them and depart instead. He trusted Hua Bo, for his strength surpassed his own, and he belonged to a rare profession. Nevertheless, as they progressed toward the edge of the Mist Swamp, Zhu Buishuan felt a twinge of regret. He was but a hair's breadth away from level 8, and with a few more high-level monsters to hunt, he could undoubtedly cross that threshold. Casting a glance back at the swamp, he felt a stubborn disbelief. Could this place truly be so perilous? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the shallow waters of the swamp suddenly rippled ominously. Gurgling, the water's hue transformed at a visible pace into a deep, inky green, boiling and roiling like water reaching a boil, and that dark liquid spread with alarming rapidity. "Be cautious. The water beneath our feet is amiss." Only Hua Bo reacted swiftly, leaping onto a massive stone. Although the others also reacted, most were still a beat behind, their bodies splattered with a shade of muddy green. The heavily armored knight Zhu Buishuan was particularly sluggish. He hastily shouted, "I've been poisoned. It's called miasma. Check your status panel." Some responded more swiftly, promptly examining their panels. Hua Bo furrowed his brow and urgently inquired, "Where are the negative effects?" "Nothing is displayed." "Nothing displayed? How could that be?" The leader instantly sensed something amiss. Just as he pondered this, something appeared to be stirring in the murky water nearby. In the next moment, a massive mudfish erupted from the layers of sludge, leaping high into the air. "Be careful. Quickly get out of the way. It's dangerous. Two unfortunate souls were unable to dodge in time, colliding with the mudfish and instantly spitting blood, their vision clouded with stars. It was a swamp mudfish, a creature of considerable level and peril. Caution was imperative. Avoid its attacks at all costs. Without needing the leader's warning, everyone was acutely aware of this truth. The larger the creature, the greater the danger. Chapter 42. The exceedingly troublesome swamp mudfish. This phrase is often applicable in most situations. A larger physique signifies greater strength, supported by a robust skeletal structure capable of bearing such immense bulk. In an instant, everyone became acutely aware of one alarming truth. The colossal swamp mudfish before them was extraordinarily dangerous. More akin to a dinosaur than a fish, it possessed a pair of stout, powerful hind limbs, while its forelimbs clung to its sides, resembling flippers. Its enormous, oval head bore a resemblance to that of a catfish, and its body was cloaked in a murky green sludge, with what appeared to be a thin, hard membrane covering its eyes. The lifeless orbs sparkled with an eerie luminescence. Hiss! The swamp mudfish emitted a high-pitched, hoarse sound, akin to a serpent flicking its tongue. It then shook its body, sending the greenish liquid cascading around it. Those practitioners who had yet to be infected by the miasma hastily avoided it. It was prudent to evade this enigmatic creature to preserve their lifespans. In the next moment, the swamp mudfish lunged toward the crowd. Damn it! I've never heard a fish make such a noise in my entire life. Huabo cursed quietly. Turning to the nearby teams, be cautious and avoid it. If you haven't been tainted by the black sludge, do your utmost to steer clear. Captain Hua, your demands are too high. A team leader from the artillery brigade lamented. With the black sludge spreading, there were already few safe footholds, and they had to dodge the swamp mudfish's charge while also avoiding the splattering sludge it cast off. Touch it if you dare. Hua Boyin failed deeply, tightening his grip on the short wooden staff. Energy, manipulation. A colossal sword, forged from pale golden light, materialized above his head. He was a conjurer, an advanced class of mage, adept at employing object manipulation spells and wielding magical weapons for assault. His attack style resembled that of a melee fighter. Aiming the magical greatsword at the swamp mudfish's enormous head, Huabo raised his hand, and the sword descended in an instant. Clang! The anticipated impact did not occur. Instead, the tip of the magical sword halted abruptly upon colliding with the mudfish's massive head. Huabo furrowed his brow, surprised by its hardness. The force of his strike was no small matter, yet seemed to leave merely a white mark on the swamp mudfish's body. More perilously, the swamp mudfish, in pain, eyed the magical weapon and lowered its head before raising it again, black sludge oozing from its mouth. Zhu Buishuan's eyes widened. It's about to use a ranged skill. Get out of the way. Before he could finish, the swamp mudfish unleashed a jet of black sludge from its maw. Puff! The black sludge transformed into a lethal projectile, hurtling toward the magical weapon. The magical weapon was struck mid-air, vibrating violently, and Hua Bo's complexion turned pale. The black sludge continued its relentless advance toward the crowd. The velocity of the black mire was utterly distinct from before, ensnaring more individuals in its grip. Afflicted by the miasma, Zhu Buishuan clenched his teeth. This beast could ingest the muddy water from the ground and expel it. Everyone witnessed it. Several knights, having abandoned evasion, faced the reality of their low agility, already ensnared by the miasma, and felt no fear of stepping into the black mire. They raised their weapons and charged towards the swamp mudfish. Simultaneously, several archers knocked their arrows, while the gunners lifted their firearms. Assassins, daggers in hand, swiftly closed the distance to the swamp mudfish. Clang! 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 Boom! The archers and gunners, too, inflicted no harm upon the swamp mudfish. At this moment, the knight's assault had arrived. A knight, shield raised, collided heavily with the swamp mudfish. His first awakened skill was Shield Bash, with the shield serving as his finest weapon. The knight and beast clashed, but the swamp mudfish remained unmoved, while the knight was left dazed. The remaining knights thrust their broadswords at various parts of the swamp mudfish. Its left eye, underbelly, tail, dorsal fin, and thigh. Several areas of the swamp mudfish were simultaneously pierced by long swords. Those present in the miasma swamp were not to be underestimated. Each person's immediate thought was to uncover the weaknesses of this colossal swamp mudfish. Yet, all attempts proved futile. The swamp mudfish, feeling the pain, stomped its robust hind limbs on the ground and spun its lengthy body in place. The knights, having failed in their attacks, retreated instantaneously, while the shield-bearing knight gritted his teeth and unleashed another shield bash. Bang! The shield knight was flung by the stout tail, and for a fleeting moment, the swamp mudfish's movements halted. Thanks to this, the remaining knights safely withdrew from the swamp mudfish's attack range. Despite being a hastily assembled group, they exhibited a degree of coordination. The assassins, too, merely delivered a swift strike before withdrawing immediately. However, the swamp mudfish was no mere stationary target, waiting foolishly to be struck. It opened its enormous maw, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and lunged ferociously at one of the assassins. Damn it! The assassin aimed to distance himself from the swamp mudfish quickly, but as his foot struck the ground, he felt a disconcerting softness beneath him. It was over. A chill gripped the assassin's heart. The diverse terrain had rendered his retreat utterly ineffective. He had not created sufficient distance. With his eyes closed and resolve firm, he thought, "You think you're tough? Let us see how tough your mouth is." Accepting that he would take the hit, he decided to maximize his own advantage. The assassin reversed his grip on the dagger and lunged straight into the maw of the swamp mudfish. Crack! The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. He even struck? The swamp mudfish had anticipated his move, its razor-sharp teeth perfectly capturing the assassin's dagger. The next moment, crack! The assassin's dagger shattered in an instant. My D-grade equipment. The assassin's eyes widened, still reeling from the agony of his weapon's destruction, when the head of the swamp mudfish sent him flying. The tremendous impact caused him to spew blood, and he could distinctly hear the sound of his bones fracturing within his body. Subsequently, the assassin collapsed into the muddy water, his fate uncertain. Fuchun, someone gasped, realizing that the assassin was their comrade. The swamp mudfish grinned, seemingly mocking their arrogance. It then took 2 heavy steps, leaving 2 enormous footprints in the soft mud. Hua Bo's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. As expected, the swamp mudfish, having solidified the ground beneath it, charged towards the cluster of archers gathered by a large boulder. Maintain formation. Create distance, he bellowed. Just moments ago, encountering the swamp mudfish had already revealed the beast's formidable strength. At this moment, they could not afford to lose another soul. They simply could not bear the cost. Chapter 43. The Thunder Mage, Mu Qing Snow. Although a conjured mage can wield magical weapons for attack, he also endures a portion of the damage inflicted upon those weapons. While he has the option to completely negate this damage, such an action would drain his energy reserves excessively. However, in the present situation, Hua Bo cannot afford to overthink. A mere second of hesitation could lead to a catastrophic blunder. He clenches his teeth. Energy enhancement. The radiance of the magical greatsword intensifies. Subsequently, the greatsword strikes once more at the legs of the swamp mudfish. Yet this time, Hua Bo's assault fails to inflict any discernible impact on the creature. The immense head of the beast collides directly with a massive boulder. Boom! The boulder shatters instantaneously, sending fist-sized fragments hurtling forth, striking those archers who had leapt to evade. The archers, caught mid-air, are unable to dodge and are struck, their cries echoing in despair. Oh, my arm has been hit. Damn, my face has been smashed. With just one strike, half of the archer's combat capability has been rendered ineffective. Level 12? No, it must be at least level 14. This is absurd. The boss was supposed to be over at Sun GTN's side. Hua Bo grits his teeth, realizing that the creature's only vulnerability lies within its mouth. Bang, bang. 2 magical bullets collide with the face of the swamp mudfish, sparking briefly. Captain Hua, you are truly in a tough spot. Artillery specialist Wang Qinyu relentlessly assaults the swamp mudfish. He is also the captain of the 6-member team, and the shield-bearing knight who was just struck down is one of his comrades, as are several of the archers who have been knocked away. With his team's fighting strength dwindling, he is the most anxious among them. This hard shell must be dealt with. Otherwise, if it merely closes its mouth, we will be completely powerless against it. Huabo takes a deep breath. He understands that this request is exceedingly difficult. After all, the swamp mudfish possesses but one point of attack, its mouth, meaning their positioning is severely limited. They must also remain vigilant against the creature's spouting attacks. In such a state, delivering an assault into the swamp mudfish's mouth seems almost insurmountable. Alternatively, we might consider a different approach. Zhu Buishuan, panting heavily in his heavy armor, finds it arduous to maneuver through the muck while also keeping a watchful eye on the swamp mudfish's movements. Its body, encrusted with thick black mud, may indeed be the reason our attacks have proven ineffective. Huabo furrows his brow, continuing to engage the swamp mudfish with his magical greatsword while glancing at Zhu Buishuan. What do you mean? Let us change our strategy. Zhu Buishuan inhales deeply. I've observed that all ineffective attacks have been slashing types. The earlier shield strike from that night did inflict damage. Bludgeoning attacks might prove effective, and magical attacks as well. You speak so casually, but where are we to find a mage at this moment? Huabo retorts, simultaneously gesturing with his hand as the magical greatsword vanishes from the air. The marsh mudfish missed its target, its enormous, lifeless eyes glaring discontentedly at the crowd. It invoked a conjuration spell once more, summoning a magical warhammer. After casting its abilities twice and enhancing its magical weapon, Huabo found his mana dwindling perilously. The others who heard Zhu Buishuan's words swiftly exchanged their weapons. The absence of a mage did not imply a lack of options. Professionals typically kept several spare weapons in their storage for emergencies. However, this left the archers and gunners with no opportunity for ranged attacks. Buddy, Zhu Buishuan called to the shield-bearer. Lend me your shield and step back. The shield-bearer hesitated for a moment, but ultimately tossed his shield over. Remember to return it. If he doesn't see, I'll deal with him. Huabo's gaze remained fixed on the marsh mudfish. Was there a way to summon another team for assistance? The marsh mudfish was exceptionally swift, making it impossible for their group to retreat under its watchful gaze. Despite being a monster, its intelligence was undeniably high. Otherwise, it could not perform such intricate maneuvers as biting through a dagger. If they attempted to withdraw right beneath the mudfish's nose, they would become living targets. Moreover, Huabo glanced towards the depths of the misty marsh. For some reason, he could not allow this marsh mudfish to wreak havoc indiscriminately within the misty swamp. They needed to retreat cautiously, drawing the battlefield away from the misty marsh. Huabo took a deep breath and charged towards the giant wood forest to confront it. The magical warhammer struck the marsh mudfish's head with a resounding clang. The mudfish shook its head and opened its massive jaws wide. Hiss, hiss, effectively so. Huabo raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, 2 gunshots rang out. The gunner captain, Wang Qinyu, launched an assault on the marsh mudfish. 2 sprays of blood erupted from its mouth, indicating that the attack had landed. This success seemed to ignite a flicker of hope among the group. They regrouped, heeding Huabo's commands, confirming their direction towards the giantwood forest, and began their retreat. After being struck, the marsh mudfish shook its head in displeasure. Seizing the opportunity, Huabo maneuvered the warhammer for another strike. However, to his surprise, the marsh mudfish leapt several meters high, evading the magical warhammer's blow. Its landing spot was precisely where Huabo stood. It even knows. Huabo's heart raced with alarm. The marsh mudfish had been aware of his control over the warhammer all along. He cursed inwardly, yet his actions did not falter as he swiftly jumped back towards the next boulder. Of course, he did not lose sight of his plan, retreating in the direction of the giantwood forest. Unexpectedly, the marsh mudfish opened its mouth wide. Zhu Buishuan's eyes widened. Careful! Pooh! The marsh mudfish expelled a jet of black sludge, hurtling directly towards Huabo. In midair, he found himself devoid of support. Zhu Buishuan observed keenly as the blow landed squarely upon Huabo, causing him to shudder in pain. The swamp mudfish showed no intention of relenting. Its massive form crashing to the ground and splattering mud high into the air, its powerful hind limbs propelling it towards its target. Still Huabo. Zhu Buishuan. in a state of utter desperation, found himself powerless to intervene. At his current speed, he might as well be seated at a banquet table. Among this group, Hua Bo's magical maul inflicted the most damage, and it was only through his efforts that they had managed to evade the swamp mudfish for so long. Should Hua Bo lose his fighting capability, they would inevitably fall one by one to the relentless assault of the creature. Thunderous waves. Boom! A bolt of violet lightning struck the swamp mudfish, causing it to convulse with electric shock. Its movement abruptly halted. Seizing this fleeting moment, Hua Bo gritted his teeth against the pain and swiftly distanced himself from the beast. He instinctively turned his head to see a girl with alabaster skin standing atop a giant rock, wielding a small staff. A sorceress? Though I do not know your name, I am profoundly grateful. Mookshinks. Her voice was icy and clear. I am the Thunder Mage. Chapter 44. The Kill. Hua Bo expressed his gratitude repeatedly, thanking for the assistance against the troublesome swamp mudfish. Mu Qingxue remained reticent, her staff aglow with radiant energy, as arcs of lightning encircled her and surged towards the swamp mudfish. Crackle! The creature was momentarily illuminated by the lightning. Yet this strike proved ineffective and only served to infuriate the swamp mudfish. Hiss! It lunged aggressively at Mu Qingxue. Zhu Buishuan gritted his teeth and stepped forward, gripping his shield tightly. Thud! The shield collided with the swamp mudfish, leaving Zhu Buishuan pale, yet he did not falter. The knight wielding the shield was only at level 7, while he had ascended to level 9, granting him a significant advantage in strength, which prevented him from being thrown aside by the mudfish's assault. Hua Bo urgently shouted at Zhu Buishuan, "Retreat to the giant wood forest. Do not linger in battle." Zhu Buishuan fought while retreating, relying on his shield to fend off the relentless swamp mudfish. His stamina waned rapidly, primarily due to the excessive force of the creature's attacks. "Hua Ge, lend me a hand," Zhu Buishuan lamented. "Endure it." Hua Bo's magical warhammer struck the swamp mudfish, yet its formidable shell repelled the blow with ease. The warhammer hovered in the air, adjusting its stance before unexpectedly swinging back to strike Zhu Buishuan's shield. Clang! Zhu Buishuan raised his shield before him, tilting it slightly, only to be sent flying by the magical hammer's force. "Hua Ge, could you be a bit gentler?" "Gentler? You wouldn't fly otherwise." Hua Bo glanced at Mu Qingxue, pleading for her support. "I understand," she replied, taking a deep breath, aiming at the leaping swamp mudfish, and unleashing a thunderous wave against it. The small squad of over 20 members struggled to confront the swamp mudfish, while the remaining members seized the opportunity to evacuate those who had lost consciousness. Engaging the swamp mudfish in the foggy marshland was undeniably a folly. Though the swamp mudfish possessed considerable intelligence, it was now enraged by Mu Qingxue's attack, directing most of its wrath towards her. Hua Bo and Zhu Buishuan continued their relentless assault on the creature. At last, they broke through the low-hanging thickets, their feet once again meeting solid ground. Towering redwoods loomed before them. "We have arrived," Hua Bo exclaimed with delight. "I need water." "Pardon?" "Water. It will help weaken that layer of mud upon it." Mu Qingxue clarified, staff in hand. "In that case, my attacks will be significantly more effective." "Understood." Hua Bo waved his hand. Zhu Buishuan, what do you need me for?" "I can't shoot water," Zhu Buishuan replied, momentarily bewildered. Hua Bo twitched his lips in irritation. "You emerged from the giantwood forest. Surely you know where there are streams." "Oh, now I get it. Just say so." Zhu Buishuan finally comprehended, as the magical warhammer led the charge. With the heavily armored knight and the assassin continuously entangled with the swamp mudfish, they must exercise extreme caution against the formidable strength of the swamp mudfish. A single blow could cost them a significant portion of their lives. Although the situation appears somewhat stable, even the slightest lapse in attention could shatter their fragile equilibrium in an instant. Fortunately, they are not currently situated in the miasmic swamp. Otherwise, they would be utterly incapable of managing their present circumstances. After a while, one of the hunters suddenly brightened, exclaiming, "I can hear water." Just ahead, before them lay a small river, approximately 5 to 6 meters wide, its waters relatively clear. Hua Bo clenched his teeth and the magical hammer vanished in an instant. Taking a deep breath, he pointed his staff at the swamp mudfish, which was soon enveloped in a radiant glow. Almost immediately, a massive column of water surged forth from the river, akin to a giant python, hurtling towards the swamp mudfish. The greatest advantage of a mage lies in their ability to learn a far greater variety of skills compared to other professions. Knights and assassins are restricted from cross-class learning of skill scrolls, while gunners are famously idiosyncratic, with only they able to master pyrotechnic skills. However, nearly all spell skill scrolls can be learned by every class within the mage category. The immense water pressure struck the swamp mudfish, relentlessly washing away the black mud that clung to its body. Zhu Buishuan expressed his astonishment. Hua Gu, you can wield water magic? Why else would I have asked you to find water? He shifted his gaze to Mu Qingxue beside him. Boom! In the next moment, a thunderous clap echoed. Crack! A massive bolt of lightning struck the swamp mudfish. Devoid of its muddy protective layer, the creature was ensnared by the electric currents coursing through its body. The paralysis from the lightning, combined with the moisture from the water, resulted in a truly effective blow. The swamp mudfish quivered, finally emitting a sharp, anguished cry. Beast, have I finally caused you pain? Zhu Buishuan chuckled darkly, his massive sword swiftly slashing towards the swamp mudfish. This time, perhaps due to the absence of its muddy shell, the sword's tip pierced directly into the mudfish's body. The remaining practitioners simultaneously launched their attacks against the swamp mudfish. Roar! The swamp mudfish bellowed in fury. Yet, in the next instant, its voice was abruptly silenced, as though its throat had been crushed. Fu Chun sneered. Dare to shatter my dagger? I shall ruin you. The dagger plunged into the mudfish's maw, delivering the final blow that severed its lifeline. The swamp mudfish collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dead? Truly dead. I received a kill notification. Damn, with so many people surrounding it, I still gained 5 experience. What a bounty! Pathetic, I received 6. Zhu Buishuan gasped for breath. His body fatigued, yet manageable, though the constant tension strained both his body and mind. Hua Go, I secured 7, he said. Hua Bo glanced at his professional panel, declaring, I have 9. At last, having vanquished the monstrous creature, the gathered individuals reclined on the ground, entirely unconcerned with their appearances, allowing themselves a moment of respite. Hua Bo glanced towards Mu Qingxue, offering a smile. Were it not for you, we might not have so easily dispatched it, he remarked. By the way, how much experience did you gain? Given this joint hunt, your contribution should logically be the highest. Mu Qingxue merely cast a fleeting glance at her panel and replied nonchalantly. He leveled up. Level 10? Level 8. Hua Bo was taken aback, momentarily believing he had misheard. Level 8? Isn't that a bit low? This implied that prior to slaying the swamp mudfish, she had only been at level 7? That seemed implausible. Her decisive actions and excellent grasp of the situation, not to mention her rare class as a thunder mage, suggested she was hardly a mere level 7. Though Hua Bo was filled with questions, he wisely refrained from voicing them, recognizing that such inquiries could be considered impolite. Thunder Mage, by the way, does the Jiangdong Alliance have any Thunder Mages? Chapter 45, The Choice. Several small teams rested in place. The marsh mudfish was dealt with, yet the effects of the miasma persisted. Its origin was not from the creature itself. Ultimately, what exactly is this miasma? With a debuff lingering on us, its effects remain unclear, leaving me with an unsettling feeling. Since clarity eludes us, it signifies that the miasma possesses a high priority, one that is beyond our comprehension at this level. If only a priest were available. Priests are exceedingly rare, with no more than 10 scattered across the entire Jiangdong Alliance, even scarcer than rare professions. Alas, that was merely a passing thought. Moreover, we are not short on injured adventurers, yet we lack sufficient healing resources. Some expressed complaints, others boasted, while a few engaged in serious discussions. After vanquishing the marsh mudfish, a wave of excitement washed over everyone. That was a level 14 creature. Speaking of which, I find myself puzzled. Logically, in a given area, the appearance of a high-level boss monster is a rare occurrence. It is almost unheard of for 2 high-level monsters to exist within the same vicinity. With a marsh mudfish being level 14, could there truly be a boss lurking in the miasma marsh as well? Your observation resonates with me. It is indeed peculiar. Just as one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, it is uncommon to encounter two boss-level monsters in a single area. The emergence of the marsh mudfish caught everyone by surprise. After some contemplation, one suggested that perhaps the final boss of a dungeon is exempt from this rule. Oh well, we've eliminated the marsh mudfish. Obtaining experience points is what truly matters. By the way, do you know what loot the marsh mudfish dropped? A few materials, nothing extraordinary. Captain Hua assessed the value on the spot and distributed the equivalent in currency to each team leader. My dagger shattered. What a loss. Huabo approached Mu Qingxue. Everyone gathered around, engaging in casual conversation from all corners of the world. Familiar or not, having shared such a battle brought everyone closer together. Only Mu Qingxue remained seated apart, her expression serene, clutching her staff, lost in thought. This is your share. Mu Qingxue merely nodded, accepting a pouch of coins, heavy and seemingly substantial. Speaking of which, I don't believe we've met before. Huabo chuckled. Which school do you belong to? Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Oh, Jiangnan. Jiangnan? Huabo paused, taken aback. Jiangnan No. 1 High School? ISNT, that part of the Jiangdong Alliance? Huabo was bewildered. He had not heard of Jiangnan No. 1 High School collaborating with them on dungeon raids. Our dungeon experienced a mishap. All the newly transitioned adventurers from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, who had just completed their class changes, were supposed to partake in the novice dungeon, but ended up in your Jiangdong Alliance's dungeon instead. Mu Qingxue stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Huabo was somewhat taken aback. So, you're entering a dungeon for the first time? Indeed. He was utterly astonished. The notion of entering a dungeon for the first time held immense significance. In just a few days, Mu Qingxue had ascended from level 1 to level 8. Previously, he had been puzzled. Despite Mu Qingxue's apparent strength, her level was not particularly remarkable. It is worth noting that most practitioners from the Jiangdong Alliance had experienced 2 dungeon runs, and level 8 was considered quite low. Those of slightly higher caliber had reached level 9, while the elite among them had already attained level 10. Yet, considering that this was Mu Qingxue's first foray into a dungeon, the implications were entirely different. I see. Huabo pondered. How did you find us? I heard the final boss resides in the Foggy Swamp. This implied that Mu Qingxue had ventured into the Foggy Swamp and fortuitously encountered their party while hunting swamp mudfish. Huabo couldn't help but regard the girl before him with newfound respect, achieving level 8 on her first attempt at a novice dungeon, and seeking to hunt the final boss was indeed a testament to her audacity and skill. The dungeon boss was level 16, a disparity of 8 levels. This difference in strength was quite significant. Mu Qingxue remained silent. Huabo scratched his head. The girl's demeanor was somewhat aloof, and he spoke with a degree of caution. Regardless, without your assistance, it would have been challenging for us to slay that swamp mudfish. Huabo continued. I wonder if you would be interested in information regarding the dungeon boss. I could share it as a token of gratitude. However, I do have a request. Only if you agree to this will I divulge the boss's information. Mu Wingu shifted Hadgaze. Huabo took a deep breath. I would like to ask you to accompany me to the Foggy Swamp to hunt the dungeon boss. With your team? Alone with me. Huabo's expression grew somewhat grave. To be precise, we would return to the Foggy Swamp together, joining the group still present there to hunt the final boss. Mu Qingxue furrowed her brow slightly. You wish to interfere with the hunt for the final boss? To the victor go the spoils. In dungeons, aside from hunting monsters to gain experience and loot, there exists another method, snatching. Securing the final blow on the boss significantly increases the likelihood of claiming its drops. Many rogues, assassins, and other high-agility practitioners engage in such underhanded tactics. Of course, if one manages to steal the kill, that is a testament to their skill. However, escaping thereafter is another matter entirely. No, you misunderstand. Huabo sighed. In truth, I was also meant to be among those hunting the final boss. Mu Qingxue was somewhat surprised, casting a glance at the group of over 20 resting nearby. I had assumed you were their captain. No conflict arises. Send them away from the miasma swamp. Initially, I must return alone. Huabo's expression grew somewhat serious. Unlike other instances, the final boss in this scenario is quite unique. We must vanquish it within the shortest time possible. Otherwise, we may encounter considerable trouble. Mu Qingxue raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his assertion. Why do you say that? I'm afraid I can only share this much for now. As for the reasons, I cannot disclose them at this moment. Huabo replied with a wry smile. Unless you agree to hunt the final boss. Noticing Huabo's hesitant demeanor, Mu Qingxue instinctively sensed an underlying tension. Her intuition suggested that the matter was far from simple. I shall not rush into a decision. I need a moment to restore my mana. However, I require your response within 10 minutes. Huabo glanced at Mu Qingxue and added, in truth, if I were in your position, I would refrain from accepting. Why? Chapter 46. The Beast Tide Approaches. Mu Qingxue instantly grasped the underlying reason. Was it dangerous there? Indeed, in a novice dungeon. How perilous could it truly be? Mu Qingxue narrowed her eyes, contemplating the possibility that the dungeon boss possessed a certain ability to nullify the near-death teleportation mechanism. Upon hearing this, Huabo sighed and then chuckled wryly. You needn't speculate further. You've already deduced most of it, but it was somewhat expected and not difficult to guess. Mu Qingxue remained silent, settling down to recuperate. Huabo heaved a sigh of relief. Had Mu Qingxue pressed for more details, he feared she might unveil the entire truth. The period of rest was primarily for the restoration of stamina and mana. The group of professionals soon gathered in small clusters, swiftly becoming acquainted. Hey, look over there. Fu Chun pointed to Mu Qingxue, who sat alone. Do you know her? The others shook their heads, expressing their unfamiliarity. None of you know her. I'm somewhat surprised. Not even her name? Fu Chun remarked. Not all. I've never seen her before. One person, noticing Fu Chen's intentions, cast him a sidelong glance. Are you thinking of striking up a conversation? How can you call it that? Fu Chan cleared his throat, feigning an air of propriety. I merely wish for her to integrate with the group. Look at her, sitting all alone. How pitiful. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes toward Mu Qingxue. At that moment, she sat apart, her long purple robe draped elegantly as she fixated on the staff in her hands. Indeed, she was alone, but they failed to perceive any sense of pity. A stunning beauty like her, sitting in solitude. Truth be told, among these rough men, many harbored unspoken feelings. Yet those who approached found either indifference or were met with a gaze as chilling as being exposed in midwinter, rendering them speechless. After several attempts, they ultimately met with failure. Buddy, I advise you to give up on her, interjected Zhu Buishuan, who had been silent until now. Huh? Fu Qin was taken aback. Are you interested? I wouldn't dare. Zhu Buishuan chuckled. However, if you trust my judgment, I do like to make a comment. Have you noticed the robe she wears? In my estimation, it is at least C-grade equipment. As for the staff in her hand, it appears to be of similar caliber. Only then did the others take note of the exceptionally smooth wooden staff in Mu Qingxue's grasp, reflecting the sunlight and casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. As the crowd began to gather, Zhu Buishuan lowered his voice and addressed everyone. Did you see that? The cloth she just used to wipe her hands is embroidered with a holy emblem, indicating it has been touched by holy water. It can dispel low-level curses, enhance perception, and even grant a modicum of divine resistance. Fu Chun was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had heard of such a thing referred to as holy fabric. That item is certainly not inexpensive. Close enough, Zhu Buishuan chuckled. From her demeanor and actions, I can assure you that her background is undoubtedly prestigious, at least from a notable family. If we provoke her, it could lead to significant trouble. At this moment, everyone began to comprehend Zhu Buishuan's earlier words. If Mu Qingxue truly hailed from a distinguished lineage, she was indeed not someone to be trifled with. A prominent family typically signifies the presence of several high-ranking professionals, substantial wealth, and an abundance of rules. If one were to pursue a relationship with a girl of such standing, the constant scrutiny and background checks would be utterly exhausting. Just then, Mu Qingxue slightly turned her head and cast a glance in their direction. Oh no, did she overhear us? Someone exclaimed. Nonsense. Our voices were so low. and we are still over 10 meters away. However, she is undeniably beautiful, not at all inferior to Yi Qinyu. Pathetic. All you can think about is Yi Qinyu, someone scoffed. If Yi Qinyu is a radiant peony of the Jiangdong Academy Alliance, then Mu Qingxue resembles a Tianshan snow lotus. Zhu Buishuan pondered for a moment, scratching his head. Personally, I lean more towards Yi Qinyu's aesthetic. At that moment, a sudden sound pierced the ear. Crack. What the? Zhu Buishuan sprang up as if bitten by a dog, eliciting the attention of the 20 or so individuals gathered nearby. Hua Bo glanced at Zhu Buishuan. Did someone step on your tail? Zhu Buishuan grinned, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. His expression was somewhat unnatural as he forced a laugh. My leg cramped. TCH. The tension in the group eased immediately. Zhu Buishuan then sat back down. You, a heavy armored knight, managed to cramp your leg while seated? Fu Chun looked at him suspiciously. What on earth is wrong with you? Don't ask. Zhu Buishuan silently lamented, his backside still tingling as he realized that Mu Qingxue had indeed heard their discussion. One more word, and he might find himself on the receiving end of another spell. Just then he suddenly furrowed his brow, then dropped to the ground, pressing one ear against the earth. Simultaneously, two hunters in the group mimicked Zhu Buishuan's actions. Something is approaching. Hua Bo swiftly turned his head. Is it a person? No, it's a monster. The sounds of footsteps conveyed a wealth of information, including direction and individual presence. Hua Bo furrowed his brow, and all the practitioners rose to their feet, readying themselves for battle. Teams arranged their positions. Everyone sprang into action. From which direction would the monsters emerge? The hunters wore grave expressions. Zhu Buishuan took a deep breath, scanning all around. Boom, boom, everyone's countenance shifted dramatically. In the next moment, a dark green mud column burst forth from the ground, gushing upward. Damn it, it's that black sludge again. Watch out. Before the captain of the artillery team could finish speaking, he saw Hua Bo pointing at him, and before him, a colossal magical hammer materialized almost instantaneously. Clang! The captain of the artillery team was sent flying far away. A tree branch, as thick as an arm, whizzed past his face. Had it been any later, his body would surely have been pierced by that branch that had inexplicably soared out of nowhere. Thank you, Hua Bo. Prepare for battle. Hua Bo clenched his teeth, his expression more serious than ever. They are coming. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous, beastly roar erupted from the forest. Zhu Buishuan gripped his sword tightly, his face somewhat pale. A few monsters emerged from the trees, followed by a dozen, and finally escalating to hundreds. Chapter 47. In a moment of urgency. Fusion. Evolution. More rushing this way. A hunter intoned gravely. They crouched low, adopting predatory stances, their pupils glowing with an eerie and unsettling green light. They did not hasten to attack, seemingly waiting for something. Yet nearly 100 monsters advanced slowly from all directions, encircling the professionals step by step. Hua Bo took a deep breath. This was truly troublesome. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the giantwood forest, bang, bang, bang. Even with the strength of the skeletal mountain bear, after crushing dozens of monsters in succession, the pale flames in its eyes began to wane. Unlike living beings, the driving force behind the undead stems from their souls. While the sources differ, the outcome remains largely the same. The undead are not endlessly tireless. Damn, why are there so many? Wu Yong, one hand gripping a gun, its muzzle belching flames, found his magical energy dwindling after several relentless attacks. Yet the horde of monsters before him showed no signs of diminishing. A sudden surge of creatures emerged along the path to the foggy swamp. A skeletal magic swordsman, bearing a massive sword, swung horizontally, the blade's light extending 3 meters, cleaving 4 wild boars in one stroke, only for a fierce-toothed tiger to pounce next. Shun Yi vanished in an instant, reappearing before the ferocious tiger. Bang! A single punch struck the tiger's abdomen, causing it to spew blood, its eyes bulging as it gasped for air. Shun Yi then placed his foot upon the massive head of the fierce-toothed tiger. Boom! As the dust settled, traces of the tiger's blood lingered on Shun Yi's cheek. He wiped the blood from his face and reached towards the fierce-toothed tiger. Instantly, a skeletal tiger rose to its feet. Wu witnessing this, felt a surge of joy, recalling Shun Yi's unique ability. Control of corpses. Boss, let us take them down one by one. Our, skeletons will multiply. They surely cannot be our adversaries. The most despair-inducing words for their opponents are simply a matter of attrition. Yet, unexpectedly, Shun Yi shook his head. Wu Yong was momentarily taken aback. What? I have no magical energy left. Wu Yong's expression became a vivid tapestry of emotions. If he were out of magical energy, he could at most discard his gun and engage in melee. But if Shun Yi also lacked magical energy, how could they confront such a multitude of monsters? So, shall we retreat? Monsters surrounded them on all sides. If they could flee, they would have done so long ago, instead of being forced to halt their battle. With so many monsters to contend with, relying on a mage was futile, for once the mage's energy was depleted, they would be powerless. Relying on melee fighters was equally fruitless if they lost their strength. Shun Yi gazed ahead, contemplating their dire situation. Less than 10 meters away, several ferocious beasts hesitated to advance, seemingly intimidated by Shun Yi's earlier display of ruthlessness in slaying the fierce tiger. You enjoy brawl, do you? Shun Yi grinned broadly, relishing the thought of teaching them the true essence of a melee. He extended his hand once more, gathering a swirling mass of black mist within his palm. In an instant, it erupted. The black fog transformed into a multitude of skeletons. 1, 2, hundreds. The skeletal legion stood closely together, the sound of bones grinding against one another sending shivers down the spine. Shun Yi glanced at Wu Yong. How far are we from the fog marsh? Wu Yong snapped back to reality. We have exited the phantom jungle. Beyond the great tree forest lies the fog marsh. He hesitated. Boss, are we still traveling? Shun Yi's display clearly indicated he was prepared for a confrontation. We travel. Shun Yi casually picked up a stone and hurled it. Whoosh! At the moment the stone left Shun Yi's hand, it transformed into a cloud of dust. However, it was a matter of both killing and advancing. As soon as he finished speaking, over 100 skeletons charged directly into the beast's tide. Roar! The monstrous horde, witnessing this, was stirred into a frenzy. Rushing forward, leading the charge was a 9-tiered wild boar, its massive tusks gleaming ominously. At that moment, a figure appeared before it. Shun Yi reached out, grasping the wild boar's formidable tusks, halting its momentum with sheer force. In the next second, Shun Yi astonishingly lifted the wild boar off the ground with his bare hands. Wu Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had considered Shun Yi's strength to be formidable, given that he had survived encounters with massive forest bears. The reason behind Shun Yi's prowess remained unspoken, as Wu Yong understood that every professional harbored their own secrets. What he did not realize was just how absurd Shun Yi's strength truly was. To hoist a nearly 1-ton wild boar in such a manner indicated a strength of over 80. Shun Yi wielded the wild boar as a weapon, hurling it against several monsters. Old 5, Old 7. With a commanding shout, the skeletal knight and the skeletal assassin emerged instantly. Fusion. A dark mist enveloped the two skeletons. In the next moment, they merged into one. The second skeletal magic swordsman successfully formed. The instant it appeared, it materialized a long sword in its hand and tossed it to Shun Yi, before commencing the consumption of the fallen monster's corpses amidst the chaos of battle. Amidst such turmoil, the process of devouring and evolving began. Shun Yi launched the long sword, aimed directly at Wu Yong's head. Thud! Behind Wu Yong, a leaping jungle coyote let out a mournful howl, clearly on the brink of demise. Em soda. Wu Yong gritted his teeth, hastily apologizing. There was no blame to place on Wu Yong for his momentary distraction. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. Can skeletons truly merge? Can they devour? Shun Yi's actions had utterly surpassed Wu Yong's comprehension. Although he had never encountered a necromancer, he fancied himself somewhat knowledgeable about them. Yet, Shun Yi seemed to repeatedly challenge and expand Wu Yong's understanding. Drawing his long sword, he pointed its tip directly at the oncoming beast tide. Come fort, beasts. Let us see if you dare, he said with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. The enigma surrounding the dungeon's anomalies remained unresolved. Yet the beast tide was upon them. For Shun Yi, the most troublesome aspect was not the beast tide itself. but rather the fact that these creatures had gained a certain degree of enhancement, while their levels had remained unchanged. Currently at level 10, Shun Yi faced a significant limitation in experience points due to his high level. The sheer number of beasts made it exceedingly difficult for his two formidable allies, the skeletal forest giant and the skeletal sword master, to make any headway. Shun Yi could not rely solely on his elevated attributes to confront the beast tide. Such an approach would lead to his exhaustion. However, he also could not unleash all of his skeletons for a desperate gamble. The demise of each skeleton would diminish his strength. With dwindling mana, he found it increasingly challenging to maintain control over the undead. In light of this predicament, he resolved to go all in. Would it be them who fell first, or would his skeletal legion be obliterated? Chapter 48. Escape from the Beast Tide. Wu Yong, having made up his mind, ceased his attacks. He approached the second skeletal magic swordsman, observing its relentless consumption and evolution. Wu Yong could surmise a portion of Shun Yi's intentions. In such a perilous moment, surrounded by hundreds of monsters, this tactic was likely devised to break through the beast tide. Although the skeletal magic swordsman, the skeletal forest giant bear, and Shun Yi had previously rampaged through the horde with devastating force, the giant bear, after continuous combat, had become significantly more cautious, refraining from employing its visually striking charge attack. The skeletal magic swordsman knelt with its sword drawn, poised for action, lacking the ferocity it had displayed moments ago. Meanwhile, Shun Yi relied solely on brute strength, yet even he had his limits. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yong raised his two firearms. Bang! Bang! Two bullets swiftly felled the fierce flames rats that had sought to ambush them. The skeletal magic swordsman, having consumed its prey, continued its search for the next target. Roar! Get lost! Shun Yi was also stirred into action, slapping one of the fierce flames rats, sending it flying as if it were a wolf. He could distinctly feel his strength waning. Perhaps, unseen by him, several skeletal warriors had perished. Shun Yi was not a deity. After all, he had merely elevated his attributes to the level of a knight, approximately 16 or 17, through the unification ring and summoner's necklace. But it mattered little. He still had a backup plan. One was simply too slow. A frown crossed Shun Yi's brow as he focused his mind. The skeletal legion promptly reorganized, tightening their formation. This caused the monsters to advance menacingly. What the hell? Wu Yong was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Witnessing the skeletal legion, which had just been engaged in battle, abruptly halt their actions while dragging the corpses of slain monsters, sent a chill down his spine. In the next moment, all the skeletons executed the same action. Consume. Evolve. Roar. Even with the monsters' limited intelligence, they could comprehend one thing. Shun Yi appeared to regard them with disdain. They would not squander such a valuable opportunity, and almost simultaneously, they surged forward. Wu Yong gritted his teeth, disregarding his magical energy, and unleashed a torrent of fire from his firearms, determined to prevent this perilous horde from encroaching upon them. Brother, what should we do? Shun Yi did not respond to Wu Yong's query, but instead silently dispatched every approaching monster. The first was crushed into a heap of bones by Shun Yi's grip. The second was left with half its body caved in from a single punch. The third, the fourth. Gradually, the advancing monsters halted their approach. They regarded Shun Yi, emitting low growls of both menace and fear. Even with the enhancement of a mist, they still possessed reason and instinct. Run. Run as far as you can. However, the moment they entertained such thoughts, the dark green light in their pupils intensified once more. The instinct for survival clashed with the control of the fog. In an instant, Shun Yi's gaze ignited with determination. He seized Wu Yong's arm. Wu Yong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Boss?" He noticed Shun Yi subtly removing and then redonning the ring on his hand. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. All the skeletons around them, including two skeletal swordmasters and a skeletal forest giant bear, vanished in an instant. Let us go. Before Wu Yong could grasp the situation, Shun Yi yanked his arm and collar, propelling him away with great force. Whoa, boss, don't. Shun Yi paid no heed to Wu Yong's protests, flinging him like a stone. Roar. A swift wolf seemed poised to take advantage of the moment to attack Shun Yi. only to be knocked unconscious by a punch. Using the wolf as a springboard, Shun-Yi leapt into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Whoa, whoa, help! In midair, Wu Yong's round face was etched with terror. This was far more thrilling than a roller coaster. The instant he soared from the ground, he endured an acceleration exceeding 10 gs. The towering trees of the giant wood forest were several dozen meters high, with some reaching over 100 meters. Yet now, as Wu Yong looked down from above, those giant trees resembled mere twigs. In the next moment, he felt a hand resting on his shoulder. Turning his head, he found Shun-Yi had caught up. With a smile, Shun-Yi asked, "Thrilling, isn't it?" Wu Yong, nearly in tears, replied, "Boss, it's quite thrilling. But let us skip the thrill next time." He slightly turned his head to glance back at their previous location. Dozens, if not hundreds, of monsters raised their heads, howling in their direction. Wu Yong felt a modicum of relief. Regardless of how crude the method was, they had successfully escaped the tide of beasts. After nearly 10 seconds of parabolic descent, Wu Yong and Shun-Yi were about to touch down. "Boss, did you consider how to land while planning this escape?" "By fate." "Huh, fate." A troubling thought suddenly surged in Wu Yong's mind. "Indeed, just as you imagined." Shun-Yi patted Wu Yong's shoulder. "We're going to crash." Precisely, without any plan, Wu Yong was on the verge of fainting. As they neared the ground, he closed his eyes and steeled his heart. If he was going to fall, so be it. He was sturdy enough, and the ground below was just soft earth. Yet, he witnessed Shun-Yi conjuring a skeletal sword master from midair. The sword master formed a massive sword in its hands and hurled it towards Shun-Yi. Grasping the giant sword with one hand, Shun-Yi swiftly maneuvered in the air. The sword embedded itself in the trunk of a colossal tree, splitting it in two under Shun-Yi's falling weight. The force also mitigated the speed of Shun-Yi's descent. He landed gracefully on the ground, as if nothing had happened. Wu Yong, cradled by the skeletal sword master princess, kept his eyes tightly shut. It was only upon reopening them that he realized he was unharmed. Instead, it was the skeletal sword master, who embraced him, that had suffered 2 broken leg bones. Wu Yong instinctively swallowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend." The skeletal sword master remained silent. Shun-Yi waved his hand, and the skeletal sword master vanished in an instant. Given such grievous injuries, the skeletal sword master would be unable to engage in battle for the foreseeable future. However, there was no cause for concern. As long as the skeletal sword master utilized its devouring evolution, it could restore its form. How he escaped? Indeed. "Boss, you are truly remarkable." Though Wu Yong was thoroughly frightened, he looked at Shun-Yi with eyes brimming with admiration, exuding a distinctly sycophantic aura. Shun-Yi turned to glance behind him, his gaze tinged with a hint of regret. If circumstances allowed, he would have wished to eradicate the beast tide looming behind. Who knows how many more skeletal warriors he could have summoned, thereby elevating the strength of his skeletal army to an entirely new echelon? Yet, such thoughts remained merely fanciful musings. Chapter 49. The Divine Alliance. Unlike the situation in the underground cavern, the overall strength of Shun-Yi's side is inferior to that of the beast tide. In such perilous circumstances, it is inconceivable for Shun-Yi to allow his skeletal minions to leisurely indulge in devouring. Under more stable conditions, he would undoubtedly opt for all his skeletal warriors to engage in the process of devouring evolution. However, reality presents a stark contrast. As time elapses, the casualties among the skeletal minions will increase. For every additional skeletal soldier that utilizes devouring evolution, Shun-Yi's strength diminishes further. Moreover, Shun-Yi's power is fundamentally reliant on unity. Thus, any loss within his skeletal legion directly translates to a gradual decline in his overall capability. Eventually, there will come a moment when Shun-Yi finds himself unable to contend with the beast tide. Furthermore, he remains oblivious to the origins of this beast tide, uncertain whether more monsters are en route to this location. Given the circumstances, attempting to orchestrate a large-scale devouring evolution among his skeletal minions would be tantamount to courting disaster. If Shun-Yi possessed sufficient mana, he could continuously employ corpse manipulation to bolster his apparent strength instantaneously. Alas, he is bereft of adequate mana and incapable of effectively managing the beast tide. With a sigh of regret, he leads Wu Yong in retreat. Boss, magnificent. Just having escaped the fray, Wu Yong is unabashed in his flattery. Shun Yi casts a glance at Wu Yong and inquires, "What were you about to ask me?" Summoning the skeletal forest bear, he speaks while proceeding, realizing that their journey to the misty swamp will take some time. "Feel free to voice your question." "Me? What could I possibly ask?" Wu Yong chuckles sheepishly. "I just want to know how you possess such formidable strength." Shun Yi nods thoughtfully. "So you wish to probe into my secrets?" Wu Yong's expression shifts abruptly, his pudgy hands gesticulating wildly, his head shaking like a rattle. "Boss, I never said that." The first part of his statement was merely a compliment and an expression of astonishment, while the latter paints him as a spy, which is absurd for the honest and reliable Wu Yong. With an air of indifference, Shun Yi remarks, "Aren't you following me precisely to uncover my secrets?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yong offers a bitter smile, realizing that, in the end, the boss still harbors doubts about him. "I do not doubt you," Shun Yi replies, a faint smile gracing his lips. "If you were in my position, confronted by someone of unknown identity and origin wishing to ally with you, what would your immediate reaction be?" This is a matter of stark realism. Ally? On what grounds? Would it be due to Shun Yi's personal charisma? Even if he possesses charm, Wu Yong has spent too little time with him to speak of any such allure. So what are the grounds? Shun Yi's willingness to assist Wu Yong and allow him to remain by his side does not equate to relinquishing his vigilance or placing complete trust in him. Wu Yong claims to be a gunnery expert, a statement he cannot falsify. Yet, an ordinary gunnery expert? Can an ordinary gunnery expert truly be at level 9? Wu Yong moved with efficiency, displaying a remarkable grasp of the situation, even demonstrating an uncanny ability to perceive Shun Yi's thoughts. He acted as a protector for the skeletal magic swordsman, facilitating its consumption. Such actions, executed without any prior communication, led Shun Yi to immediately discern that Wu Yong was far from ordinary. The current relationship between the two was merely one of information exchange, with one possessing knowledge and the other requiring guidance to confront the boss. In essence, they were leveraging each other. The individuals entering the dungeon were predominantly under 20, perhaps lacking in depth of character, but Shun Yi was not one of them. Having lived 2 lives, he had grasped this simplistic truth. Otherwise, his existence would have been in vain. Wu Yong scratched his head, then did so again. "Stop scratching," Shun Yi calmly instructed. "Lead me to the dungeon boss. As for the rest..." "All right, boss. I will divulge everything," Wu Yong replied. Though not particularly tall, he was robust, yet his build paled in comparison to that of the skeletal magic swordsman, which had just shouldered him like a lamb awaiting slaughter. He sighed and adjusted his posture, casting a more serious glance at Shun Yi. "Boss, have you heard of the Celestial Alliance? It is said to be a coalition comprised entirely of geniuses." Shun Yi searched his memory, recalling that the founder of the Celestial Alliance was a rare class practitioner of level 80. However, as far as he knew, the alliance had long since faded into obscurity, with rumors suggesting that it no longer existed. After hearing Shun Yi's words, Wu Yong shook his head. "Boss, I can assure you that the Celestial Alliance has not vanished. Their members are still active in the Great Xia. Moreover, what you mentioned is partially correct." Wu Yong pondered for a moment. Initially, the Celestial Alliance indeed functioned as such an organization. They recruited prodigies and promising practitioners. The original philosophy of the Celestial Alliance was to unravel the mysteries of dungeons, with whispers suggesting that one of their research endeavors was the Novice Dungeon. Shun Yi considered this. It seemed the members of the Celestial Alliance were quite capable. The Novice Dungeon was hailed as one of humanity's greatest inventions, enhancing the overall quality of practitioners and significantly reducing the casualty rate of many underperforming classes. This very success attracted many ambitious individuals to join the Celestial Alliance. However, over time, due to a shift in policy by one of the Alliance's chancellors, the organization transformed. They began to hunt renowned practitioners, legendary teams, and even rare class practitioners. Consequently, they met their demise. Shun Yi remained unfazed. Wu Yong blinked. "Boss, do you not wish to know their fate? For instance, what deed they committed?" Shun Yi replied coolly. "For instance, They recruited you, and upon discovering my identity as a rare necromancer, you sought to approach me to fulfill the Celestial Alliance's agenda and eliminate me, boss. Ega. Wu Yang's forehead glistened with perspiration. Brother, can't you think more favorably of me? After all, I am. Shun Yi revealed a smile. What are you, the scion of the Wu family? He recalled that indeed there was a Wu family in Jiangdong, a lineage of considerable repute. His insinuation was clear. Wu Yong forced a smile and said, Boss, did you see through it so soon? Not earlier, but I do now. Jiangdong indeed boasted a Wu family of significant stature. Shun Yi was aware of this, yet he understood that not every individual bearing the surname Wu was a member of that esteemed family. This revelation served to unearth Wu Yong's true identity. Nevertheless, Shun Yi had already discerned that Wu Yong was no ordinary person. Those they had encountered earlier clearly recognized him, and from their demeanor, Shun Yi could infer that Wu Yong was certainly not as obscure as he claimed. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Boom, boom. The entirety of the dungeon space began to tremble. Chapter 50. Full Instance Report. What has transpired? I do not know. Is it an earthquake? An earthquake occurring within the instance? Such a notion is utterly unheard of. Shun Yi and Wu Yong stood vigilantly in place, occasionally catching snippets of complaints and panic from adventurers carried on the wind. It appeared that the entire instance was engulfed in this turmoil. Wu Yong's expression was somewhat grave. You are indeed fortunate. Shun Yi cast a meaningful glance at Wu Yong, insinuating that whenever Wu Yong was on the verge of revealing something crucial, unforeseen events would invariably intervene. Shun even harbored doubts that these incidents were orchestrated by Wu Yong himself. Of course, it was beyond Wu Yong's capabilities to achieve such a feat soon after a semi-transparent apparition materialized in the sky above the instance. The figure was colossal, nearly eclipsing the entirety of the instance's heavens, signifying that it could be observed from every conceivable angle. Was that Lord Yi? Wu Yong's eyes widened, clearly recognizing the silhouette hovering in midair. The leader of the Jiangdong Alliance, the head of the Yi family, Yi Dingtian. Attention all adventurers within the instance. Yi Dingtian, impeccably attired in a suit, bore an expression of serene composure, yet his gaze was piercingly sharp. An anomaly has occurred within the instance. I shall reiterate. An anomaly has occurred within the instance. The mechanism that transports individuals out of the instance upon receiving fatal injuries will no longer be in effect. One proclamation. A tremendous upheaval ensued. What? People will die within the instance? What nonsense is this? Are we not in a beginner's instance? What on earth has transpired? Some individuals, already treading upon the corpses of their comrades, had grasped this grim rule. Is it due to the miasma? I have long warned that this debuff is abnormal. Wang Ling, she perished just like that. Yi Dingtian continued. Therefore, this beginner instance is officially reclassified as a black iron level instance. The rules governing the points leaderboard are rendered inapplicable. The primary objective for all adventurers has changed. Within the instance, survive. Subsequently, Yi Dingtian's projection distorted, and in the end, even his voice became indistinct. His form gradually faded from view. What nonsense! This is a black iron level instance. I do not wish to die. I want to leave. I want to live. Such words seem effortless. How does one survive in this instance? The monsters have mutated, and the majority of us have not even reached level 10. Complaints, fear, sorrow. Such voices resonated throughout the instance. Within the miasma marsh, it appears that those above are already aware of the situation. A tall man with thick brows furrowed his brow. Did Lord Yi not provide a solution? Is this not tantamount to saying nothing at all? A doll-like girl sighed. At least we do not have to inform each one individually. Indeed, the man with the thick eyebrows sneered repeatedly, while the esteemed leader's efforts had plunged most of the professionals in the entire instance into a state of panic. Who knows how many more professionals might fall victim to this chaos? There is no need to speak so harshly, the girl with the doll-like face frowned. At the very least, they will not resort to self-harm simply because they wish to leave the instance. And they have indeed conveyed the most crucial information to all the professionals within. Are you suggesting that the esteemed leader's efforts are not in vain? That he serves a purpose? The thick-browed man spat in disdain. I truly appreciate him for spreading fear without offering a solution. Should I be grateful for him sharing information we were already aware of? He needn't provide a solution. At that moment, a man interjected. He was robustly built, with slightly dark skin and well-defined features, exuding an undeniable air of arrogance. Sun Jitian, the thick-browed man, gritted his teeth. Zhuo Zheng is dead, all because of their damned mistakes. Do you expect me to overlook that? Or could I forget Zhuo Zheng? Wang Shuai enough. The girl with the doll-like face spoke in a low tone. Zhuo Zheng's death saddens us all, not just you. Our most pressing objective now is to eliminate the Mist Corpse demon. Sun Jitian did not pursue Wang Shuai's extreme words further. Instead, he reiterated his earlier statement. No need to say. Wang Shuai clenched his jaw. Then what should he do? He should save everyone in the instance. The girl with the doll-like face fell into contemplation. Jitian, do you mean to say that the esteemed leader will resolve this issue? Sun Jitian shook his head. I do not know. However, the absence of a solution from him indicates that we possess only one course of action. To kill the Mist Corpse demon and conclude this instance. If he had articulated a solution, stating as long as we kill the Mist Corpse demon, the instance will end, what would transpire thereafter? The previously angered Wang Shuai suddenly fell silent. What if Yiding Tian had proposed this solution earlier? Under the weight of immense fear, all professionals would have surged recklessly into the Mist Marsh, resulting in unimaginable casualties. I can only be grateful that the esteemed leader is not as foolish as you, or we would never resolve the Mist Corpse demon. The girl with the doll-like face scoffed. You. Wang Shuai shot a glare at her, then promptly bowed. I apologize to everyone for my earlier behavior. Shi Ruodong. Wang Shuai has apologized. Let this matter rest. Shi Ruodong plainly held up her hands. I concur with Sun Jitian. Rather than squabbling, we should contemplate how to eliminate the Mist Corpse demon. At the very least, given our current capabilities, we cannot handle the Mist Corpse demon. My magical energy dwindles to less than a quarter, leaving me with only the ability to cast minor spells. After a series of relentless battles, we find ourselves pitted against the enigmatic fog-dwelling corpse demon once more. It is exceedingly arduous not only to vanquish this foe, but even to maintain the integrity of our team. In such circumstances, the notion of overcoming the fog-dwelling corpse demon seems utterly fanciful. A thought strikes me. Wang Shuai-chan takes a deep breath. The fog-dwelling corpse demon possesses at least one of the attributes of poison, darkness, or undead. Each of these attributes is countered by the holy attribute, is it not? If that is the case, we should seek out practitioners of the holy attribute. Huabo is already engaged in such endeavors. Shi Ruodong purses her lips, expressing her wish for his swift return, for otherwise, we face the prospect of total annihilation. Wang Shuai-chan shakes his head. That is insufficient. I refer specifically to practitioners of the holy attribute. Shi Ruodong rolls her eyes. Where in this dungeon can we possibly find a practitioner of the holy attribute? I know of one individual who undoubtedly possesses the holy attribute, but I remain uncertain of her current fate. Chapter 51. The Hidden Hand, the Celestial Alliance? The gazes of several individuals turned towards Wang Shuai-chan. Shi Ruodong, in particular, urged Wang Shuai-chan with impatience. Stop keeping us in suspense. At such a critical moment, your hesitance is infuriating. Just tell us, who is it? Yi Qianyu from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Sun Jitian, also realized. She is a paladin, indeed the most formidable among the holy attribute practitioners. Yi Qianyu Shi Ruodong pouted. I remember who she is now. The campus belle of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, the young lady of the Yi family. How could I have forgotten her? Yet, it seems you boys are quite fixated on her profession. Wang Shuai-chan was exasperated. What does that have to do with anything? I can recall the names of all the rare practitioners in the Jiangdong Alliance. However, I have no idea where she is now, nor do I know if she is even in the instance, or if she is still alive. Sun Jitian furrowed his brow as well. In such a vast instance, finding one individual is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Among the practitioners in the Jiangdong Alliance, I can only recall 2 holy attribute practitioners. The other one is the priest from our school. Alas, Shi Ruodong sighed. The prolonged circling had pushed the entire team's stamina to its limits. Wang Shuai-chan contemplated, perhaps we should employ our previous strategy. Let Sun Ji-tian stay here to stall the Mist Blight Corpse Demon while we leave. Once the instance concludes, we can teleport out. I doubt that will be feasible, Shirua Tong frowned. If Yi Qianyu can broadcast this news to all practitioners within the instance, do you understand what that implies? It means the outside world is aware of the anomalies occurring within the instance. Bingo. What else could it indicate? A Wang Shuai-chun scratches head. Isn't Yi Qianyu able to rescue us? Fool. Shirua Tong cast a disdainful glance at Wang Shuai-chun. It means that the anomalies in this instance are not a natural disaster, but rather a result of human interference. Human interference? Shirua Tong disregarded Wang Shuai-chun's bewildered expression and continued. It signifies that these anomalies arose because someone is sabotaging the instance. Oh, and then? Wang Shuai-chun still did not grasp the underlying issue. Are you still oblivious to the problem? Shirua Tong felt a tinge of pity for Wang Shuai-chun's lack of insight. It implies that even when time runs out, the instance may not vanish. Sun Ji-tian interjected. Their ability to manipulate the instance indicates that they have a specific agenda. As it stands, the likelihood of them wanting to eliminate all practitioners is the highest. In that case, they certainly want to allow us to survive these 2 days and simply exit the instance, Shirua Tong concurred. Sighing, conversing with Ji-tian is much simpler. As her words faded, a heavy silence enveloped the group. The root of the problem lay with the Mist Blight Corpse Demon. Yet the ultimate dilemma was their inability to resolve the threat it posed. They are not arrogant, yet they are acutely aware of one undeniable truth. Their team is likely the most formidable among all factions in the Jiangdong Academy, the strongest of all teams within the various instances. However, even they find themselves powerless against the miasmic undead. A collective realization dawns upon them, signifying that this instance is, in fact, a meticulously crafted death trap. At this very moment, outside the instance at Jiangdong High, Yi Ding-tian's consciousness returned to his own body, the connection severed. A woman clad in a pale purple robe, adorned with a wrinkled wizard's hat, wiped the sweat from her brow and sighed. 7 seconds. That is the limit of my capabilities. That is sufficient, thank you. Old Yi, you still insist on being formal with me, she chuckled. Since becoming principal, your demeanor has indeed changed considerably. Yet, her expression turned grave. But is this truly effective? We still lack the ability to conquer the instance. This merely breeds further panic. Enough. Yi Ding-tian sighed deeply. This is the best we can achieve. He raised his gaze. Outside the window, the leaderboard loomed high, yet nearly everyone had shifted their attention away from it. The playground was devoid of students. Those who had completed the novice instance had been escorted away. The students of Jiangnan First High had also been relocated to a temporary resting area. Naturally, Sun Shou-jun remained behind. How much longer until the instance is dismantled? I can tell you with certainty, it is nearly an impossible task, the woman replied with a hint of exasperation. They had exerted considerable effort. This instance has employed at least 3 types of creations. Rather than a mere instance, it resembles a meticulously designed superformation. Isn't the novice instance fundamentally a colossal formation? You're not a sorcerer. You wouldn't understand, she sighed. Even formations vary greatly in complexity. However, I can firmly state that establishing the formation for the novice instance is the most intricate and perplexing of all. It is itself a grand invention, possessing an exceedingly convoluted structure. Moreover, additional rules must be integrated to activate the instance. Such a formation, even for the foremost sorcerer of the Great Xia, is a formidable undertaking within a short time frame. Yi Ding-tian raised an eyebrow. I thought you were the foremost sorcerer of the Great Xia. Speak less. It won't kill you, the woman retorted with a glance. Your beloved disciples are fighting for their lives in the instance, yet you find time to mock me. I retract my earlier praise. Enough, Yi Ding-tian replied coolly. Enough? The woman paused. You hold such confidence in your students? Yi Ding-tian fell silent. The woman, too, remained quiet, clearly aware that he lacked such confidence. But what difference does it make? The entire Jiangdong Alliance, along with the 4 major bases of the Jianghe region, has issued a warrant. Moreover, Yi Dingtian has even summoned her team to dismantle the copy's array with utmost effort. However, mere concerns are futile. Action speaks volumes. Yi Dingtian has reached the pinnacle of his efforts. The woman pondered. Do you have any leads on a mastermind behind this affair? Besides the Celestial Alliance. Who else would commit such folly? A rare display of vivid emotion crossed Yi Dingtian's face, encompassing disdain, complexity, and profound hatred. The Celestial Alliance? The woman's eyes widened in realization. They are still active? In truth, the Celestial Alliance has never truly vanished. If one considers that professionals engage in conquering dungeons and hunting monsters, then the Celestial Alliance has made a profession out of hunting professionals. Furthermore, they specifically target the most formidable among them. Shen Yi clapped his hands with a smile. Indeed, the Celestial Alliance naively believed that powerful professionals lurked within novice dungeons. I foresee a promising future for their development. Chapter 52. A desperate gamble, Wu Yong lamented. Indeed, those with the potential to become legendary professionals are among their assassination targets. You mean Sun Jitian, he continued. But he is not the only one. This cohort of talents from the Jiangdong Alliance is remarkable, and the Heavenly God Alliance is ruthless, attempting to capture them all in one sweep. Wu Yong glanced at Shen Yi, who hailed from a notable background. Boss, what are you contemplating? Shan Yi pondered it. I am considering why the Heavenly God Alliance would undertake such actions. They are a bunch of lunatics, deviants, eager to sow chaos. Wu Yong, feeling exasperated, mused over the inscrutable thoughts of those madmen. With a furrowed brow, he remarked, the pressing issue now is, what shall we do? The black mire is spreading throughout the dungeon. One moment of inattention, and we risk infection. As of now, we are only aware of one negative effect, and we remain uncertain of the consequences of being tainted by this black mire, which is why professionals are steering clear of it. Those bound and restrained are no match for those monsters. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yi suggested, let's head to the Mist Swamp. To the Mist Swamp? Wu Yong chuckled bitterly. How do we get there? The giant wood forest will undoubtedly be beset by beast tides, based on our current trajectory. We cannot possibly reach the Mist Swamp unless we fight our way through. However, that would deplete our stamina and mana reserves. By then, we would struggle to protect ourselves, let alone hunt the Mist Swamp's undead. Shen Yi fell silent. Boss, think of a solution. We can't truly be trapped here. The recent beast tide had left both Shen Yi and Wu Yong tainted by the black mire, now bearing the miscorruption status. They were indeed ensnared within the dungeon. Shen Yi cast a glance at Wu Yong. You, who are known for your clever ideas, seem to have lost your spark at this moment. Wu Yong sighed. I say, Ego, in such dire circumstances, refrain from teasing me. I merely think highly of your potential, hoping to survive under your guidance. Besides, even the most skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. If you desire me to devise a plan, I need something to work with. Shen Yi replied nonchalantly. The simplest solution is to wait. Wait? Shen Yi nodded. Wait for my mana to recover. If we encounter a beast tied to that scale again, we can manage it. Wu Yong contemplated this, resignedly stating, I see. But if we're to wait that long, the opportunity will have passed. After much deliberation, Wu Yong sat down heavily on the ground. Enough, enough. Whether the Heavenly God Alliance is scheming or not, it seems we are doomed regardless. He spread his arms, lying down in a star shape. Here I am, the proud son of the Wu family, with an unwed fiancé, Yi, and now I find myself trapped in this dungeon. All for naught. Surprised, Shen Yi glanced at Wu Yong. You have a fiancé, Yi? I am from the esteemed Wu family of Jiangdong. Wu Yong sat up, chuckling. Boss, you're from Jiangnan, so you might not know that our Wu family used to hold considerable sway in Jiangdong. Back then, our presence was truly formidable. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. Isn't the Yi family the most prominent clan in Jiangdong now? Wu Yong scratched his head. Indeed, they are now. Ever since the head of our Wu family went missing, we lack top-tier practitioners to uphold our reputation. With the Yi family rising, it's only natural for us to decline. The head of the Wu family has gone missing. Why? Shan Yi inmued it. If I knew, I would certainly have gone to find him. Wu Yong licked his lips, feeling a bit parched. But even if I did know, what could I do? The head of the Wu family is a legendary practitioner at level 83, while I am still struggling at level 10. Rumor has it that before the head of the Wu family vanished, he entered a mythic level dungeon, and has since been missing without a trace. Mythic level dungeon? Shun-Yi expressed surprise. I recall that the highest dungeon level is only glory. That's what we learn from books. They don't teach everything. With no better options, Wu Yong and Shun-Yi engaged in conversation about dungeons. The highest dungeon level is indeed glory. The Black Iron dungeons are comparable in difficulty to novice dungeons, suitable for level 10 practitioners. Silver, gold, platinum, and diamond levels correspond to specific tiers, with diamond being accessible to level 50 practitioners. Above diamond lies glory. At first glance, one might think that glory level dungeons are suitable for level 60 practitioners, but that is not the case. The difficulty of dungeons above level 50 is collectively referred to as glory level. Glory level dungeons can further be categorized into epic, legendary, mythic, and legendary levels. Once practitioners reach level 50, they undergo a transformative evolution where strength is no longer solely determined by levels. The Wu family sent several high-level practitioners to search for their head, even offering bounties throughout the Great Xia, but ultimately, they found not a single clue. The so-called great families are merely founded upon the bonds established by legendary practitioners. If the cornerstone of that bond is lost, they can only pack up and disperse. Shun-Yi looked at Wu Yong, realizing certain truths. You're investigating the disappearance of the Wu family head, and it led you to the Celestial Alliance? I lack the capability for that. Wu Yong lowered his head, obscuring his expression from Shun-Yi. Currently, all I can do is strive to level up and survive within dungeons. Shun-Yi regarded Wu Yong in silence, aware that he was withholding certain information, but chose not to press further. Since Wu Yong remained silent, Shun-Yi refrained from questioning him. In that case, you should focus on becoming a legendary practitioner yourself. I'm a gunslinger. Wu Yong's voice fell. Being a gunslinger is said to be quite desirable, but that only applies to ordinary practitioners. To become a legendary practitioner, which profession is not considered rare, Wu Yong sighed helplessly, remarking that it is indeed those feeble professions. From the very beginning, they are regarded as inferior, and even reaching level 50 proves futile. It is a harsh and stark reality. As levels increase, the disparity between ordinary practitioners and rare ones becomes more pronounced, until it is nearly insurmountable. It is as if one's life is irrevocably defined at the moment of class transition. Wu Yong recalled something and hastily glanced at Shun-Yi, exclaiming, "Boss, I'm not referring to you. Even a gunsmith surpasses a necromancer by a considerable margin. The frailty of a necromancer is a mark of shame." Shun-Yi, however, paid no heed. No one understood the weakness of the necromancer better than he did. Chapter 53. The monster lurks nearby. Shun-Yi rose to his feet, exclaiming, "I have a solution." "Really?" Wu Yong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What is it, Ego?" "Drawing lots." "The necromancer is indeed weak," he mused. "But what does that have to do with Shun-Yi?" "Drawing lots?" Wu Yong's lips twitched slightly. "Ego, I appreciate your humor, but can we refrain from jesting at such a time?" Noticing Shun-Yi's earnest expression, Wu Yong hesitated. "Are you serious? Unless you have a better plan." Shun-Yi cast a glance at Wu Yong. "After following me for so long, you should be well aware of my capabilities." With a wave of his hand, 8 skeletal practitioners materialized before them. Reanimation allowed for the summoning of basic skeletons, and with Shun-Yi's advanced skills and 100 points in magical attributes, he summoned a basic skeleton with strength and agility, both at 15. Immediately after, the skeletal bear and skeletal white tiger were conjured as well. Corpse manipulation enabled the transformation of fallen monsters into skeletal minions, with the transformation attributes hampered by the caster's own attributes. Devour and Evolve allowed Shun-Yi to once again merge the skeletal knight with the skeletal assassin, creating a second skeletal magic swordsman. However, due to the brevity of time, its attributes and level paled in comparison to Shun-Yi's first skeletal magic swordsman. To muster such a formidable legion after just one Black Iron level dungeon was nothing short of remarkable and extraordinary. Yet, in the face of such monumental calculations, it remained insufficient. This is where my despair lies. Wu Yong scratched his head. With you as our leader and these valiant warriors, we should be able to traverse dungeons of this caliber with ease. Yet here we are, struggling. Shan Yi pondered it. If I am not mistaken, the final boss of this dungeon, the Mist Wraith, possesses similar abilities to mine. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you deduce that? I don't recall mentioning it. It was not difficult. When you witnessed the beast tide, your spirit visibly slackened. Shen Yi furrowed his brow. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. The Mist Wraith possessed akin capabilities. The Necromancer infused mana into souls, resurrecting through bones or corpses, a master of soul manipulation. Considering the tumult within the dungeon, it was highly probable that the Mist Wraith could utilize similar methods to bend high-level monsters to its will. In light of this reasoning, Shen Yi understood Wu Yong's frustration. The Mist Wraith was already a formidable foe, compounded by the certainty that numerous creatures within the Mist Marsh would be at its command. It could be said that the Mist Wraith was one of the most challenging adversaries to contend with in a black iron-level dungeon. To exacerbate matters, the Celestial Alliance was also intervening, amplifying the Black Sludge's influence throughout the entire dungeon. This implies that the Foggy Corpse Demon can summon a vast horde of beasts at any moment to assault all practitioners. Shen Yi is uncertain whether the Foggy Corpse Demon possesses an ability akin to his own one-man army, but at this juncture, he comprehends just how formidable this adversary truly is. If only he could be granted a modicum more time, even if just half a day, to restore his mana. Then, the Foggy Corpse Demon, endowed with such capabilities, would merely be the next Goblin King, the next bountiful source of experience. Yet, the enemy clearly would not allow him such indulgence. Since you deny me my desires, I shall ensure you do not succeed either. Shen Yi reopened his eyes. Wu Yong. Huh, I have a question for you. Shen Yi smiled slightly. What kind of profession is the rare class magic swordsman? The magic swordsman is considered a rather unique advancement class. Although Wu Yong was unsure of Shen Yi's intent, he answered earnestly. Generally, melee professions are based on strength and agility as foundational attributes. Some lean more towards strength, while others favor agility. However, they are largely similar, and the power enhancement of their skills is calculated based on these two attributes. Yet, the magic swordsman stands apart, being the only melee class that benefits from magical attributes. Their combat style revolves around close-quarters fighting, with the power of their techniques also derived from magical attributes, and they possess a multitude of spells to confront foes, albeit with certain limitations. Shan Yi nodded. Brother Yi, why do you ask this? Wu Yong inquired, perplexed. I remember that there are no magic swordsmen at Jiangdong Alliance. Could it be that there are some at Jiang'anhai? And even if there were, how would it benefit them now? Indeed, it does. Shen Yi casually pointed at the two skeletal magic swordsmen. Right here. Oh, Wu Yong mechanically nodded, suddenly jolted awake. You can't be serious. Skeletal beings have professions? Magic swordsmen? Are you jesting? Not a joke. His expression transitioned from blankness to astonishment, then to confusion, ultimately reverting to a state of disbelief. Wu Yong, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, Brother Yi, while we may be in despair, we must not lose our sanity. If we do, it will truly be over for us. I am not jesting. Shen Yi indicated the remaining 6 skeletons. This one is a skeletal priest. This one is a skeletal archer. This one is... By the time he finished his introductions, Wu Yong had become numb to the situation. Shen Yi continued to present his skeletal minions. Reminiscent of introducing distant relatives. This is your great-aunt's son. He is a programmer. This is your third uncle's daughter. She is an accountant. The absurdity of the scene was palpable. Only when Shen Yi revealed his unique skill to Wu Yong did the latter's expression shift from numbness to sheer terror. Divine. Divine skill, am I truly not dreaming? After racking his brain for an extended period, Wu Yong could only conjure one word to describe Shen Yi. Monster. The monsters in the dungeon merely offered amusement, but the true monstrosity lay in Shen Yi. He was aware that Shen Yi's skeleton exhibited peculiar behaviors. Yet he refrained from inquiring further. After all, that was a matter of personal assets and not easily divulged. However, now that he was aware, Wu Yong's gaze towards Shen Yi was filled with greater dread than when facing the fog-blighted corpse demon. Anyone with a semblance of intellect could comprehend the implications of such skills. So that was the reason, boss. You commanded the skeletal magic swordsman to devour amidst the tide of corpses. His excitement bubbled forth. With these skills, the so-called beast tide transforms into a colossal feast, capable of spawning countless professionals. At that moment, he abruptly halted mid-sentence, his expression darkening considerably. Chapter 54. The Fatal Recovery of Mana. Wu Yong is undoubtedly a clever individual. In an instant, he discerned a significant flaw. Although Shan Yi's abilities are indeed formidable, if he were truly capable of realizing the aspirations he had just envisioned, then why did he opt to evade battle and extricate himself from the recent tide of beasts? The answer lies within the enigma. I comprehend now. Wu Yong, lost in thought, bore a serious expression. Given our current capabilities, we cannot comfortably utilize these skills to grow stronger. Shan Yi gazed at Wu Yong, nodding to encourage him to elaborate. What a pity. Had such an upheaval not occurred, or to be more precise, had this upheaval arrived a day or two later, with your rate of progress, Brother Yi, you would have easily confronted both the beast tide and the fog of death. Not entirely accurate. Had this upheaval not transpired, Shan Yi would have directly engaged the fog of death. At that juncture, the outcome remains uncertain. Alas, at this point, Wu Yong felt an even greater sense of regret. Ignorance was bliss, but upon realizing Shan Yi's hidden strengths, Wu Yong found himself more remorseful than before. Perhaps it was the sense of loss. If time were on their side, Shan Yi could grow exponentially stronger. Yet, what they currently lacked was indeed time. One could only lament the whims of fate. Thus, we are left with but one course of action. Shan Yi raised an eyebrow, inviting him to speak further. Perhaps sensing that Shan Yi was testing him, the ease on Wu Yong's face dissipated. He spoke gravely. We must forsake all the practitioners in this current instance. Hearing such words from Wu Yong took Shan Yi by surprise. Wait, precisely wait. Wu Yong gritted his teeth. We shall disregard the turmoil within the instance, ignore the fog of death, and focus on replenishing our mana while simultaneously hunting monsters to allow for the evolution of more skeletons or to create additional skeletal minions. Shan Yi cast a glance at Wu Yong, but the cost of such a decision is substantial, beyond imagination. Wu Yong sighed helplessly. This means we must watch as the other practitioners are embroiled in fierce battles, potentially facing death. The result would be the annihilation of the practitioners from the Jiangdong Alliance, including the rare talents, at the hands of the Divine Alliance. The Jiangdong base ranks among the foremost within the Great Xia. Such an outcome would be far from favorable. Wu Yong inhaled deeply. Yet, I personally believe this is our best option. Rather than take a reckless gamble, it is wiser to preserve you. Shan Yi smiled. I did not expect you to conceive such an idea. Wu Yong appeared conflicted. Given the present circumstances, this method is indeed the most viable. To abandon all of the Jiangdong Alliance, preserving only Shan Yi. In other words, in Wu Yong's estimation, Shan Yi's singular value is equivalent to that of the entire Jiangdong Alliance's rare practitioners. I must say, the Divine Alliance's scheme is both brilliant and insidious. Wu Yong chuckled bitterly. Firstly, there is the timing of this mechanism's activation. At the juncture, just 2 days before the conclusion of the instance, those endowed with talent, or rather, the rare professionals, have largely managed to survive. Conversely, a significant number of practitioners have perished. The loss of this contingent has deprived us of the opportunity for unity. The beast tide is indeed terrifying, yet if the practitioners could consolidate their strength, they would form a force not to be trifled with. Wait a moment. As this thought crossed his mind, Wu Yong's brow furrowed in an instant. If that were the case, why did they not activate the black sludge from the very beginning? The practitioners of the Jiangdong Alliance had only experienced a single instance. Had they initiated this mechanism early on, they could have utilized the beast tide within the instance to eradicate those practitioners whose levels had yet to develop. Such an approach would undoubtedly have been more prudent. It is certain that they did not proceed in this manner. Perhaps it was due to the ineffectiveness of such a strategy, as unleashing the beast tide before the practitioners had improved their levels might accelerate their growth. Alternatively, it could be that the instance mechanism was inherently limited, preventing activation. In any case, their actions were motivated by some rationale. The question remains, was that rationale subjective or objective? If it were objective, that would be acceptable. If subjective, then there must be a reason for their delayed execution of the plan. Ultimately, Wu Yong chose to abandon further contemplation. Regardless of the reason, they presently lacked sufficient intelligence, and delving deeper would only serve to exacerbate his worries and cloud his judgment. At that moment, Wu Yong recalled the origin of the issue. "Ego, I now comprehend our situation," he said, turning to Shun Yi. "What I do not understand, however, is the meaning of your earlier mention of a gamble." Shun Yi smiled slightly. "Why not take another guess?" "Brother, please do not jest. I truly cannot fathom it." Wu Yong surrendered, exasperation evident in his demeanor. Despite racking his brain, he could not discern the answer, and Shun Yi's silence was driving him to distraction. Shun Yi's mind stirred. A skeletal archer and a skeletal warrior began to move, merging into a brand new skeleton. Class: Skeletal Champion Warrior. Level: 8. Strength: 29. Agility: 19. Magic: 5. Skill 1. Summoner: This undead, having risen from the grave, can only follow its guide in a dazed manner, which grants it absolute loyalty. Skill 2. Super Heart Shot. By infusing energy, it can deal massive damage when targeting the enemy's weak points. What a miraculous ability. After witnessing it firsthand, Wu Yong found himself at a loss for words to describe it. Yet, even with this revelation, he could not fathom what Shun Yi meant by gamble. "Wu Yong, does this world possess mana restoration potions? Something that can restore a great deal of mana with just a single sip?" Wu Yong shook his head. "Mana restoration potions? How could such a thing possibly exist?" Wu Yong found it rather peculiar that Ego would pose such an odd question. This was also the aspect that Shun Yi felt the most regret about, the inability to replenish mana in a timely manner. Perhaps it was the absence of cooldown restrictions on skills in this world that gave rise to such a rule. Shun Yi had even attempted to have a skeleton priest dispatched and subsequently allow another skeleton to consume it, thus creating a new skeleton priest. Regrettably, this exploit did not work. The mana of the new skeleton priest remained equivalent to that of its predecessor. The recovery of mana could only occur through natural regeneration or a limited number of restorative skills. In some respects, this was even more restrictive than having cooldown limitations. Although the lack of cooldowns allowed practitioners to unleash powerful skills in rapid succession, the more critical issue was that no one dared to deplete their mana entirely, for doing so would drastically diminish their combat effectiveness. Those who relied solely on skills, such as wizards, would be left vulnerable, reduced to mere prey unless they were fighting for their lives. However, there existed a unique circumstance in which this rule did not apply. Chapter 55, Job Change. The Skeleton Priest. Shun Yi beckoned to the second-in-command, and the skeleton priest stepped forward. After a period of recovery, the skeleton priest was once again able to unleash its skills. Shun Yi's mana had partially replenished, allowing him to use 3 instances of undead summoning or 1 instance of corpse manipulation. The skeleton priest possessed a skill that restored mana. Shun Yi uttered this statement, and then Wu Yong witnessed the skeleton priest merging with the skeleton warrior. What could this fusion accomplish? Wu Yong pondered, counting on his fingers. The skeletons consuming the corpses of monsters was akin to us acquiring experience points from vanquishing foes. However, unlike us, the skeletons did not begin with a profession. They needed to consume a certain quantity and quality of monster corpses to reach a threshold that would enable them to successfully change jobs. To transition, one must reach level 7. Shun Yi had not divulged the details to Wu Yong, despite the trust Wu Yong had earned from Shun Yi over time. Along with the unity power and other facets of his professional skills, Shun Yi remained reticent. In this light, the fusion and evolution of the 2 skeletons resembled a practitioner endowed with 2 bodies, each acquiring varying degrees of experience, which would ultimately coalesce, resulting in a cumulative experience point total. The skeleton priest's mana restoration skill was not surprising. Wu Yong recalled it was referred to as vitality restoration. To Wu Yong, it seemed that even if Shun Yi were to create several more fused skeletons, what difference would it make? They would merely yield a stronger practitioner skeleton, perhaps a bit more robust, yet incapable of altering the current situation. At that moment, Shun Yi spoke, a skeleton possessing mana. Upon fusing and changing jobs, will have its mana reset. Reset? That was indeed convenient, but after the reset, what will be possible? Wu Yong suddenly had a realization, and his murmurs ceased abruptly as he lifted his gaze, staring at Shun Yi with incredulity. Yaij, what you just mentioned about the gamble, could it be? Could it possibly be what I think it is? You are wagering that the mana restoration skill of the skeleton priest will persist after the fusion and job change? Wu Yong's emotions were a tumultuous blend. Shun Yi had amassed such a formidable skeleton army in a remarkably short span, and the skeleton priest's mana restoration capability was pivotal. Yet now, he intended to reveal one of his trump cards, betting on a minuscule possibility. Yaij, you truly are something. Wu Yong struggled for words, finally managing to utter two. A gambler. Only those who lose their bets are gamblers. Shun Yi replied with a radiant smile. If the wager succeeds, it is not gambling. It is winning. Wu Yong inhaled sharply. Yaij, how can you be so certain that the profession created through fusion will retain the mana restoration skill? Shun Yi shook his head. He certainly could not be certain. Wu Yong's chubby face contorted into a smile more unattractive than tears. Boss, why don't we just let it go? As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. If they were to do nothing and merely linger in the instance, they could rely on Shun Yi's own mana recovery, as well as that of the skeletal priest, to swiftly elevate their mana to a level capable of contending with the beast tide. However, should this gamble falter, Shun Yi's mana recovery speed would once again be hindered. Shun Yi shook his head. There was no turning back. The fusion had already commenced. Wu Yong's face turned ashen, his heart steeped in despair. He cast his gaze once more upon the skeletal priest, even beginning to pray, hoping for success. The fusion would require at least 2 minutes, and with time to spare, Shun Yi opted to admire the scenery of the towering woodlands. Under the influence of the miasma, most creatures had vacated their habitats, leaving behind a serene stillness. Majestic trees soared skyward, allowing only a sliver of sunlight to pierce through the dense foliage, illuminating the slightly reddened, moist earth below. Beneath the giant trees, a faintly glowing insect fluttered its wings. Oh, so there are creatures unaffected by the miasma? Shun Yi mused, somewhat surprised. If it had been affected, it would likely have joined the beast tide to hunt the adventurers within the instance. Boss, aren't you concerned about what they might fuse into? You still have the leisure to observe these things, Wu Yong remarked, his emotions tangled. That creature. Oh, it was a glowing insect, weak in nature, lacking in meat, and not particularly palatable, thus having no natural enemies. It was called a glowing insect merely because its holy attribute allowed it to emit light from within. Wait, holy attribute? The holy attribute is impervious to the miasma. With this realization, Wu Yong and Shun Yi's eyes brightened simultaneously. The paladin, Monsieur, they exclaimed in unison. So that's it, I understand now. Wu Yong slapped his thigh, for they needed to ensure that when the instance mechanism activated, there were no holy attribute practitioners present, hence the delay in initiating this mechanism. The reasoning behind it could very well be that holy attribute practitioners might significantly influence the battle. How would they sway the battle? The answer was evident. Holy attribute practitioners would serve as a formidable aid in vanquishing the miasma corpse demons. Yet, as this thought crossed Wu Yong's mind, he scratched his head. But in such a vast instance, where could they possibly find Miss Yi? One might even question whether she was still alive. Wu Yong fell silent. The hope that had momentarily ignited now extinguished. It was highly probable that Yi Qianyu had already been dealt with, prompting the activation of the instance mechanism. At that moment, a skeletal figure stood steadfastly in place, remarkably obedient. Shun Yi approached it. If they postponed the triggering mechanism of the dungeon solely to eradicate the holy attribute practitioners, does that imply that our so-called means of combating the miasma have been rendered obsolete? It is quite possible. However, Yi Qianyu herself is a rare practitioner of formidable strength. With Commander Yi overseeing matters from outside, achieving such a feat would be their utmost limit. It is implausible for high-level practitioners to infiltrate for that would suggest they possess extraordinary capabilities. By what means did they manage to eliminate the young lady of the Yi family? Wu Yong's expression darkened as he realized that members of the Celestial Alliance had infiltrated the Jiangdong Alliance. This was far from good news. He paced back and forth, gritting his teeth, exclaiming, "A bunch of lunatics! What benefit do they derive from hunting human practitioners?" As he muttered in frustration, he looked up and spotted Shun Yi standing not far away. At that moment, Wu Yong recalled the pressing matter at hand. "Brother Yi." Wu Yong hurriedly ran over. Has the priest class change been successful? Chapter 56. Yi Qinyu's assistant Shun Yi wore a beaming smile, clearly pleased with his gamble. Class: Undead War Priest. Level: 9. Strength: 21. Agility: 23. Magic: 34. Skill 1. Summoner: the undead that rise from the grave can only follow their guide with a dazed loyalty. Hence they possess absolute fidelity. Class Skill 1. Arcane Empowerment. The senses of the recipient are heightened, enhancing reaction time and dynamic vision. Class Skill 2. Death Energy Restoration. Transforms death energy into pure energy, restoring a portion of a target state. Is it powerful? Not particularly. It pales in comparison to the attributes and skills of the skeletal magic swordsman. However, for Shun Yi at this moment, it is the most advantageous. After the fusion and job change, the skeletal entity's mana will be fully replenished. This means its death energy restoration can continue to be utilized on Shun Yi. With the skills of the skeletal war priest, Shun Yi can at least recover half of his mana in an incredibly short span of time. Is it truly successful? Wu Yong's eyes widened, his face alight with astonishment. "We have indeed bet correctly," he exclaimed with excitement. "What shall we do next?" Shun Yi lifted his gaze, eyes scanning the horizon. "Naturally, we must confront the miasmic corpse demon. Meanwhile, the Greatwood Forest stands as the closest locale to the miasmic marsh. Consequently, the beast tide affected by the miasma must first traverse to the Greatwood Forest before advancing to the marsh. This predicament has severely troubled the adventurers still stationed in the Greatwood Forest. Led by Hua Bo, the adventurer squad has further expanded, now numbering nearly 50 individuals. Yet, despite this increase, they appear somewhat beleaguered in the face of the impending beast tide. Remember, Hua Bo commanded as he wielded his magical greatsword to cleave through 3 gale wolves in succession. The foremost principle is to ensure our survival. This dungeon no longer possesses a death immunity mechanism. We understand. Zhu Buoxuan gritted his teeth, fervently swinging his greatsword. Bang! Several burrowing golden mice swiftly ascended his heavy armor, their sharp teeth voraciously gnawing at it, producing a chilling, metallic clink. However, the issue lies in the sheer number of these creatures. The adventurers may be numerous, but the beast tide is even more abundant. They are presently besieged by an unfathomable horde of monsters, making self-preservation a daunting task. Zhu Buoxuan gazed at the multitude of ravenous creatures before him, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Hua Go, if you do not devise a strategy soon, we shall all perish. Boom! At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, obliterating the horde of monsters into mere fragments. Zhu Buoxuan turned to see Mu Qinxue, her countenance serene, wielding a staff. "Thank you, fair warrior." Mu Qinxue remained silent as small orbs of lightning coalesced at the tip of her staff, repeatedly launching towards the struggling adventurers. The previous thunderous wave had already consumed a fifth of her magical energy. He was not mistaken. Casting a glance at Hua Bo, she realized the beast tide was exceedingly difficult to manage. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. At that moment, several hunters rushed over. "Hua Go's bad. Another wave of beasts is approaching." The faces of the gathered crowd shifted instantly upon hearing this alarming news. Hua Bo clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath. Retreat the defensive perimeter. With a single command, most adventurers fell back. This maneuver would further constrict the encirclement of the beast tide, diminishing their survival space. But Hua Bo had no alternative. If he could lead the adventurers out, he would not resort to such desperate measures. Some teams had already succumbed to the relentless attacks, sustaining injuries and even casualties. Just then, a piercing voice rang out. "Divine Saint Slash." A blinding light surged forth, causing most adventurers, including the beasts, to squint their eyes. Had reinforcements arrived? Huabo felt a glimmer of hope. A familiar figure emerged before them. She was tall, with waist-length hair cascading down her back, clad in light golden armor, effortlessly navigating through the tide of beasts. Her sword emitted dazzling brilliance as she cleaved through a level 7 fierce boar with a single stroke. Huabo's eyes sparkled with recognition. Yi Qinyu. Mu Qingxue, upon hearing the name, cast a glance in that direction. Indeed, it was Yi Qinyu, someone she had encountered before. But what of Shun Yi? Anxiously searching the surroundings, she found no sign of him. Unbeknownst to her, a golden mouse stealthily crept to her feet, leaping suddenly. Its sharp teeth aimed at her delicate neck. Mu Qingshue's heart skipped a beat. This was dire. Being ambushed by enemies was a grave mistake. A mage's agility was too low, leaving her vulnerable. Whoosh! A long sword grazed her face, piercing through the body of the golden mouse and pinning it firmly against a tree trunk. What are you dawdling for? Thank you. Mu Qingxue bit her lip. Is Shuni not with you? Yi Qinyu responded, a slight smile playing on her lips. Oh, he hasn't been with me for quite some time. I see. For reasons unknown, Mu Qingxue felt a sense of relief, perhaps because she had not heard news of Shun Yi's demise. Monsieur. Huabo quickly turned to Yi Qinyu. We are surrounded by the beast tide. If this drags on, it will only attract more beasts. How did you make it here? Can you help everyone escape? Escape? The smile vanished from Yi Qinyu's face, replaced by a grave expression. In truth, I too was being pursued by the beast tide to get here. After parting ways with Shun Yi, Yi Qinyu commenced her solitary hunt within the dungeon. When the beast tide emerged, she found herself grappling with overwhelming challenges. Uncertain if it was due to the miasma, the paladin inflicted greater damage upon these creatures. Nevertheless, Yi Qinyu was nearly chased to this very spot. Huabo's lips twitched slightly. He had been elated to witness Yi Qinyu, such a capable ally. Yet little did he know she too was in a state of utter disarray. With so many professionals alongside you, can we fight our way out? Yi Qinyu pondered for a moment before shaking her head, expressing the difficulty of the situation. What level are you currently at? Huabo sighed, stating he was at level 12. I have reached level 13. Yi Qinyu furrowed her brow. Due to the beast tide, our levels had risen swiftly, yet this pace would not endure. High-level professionals slaying low-level monsters garnered scant experience, and the disparity in levels further halved their gains. If we continue to dawdle, before we can elevate our levels again, we may meet our demise here. A faint sense of despair permeated the hearts of all professionals. However, there remains one final option. Yi Qinyu's words reignited hope within Huabo and the other professionals. Chapter 57. The Beast Tide? The Skeleton Tide. Huabo's eyes widened. Monsieur, do you have any solutions? To call it a solution would be an exaggeration. Yi Qinyu replied with a wry smile. If there were one person here, perhaps he could handle this beast tide. The condition is that he must still be alive. Sun Jitian? Huabo furrowed his brow. He is battling the fog corpse demon in the mist swamp. Yet, even if he were here, resolving this beast tide would still be quite challenging. I am not referring to him. Yi Qinyu sighed. I am speaking of another individual. Who? Huabo queried, simultaneously wielding his magical greatsword to slay monsters while glancing at Yi Qinyu. Is there someone in this instance more formidable than Sun Jitian? Indeed, yes. Two voices responded in unison. Mu Qingxue cast a glance at Yi Qinyu, noticing that the latter was subtly observing her as well. She turned her face away, avoiding eye contact. This left Huabo utterly perplexed, wondering who they were speaking of. At that moment, the ground trembled. All the adventurers were caught off guard and stumbled unsteadily. What is happening? A few agile hunters leaped onto a giant tree. Then, several hunters' eyes widened in shock. It's a herd of bristled wild boars. They're charging this way. The expressions of all adventurers changed dramatically. While bristled wild boars were not particularly difficult to deal with, the true terror lay in the sheer number of them. A stampede of these wild boars could even send a boss-level monster fleeing in panic. And now, they were charging towards them. All adventurers immediately ceased their battles. Huabo bellowed, "Jump onto the giant trees." This was not the most optimal solution. Once on the trees, the terrain beneath the adventurers would be minimized. At such a time, they would be powerless against flying monsters. Many adventurers had perished in the past due to this very scenario when the beast tide first appeared. Yet, at this moment, they had no other choice. The advancing herd of bristled wild boars possessed the force of a bulldozer. All adventurers leapt up, scrambling onto the giant trees. If these wild boars encircled them below, they would truly be left waiting for death. As they gazed at the legion of dozens of bristled wild boars, Huabo felt utterly helpless. And then, at that very moment, "Look, what is that?" A shout from one of the adventurers immediately caught everyone's attention. "Huh? Behind the herd of bristled wild boars. There's another wave of beast tide? I see it too. What on earth is it?" It's hard to discern. Behind the wild boars is a cloud of dust, obscuring our view. Soon after, the herd of bristled wild boars surged into the beast tide, toppling several monsters as they charged through. Those monsters quickly retreated, unwilling to confront the wild boars head-on. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The wild boar herd completely disregarded the group of professionals hiding behind the tree trunk. They did not pause at all and continued to charge in one direction. Everyone was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Have the wild boars developed myopia and cannot see us? Are they moving too swiftly to halt their momentum? Foolish creatures. Would it not have been better for them to leave? Were they expecting the boars to wait for us to descend like those monsters beneath the tree? Some were perplexed, while others felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the reason, the fact that the wild boars did not target them was the most fortunate news in this dire situation. Wait, do you see that? Who is it behind the wild boar herd? Wu Yong was riding a skeletal wild boar, brandishing a pistol. Goodness, little rascal. Don't run away. Wu Yong licked his lips and aimed the pistol. Bang! A wild boar was shot in the hind leg, collapsing to the ground. Can you not do any better? Don't pretend to be tough with me. Beside him, Shunyi sighed, gripping a skeletal giant bear with one hand while aiming at the wild boar with the other. Upon contact with the corpse, he immediately utilized necromancy. A skeletal wild boar rose, joining Shun Yi's skeletal army. Brother, do I look like a cowboy? Wu Yong chuckled, brimming with pride. A cowboy? Shun Yi cast a glance at Wu Yong and chuckled. You resemble a wild boar knight. The smile on Wu Yong's face vanished in an instant. It has seemed so. Replenished with mana, Shun Yi no longer feared the beast tide. Consequently, he began to retaliate against the beast horde. When confronted by a skeletal legion he could not defeat, he employed necromancy. If his skeletal legion could prevail, he allowed the little skeletons to feast. In this back-and-forth exchange, Shun Yi acquired 6 more skeletal professionals, and his skeletal army grew once again. As for the wild boar herd, Shun Yi actively pursued them. These wild boars not only possessed thick hides, but also had exceptionally sturdy bones, making them excellent candidates for necromancy. Little did he know, the intelligence of this herd was not to be underestimated. Upon seeing the sheer scale of Shun Yi's army, they bolted. Shun Yi was not one to let this herd escape easily. He rode his skeletal giant bear in hot pursuit. The distance to the miasmic swamp was steadily increasing. Wu Yong paused. He seemed to have spotted a group of professionals atop the giant tree. Am I seeing things? Shun Yi chose to ignore it and focused on dealing with the beast tide first. Once this wave was handled, he could then venture towards a miasmic swamp. Goodness, those appear to be 2 professionals. Someone instantly recognized Wu Yong. ISNT that the gunslinger Wu Yong? He has arrived. His arrival is not the focal point. Rather, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he is mounted upon a skeletal wild boar. All gazes turn towards the base of the tree. Chasing the wild boar is an unexpected sight. 2 professionals accompanied by a multitude of skeletons. What a spectacle! So many skeletons. Could it be the work of a necromancer? Surely you jest. When has a necromancer ever commanded such a legion of skeletons? Unless, of course, there exists a cadre of necromancers. Soon after, they beheld Shun Yi riding a skeletal giant bear, who with a single swipe toppled the largest among the wild boars. Shun Yi grinned, noting how swift it was. 2 skeletal sword knights swiftly advanced, their blades piercing the body of the wild boar king. The creature shuddered momentarily, yet did not emit a sound as it succumbed to its fate. Without hesitation, Shun Yi invoked corpse manipulation, causing a skeletal wild boar, nearly the size of the skeletal giant bear, to rise instantaneously. For Shun Yi, the wild boar herd and the beast hide posed no distinction. Following this, an innumerable legion of skeletons surged forth, launching a fervent assault upon the beast hide. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. Those professionals, hiding among the branches, were left utterly astonished, their jaws agape in disbelief. Chapter 58, Defying Fate. The astonished professionals. The first wave of confusion among the professionals arose from the sudden appearance of the skeletal army. The entire instance lacked a necromantic environment, and they had not encountered any necromantic creatures. How, then, could such a multitude of skeletons manifest here? Moreover, there was Wu Yong, accompanied by another unfamiliar professional, leading the skeletal legion in pursuit. Could it be that Wu Yong had become a necromancer? Absurd. Wu Yong was a gunslinger in the Jiangdong Alliance. Wu Yong's reputation was far from trivial. Some even dared to compare him to Sun Jitian. Even amidst the brilliance of talents in the Jiangdong Alliance, Wu Yong had emerged as one of the prominent figures. However, he was certainly no necromancer. Could the other individual be the necromancer? Who suggested that? Were they intoxicated? Even if that professional were a necromancer, how could he possibly command such a vast army of skeletons? The first thought that flashed through everyone's minds was, this is impossible. The strength of a necromancer is well known. Only Yi Qianyu and Mu Qinxue widened their eyes, their faces alight with astonishment. Shanyi, it was Shun Yi who had arrived. As he hunted the beast hide, he simultaneously commanded the skeletal army, continually employing corpse manipulation. Naturally, the beast hide would not submit passively. It launched a frenzied counterattack. However, before the might of the skeletal legion, the beast hide's retaliation was inconsequential. A colossal gale wolf howled skyward, then charged directly at Shun Yi. Without a flinch, Shun Yi's skeletal giant bear swatted the gale wolf aside with a single strike. Shun Yi extended his hand, employing corpse manipulation. A skeletal gale wolf staggered to its feet. This spectacle was witnessed by all professionals. Hiss, surely I am not mistaken? That is a necromancer's skill. Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. Shun Yi is, indeed, a necromancer. Upon realizing this, all professionals widened their eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. How could this be possible? A necromancer? How could he be so powerful? Thunderwave. Mu Qinxue nimbly leaped down from the giant tree, casting a thunderous spell that left 3 or 4 monsters paralyzed and sprawled on the ground. A skeletal magic swordsman immediately advanced, wielding its enchanted sword to slay several monsters. Instantly, small skeletons swarmed forward, employing Devour Evolution. A few recently awakened skeletal creatures remained vigilant of their surroundings. This was Shun Yi's strategy, simultaneously utilizing corpse manipulation and Devour Evolution. It was the optimal tactic, as long as the distribution of combat power was reasonable. Shun Yi could secure maximum benefits while minimizing the depletion of his skeletons. Yet, this method also bore its drawbacks, an exceedingly taxing strain on the mind. Controlling skeletons is not particularly challenging. However, these skeletal beings lack any semblance of thought, relying entirely on Shun Yi to orchestrate their movements. In this very moment, Shun Yi must simultaneously manipulate over 100 skeletons. High combat capacity skeletons are dispatched to hunt down the beast hide, while he safeguards the more fragile skeletons for consumption. While this may seem straightforward, Shun Yi must execute meticulous control over the actions of each individual skeleton. In reality, this task is far from effortless. Within a brief span, Shun Yi's complexion has grown pale, and beads of sweat are forming on his forehead. Boss, are you all right? Wu Yong, noticing Shun Yi's unusual state, hurried over to express his concern. Focus on hunting the beast hide. Managing more than 100 skeletons is already exhausting for Shun Yi, and he cannot afford to be distracted by Wu Yong's inquiries. Goodness, this guy is incredibly fierce. Is he truly a necromancer? How does he differ so greatly from what I have learned? Different? Are you certain it is merely a difference? I feel as though he has completely altered my worldview. The Necromancer's ability to command such a multitude of skeletons, each with formidable strength, is astonishing. Some skeletons even manage to enter and exit the fray against the Beast Tide with remarkable agility. Is this truly a Necromancer? As the Beast Tide suffers relentless defeats at the hands of Shun Yi's Skeletal Legion, the vast majority remain oblivious to the fact that this presents an exceptional opportunity for counterattack. They merely linger atop the great tree, gazing vacantly at the brutal clash between the skeletons and the Beast Tide. Hua Bo's expression is one of profound complexity. A Necromancer? Surely, there cannot be one among the Jiangdong Alliance? If that is the case, could he be from Jiangnan First High? Jiangnan? Is he from the same institution as Mu Qingxue? Mu Qingxue has spent some time with this group of professionals, and they have a general understanding of the situation. Is Jiangnan First High truly so formidable? Producing a genius like Mu Qingxue, along with this Necromancer? Could it be that they have participated in several dungeons already, with actual levels exceeding 20? How is that possible? While some voice skepticism, others quickly counter. They have not encountered students from Jiangnan First High, naturally using Mu Qingxue as a benchmark. Everyone is aware that the professionals from Jiangnan First High stumbled into their dungeon by accident, and this is in fact their first endeavor. Most professionals from the Jiangdong Alliance possess a certain pride, particularly those who find themselves present in this situation. Yet, even under such circumstances, Mu Qingxue has already demonstrated exceptional prowess despite her level being lower than that of most professionals. She has successfully won their admiration. Now, an even more formidable Necromancer has emerged, surpassing Mu Qingxue in ferocity. Consequently, they mistakenly conclude that Jiangnan First High must be a premier institution in the Great Xia. However, they soon realize another truth. If Shun Yi and Mu Qingxue are from the same school, it implies that both are also participating in a dungeon for the very first time. Shun Yi's appearance is akin to a divine intervention. All the professionals find themselves momentarily dazed. While Shun Yi commands the battlefield, he lets out a sigh. As the practitioners of the Jiangdong Alliance hid among the trees, one could only wonder if they might alleviate some of the burdens. Wu Yong, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile wryly. In truth, had he found himself in the trees, his performance would hardly surpass that of these practitioners. The sheer shock and existential doubt weighed heavily upon him. You have no idea how extraordinary your actions are at this moment, Wu Yong lamented. The fact that they haven't been intimidated into attacking your skeleton army speaks volumes about their elite status among practitioners. At that very moment, Shen Yi's performance was indeed beyond the ordinary. Yi Qinyu leapt down from the towering tree, charging into the tide of beasts under the cover of the skeleton army. After swiftly dispatching 3 lower-level monsters, she made her way toward Shen Yi, her expression somewhat intricate. To be candid, the final method Yi Qinyu had mentioned earlier was none other than Shun Yi himself. If they could locate him, with the scale of his skeleton army and his formidable combat prowess, alongside more than 50 practitioners on their side, turning the tide against the beast horde was not an impossibility. However, Yi Qinyu never anticipated that Shun Yi could single-handedly confront the beast tide. Chapter 59. A Subversion of Worldview. Shun Yi caught sight of Yi Qinyu and Mu Qingxue. Given their prowess, it was hardly surprising that they survived in such a perilous realm. The foremost objective at present was to hunt the beast tide. A chilling roar echoed from above. Hua Bo was the first to react, instinctively looking up. Upon glimpsing the monstrous creature, his expression shifted to one of sheer horror. Retreat to the ground, he bellowed, issuing a command. It was the ever-frozen Frost Hawk. This formidable raptor, endowed with the ability to fly and ice-based skills, typically possessed a high level. This particular ever-frozen Frost Hawk was enormous, exuding an aura of intimidation even from a distance. The other adventurers, regaining their composure, leaped into the fray against the beast tide. While the Skeletal Legion posed a threat, the ground was relatively safe. The true peril lay in the skies. A slow-reacting assassin found himself targeted by the Frost Hawk's sharp beak. Mu Qingxue, quick on her feet, aimed her staff at the creature. Hua Bo forcefully dispelled his magical greatsword, conjuring a massive magical shield before the assassin. However, the thunderous magic orb unleashed by Mu Qingxue struck the Frost Hawk, but failed to inflict any damage, nor did it halt its advance. The Frost Hawk's attack had already arrived. In an instant, the magical shield flared to life just as its beak collided with it. Hua Bo's face turned ashen, and blood spilled from his lips. In the next moment, the magical shield shattered. With a crack, Hua Bo's expression grew desperate, and Mu Qingxue felt a pang of anxiety. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain, as they managed to momentarily impede the Frost Hawk's movement, allowing the assassin to escape. The Frost Hawk's strike cleaved through a thick tree trunk that several individuals could barely encircle. Such formidable strength! Hua Bo clenched his teeth, wondering how they had encountered such a troublesome foe. Was that the Frost Hawk? The ever-frozen Frost Hawk, a boss-level creature, even more formidable than the Frost Hawk. Damn it! The beast tide was already challenging enough, and now this monster had appeared. Ye vian tournet had gazet towards Shanyi. At that moment, Shun Yi was multitasking, continuously battling the beast tide with his skeletal legion. Gritting her teeth, she ignited her longsword. They must eliminate the ever-frozen Frost Hawk. It could not be allowed to disrupt Shun Yi. With a determined shout, she charged towards the Frost Hawk, sword in hand. Bang! Several thunderous magic orbs failed to harm the ever-frozen Frost Hawk. Only after it manifested before them did all adventurers understand why it was considered a boss-level creature. It was colossal. Its wings, when unfurled, spanned a full 8 meters. Standing on the ground, it towered at least 4 to 5 meters high. The figure appeared even more colossal than the forest's great bear. Mu Qingxue furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "So tough." Yi Qianyu's heart sank. 2 thunderous missiles had inflicted not a shred of damage. This did not imply Mu Qingxue's spells lacked potency. Upon reaching level 10, the strength of all her spells had been further augmented. Without Mu Qingxue, they would have been unable to withstand the beast tide for such an extended period, suffering only minimal casualties. Yet, after 2 consecutive strikes, they had failed to harm this creature. The eternal frost falcon spread its wings, and shards of ice coalesced in the air before cascading to the ground. Even the soil of the ancient forest had hardened under the frost. Although Mu Qingxue's attacks proved ineffective, they were sufficient to incite its wrath. The eternal frost falcon instantly focused its gaze on Mu Qingxue, fully aware that she was the one who had dared to attack it. Yi Qianyu's heart skipped a beat. Mu Qingxue quickly dodged. In the moment the eternal frost falcon locked onto her, Mu Qingxue felt the air around her grow chillingly cold. It was frigid. The biting wind swept over her, rendering her immobile. Yi Qianyu widened her eyes, urging, "Hurry, get out of the way." The eternal frost falcon took flight, charging toward Mu Qingxue with unrelenting speed. There was no escape. It was far too swift. Even the most agile assassin could not keep pace with the eternal frost falcon. And even if they could, they would be powerless against such a formidable beast. Hua Bo's magical construct was shattered, and the tremendous backlash nearly left him unconscious. Attempting to replicate the earlier strategy seemed utterly impossible. The onlookers could only watch helplessly as the eternal frost falcon unleashed its merciless assault on Mu Qingxue. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before her. None could discern the individual's movements. As the eternal frost falcon dove, it seemed as if it had been struck by an unseen force, abruptly halting its advance. In the next moment, the figure seized the deep blue feathers of the eternal frost falcon and hurled it forcefully to the ground. Boom! The massive body crashed heavily upon the earth. Following this, an equally gargantuan forest bear plopped down atop the eternal frost falcon. With its eyes bulging, the falcon emitted a chilling scream of despair. Mu Qingxue's complexion paled slightly. She stood frozen in place. The one who had intervened was none other than Shun Yi. With a single punch, bam, another punch, bam. As Shun Yi and the skeletal bear unleashed their attacks, the eternal frost falcon initially thrashed wildly. Gradually, its struggles diminished until Eternal Frost Falcon LV-14 has been slain, gaining 12 experience. Upon hearing the system notification of the kill, Shun Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It was surprisingly resilient. Shun Yi stretched his limbs, and at the same time, all the professionals were rendered speechless. What? What did I just witness? A necromancer striking down the ever-frozen frost falcon. Surely I must have seen it incorrectly. It can't be, unless I did see it correctly. Either they have gone mad, or this world has succumbed to madness. A necromancer commanding such an extensive legion of skeletons, and yet without a weapon. Relying solely on hand-to-hand combat, they managed to bludgeon a level 14 elite monster to death. Is this even human? What must be the levels of strength and agility to accomplish such a feat? I must be dreaming. This world is utterly insane. If the earlier display by Shun Yi awakened their awareness of the necromancer's power, then Shun Yi's barehanded battle against the ever-frozen frost falcon has surely left them questioning their very existence. Unfazed by the astonished gazes of onlookers, Shun Yi placed his hand upon the corpse of the ever-frozen frost falcon. Corpse manipulation. A skeletal falcon, constructed from an assemblage of bones, materialized before the crowd. Shun Yi surveyed it with a peculiar expression. Can the skeletal avian even take flight? Chapter 60, Convergence. Onward to the Miasma Marsh. Frostbound skeleton hawk. Level 14. Strength 39. Agility 66. Magic 35. Skill 1. Regenerator. Its vitality appears to have been completely severed. Its soul manipulated and wholly subservient to the caster. Skill 2. Icebound terrain. With a flap of its mighty wings, it conjures a colossal blizzard, transforming the very ground into solid frost. Skill 3. Rapid dive. Ascending to great heights, it launches a devastating aerial assault upon ground units, inflicting immense damage. The panel of the frostbound skeleton hawk was somewhat inferior to that of the forest giant bear. However, being a flying unit, its combat prowess remained formidable despite its lesser attributes. Shun Yi was quite content. Perched upon the back of the skeletal eagle, he felt a distinct advantage over riding the forest bear. The most formidable creature amidst the beast tide fell to Shun Yi's might. Those monsters affected by the miasma suddenly realized a critical truth. They could not vanquish this particular practitioner. Ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over the miasma's control. The monsters scattered in disarray, fleeing in all directions. Shun Yi considered pursuing them, but ultimately decided against it. At this juncture, chasing the beast tide was clearly an unwise endeavor. The monsters are fleeing? They retreated. We have triumphed. A collective sigh of relief swept through the ranks of practitioners. At last, the harrowing threat of death brought forth by the beast tide had dissipated. Simultaneously, everyone understood that the one who had instilled fear into the beast tide was none other than this enigmatic necromancer, Shun Yi. Who exactly is he? Hua Bo furrowed his brow, casting a gaze of uncertainty upon Shun Yi. This man is extraordinarily powerful, so much so that he exists on an entirely different tier compared to the other practitioners within the dungeon. Another question arose in the wake of this realization. Who is he? Though I may not know him any better than you do, you can rest assured for now, replied Yi Qianyu, casting a sidelong glance at the perplexed Hua Bo with a faint smile. Do not worry, he stands with us. Hua Bo regarded Yi Qianyu before turning his attention back to Shun Yi. Do you know him? In a manner of speaking, Yi Qianyu nodded, then inquired. Aren't you part of Sun Jitian's team? Why aren't you with them? They are all engaged in battling the dungeon boss within the Miasma Marsh. The dungeon boss? Indeed, Hua Bo affirmed. In fact, I left the Miasma Marsh with the intention of finding you. Finding me? Yi Qianyu was taken aback. To join us in combating the miasma ghouls. Yi Qianyu's brow furrowed almost instantly. Even Sun Jitian cannot vanquish the miasma ghouls? Hua Bo shook his head, a hint of a wry smile gracing his lips. In truth, they're likely nearing their limit. Yi Qianyu's pupils dilated in shock. Is that truly the case? If even Sun Jitian is unable to contend with the fog miasma corpse demon, then the strength of this demon has likely surpassed the threshold of the black iron-level dungeon. Indeed, Hua Bo exhaled deeply. Otherwise, I would not have abandoned the hunt for the fog miasma corpse demon to seek assistance. Thus, you turn to me. Ye vian you furuit herburoth. This does make sense. As a paladin of the holy attribute, She is undoubtedly the most effective weapon against the fog miasma, corpse demon. However, that was their previous understanding. Now, a variable has emerged that none anticipated. Shun-Yi. What if it is Shun-Yi? Can he vanquish the fog miasma, corpse demon? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Yi Qinyu approached Shun-Yi, who was currently gently tapping his skeletal army. Although his expression remained unchanged, his heart was already elated. A bountiful harvest. Shun-Yi's necromancer skills had developed to nearly 20 skeletons, and the number of resurrected skeletal monsters had increased as well. Due to the limitations of his mana, he could only resurrect and control the most elite corpses. Skeleton White Tiger, Skeleton Bristle Boar, Skeleton Everfrost Hawk. His skeletal army had expanded once more. Shun-Yi. Mu Qingxue hurriedly ran to stand before him. Biting her lip, she was astonished to see that he was still alive. Shun-Yi was momentarily taken aback. Who is this person? Acting as though she wished for his demise. Thankfully, he was not dead. Mu Qingxue rushed to him. But upon reaching his side, she found herself at a loss for words. After much contemplation, she finally managed to utter, "I'm just glad you're safe." "Thank you. What on earth is happening?" Wu Yong exclaimed, akin to discovering a new continent. He glanced at Mu Qingxue and then at Shun-Yi, wearing an expression of amusement. "Boss, is this your sister-in-law?" Shun-Yi's lips twitched slightly at his nonsensical remarks. Mu Qingxue blinked. "And you are?" "I am Wu Yong." Wu Yong chuckled. "I'm the boss's little brother. I hope you'll be kind to me." "Sister-in-law, you are incredible, being a thunder mage." Wu Yong quickly recognized Mu Qingxue's rare profession. Shun-Yi was at a loss, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. "Wu Yong, I warn you. If you continue to speak nonsense, I will teach you a lesson." Wu Yong was taken aback. He turned to glance at Mu Qingxue, whose skin was exceptionally fair, with a hint of rosy hue, making it difficult to discern if she was blushing. However, the fact remained that she did not seem eager to refute him. Her demeanor indeed somewhat bashful. Therefore, analyzing the current situation, he was certain he hadn't miscalled her, believing Shun-Yi to be slightly embarrassed. Wu Yong nudged him with his elbow. "Boss, we're all friends here. There's no need to be shy in front of me." Just as Wu Yong was about to finish his sentence, smack! A crisp and resounding sound echoed through the air. What does it feel like to be struck on the face by a hand imbued with the force of 70? It is precisely the sensation currently experienced by Wu Yong. He executed a somersault in midair, rotating 3.5 times, only to plummet face first. This impact nearly propelled Wu Yong away from this beautiful world. One side of his face burned with pain, swollen to an alarming degree. Could it be that he had uttered the wrong name? Apologies escaped from Shun-Yi's lips as he sighed, casting a glance at Mu Qingxue. He had only recently joined them and was unaware of the circumstances. Mu Qingxue responded vaguely. "How did you come to be here?" "I was pursuing a herd of wild boars with bristly manes." Shun initially intended to conjure a legion of skeletal knights from the wild boars, but instead he stumbled upon Mu Qingxue and her companions, a serendipitous encounter. "Shang-Yi, had it not been for you, we would likely have faced annihilation at the hands of the beast tide. I am truly grateful for your timely assistance." Shun-Yi felt a bit awkward, recognizing that it was mere coincidence rather than a conscious decision to rescue them. "Pardon my interruption," a bright voice interjected. "Shang-Yi, I am delighted by your presence." However, Yi Qinyu beamed, suggesting that their nostalgic reminiscing could be set aside for the moment. At present, we have more pressing matters to address. Chapter 61. Divergence. Indeed, there are significant matters that warrant discussion. Shun-Yi cast a fleeting glance at Yi Qinyu, remarking, once again, "I have intervened to rescue you. What shall be my reward?" Yi Qinyu paused momentarily, then shot an irritable look at Shun-Yi. "You perceive me as an easy mark, do you? We are somewhat acquainted, yet when you see me, all you speak of is money, while with Mu Qingxue, you utter not a word." "How do you know I have said nothing?" Shun-Yi raised an eyebrow. "I did inform her. No need for thanks." "You, ye viens sukolfud repeatedly. Alright, Shang-Yi. So you treat us differently, is that it?" Shun-Yi shrugged. "I assure you I do not. After all, Mu Qingxue and I are also alumni, if not friends. Our relationship is merely that of buyer and seller." Listening to Shun-Yi's erratic debate, Mu Qingxue felt no anger, but rather a flicker of delight within her. It was not that Shun Yi favored her. Although their interactions had been limited, Mu Qingxue had always treated him kindly. During their school days, due to misunderstandings, some boys had troubled Shun Yi, and it was Mu Qingxue who had stepped in to assist. Yi Qinyu, however, was a different matter entirely. Shun Yi harbored a lingering suspicion towards her, even having previously allowed Mu Qingxue to misconstrue their relationship. He remained cautious around Yi Qinyu. Ye Vianyu Kudenchit Hartit, her brows knitting together in a deep frown. I see, so that is the case. Meanwhile, Wu Yong struggled to his feet, observing Yi Qinyu, Mu Qingxue, and Shun Yi engaged in conversation. He scratched his head, squinting. It appeared that Yi Qinyu and Shun Yi were indeed familiar with one another. But was this the same Yi Qinyu he knew? The Yi Qinyu he recognized was a renowned genius throughout Jiangdong, not only a paladin, but also the daughter of the Yi family, rumored to possess her own influence. Wu Yong had crossed paths with Yi Qinyu once, and at that time, she had been unapproachable, looking down upon everyone. Yet before Shun Yi, she exhibited an entirely different demeanor. Could it be? Wu Yong began to engage in a whirlwind of thoughts. Shun Yi's strength was formidable, with boundless potential. Even in terms of appearance, Wu Yong conceded that Shun Yi surpassed him, the self-proclaimed paragon of beauty. It was no wonder he was admired by many girls. He certainly lived up to his reputation. The trio suddenly turned their heads towards Wu Yong, startling him into retracting his neck. What is it? Having learned his lesson, Wu Yong wisely refrained from voicing his previous thoughts. Yi Qinyu huffed softly. Let's not dwell on these matters. I have come to discuss something important with you. Noticing Yi Qinyu's serious expression, Shun Yi instantly surmised what she was about to propose. The fog swamp? Indeed, he replied succinctly, which took Yi Qinyu by surprise. Then let us proceed. Shun Yi nodded, as this was indeed his thought as well. However, just as he was about to leap onto the back of the skeletal frost hawk to depart, Yi Qinyu called out to him once more. Wait. With a sigh, she inquired, what shall we do about these practitioners? Shun Yi furrowed his brow slightly, unable to provide an answer to her query. The maximum distance for controlling the skeletons was 2 kilometers. Beyond this range, they would automatically revert to lifeless forms, returning to Shun Yi's body. Even if they remained within that distance, once they exceeded 500 meters, he could no longer command the skeletons to perform intricate maneuvers. Given that the location of the Mist Swamp was far beyond 2 kilometers, it meant that if they chose to hunt the Mist Swamp's corpses, they would have to abandon these practitioners. Unless they brought the entire group to the Mist Swamp, encountering a beast tide would spell certain death for them. However, the Mist Swamp was notorious for its formidable undead creatures, which even Sun Jitian found challenging to contend with. Many among this group had previously fled from the Mist Swamp and were inherently averse to such a perilous locale, even disregarding all objective conditions. Could they survive if they were taken there? Before facing the beast tide, or more precisely, before the entire instance underwent a transformation. The monsters within the Mist Swamp had already surpassed the practitioner's imagination, proving even more perilous than the Phantom Jungle. Thus, Huabo could easily lead out so many practitioners. After the instance transformed, even the relatively safe giant tree forest became fraught with danger. What then of the Mist Swamp? In other words, would Shun Yi dare to take them there? And how many would have the courage to follow him? This was a rather straightforward question. Suddenly, Mu Qingxue spoke up, drawing the attention of the other two. Grasping her staff, she slowly approached the resting practitioners. Those who wish to live, come with us to the Mist Swamp. The rest may remain here. The expressions of Shun Yi and Yi Qinyu instantly transformed into a vivid tableau of astonishment. Wasn't this akin to banditry? How could a girl like Mu Qingxue utter such words? To stay is to face certain death. To leave offers a glimmer of hope, Mu Qingxue stated calmly. If it were me, I would choose to venture into the Mist Swamp. Yi Qinyu silently observed her for a while, her expression somewhat perplexed. Qingxue wasn't like this when she was younger. What has she experienced at Jiangnan No. 1 High School? Don't look at me. I know not. Shun Yi replied, pinching the bridge of his nose. After contemplating for a moment, he stepped forward and addressed the astonished practitioners. Mu Qingxue is correct. Should you come with me to the Mist Swamp, you may have a chance of survival. But remaining here will lead to your demise. Upon hearing this, the practitioners indeed changed their expressions, reflecting their newfound apprehension. Their faces were marked with considerable turmoil, accompanied by a profound dread of the foggy marsh. I took it upon myself to make a decision for them. Hua stood up and sighed. We shall venture together into the foggy marsh. No sooner had he spoken than a voice exclaimed, You're sending us to our doom. Indeed, are you aware of how perilous the foggy marsh has become? We would scarcely survive there. You all speak so lightly of it. Hua gritted his teeth. Here, can you truly endure? In the great wood forest, we faced but a wave of beasts. Had it not been for their timely intervention, we would have perished long ago. You all witnessed that scene. Someone quickly responded. Then shall we remain here? After all, the beast tide poses no threat to us at present. Precisely. Why must we venture into the foggy marsh? Human nature is frail, particularly when life itself is at stake. This truth can be succinctly articulated. If we can survive here, why would we choose to seek death elsewhere? Chapter 62. Who dare stand in my way? Hua Bo's brows furrowed deeply, his expression dark with realization. He had underestimated the frailty of human nature. No, he had even underestimated the vile stratagem employed by the Celestial Alliance. When everyone had believed this dungeon was never meant to claim lives, an unspoken boundary had silently formed within their hearts, a boundary defined by survival. Yet, the sudden upheaval, coupled with Yi Dingtian's system-wide announcement, shattered that boundary. With it broken, panic took hold. Fear, cowardice, and weakness spread like a plague. Some could no longer discern the truth of their situation. Listen to me, all of you. Hua Bo clenched his teeth, his voice strained. You saw it with your own eyes. It was Shun Yi who saved us from the beast tide. If you follow him, your chances of survival will be highest. Staying in the giant wood forest is nothing but waiting for death. His words fell on deaf ears. Su Boxuan, Fu Chen, and their faction of professionals had already resolved to follow Shun Yi. They needed no further persuasion. But the majority, those without formidable equipment, skills, or professions, saw no better option than to remain where they were, even retreating further from the Mistmire swamp. Shun Yi stepped forward. There's no need for further debate. Hua Bo's Frauen deepened. He had miscalculated. Human weakness ran deeper than he imagined, and the Celestial Alliance's ruthless ploy had struck true. The moment everyone realized this dungeon was never meant to be fatal, an invisible line had been drawn in their minds, a line that meant survival. But the abrupt catastrophe, along with Yi Dingtian's broadcast, obliterated that line. Now, unmoored, they were lost to terror, timidity, and confusion. Listen to me. Hua Bo ground his teeth. You all witnessed it. Shun Yi is the reason we survived the beast tide. If you follow him, your odds of living are greatest. Staying in the giant wood forest is suicide. His plea yielded little effect. Zhu Buishuan and Fu Chen's group needed no convincing. They had already chosen to stand with Shun Yi, but the rest, those lacking power, saw safety in numbers. To them, staying put, even withdrawing from the Mistmire swamp, was the wiser choice. Isn't it better than marching to our deaths in the swamp? One professional spat angrily. Here, even if beasts attack, we can fight them off and level up in the process. I refuse to die a worthless fool the moment I hit level 10. Exactly. That's what I think too. Zhu Buishuan's expression darkened. As professionals of the Jiangdong School Alliance, is cowering here all you aspire to? Remaining here is merely a path to demise. You speak nonsense. With bloodshot eyes, someone gazed at Zhu Buishuan. Our levels are rising while the tide of beasts diminishes. Ultimately, as long as we refrain from venturing into the miasma marsh, survival is assured. Commander, you must be outside contemplating how to rescue us. Why would anyone entertain thoughts of self-destruction? Indeed, what he says holds truth. Commander Yi is indeed striving to save us, and we need only to remain here and survive. Ultimately, if we all avoid the miasma marsh, nothing untoward will occur. Zhu Buishuan was momentarily taken aback. Hua Bo sighed deeply, shaking his head repeatedly. Mu Qingshue's brow furrowed deeply. She had underestimated the fervent desire of the practitioners to survive. Have you all finished speaking? Shun Yi remarked coolly. We have, and now we must depart. Ye Vianyu, Mu Linwu, Wuyong. And Huabo instantly turned their heads towards Shun Yi. What are you still dawdling for? Shun Yi stated calmly. If we delay, all will perish in the miasma marsh. Mu Qinxue was somewhat taken aback, but they. What did you say? How dare you abandon us? The practitioners naturally heard Shen Yi's words and began to leap and accuse him vehemently. A hunter gritted his teeth, looking at Shun Yi with fury. If you leave, we are finished. Indeed, you cannot depart. Will you watch us die? You will bring about our doom. Wu Yong sighed. What do you all want? Quite simply. A practitioner clenched his teeth. As long as we stay together here, that will suffice. Precisely. The solution is remarkably straightforward. If they all abandon the thought of venturing into the miasma marsh and remain together in the giant tree forest, even further away from the marsh, they will surely survive. Given the strength of this group of practitioners, combined with Shun Yi's skeletal legion, they would be absolutely safe. Even the usually eloquent Wu Yong found himself at a loss for words, as he could not refute the basis of their argument. To take these practitioners into the miasma marsh would be tantamount to leading them to their deaths. Huabo quickly interjected. Everyone, let us remain calm. That is not our intention. How is it not? Upon hearing this, Shunyi cast a curious glance at Huabo. That is precisely my intention. Huabo's expression froze instantly. Mu Qinxue widened her eyes, looking at Shun Yi in surprise. Yi Qinyu blinked, glancing at Shun Yi with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Wu Yong sighed. What? What did you say? The practitioner who had shouted the loudest earlier wore a completely frozen expression. Did you not hear me clearly? Shun Yi displayed no extraneous emotion. He merely regarded the practitioner who had spoken. I said, I'm going to miasma marsh now. But your actions will lead to the demise of the professionals remaining here. Shun Yi chuckled, his gaze sweeping over every professional present. Finally, it settled on the leader, the very one who had been the most vociferous moments ago. So, Shun Yi's voice betrayed no hint of emotion, merely a faint trace of curiosity. So, everyone, including those like Huabo who wished to assist in the misty swamp, was taken aback by Shun Yi's unexpected declaration. So, we will all perish because of you. The professional gritted his teeth, exclaiming, You are utterly ruthless. You're all so cruel. Shun Yi smirked, his expression tinged with disdain. Do not cast such filth upon me. While you may not find it repugnant, I certainly do. It is you who chose not to accompany me. It is you who stepped forth to accuse me. Shun Yi smiled lightly. I might as well be more explicit. I intend to leave today. Who among you can possibly stop me? Chapter 63. Departure to the Foggy Swamp. Mu Qinxue felt a tinge of worry for Shun Yi. It was only natural for her to be concerned, as her words positioned herself in opposition to all the professionals. Regardless of the outcome, Shun Yi was destined to be in a thankless predicament. He maintained a stoic expression, quietly observing the crowd. Whoever dares to obstruct me, step forward, he commanded. Wu Yong could no longer contain himself. Boss, should we reconsider? No need, Shun Yi replied, taking 2 steps forward. The professionals instinctively recoiled. My patience is limited. I shall ask one last time. In his hand, he wielded the blade of the skeletal swordsman, its tip ominously directed at the professionals. Their faces paled, and even Huabo's eyes widened in alarm. Shen Yi, what are you planning? They are all part of the Jiangdong Alliance. Is that so? Shen Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk. I beg to differ. Wu Yong. Shun Yi barked, and Wu Yong, with a sense of dread, stepped forward. Boss, have you forgotten the words you just spoke to me? Shun Yi did not turn to Wu Yong, the blade still aimed at the group. Wu Yong pondered briefly. What had he said? It was merely about the Celestial Alliance. In the next moment, his expression shifted drastically. The Celestial Alliance. Wu Yong instantly grasped Shun Yi's intent. Indeed, what gave him the assurance that no members of the Celestial Alliance had infiltrated the Jiangdong professionals? Shun Yi's implication was clear. At this critical juncture, anyone who obstructed him was aligned with the Celestial Alliance. Boss, don't. Wu Yong comprehended Shun Yi's intentions, and a bitter smile spread across his face. Please, calm down. It could be a misunderstanding. I am quite calm. Shun Yi replied with a hint of indifference. I am merely curious as to who will be the first to step forward. Shun Yi's presence resembled that of a deity descending from the heavens, and no one dared to face the tip of his blade. Is there no one opposing? Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. Proceed as planned. Accompany me to the foggy swamp, or anywhere else for that matter. Just do not obstruct my path, otherwise. No one dared to rise and challenge him further. All the professionals bowed their heads in submission. Mu Qingxue was at a loss for words, feeling as though the Shun Yi before her was a stranger. Huabo took some time to regain his composure, but ultimately found himself speechless, letting out a long sigh. Yi Qianyu, with a twinkle in her eye, remarked, "What a unique method of handling the situation." She had contemplated how Shun Yi would respond to the incident, yet never envisioned such a straightforward and forceful approach. His execution was resolute, his character unwavering, and his methods swift and decisive. Shangyi, oh Shangyi. In that moment, Yi Qinyu felt an unprecedented intrigue towards this man. On the other side, after Shun Yi's warning, he had already mounted the falcon and summoned several skeletal mounts for Mu Qingxue and her companions. Will you venture forth, or remain here to await your demise? Shun Yi cast a glance at Huabo and the others. Huabo gritted his teeth. I must go. A wise choice. Hearing Shun Yi's commendation, Huabo could only manage a bitter smile. He was well aware of Shun Yi's intentions. By following him, he could potentially bring along more professionals. Should he choose to stay behind to protect this group, the number of those who could escape would dwindle even further. Shun Yi was indeed correct. Continuing to linger in the giantwood forest equated to a slow death. Meanwhile, within the miasma swamp, two distinct groups of professionals meandered, crossing paths once again. Sun Jitian. Dong Zhiqing furrowed his brow. Isn't your team heading west? Your team should be moving east as well. Shiruadong sighed. What a coincidence to run into you again. A massive, translucent miasma enveloped half of the swamp. For Sun Jitian and his team, there was a silver lining. The squads remaining in the miasma swamp were not solely comprised of Sun Jitian's group. Moreover, they were well acquainted with one particular team, Jiangdong Wu Gao's most formidable squad. The captain, Dong Zhiqing, was a rare profession, a boxer, particularly adept in melee combat, and his team members were renowned for their close-quarters prowess, representing the pinnacle of melee damage output. The unfortunate news was that even with the alliance of Dong Zhiqing's squad and Sun Jitian's, they could not contend with the miasma undead. We were careless. I never anticipated that the miasma undead possessed such capabilities, effectively severing our escape routes. Despite their combined efforts, both teams sustained varying degrees of injury, leading to an immediate decision to scatter and evade the miasma undead, seeking alternative means of survival. Yet, at that moment, the miasma undead unleashed a formation, enveloping a vast area in miasma, rendering their escape futile. The two teams moved in separate directions, yet neither could find an exit. Wang Shuaichun chuckled. We still have a backup plan? Dong Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized, speaking of which, I didn't TC Huabo during the previous battle. Where's he? He was dispatched by the captain to seek reinforcements, Shiruadong replied. Sending just one out. How many could he possibly find? Dong Zhiqing frowned. If I were you, I would withdraw the entire squad from the miasma swamp. After all, the miasma undead is exceedingly peculiar. Relying on merely a dozen individuals is utterly futile. Huabo must return with at least 100 skilled fighters to confront the miasma undead. Shiruadong sighed. If Huabo manages to locate Yi Qinyu, we might have a chance. Yi Vianyu. Dong Zhiqing pondered, shaking his head. Not enough. However, it is certainly preferable to bringing along a group of inept individuals. Sun Jitian, what are your thoughts? Sun Jitian closed his eyes in contemplation, and upon hearing Dong Zhiqing's inquiry, he finally opened them. Finding Yi Qinyu should provide a solution, yet the hope seemed slim. Once he finished speaking, silence enveloped the group. The vast miasmic swamp was rife with peril, and they had gained profound insights from their experiences. They could be considered one of the top teams within the Jiangdong Academy Alliance. Yet within the miasmic swamp, they were merely being pursued by the miasmic corpses, forced to flee in every direction. Furthermore, the frenzied monsters posed an additional headache. I surmised that within this miasmic atmosphere, The strength of the miasmic corpses would only intensify over time. Sun Jitian spoke calmly. The previous encounter left a significant impression on me. This boss is far stronger than when we first encountered it. First encounter? Dong Zhichen glanced at Sun Jitian. Was it so easily dealt with then? Why didn't you eliminate it at that time? If we could have done so, we would have, Shi Ruodong replied with a hint of exasperation. These miasmic corpses are quite peculiar. She cast a glance at Dong Zhichen and sighed. It can resurrect. What? Chapter 64, The Fog Wraith. Dong Zhichen stood frozen in place. It can resurrect? What a joke. This is merely a black iron-level novice dungeon. If you do not believe it, why not try it yourself? Shi Ruodong shrugged. But at present, we are unable to even force its resurrection. Upon hearing her words, not only Dong Zhichen, but the members of both teams fell silent. We still have a way. Do not lose heart. Wang Shuaichen scratched his head. If only we had a practitioner of the holy attribute, perhaps we would find a solution. Haha, rather than placing our hopes on uncertain outcomes. I would prefer to contemplate how to eliminate the fog wraith in this miasma. Shi Ruodong pursed her lips. I refuse to believe that the fog wraith, having enveloped us in such a dense fog, still possesses its previous strength. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuaichen's eyes lit up. Indeed, this should be its most vulnerable moment. We can seize this opportunity to confront the fog wraith once more. Damn it, I refuse to believe that I, a dignified war knight, would fear such a minor boss in a black iron-level dungeon. No sooner had he spoken than Shi Ruodong shot him a look of incredulity, causing Wang Shuaichen to feel a chill run down his spine. Did I say something wrong? Did you not just say? Yes, indeed. I did say that. Shi Ruodong sighed. I did assert that the fog wraith is at its weakest now. But have you considered that if we cannot handle the fog wraith in this state, what will we do next? I cannot unleash that skill second time. To escape the clutches of the fog wraith, Shi Ruodong had even utilized the soul skill scroll she brought into the dungeon. It was precisely for this reason that the members of both teams had survived thus far. Being trapped here in the miasma was a concern for a later time. However, just then, Sun Jitian and Dong Zhichen sprang to their feet. Immediately, the entire marshland began to churn violently. The members of both teams reacted, albeit slightly delayed, and quickly entered a state of battle readiness. Wang Shuaichen, you jinx! Wang Shuaichen forced a smile. This has nothing to do with me. Indeed, it had little to do with him. Sun Jitian furrowed his brow. After evading in the miasma for so long, it was no surprise they had been discovered. Yet, this meant they would have to confront the fog wraith once again. Why did Shi Ruodong say it was best to avoid even the fog wraith in its currently weakened state? Because if they could not prevail even now, they would truly be left without any recourse. But at this moment, they had no choice. The fog wraith had arrived. Jitian above! Shi Ruodong exclaimed. Sun Jitian and Dong Zhichen instantly looked up. The long blade in Sun Jitian's hand glowed with an eerie red light, while Dong Zhichen's hands were enveloped in golden radiance. The air was charged with the energy of destruction. The dragon's subduing fist. Boom! The two leaped forward to confront their foe, dispersing the dense mist around them. All onlookers beheld a colossal silhouette. It bore a humanoid shape, yet its skin was shriveled and exhibited a purplish-black hue, resembling a desiccated corpse. Its massive arms were significantly larger than those of either Sun Jitian or Dong Zhichen. With fists clenched tightly, it braced itself against the formidable skills unleashed by the two warriors. A series of roars erupted from its mouth, howls that oscillated between cries of sorrow and laughter, akin to an infant's wail. The sound reverberated far and wide, compelling everyone to instinctively cover their ears. Sun Jitian and Dong Zhichen were left reeling from the onslaught of the misty, pestilent corpse demon's roar, their heads pounding in agony. In the face of the impending attack, they could only instinctively raise their weapons in defense. Bang! A figure charged forward, positioning itself before them. Wang Shuaichen, wielding a massive shield, bravely met the iron fist head-on. The consequence was a spout of fresh blood as the demon's assault sent him hurtling backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, his insides ablaze with pain. Hiss! It truly hurt like hell. Shi Ruodong rushed forward to support Wang Shuaichen, her eyes glistening with tears. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I'm fine. Wang Shuichen managed a strained smile. I successfully bought us some time. Indeed, his words rang true. Sun Jitian and Dong Jiqing seized the opportunity to launch a renewed assault against the misty demon. Sun Jitian was a warrior of destruction, capable of harnessing the power of annihilation in his attacks. The methods employed by warriors of destruction were as varied as they were potent. Some would imbue their fists and feet with destructive energy, unleashing a tempest of strikes upon their foes. Sun Jitian, however, was adept with the blade. The sword is inherently domineering, being one of the most devastating weapons in existence. When combined with the energy of destruction, its destructive potential was magnified manifold. With both hands gripping the blade, Sun Jitian swung towards the demon's abdomen, one of its critical weak points. The demon's mouth gaped open, revealing decayed, rotting flesh. Naturally, it would not allow Sun Jitian to exploit its vulnerability without retaliation. One fist guarded its midsection, while the other lunged menacingly towards Sun Jitian. Beast, not a chance. Dong Jiqing's muscles bulged instantly, his entire body cloaked in a layer of battle aura. Though the monk bore no weapon, his body was the finest weapon of all. Observing Sun Jitian's attack on the demon, Dong Jiqing gritted his teeth and boldly charged towards the demon's fist. Boom! Dong Jiqing absorbed the full brunt of the punch. His complexion paled immediately. Old son, you better make this count. Blood spurted from his mouth as he twisted his body and delivered a powerful kick against the demon's fist that shielded its abdomen. The power of the Fog Blight Corpse Demon is formidable, and despite the protective hand over its abdomen, Dong Jiqing's kick easily dislodges it. Several meteor arrows slice through the air, embedding themselves in the demon's arm. Shi Ruodong furrows her brow, deftly knocking an arrow to her bow, unleashing an onslaught akin to a torrential storm. Sun Jitian's expression is resolute, his gaze seemingly fixated solely on the demon's abdomen. He chooses to place his faith in Dong Jiqing and his comrades, convinced they will forge an opportunity for him to strike. However, just as Sun Jitian is poised to land a blow on the demon's vulnerable spot, the Fog Blight Corpse Demon emits a furious roar. Shi Ruodong's countenance shifts instantly as she evades. She observes clearly that the so-called opening they created is insufficient for Sun Jitian to target the demon's weakness. Damn! The Fog Blight Corpse Demon's eyes widen, its pitch black, pupil-less gaze exuding terror. In an instant, it retracts its fist and seizes the unsuspecting Dong Jiqing, hurling him directly at Sun Jitian. Swift, powerful, in both strength and agility, the Fog Blight Corpse Demon far surpasses them. Even as they exhaust every resource at their disposal, it effortlessly counters their efforts. Chapter 65, Despair. The Deadly Encirclement. Boom! The Fog Pestilence Corpse Demon struck with a punch, and Sun Jitian immediately changed his stance, gripping his sword with both hands across his chest. In the next moment, he was sent flying by the demon's blow, retreating several meters before crashing to the ground. Jitian, I'm fine. In contrast, Dong Jiqing was alone in the air, facing the Fog Pestilence Corpse Demon, making him the most perilous of all. Thus I lament. Shi Ruodong sighed, feeling a pang of regret. In terms of offensive power, as an extreme electric archer, she was not inferior to Sun Jitian. However, that required a reservoir of magical energy to sustain it. The remaining mana she possessed was merely sufficient for one grand spell. No need. At that moment, Wang Shui stood beside her, placing a hand on her bow. Look above. Dong Jiqing was entangled in combat with the Fog Pestilence Corpse Demon, but his team was no slouches either. The instant the demon touched down, they surged forward. One wielded a spear, thrusting repeatedly, causing the demon to wince and release its grip. The other two, strikingly similar in appearance, presumably brothers, wielded identical long swords and launched a relentless assault on the demon. The demon's arms were remarkably tough, and it defended against the attacks with its forearms. Dong Jiqing somersaulted, swallowing the blood rising in his throat, and with a foot brimming with combat energy, he delivered a heavy kick to the demon's head. Bang! This kick made the demon nod in acknowledgement, yet also thoroughly infuriated the fearsome beast. Wang Shui, sensing the dire situation, quickly grasped a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, joining the melee fighters from Dong Zhiqing's team to confront the Fog Pestilence Corpse Demon. As they engaged in combat, everyone found themselves in a grueling battle. Sure, Ruodong, I'm here. Sun Jitian stood his ground, merely 5 meters from the Fog Pestilence Corpse Demon. He took a deep breath, slightly bending his legs, his body poised and ready, gripping his sword tightly. His gaze was fixed intently on the demon. The abdomen was its weak point. The mouth was equally vulnerable. Be prepared at all times. Prepared? To shoot at the demon's mouth? Sure, Ruodong gritted her teeth. I will try my best. We will create an opportunity for you. Sun Jitian exhaled deeply. As he gathered his strength once more, he moved. Boom! A deep, resonant sound echoed as Sun Jitian's figure vanished from the spot, leaving 2 distinct imprints in the mud. This strike resonated like thunder. Sure, Ruodong felt a sinking sensation. She knew well what this strike was. It was the new skill acquired by Sun Jitian upon his Warrior of Destruction advancing to level 10, and it was indeed his most formidable move. The cost? Nearly half of his mana. Annihilation Slash. She had no time to ponder further, swiftly knocking an arrow onto her exquisite golden silkwood longbow, which, along with the arrow, emitted a faint glow. Huh! Dong Zhiqing clasped his hands together, delivering a powerful strike against the fist of the Fog Miasma Corpse Demon. Sun Jitian's assault had arrived. Everyone felt the tempestuous winds swirling around them, followed by the piercing sound of explosions. Sun Jitian's blade pierced deep into the chest of the Fog Miasma Corpse Demon. In response, the demon howled in agony, its mouth agape in a frenzied wail. The shrill, haunting sound left all present pale-faced, blood streaming from their nostrils and ears. This wailing was the demon's skill, a sonic attack with considerable damage. They could only endure its onslaught. Sure, Ruodong knelt on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The arrow must find its mark within the demon's mouth. Otherwise, the significant opening they had created would be rendered futile. Boom! The arrow, infused with radiant energy, shot straight towards the Fog Miasma Corpse Demon. Immediately, the massive form of the demon shuddered violently. It was a success. Sure, Ruodong collapsed onto the ground. All of the demon's movements came to a halt, standing eerily still, its neck devoid of any flesh. Sure, Ruodong's attack had obliterated half of the demon's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Dong Zhiqing channeled his full energy, striking the demon's torso, heart, and abdomen, creating several gaping wounds. After this exertion, he found it challenging to remain standing. After all this, I refuse to believe it can still revive. I do not know. Sun Jitian shook his head. Yet even a creature with immortality should lose its ability to resurrect if its head is destroyed. Sure, Ruodong had once mentioned this creature could come back to life, but we did not verify it thoroughly at that time. Wang Shuaishin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. During that encounter, we had pierced the heart of the Fog Miasma Corpse Demon, believing it to be dead, yet it had not perished. Upon hearing Wang Shuaishin's words, Dong Zhiqing nodded. It appears its core is not located in the heart. Though it resembles a human, it is still quite different. Dong Zhiqing sighed in relief. Regardless, they had managed to vanquish the beast. Captain, move aside. A sudden transformation occurred. The Fog Miasma Corpse Demon erupted, spewing forth tendrils of black sludge. The dark substance swiftly pierced through the twin wielding swords. However, this also allowed them to push Dong Zhiqing and the others away. Dong Zhiqing's eyes widened. His gaze turned crimson, and he exclaimed, "Big Black, Little Black." Despite everything, the Fog Miasma Corpse Demon was still not dead. Among the remaining members, the most formidable was actually Wang Shuaishin, though he did not possess high-output skills. As a war knight, his defense was unparalleled. As the black sludge surged forth, he quickly ushered Dong Zhiqing and Sun Jitian to retreat. Damn it! Fog Miasma Corpse Demon. Damn it! Retreat! Wang Shuaishin's expression was grim. Given their current state, engaging in battle would be tantamount to seeking death. Sun Jitian furrowed his brow, acknowledging the truth in Wang Shuaishin's words. I fear we might be trapped. At that moment, Sure Ruodong's voice emerged unexpectedly calm. She pointed toward the far side of the miasmic swamp. The beast tide had arrived. Countless creatures emerged from the dense fog, one, two, until they encircled them completely. Wang Shuaichen's breath caught in his throat. At this moment, the surviving individuals were a mere 10 meters from the miasmic corpse demons. Although they bore various injuries, they had managed to escape the splatter of the black mire. Yet, one by one, the monsters had silently surrounded them. Wang Shuaichen swallowed hard. Only 5 or 6 remained. They ceased to speak. Would they manage to escape? Would they survive? In that instant, no one dare voice such thoughts. The miasmic corpse demon's body visibly regenerated. A tremendous sense of oppression engulfed everyone's hearts. A faint despair arose from within. Just then, a thunderous tremor suddenly echoed in their ears. Chapter 66. The best moment? What has transpired? Everyone raised their heads. The reason why Sun Jiqian and Dong Jiqing's team did not flee the miasma swamp was twofold. First, they were determined to vanquish the miasma corpse demon. Second, they found themselves utterly incapable of breaking through the miasmic barrier created by the demon's exhalation. This barrier was composed of a nearly stagnant miasma, forming an impenetrable circle. In other words, this miasmic barrier possessed no discernible weakness. Thus, the moment the barrier was breached, the eyes of Sun Jitian and his companions gleamed with renewed hope. Shi Ruodong clenched her fists. Was Yi Qinyu finally here? Only a formidable attack imbued with holy attributes could dismantle the miasmic circle. What responded was a dazzling strike. The sacred slash. Several monsters tainted by the miasma were cleaved in half by the sword radiating golden light. After dispatching the nearest foes, a familiar figure emerged before them. Who would have thought that Sun Jitian from Jiangdong could appear so disheveled? Shi Ruodong raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Yi Qinyu's intentions. With her long hair swirling, Yi Qinyu turned and swiftly dealt with a few more monsters. Casting a glance at Sun Jitian and the others, she conveyed her thoughts without words. Dong Jiqing sighed, a wry smile on his face. In any case, you have finally arrived. Reinforcements. It was not solely Yi Qinyu. Dozens of professionals rushed to the scene, battling the beast tide while pushing into the encirclement. Hey Huabo, didn't you arrive a tad too late? Shi Ruodong's dissatisfaction was evident. My dear sister Shi, are your expectations of me excessively high? Huabo replied with a bitter smile. Do you have any idea how many waves of beasts we encountered on our way here? Even now, we have left a contingent of professionals at the entrance of the miasma swamp to fend off the beast tide. Indeed, Sun Jitian wore an expression of understanding, while Wang Shuaichen appeared momentarily bewildered. A beast tide? Has it erupted elsewhere apart from the miasma swamp? Not just that, Huabo lamented. It seems the entire instance has been thoroughly affected by the miasma, which in turn has altered the creatures within. Under the influence of the miasma, they have taken on a different visage, likely tied to the miasma corpse demon. A ferocious howl abruptly disrupted the group's nostalgic musings. All professionals turned their gaze towards the heart of the battlefield, where the miasma corpse demon was in the process of mending its own body. None dared to approach that eerie black sludge. Even ranged attacks failed to affect the splattering muck, especially since some had already suffered losses. Yi Qinyu. Sun Jitian gripped his sword and rose once more. In this instance, all may perish, but you cannot. Uncertain if she was aware. Before Sun Jitian could finish his sentence, a tendril of black sludge surged forth in an instant. Ding! Everyone was momentarily taken aback as Sun Jitian wielded his blade, the edge striking the dark mire before him. The black sludge loomed perilously close, with Sun Jitian steadfastly shielding Yi Qinyu. The assault from the black mire was brief, as violet lightning crackled above it. Sun Jitian was somewhat taken aback. This was not the method of the miasmic corpse demon. Are you all right? A cool voice emerged, and Sun Jitian suddenly realized that someone had intervened on his behalf. Given the black mire's capacity for extending its attacks, the group retreated once more. With the addition of several dozen professionals, the beast tide was rendered less daunting. Mu Qinxue, my sister. Yi Qinyu smiled charmingly. If there's a next time, I may not be able to protect you. Mu Qinxue sniffed disdainfully. And who is your sister? Thank you. Sun Jitian nodded. A mage? A thundermug Mukvingsu. As he led the group through the beast tide, He turned to Yi Qianyu. You are our only remaining holy attribute practitioner. Perhaps only your attacks can inflict damage upon it and prevent the miasmic corpse demon from resurrecting. Yi Qianyu raised an eyebrow. I see. The visage of Chun Zhuo suddenly flashed through her mind. I think I understand. She pivoted and drew her long sword. Its tip aimed directly at the miasmic corpse demon. Suddenly, she smiled. Did you just say that only I can contend with this miasmic corpse demon? Sun Jitian nodded. We will create an opportunity for you to slay it. Beside them, Shi Ruodong expressed concern. Jitian, do not worry about me. Sun Jitian furrowed his brow. Although the Annihilation Warrior consumed much energy, the recovery rate of his mana was likewise swift. I could still execute that last move. Shi Ruodong smiled wryly. I, however, can no longer use my skills. To ensure that she could inflict tangible damage upon the miasmic corpse demon, Shi Ruodong unhesitatingly expended her remaining mana, resulting in her becoming an ordinary archer, relying solely on her bow for output. We're still here, Dong Zhiqing remarked, rising and casting a grave look at the miasmic corpse demon. The disappearance of the black mire means it will regain all its strength and rise again? Not just that, Sun Jitian replied nonchalantly. It will become even stronger. Huabo, I'm here. Huabo had just dispatched a few monsters and approached Sun Jitian. Why don't we wait a bit longer? Wait? Dong Zhiqing shot a glance at Huabo. Can we afford to wait? Although the miasmic corpse demon could not articulate speech, its recent attack on Yi Qianyu indicated a considerable level of intelligence. Once it was fully prepared, it would undoubtedly prioritize eliminating the greatest threat, Yi Qianyu. We are not in our optimal condition. We are even injured. If we do not eliminate it in one swift motion, seizing the opportunity will surely lead to our demise. This holy night will be the first to fall. After listening to Dong Zhiqing's analysis, Sun Jitian and Shi Ruodong nodded slightly. Shi Ruodong contemplated that the fog miasma corpse demon, when inflicted with a fatal wound, would unleash indiscriminate black mud attacks, while simultaneously repairing its body until it resurrected. This was a primary reason why we struggled to eliminate it. If the attack were of the holy attribute, it would likely inhibit the healing of the wounds, potentially even nullifying the resurrection mechanism of the fog miasma corpse demon. However, Yi Qianyu blinked and remarked that it did not seem to be the opportune moment. As soon as she spoke, Sun Jitian and the others frowned in unison. Miss Yi, this is indeed the perfect time. She shook her head in response, insisting that they should first retreat from the encirclement of the beast tide. Sun Jitian pondered for a moment, stating that they did not require her to engage directly with the fog miasma corpse demon. They simply needed her to utilize her skills at the appropriate moment. Huabo sighed, affirming that, indeed, this was not the most advantageous time. Chapter 67. It is not too late, as the words fell, Mu Qingxue, Yi Qianyu, Zhu Buishuan, and others exhibited expressions of understanding. However, Sun Jitian, Shi Ruodong, Wang Shuaichen, and Dong Zhiqing quickly furrowed their brows. I do not believe this decision to be prudent, Shi Ruodong declared, having struck the creature's lower limb with an arrow, turning to Yi Qianyu to express her thoughts first. As long as we remain outside the reach of the black mud, with the assistance of a dozen professionals, we should manage adequately. Yet, this fragile equilibrium can easily be disrupted if the fog pestilence corpse demon fully revives. Dong Zhiqing added, while the fog pestilence corpse demon has yet to resurrect, we must devise a strategy for how to confront it. Sun Jitian nodded in agreement. Should the fog pestilence corpse demon return, coupled with a beast tide, we could find ourselves in grave danger. Their assertions were not unfounded. Indeed, this moment presented the optimal opportunity to besiege the fog pestilence corpse demon. Ye Vianyu, though I am uncertain why you believe this is not the ideal time, such opportunities are rare, we shall create an environment for you to unleash your attacks. There is no time for idle chatter. It is on the verge of revival. Shi Ruodong's urgent words drew everyone's gaze to the fog pestilence corpse demon. Wang Shuaichen looked on, eyes widening in shock. No, its resurrection speed has accelerated. Sun Jitian swiftly grasped his blade. Yet the fog pestilence corpse demon was even swifter. Its brain had not fully formed, yet its body was already in motion, delivering a powerful punch towards Yi Qinyu. How fast? Yi Qinyu's expression turned grave as Sun Jitian unsheathed his long knife. Boom! The destructive energy collided violently with the black mud. Sun Jitian felt a surge in his throat as his weapon was nearly knocked from his grasp. Be careful. Shi Ruodong reacted instantly, knocking 3 arrows. The arrowheads buried themselves in the black mud. The Fog Pestilence Corpse Demon swung its arm, launching a glob of black mud towards Shi Ruodong. With all her strength expended, Shi Ruodong could only watch in horror as the black mud hurtled toward her heart. She was powerless to evade it. Mu Qingxue raised her staff, yet quickly lowered it. It was all water, and using a large-scale thunder spell would inevitably endanger her comrades. A shield materialized before Shi Ruodong in an instant. Boom! Immediately, Shi Ruodong was swept into Wang Shuiqin's embrace as he swiftly retreated. Wang Shuiqin gazed at her anxiously. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Do not shout, do not shout. Shi Ruodong's cheeks flushed as she reassured him. I am fine. It did not injure me. Zhu Buishuan charged forward, bracing against another wave of black mud assault. Fu Chun, accompanied by several assassins, rushed ahead. Hua Bo gritted his teeth and conjured a colossal magical sword, striking at the Fog Pestilence Corpse Demon. Clang! All their attacks struck true, yet the effect was minimal. The Miasma Corpse Demon shook its head slightly, launching streams of black sludge like arrows at the crowd. Dong Zhiqing shouted sternly, Quick, take cover. Without needing further prompting, all the professionals understood one crucial fact. This black sludge could easily create gaping wounds upon contact. The Miasma Corpse Demon effortlessly swatted Zhu Buishuan aside. Sun Jitian gritted his teeth. Yi Qinyu. I know. Yi Qinyu took a deep breath. For reasons unknown, the Miasma Corpse Demon seemed particularly intent on attacking her. She had to concentrate and exercise utmost caution to evade its assaults. Yet, despite her efforts, the Miasma Corpse Demon was still able to charge toward her. Even Sun Jitian was sent flying with a single blow. Dragon Subduing Fist. Dong Zhiqing bellowed as he struck out. His fist connected solidly with the Miasma Corpse Demon's head. The creature's head jolted back, and it appeared to smirk, as if mocking his audacity. Boom! The black sludge instantly sent Dong Zhiqing hurtling through the air. Captain! A gaping wound marred Dong Zhiqing's abdomen. Blood flowed uncontrollably. This is bad. Wang Shui rushed to his feet with difficulty. He saw the Miasma Corpse Demon barreling toward Yi Qinyu. There was no way to evade it now. Yi Qinyu clenched her teeth. Come on, show me what you're capable of. Sun Jitian's eyes widened no. He understood the peril of the Miasma Corpse Demon. Although Yi Qinyu possessed a countering attribute, she was by no means a match for it. I always said we should have retreated sooner. Hua Bo found himself ensnared in the beast's tide, gritting his teeth as he dispelled his magical greatsword. He conjured a shield to protect Yi Qinyu. It was futile. The Miasma Corpse Demon's immense strength shattered Hua Bo's magical shield with a single punch. Yi Qinyu clenched her teeth. With her current strength, she could only unleash her holy slash once. It was supposed to be a last resort, but with the Miasma Corpse Demon's attack already imminent, she had no other choice. Just then, a colossal shadow swooped down. The Miasma Corpse Demon instantly lifted its head, its massive fists crashing into the air. Bang! Water splashed, and black sludge scattered. The tremendous shockwave caused Yi Qinyu to crouch down on the ground. She adjusted her hair bun, glaring at the figure before her with irritation. Could you have come a little sooner? This man seemed to have plotted this all along, always making her endure the worst before finally appearing. Apologies, the man replied coolly. The beast tied at the edge of the miasma swamp is more troublesome than I anticipated. Yi Qinyu huffed lightly. If you had come any later, we would have been finished. Who has arrived? Sun Jitian, Dong Zhiqing, and the others stood frozen in place. Who was this person? They did not recognize him. The man before them was someone they had never seen. Accompanying him was a uniquely shaped skeletal giant eagle. Most importantly, he actually caught the fist of the Mist Wraith. Indeed, it is the Mist Wraith. From my observations, it appears I have not arrived too late. Shan Yisimidet. Roar. The Mist Wraith emitted a series of furious roars. It clenched its left fist, Shi Ruodong furrowed her brow, cautioning herself. It can manipulate the black sludge with its left hand. As an archer, a ranged damage dealer, she must meticulously observe the creature's movements in order to strike its weaknesses at the opportune moment. The movement of the mist wraith's left hand directly influences the black sludge. She had every reason to believe that this was the mist wraith's method of controlling the sludge. Sure enough, in the next instant, the black sludge surged towards Shun-Yi. Unperturbed, Shun-Yi waved his hand. Two skeletons materialized before him, shielding him from the sludge's assault. These towering skeletons, nearly 2 meters tall, brandished colossal swords as they were summoned. After blocking the sludge, the two skeletons immediately swung their giant swords, attacking the Mist Wraith. This time, the Mist Wraith did not retaliate with its fists. It struggled fiercely to break free from Shun-Yi's control. In the next moment, it swiftly retreated. Shun-Yi raised an eyebrow. Trying to flee? Not so easily. Chapter 68. The Brutal Slaughter. Questioning existence? Shi Ruodong's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Shuai's gaze remained fixed as he witnessed Shun-Yi relentlessly pursuing the Mist Corpse demon. The demon swiftly turned, commanding the black sludge to assault Shun-Yi. Reacting with remarkable agility, Shun-Yi evaded the sludge's attacks and hurled his longsword towards the demon. Clang! The Mist Corpse demon crossed its arms before it, successfully blocking Shun-Yi's strike. In the next instant, Shun-Yi materialized directly in front of the demon. He retrieved his deflected sword and, with a swift twist, delivered a powerful slash. In a single stroke, he inflicted a deep wound upon the Mist Corpse demon. Roar! The demon howled skyward, a testament to the tangible damage inflicted by Shun-Yi's attack. Meanwhile, Dong Zhiqing and the others could only watch in stunned silence as Shun-Yi pursued the demon. Words eluded them. Who exactly is he? I said we should have waited for Shun-Yi before launching our assault. Hua Bo sighed in resignation. You all witnessed it, didn't you? Indeed, they had seen it. Yet, they could not comprehend it. What kind of practitioner possesses the capability to subdue a boss like the Mist Corpse demon, which defies the norm? Dong Zhiqing could not, and neither could Sun Jitian. Sun Jitian, the quickest to react, recognized this as an exceptional opportunity. Dong Zhiqing paused momentarily. What opportunity? With his prowess, he could force the Mist Corpse demon into a corner, at which point Yi Qinyu would have the chance to slay the demon. Yi Qinyu raised an eyebrow. That is also a feasible strategy. Unperturbed by Yi Qinyu's expression, Sun Jitian called out to Shun-Yi, My lord, let us combine our strength to create a decisive opportunity for Yi Qinyu. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Shun-Yi seized the demon's enormous arms and hurled it into the air, then brought it crashing down to the ground. Roar! The Mist Corpse demon, with all its might, attempted a sonic attack. Silence. Shun-Yi showed no mercy, delivering a resounding slap that silenced the demon's cries. Even Sun Jitian stood frozen in disbelief. A brutal slaughter, an utterly one-sided annihilation. The way the Mist Corpse demon had previously tormented them was now eclipsed by Shun-Yi's ferocity. The demon had no means of resistance, reduced to a mere punching bag under Shun-Yi's relentless assault. After a considerable time, Sun Jitian finally turned his head. The haughty expression on his face had vanished, replaced by profound doubt about his existence. Who is he? Sun Jitian swallowed hard. Who possesses the strength to toy with a Mist Corpse demon as if it were a mere bag of sand? Is he perhaps an envoy from General Yi? Hua Bo sighed. If it truly were an envoy from General Yi, why not send General Yi himself, rather than dispatching a practitioner of merely a dozen levels like us? What did you say? Dong Zhiqing, standing nearby, was taken aback. Did you just say he is what level? Mu Qingxue spoke slowly, her voice calm. The students of Jiangnan High had inadvertently entered the dungeon of the Jiangdong Alliance, and it was the first time for all of us, myself included. Of course, it was also his first experience. Dong Zhiqing glared at Mu Qingxue, as if trying to discern some clue from her expression. However, he could not detect any mockery, ridicule, or manipulation. Ultimately, Dong Zhiqing took a deep breath. Who is he? The Necromancer of Jiangnan High, Shun-Yi. All right, Sister Qingxue, We can't simply answer every question posed to us, can we? Yi Qinyu said with a smile, her expression bright. We only provide this much free information. If you wish to know more. She extended her delicate, fair hand towards the utterly stunned Sun Jitian and the others, suggesting, you may purchase it. Shi Ruotong blinked her large, sparkling eyes, pondering for a long time before finally managing to utter, you must be joking, right? She pressed her lips together. Such matters were anything but amusing. Do you think we have the leisure to joke about this? Yi Qinyu replied, her tone tinged with an understanding of Shi Ruotong and the others' current reactions. After all, who would believe without witnessing it firsthand? Unbeknownst to them, Shun Yi was oblivious to their conversation, relentlessly pummeling the mist swamp corpse demon. In terms of strength, reaction speed, agility, and technique, Shun Yi utterly overwhelmed the creature. With a swift kick, he sent the mist swamp corpse demon spewing black sludge. As it was propelled through the air, it attempted to control the black sludge to strike back at Shun Yi. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, a colossal skeletal bear materialized before him, shielding him from the attack. The pale flames in the bear's eyes flickered momentarily before it charged towards the mist swamp corpse demon, accompanied by countless skeletal warriors. Whether it was merely their illusion or not, Sun Jitian and the others felt that even those skeletal soldiers were formidable. The mist swamp corpse demon was not entirely without the capacity to retaliate. However, it faced a comprehensive onslaught from Shun Yi. It was filled with intent, but lacked the strength. The black sludge sought a weaker skeleton to attack, yet Shun Yi simply raised his hand, retracting the skeletons effortlessly. Finally, the mist swamp corpse demon was filled with fear. It emitted low growls, staggering as it prepared to flee. Upon closer inspection, Shun Yi found it oddly intriguing. He crouched before the mist swamp corpse demon and landed a punch that drove its head into the ground. With stars in its eyes, the mist swamp corpse demon was lifted by Shun Yi, allowing him to scrutinize it closely. How could this final boss of the mist swamp still possess an undead attribute? After all, creatures like the mist swamp corpse demon should not exist within the depths of the mist swamp. Yi Qinyu hurriedly approached Shun Yi, taking 2 steps at a time. Do you need my assistance? After some contemplation, Yi Qinyu added, it's free, you know? Himepe Sheng Yi Sukofut. You still owe me a favor. Do you think that can be offset? Previously, when Shun Yi had rescued Yi Qinyu, he had mentioned a reward, but she had tried to evade it. Little did she expect that Shun Yi would remember. Yi Qinyu expressed her discontent. Why are you such a miser? Am I? Shun Yi retorted, delivering a couple of kicks to the fog corpse demon, disrupting any counterattack it might have attempted. Meanwhile, on the other side, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Is this truly the same fog corpse demon from earlier? The one that had withstood all their combined efforts? The creature before them now resembled a mere level 1 red-eyed bunny. The weakest foe in the dungeon, one that even the most seasoned adventurers would scarcely bother to engage. Dong Zhi let out a sigh. Either I've gone mad, or this world has. Sun Jitian, what is your perspective on him? The strength attribute is at least 60. His movements are precise and unhesitant, devoid of any hesitation. Most importantly, Sun Jitian replied with a wry smile, he is far superior to me. Ultimately, is he truly of the same caliber as us? Chapter 69. The Inefficacy of Holy Attributes? Shi Ruotong remained utterly unconvinced by Yi Qinyu's assertions. Hua Bo scratched his head, acknowledging the harsh reality. No, you cannot fathom this sensation. Shi Ruotong shook her head and continued. Even if our 2 teams combined forces, we would still be powerless against the mist-infused undead. Your encounters with it have been far too brief. Your understanding is superficial. This mist-infused undead has already surpassed the strength of a black, iron-level dungeon. At the very least, it is akin to a silver-level boss monster. We possess monks and annihilation warriors, all having reached level 14. Yet, what can we truly accomplish? In the mist-infused marsh, we fought valiantly, suffering heavy casualties, exhausting our resources, and only managed to bring the mist-infused undead to a state of death twice. As time progresses, its power only intensifies, bolstered by its ability to manipulate the black mire for attacks. If this Shun Yi were not present, Shi Ruotong's shoulders trembled slightly. as if she were too engrossed in her own thoughts. Even in the absence of a beast tide, even if our entire team were at full strength to confront it, the ultimate outcome remains uncertain. Huabo pondered for a moment. I believe I grasp your intent. If we disregard Shunyi, even united in battle against the mist-infused undead, our efforts would merely be in vain, with the outcome still unknown. But what exactly are you trying to convey? What I am saying, Shi Ruodong steadied herself, is that this individual's power surpasses the cumulative strength of all present practitioners. If he harbored even the slightest intention to harm us, we would be utterly annihilated by him alone. Shi Ruodong offered a wry smile. Perhaps you think I'm being alarmist. However, if any of you can elucidate this, or if you have ever encountered or heard of a novice entering a dungeon who is stronger than all the seasoned practitioners combined, perhaps I would not be so lost in my own thoughts. Upon hearing Shi Ruodong's remarks, even Huabo found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Shunyi's strength transcended their realm of comprehension. You imply that Shun Yi is the mastermind behind this. Mu Qingxue furrowed her brow, a hint of displeasure gracing her exquisite features. Or do you suggest that the anomalies within this dungeon are a result of Shun Yi's actions? I can assure you with certainty that Shun Yi is a student of Jiangnan High School, Shi Ruodong replied, gazing at Mu Qingxue. Can you truly guarantee that? Mu Qingxue retorted, her brow still knitted. Of course. You doubt me, do you? A voice resonated in the ears of the assembly. Everyone turned to see Dong Zhiqing raising an eyebrow. Wu Yong, you're still alive? Even Sun Jiqian chuckled. It appears you have survived. What nonsense. Wu Yong smirked. Am I not alive? Now I'm a ghost. In my view, you should refrain from overthinking. Among those present, the one who knows Shunyi best is undoubtedly Wu Yong. With the leader around, we can indeed confront the misty corpse demon. If the leader truly intended to harm you, would I have exhausted myself to rush here from afar to the misty marsh? We could have simply taken a back seat and watched the chaos unfold. Wait, what did you say? Dong Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback. The leader? Indeed. Wu Yong chuckled. Shun Yi, my leader. I once believed you lacked decorum, but this enhanced version of shamelessness is truly remarkable. How did you achieve this? Shi Ruodong regarded Wu Yong with a somewhat speechless expression. Moreover, he is from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, which is not even the same institution as yours. Wu Yong shrugged. So what if he is from Jiangnan No. 1 High? My heart has long been shaped like that of the leader. Wang Shuaichen blinked. Have you forgotten the format of the college entrance examination? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yong's expression shifted drastically. Ah, what the hell? Shi Ruodong laughed heartily. Did you genuinely forget? The college entrance examination. The 4 major bases of the Jianghe region operate as a single examination zone, yet they are grouped by individual schools. Following a comprehensive evaluation, scores are assigned to the practitioners. So, the issue arises. Wu Yong and Shun Yi are not from the same school. Your leader may recognize you quickly, but does he even pay attention to you? Shi Ruodong added. Moreover, once the Misty Corpse Demon is defeated, the instance will conclude, and he will be teleported back to Jiangnan No. 1 High. Wu Yong didn't even wait to hear the end of Shi Ruodong's words before vanishing from the spot, his legs propelling him forward with great speed. Leader, wait, don't kill the Misty Corpse Demon just yet. As he ran, Wu Yong shouted, Leader, please don't abandon me. What are you doing? At that moment, Shun Yi was exasperated, for Wu Yong had clung to his leg, tears and snot flowing freely. All the practitioners were now staring at them. Shun Yi had never felt such humiliation in his life. Leader, we cannot kill the Misty Corpse Demon. Shun Yi's mouth twitched slightly, struggling to suppress the urge to kick Wu Yong away. Why? Wu Yong stammered because. I can't do without you. You needn't pay him any mind. Mu Qingxue approached as well. At this point, the Misty Corpse Demon was visibly struggling, gasping for breath. To anyone watching, it appeared utterly harmless. Let us deal with it first. Shun Yi glanced at Yi Qianyu, who immediately stepped forward, her hands shimmering with golden light. Holy Slash! With a clang, the Holy Slash struck the Misty Corpse Demon, cleaving its body in two. Subsequently, everyone retreated once more, anxiously watching the Misty Corpse Demon. However, the black sludge began to stir once more. The murky black sludge surged wildly, even creating tiny splashes. This was perplexing. How could holy attributes fail to vanquish the mist blight undead? Shi Ruodong furrowed her brow, finding this illogical. Beside her, Dong Zhiqing cast a glance at Yi Qinyu, saying, "Hey, Miss Yi, did you truly strike it with a holy attribute attack?" Yi Qinyu, without even glancing at Dong Zhiqing, replied in a solemn tone, "I did indeed employ the supreme holy slash. Yet, if that were the case, how could the mist blight undead possibly revive? It was undeniably dead." Just then, a voice resonated in everyone's ears. Shun Yi strode directly towards the pool of black sludge. Mu Qinxue immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "Shun Yi, it's dangerous. Don't approach. It's fine." Shun Yi waved his hand dismissively. He simultaneously summoned several skeletons, evading the onslaught of the black sludge while keenly observing the corpse of the mist blight undead. It was lifeless, and Shun Yi could even see the soul floating above the body. This indicated that he could manipulate the remains or devour them for evolution. However, the black sludge incessantly repaired the corpse of the mist blight undead. After a moment's contemplation, Shun Yi extended his hand. Corpse Manipulation. Chapter 70. Vanquishing the Mist Wraith. Upon the remains of the Mist Wraith, ethereal specters swirled ominously. From Shun Yi's perspective, these specters were but lingering souls, not yet dissipated. They appeared semi-transparent, tinged with a murky black hue. The more formidable the spirit, the larger its form and the denser its darkness became. By observing the shape of these specters, Shun Yi could surmise the creature's strength and life. He had attempted to share this vision with others, but aside from himself, none could perceive them, likely due to the unique abilities of necromancers. The specter of the mist wraith before him gathered mist, roughly the size of a human head. For reference, a great bear of the forest measured merely the size of 2 fists. This indicated that the mist wraith's power far exceeded that of the forest bear. Nevertheless, for Shun Yi, this was of little concern. The distinction was merely between 60 or 70 skeletons and 100 or so. As Shun Yi employed his necromantic control, his magical energy transformed into tendrils of black mist, which adhered to the specter, gradually shaping it into a skeleton. The process of devouring and evolving involved the small skeletons consuming these souls. He extended his hand, invoking necromantic manipulation. Yet, to Shun Yi's surprise, the specter rippled, seemingly. Resisting? When Shun Yi directed his manipulation toward the specter of the mist wraith, it did not succumb to his control instantly. Instead, it struggled momentarily before resuming its silent levitation in the air. Shun Yi was taken aback. He had failed. With a furrowed brow, Shun Yi pondered, having never encountered such a setback before. Unfazed, he attempted the necromantic control once more. However, aside from intensifying the specter's struggles, there was no discernible difference from the previous attempt. This was peculiar. At that moment, the black sludge surged anew. This black sludge exhibited even greater strangeness. Despite the death of the mist wraith, it retained an autonomous movement, as if the sludge and the wraith were entirely distinct entities. The sludge launched indiscriminate attacks on all nearby adventurers. Sun Jitian and the others immediately retreated. Mu Qingxue swiftly turned to Shun Yi, warning Shun Yi be cautious. It seemed Shun Yi had yet to realize the abnormality of the black sludge, prompting Mu Qingxue's urgent caution. Could they not even subdue the mist wraith? Sun Jitian once again infused his blade with destructive energy, striking forth. The blade of annihilation cleaved through the black sludge, yet it appeared to inflict no harm. Instead, it provoked an even greater backlash from the sludge. Rising over 3 meters, the black sludge transformed into sharp spikes, charging towards Sun Jitian. Dong Zhiqing and the others were already braced for action, and as the black sludge surged toward them, they immediately retaliated. Everyone had retreated, yet Shun Yi remained rooted in place. Get away from there! As the black sludge rushed toward Shun Yi, Yi Qinyu brandished her long sword and dashed forward. Yet, at that moment, Shun Yi sprang into action. Faced with the onslaught of the black sludge, his expression betrayed not a trace of panic. He merely lifted his head slightly, then with a single decisive slap, sent all the black sludge sprawling to the ground. "Do not disturb me." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. The black sludge, which had posed a considerable challenge for them, appeared to behave like a docile creature in Shun Yi's hands. I knew it. My concerns for Shun Yi were entirely unwarranted, Yi Qianyu remarked with a shrug, exhaling deeply. Beside her, Huabo promptly raised his hand. "I concur." Wu Yong stepped forward. "Brother Yi, what is amiss?" Sun Jitian and the others were not mistaken. Shun Yi whispered, "This fog-infused corpse demon is indeed peculiar. The emergence of the undead signifies that this creature has been successfully slain. However, it appears that the black sludge is attempting to pull the undead toward the fog-infused corpse demon. Were it not for my ability to manipulate corpses, the fog-infused corpse demon might have revived once more. Moreover, since the fog-infused corpse demon serves as a dungeon boss, its defeat should logically signal the conclusion of the dungeon. What shall we do?" Shen Yi pondered. "I will conduct further research." Observing that there was no need for concern on Shun Yi's part, Sun Jitian and the others joined the fray against the beast tide. Experience was one factor, but primarily, they wished to avoid the repeated blows dealt by Shun Yi. They certainly did not wish to linger in his presence any longer. "Comparisons are odious," Wu Yong declared as he settled beside Shen Yi. "All right, brother Yi. Take your time with your study." Shen Yi cast a sidelong glance at Wu Yong. "Are you not going to slay any monsters?" "There is no need for me over there." Wu Yong scratched his head. With Sun Jitian and the others around, the beast tide is hardly a threat, and besides, these monsters can no longer provide me with significant experience. Shen Yi once again employed his corpse manipulation to prevent the revival of the fog-infused corpse demon. "Boss, is this creature truly that sinister? Is it impossible to kill?" Wu Yong struggled to comprehend Shun Yi's actions. As long as the dungeon did not conclude, they were obliged to remain there. Yet there was still a way. Shun Yi raised his hand, summoning a skeletal mage in an instant. It lunged forward, biting into the undead and tearing away a small piece. "It can be consumed for evolution, yet I cannot control its transformation." Shun Yi felt a twinge of helplessness, for he was genuinely coveting the fog-infused corpse demon. After a moment's reflection, he summoned 20 more skeletons, encircling the undead of the fog-infused corpse demon. They eagerly began to consume and evolve. This marked Shun Yi's first time bringing his skeletons together for a feast since his promotion to a necromancer. The skeletons transitioned successfully one after another, and Shen Yi, now indifferent to their progress, observed as the undead shrank to half its original size. His brow furrowed. He placed his hand above the undead corpses. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew his hand. "Wu Yong, I need to entrust you with a few matters." "Brother Yi, what is it?" "Once we exit the dungeon, my affairs must not be disclosed to anyone." Upon hearing this, Wu Yong hastily replied, "Of course." "Brother Yi, you can't possibly think I'm a blabbermouth, can you? I know the difference between what is trivial and what is significant. I was referring to everyone." "Everyone?" Wu Yong paused for a moment. "Including the esteemed Director Yi?" Wu Yong blinked. "Does that also include the young Miss Yi and that Mu Qingxue?" "Indeed." Shun Yi responded succinctly, before inquiring with a hint of curiosity, "Why do you bring them up?" Wu Yong chuckled softly, choosing not to answer. "Boss, without divulging this to anyone else, I understand your implication, but do we really need to keep this from Director Yi as well?" "Yes." Wu Yong pondered this for a while, still unable to comprehend Shun Yi's reasoning. "Why?" Shun Yi cast a sidelong glance at Wu Yong, lowering his voice to a level only the two of them could discern. "The Divine Alliance is capable of executing such maneuvers right under the nose of the Jiangdong All-School Alliance. Do you think they might have already infiltrated the Jiangdong All-School Alliance?" Chapter 71. Return. Rankings. Wu Yong's eyes widened, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Indeed, if the Celestial Alliance could orchestrate such events right under the noses of the Jiangdong All-School Alliance, it would imply that there were likely infiltrators from the Celestial Alliance within the ranks of the Jiangdong All-School Alliance. Otherwise, the members of the Jiangdong All-School Alliance were not inept. How could they allow the Celestial Alliance to execute such significant maneuvers? However, Wu Yong lowered his head, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. "Be good to you, Suspect Chief Yi?" I do not suspect him, Shun Yi replied, lifting his eyelids. Everyone is a suspect. Wu Yong pondered for a moment and then nodded gravely. This reasoning was quite straightforward, given the magnitude of the incident. The infiltrator from the Celestial Alliance within the Jiangdong All-School Alliance must hold a considerable position of power. What could be the purpose of orchestrating the scenario? To hunt down lower-tier, yet promising professionals who had yet to fully develop. In this entire scenario, if Wu Yong were to assess, no one possessed greater potential than Shun Yi. Even if Yi Dingtian were not affiliated with the Celestial Alliance, and even if he did not intend to reveal Shun Yi's potential, what about the people around him? If the truth were to come to light, Shun Yi would face relentless pursuit from the Celestial Alliance. Preventing theft for 1,000 days would undoubtedly place Shun Yi in perpetual jeopardy. The more individuals who were privy to the secret, the greater the threat. Contemplating this, Wu Yong felt a swell of pride. Others may be unaware, but he, Wu Yong, understood. I comprehend now. Ego, rest assured, even if I perish, this secret will remain buried within me. Wu Yong's expression turned serious as he swore an oath. However, Wu Yong scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed as he said, Ego, could you transfer to our Jiangdong? Huh? Shun Yi's face was a canvas of confusion. During the college entrance examination, we cannot form teams across different campuses. Wu Yong blinked. Join the Jiangdong All-School Alliance. Aren't we aiming to become the most formidable legendary professional team? Our first step? Let us start with the college entrance examination. Shun Yi laughed in disbelief. You rascal, calling me old boss, and yet you dare to say such a thing? It's a wonder that you even thought of it. Typically, subordinates follow their leaders. Who has ever seen a leader follow a subordinate? Not all, old boss. The eldest daughter of the Yi family has substantial connections within the Jiangdong All-School Alliance. If you come to Jiangdong, you would undoubtedly win over Yi Qinyu. Then, when we form a team, who could possibly stand against us? Wu Yong spoke fervently before abruptly halting. Old boss, do you acknowledge me as your subordinate now? Shun Yi's lips twitched slightly, and he retorted, I was merely making a sarcastic comment. Who acknowledged that? I don't care. Old boss, you have acknowledged it. Wu Yong's chubby face radiated joy, reveling in his merriment. Shun Yi's forehead throbbed with veins. Say that again? Wu Yong froze. He could distinctly sense the murderous intent directed at him. Wu Yong complied obediently. Boss, you didn't say anything just now. Nothing at all. Shun Yi nodded. That is more like it. Wu Yong stiffened his neck, thinking his boss was indeed someone who was difficult to please yet honest. How tsundere? Never mind. Let us set that aside for now. Shun Yi pointed at the corpse of the Mist Blight corpse demon. I have a solution. He lifted his head. Wu Yong quickly asked, can we kill it? Yes. Shun Yi speculated that something had interfered with the necromancy of the Mist Blight corpse demon, preventing him from controlling the corpse. The problem now seemed much simpler. All he needed was for his little skeleton to consume the necromancer completely, right? It would also yield several upgraded skeletons. Shun Yi had been worried about the lack of skeletons. So what are we waiting for? Let's hurry out. Wu Yong breathed a sigh of relief. I've had enough of this dungeon. I want to go to a restaurant. I want fried chicken. I want freshly ground coffee. Sun Jitian and others gathered around. Yi Qinyu raised an eyebrow. You found a way? Yes, Shun Yi affirmed with a nod. He placed his hand on the necromancer of the Mist Blight corpse demon. Corpse. Manipulation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 loud alarm bells rang out within the dungeon. All the adventurers' bodies glowed. This was the sign that the dungeon was ending, and they were about to be teleported out. Shan Yi concentrated, recalling all his skeletons back to himself. Suddenly, a flash of light enveloped him. At this moment, Jiangdong General High School. Buzz. A flash of light suddenly appeared on the playground. All the waiting teachers instantly stood up. The dungeon was over. They had emerged. Hundreds of adventurers appeared on the playground. Some were injured, some were exhausted, while others looked invigorated. However, most adventurers wore expressions of confusion. Some had been fighting against beast tides, while others had been evading them. Suddenly teleported back from the dungeon. Everyone was still adjusting to the new environment. We're out? The adventurers exchanged glances. Shun Yi was taken aback. Wasn't this Jiangnan First High School? Jiangdong General School? How could they have been transported here? After successfully constructing the Mist Blight Corpse demon, Shun Yi felt the moment of being teleported back from the dungeon, recalling the Mist Blight Corpse demon. He and T even had the chance to check the demon's panel. But that was clearly not the most pressing matter. The most important question was, how had he ended up at Jiangdong General School? Whoosh, a fierce wind surged. All the adventurers were simultaneously overwhelmed by an immense pressure, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Yi Dingtian's sharp gaze swept over all the adventurers. You have all done well. Yi Dingtian spoke coolly after investigation. We have confirmed that someone tampered with the dungeon. We have already contacted the entirety of Daxia to apprehend those involved. Shen Yi's tense body gradually relaxed. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated summoning his skeletal legion. However, it was not the words of Yi Dingtian that soothed him. Rather, he had recognized a familiar face, Sun Shoujuan, the principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. In light of the incident during the dungeon run, we shall compensate all students who participated. Additionally, the rewards for the previously scheduled dungeon leaderboard will remain in effect. Yi Dingtian scanned the figures of several professionals before focusing his gaze on Shun Yi. This reward will also be bestowed upon Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Sun Shoujuan hesitated for a moment. Director Yi, this seems rather inappropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Yi Dingtian replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. They are the promising professionals of Daxia's future. Sun Shoujuan paused, and his perception of Director Yi shifted significantly. In comparison, he felt somewhat diminished, appearing rather trivial. This time, our Yi family will cover the expenses. Yi Dingtian extended his hand. A colossal stone tablet ascended, emblazoned with the names of the professionals. This was the announcement of the rankings from the second Assembly Dungeon run of the Jiangdong Alliance. Chapter 72. The top ranking, not Shun Yi. The colossal stone tablet emitted a series of tremors. Gradually, the names of the practitioners began to materialize. What? How am I only at 3006? I fought tooth and nail in the dungeon for so long, why this ranking? I'm at 2007. Damn it, I've walked the path of the underworld. Hey, none of you can compare. I made it into the top 500. And you? 499. Not much higher, is it? Some were astonished, others skeptical, yet most merely grumbled. The contribution leaderboard for the dungeon does not err. Yi Dingtian surveyed his surroundings and then proclaimed, as for the top 10 practitioners, I shall announce them myself. Those whose names are called, please come up to receive your awards. Wu Yong was somewhat exhilarated. Here it comes, the top 10. The 10th place. Yi Dingtian paused before continuing. The electric archer, Shiruadong. Prize, a D-grade bow. Shiruadong was somewhat astonished. I made it into the top 10. She ascended the stage and accepted the bow from Yi Dingtian. This bow was slender and swift, evidently designed for female use, adorned with purplish-blue blades, appearing to be a weapon suitable for both close and range combat. Thank you, Captain Yi. Yi Dingtian nodded slightly. He continued to announce, 9th place, Thunder Mage, Mu Qinxue. Prize, a D-grade Thunderstaff. Mu Qinxue was momentarily taken aback. Her cold demeanor softened slightly. She had not anticipated ranking among the top 10 in the dungeon. A Thunderstaff? This is a rare item. Indeed, Captain Yi is quite generous this time. Unlike bows, staffs are not forged by blacksmiths, but crafted by mages. Those who awaken to the mage profession all aspire to become main combat professions, with few willing to pursue the crafting path. Mu Qinshue's own staff was merely a standard F-grade equipment. A D-grade staff would fetch at least 6 figures in the market. 8th place, Mimic Mage. Huabo. Prize, 1 D-grade spell scroll. 7th place, Gunner, Wu Yong. Wu Yong chuckled, scratching his head. Good thing I'm with brother. Or where would I get 7th place? Beside him, Yi Qinyu scoffed repeatedly. Wu Yong, I had only heard you were shameless, but seeing you in person, you're even more shameless than I imagined. Wu Yong was unperturbed, merely pouting. Whatever you say, I've got my big brother. I say, Miss Yi, you and our big brother seem quite compatible. Why not team up with us? One with holy attributes and one with necromancy. A match made in heaven. Yi Qinyu's expression was somewhat hard to decipher. A holy attribute and a necromancy attribute. A match made in heaven? Are you sure they aren't teen natural enemies? Suddenly, she pondered Wu Yong's words, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, Wu Yong, are you trying to get yourself killed? Who sa pair with Shun-Yi? Wu Yong feigned indifference, while Yi Qinyu was both anxious and furious, poised to take action. Sixth place, Paladin Yi Qinyu, reluctantly summoned by Yi Dingtian. Yi Qinyu ascended the stage. As she stepped forward, the surrounding teachers began to murmur among themselves. Is this the eldest daughter of the Yi family? Truly deserving of being a paladin, yet only ranked 6th among the top talents of Jiangdong High School. Isn't that a bit low? Indeed, having benefited from a Yi family's resources, securing only 6th place. It appears the quality of this year's intake at Jiangdong High School is somewhat lacking. Yi Qinyu maintained a calm expression, seemingly oblivious to their whispers. Even if she heard their remarks, she would not react. The eldest daughter of the Yi family, having reaped the benefits of the Yi clan, she had grown accustomed to such comments throughout her life. As the announcement continued, they reached the 2nd place. 2nd place, Monk Dong Zhiqing. At this level, the disparity in the quality of students from various prestigious institutions became apparent. Yi Qinyu held the highest rank from Jiangdong High School, while Jiangdong Martial School had 2 individuals in the top 10. Of course, they were unaware of the true circumstances of the dungeon and could only rely on the leaderboard. The first place must be Sun Jitian, right? Sun Jitian is definitely first. No question about it. Without him, how many would have survived in the dungeon? Laughter ensued, as they had grown accustomed to such assumptions. As they reached the 2nd place, Sun Jitian's name was still absent. The onlookers seemed convinced that Sun Jitian was the victor. However, the professionals who had entered the dungeon had a different perspective, particularly those who participated in hunting the dungeon boss, the Misty Corpse Demon. Wu Yong scoffed, dismissing the ignorant crowd, always fixated on Sun Jitian. Just wait until they hear EGE's name. He then sauntered over to Sun Jitian, grinning mischievously. Sun Jitian, how does it feel not to make the top 10? Sun Jitian glanced at Wu Yong, but remained silent. Wu Yong, feeling humiliated, continued 1st place. Yi Dingtian's voice resonated among the professionals. Destruction Warrior, Sun Jitian. The onlookers exhibited expressions of understanding. As expected of Sun Jitian, he is undoubtedly the most gifted among this year's Jiangdong Alliance. After all, he was a destruction warrior. What could possibly surpass that? Moreover, he had explicitly stated his intention to attend Jiangdong Martial University, even rejecting Hucking and Imperial Capital University. However, including Wu Yong, Yi Qinyu, and others wore expressions of shock. They all harbored the same thought within. How is this possible? The top rank in the dungeon is not Shun-Yi. What? What has gone wrong? Wu Yong was the first to step forward, incredulously pointing at the large stone tablet displaying the rankings. How can this be? Yi Qinyu furrowed her brows, her face reflecting palpable confusion. Dong Zhiqing's eyes widened as he muttered to himself intermittently. The 1st place is Sun Jitian. I thought he didn't even make the top 10. What on earth is happening? Mu Qinxue turned to Shun-Yi, inquiring, Did you have a hand in this? Shun-Yi shook his head in denial, shrugging. I have no idea what is going on. Yi Dingtian glanced at Sun Jitian. Sun Jitian, come forth and receive your award. For being the top of the dungeon, the reward is a B-grade amber blade. Sun Jitian stepped forward. It was a long blade entirely shrouded in black. The hilt was crimson, adorned with a deep blue gemstone on the guard, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Sun Jitian slightly lowered his head, hesitating to take the amber blade at first. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his head. Director Yi I will take it. Yi Dingtian replied nonchalantly, This is what you deserve. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Sun Jitian accepted the amber blade. Truly, Director Yi has invested significantly this time. A B-grade amber blade. How much is it worth? A considerable sum indeed. The work of that master. Starting in the 7 figures. Chapter 73. The Surge of Malice. This B-grade amber blade has garnered a modest reputation in Jiangdong, and the reason is straightforward. It was forged by a renowned blacksmith. It is said that this amber blade was an early prototype crafted by the master when he was merely in his 30s, already capable of producing B-grade equipment. Truly a master, the craftsmanship is exquisite. Moreover, do not be deceived by the apparent cost of this amber blade. The master now commands far greater sums for any equipment he forges. It can even be said that this blade is among the least expensive of his creations. Some regard it with envy, others with astonishment, and some simply admire it for its beauty. Implicitly, the ownership of this blade by Sun Jitian is entirely justified. This is unjust. Wu Yong clenched his teeth, questioning why Sun Jitian should be first. That amber blade rightly belongs to Yi Ge. Ye Vianyu, perpleat, pondered why Shun he did not make into the top 10. Just what is his rank? She voiced the collective curiosity. What rank does Shun hold? 35. Shun he had already found his name and pointed it out. The 5th entry on the 3rd row. By the time the 5th place was announced, Shun he had located his name. Upon hearing this, Mu Qinxue and the others followed Shun E's gesture to find the corresponding position. Indeed, it was not. Why is that? Wu Yong's chubby face was a canvas of confusion. He could not fathom why. Mu Qinxue and Shi Ruodong had both entered the top 10, yet Shun he had not even made it into the top 20? Surely, there must be an error in the rankings. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qinyu approached Yi Dingtian. He glanced at her with a calm demeanor. What seems to be the matter? I suspect there is an issue with this list, Yi Qinyu stated directly. An issue? Yi Qinyu's words carried weight. Upon her declaration, the crowd turned their attention to the rankings. An issue? Where's the problem? Sun Jitian's first place is well-deserved. Surely, she does not believe her own ranking is too low? Wu Yong quickly interjected. I also believe there is a problem with the rankings. EG's position is incorrect. Mu Qinxue stepped forward, coldly asserting, I share the same sentiment. While one voice of dissent could be dismissed, the simultaneous objections from 3 professionals made the situation intriguing. After listening to their claims, Yi Dingtian replied calmly, I've stated previously that there will be no discrepancies in the dungeon rankings. Yet it is indeed problematic now. Yi Qinyu disregarded the formality and confronted Yi Dingtian directly. This ranking should not be as it stands. Her assertion sparked whispers among the crowd below. What issue could there be? They saw no problems. Surely, they have not colluded to fabricate this? It is highly likely that they covet the Amber Blade. Yi Dingtian has asserted that there will be no issues with the dungeon leaderboard. Yet this group still dares to question it. No one seems to comprehend the situation. Having already secured a position in the top 10 and received their rewards, what more is there to discuss? It is utterly absurd. Wu Yong, overhearing the whispers of dissent, muttered under his breath, On what grounds can we not voice our doubts? The dungeon leaderboard is indeed flawed. Mu Ying, Zhu Kulanchit Hartit, poised to step forward and challenge Yi Dingtian, just as Yi Qinyu had done. However, Wu Yong intercepted her. Do not approach him. Mu Qinxue's gaze was icy. Why not? Yi Qinyu has a close relationship with Yi Dingtian. Her questioning poses no threat. We, however, may not be in a position to do so. Wu Yong felt an unsettling tension. He recalled the instructions from Shun Yi to keep their secret buried deep. Even from Yi Dingtian. Was Shun Yi's suspicion correct? Could it be that Yi Dingtian truly belonged to the Celestial Alliance? If that conjecture held any weight, openly challenging him would be perilous. The thought of confronting Yi Dingtian left Wu Yong apprehensive about what actions he might take. In response to the doubts voiced by Yi Qinyu and her entourage, Yi Dingtian maintained his unwavering demeanor, revealing no hint of disturbance. I reiterate, the dungeon leaderboard is without issue. You, Yewin Yu inhalit deeply. You intend to utilize this dungeon reward to bestow the Amber Blade upon Sun Jitian. Do you not? You truly admire him. While I have no say over your opinion of the Doomslayer, you must not tamper with the leaderboard. Yi Dingtian Sudendi Lafit. Since you harbor suspicions regarding the leaderboard, I am curious. What exactly do you wish to question? Naturally, Shen Yi's ranking. The latter part of her sentence was swallowed back as she sensed a palpable aura of menace emanating from Yi Dingtian. The oppressive presence of a high-ranking professional made it difficult for Yi Qinyu to even lift her head. Wu Yong's expression darkened significantly. This was truly absurd. To prevent them from raising doubts, Yi Dingtian had even unleashed a killing intent. Could he genuinely be a member of the Celestial Alliance? Yet, if that were the case, would not Sun Jitian also be a target of his wrath? Unless Sun Jitian was also part of the Celestial Alliance? Or perhaps Yi Dingtian had orchestrated this to entice Sun Jitian into the alliance, extending an olive branch. Following this line of thought, Wu Yong felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. What a farce! Are there any further doubts? Yi Ding Tian surveyed the crowd and proclaimed once more. Does anyone have questions? There are no doubts, Sun Ji Tian replied. Damn it, of course you have no doubts, as the rewards have already lined your pockets. Beside him, Wu Yong silently berated the situation in his mind. Yi Ding Tian nodded, and since there were no further inquiries, he proclaimed once more. The joint dungeon of the Jiangdong All-School Alliance is officially concluded. Weren't you the least bit aggrieved, my leader? Wu Yong sighed repeatedly. That rascal Sun Ji Tian has taken the equipment that rightfully belongs to you. It was a blade. I have no use for it. My dear Ego, even if you have no use for it, surely your skeleton minions could benefit? Moreover, it could fetch a handsome price. Shan Yi chucked it lightly. It's not your ranking that is an error. Why are you in such a tizzy? Wu Yong felt somewhat helpless. Yes, my ranking is correct, but I'm merely anxious for you. There's a saying, ISNT there, the emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuchs are anxious. Shun Yi replied nonchalantly, indeed. Oh no, that's not it. It's a cry against injustice when one sees it. I simply find it profoundly unfair for you. At a glance, I could tell Yi Ding Tian was no good. Today he indeed revealed his true colors, resorting to such underhanded tactics behind the scenes. How could he still hold the position of the head of the Jiangdong All-School Alliance? What a disgrace. Shun Yi halted his steps, while Wu Yong continued to fume, muttering curses under his breath. Ego, let me tell you that fellow Yi. Greetings, head Yi. Chapter 74. The divine craftsman of the great Xia at the end of the corridor, Yi Ding Tian stood impeccably dressed in a suit, his head slightly bowed, as if waiting for someone. Wu Yong felt his tongue freeze in his mouth. Apart from the faint echoes of Shun Yi's voice resonating through the corridor, the entire passage was so silent one could hear a heartbeat. If there were anything more awkward than being caught gossiping behind someone else's back, it would likely be realizing that the subject of your disparagement is right behind you, listening intently. Even more uncomfortable was the fact that this individual was the direct superior of your homeroom teacher, a person of considerable influence across the vast Jianghe region. One could hardly blame Shun. He too was contemplating the situation. Nor could one hold Wu Yong accountable. If blame were to be assigned, it would have to rest on the architect of this corridor, who fortuitously designed a corner. Wu Yong silently drew a cross in his mind, hoping that when the inevitable destruction came, it would not be too painful. Shen Yi Ding Tian was the first to break the silence. He appeared unfazed by Wu Yong's prior words. The dungeon's initiation occurred 3 days before Jiangnan No. 1 High School entered the top ranks. Once the students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School ventured into the dungeon, you, as one of them, ascended to the pinnacle of the leaderboard in merely 2 days. I am curious. How did you achieve such a feat? To become number 1 in just 2 days? Wu Yong was momentarily taken aback. He certainly had no knowledge of this. At that time, he was frantically hunting monsters within the dungeon. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from being swept away by Shun Yi's astounding performance. In just 2 days, he had transformed from a novice adventurer into the conqueror of all Jiangdong's participants who had previously engaged in a dungeon, including Sun Ji Tian and himself. Our teacher imparts knowledge exceptionally well, Shun Yi replied, his face betraying no emotion. Yi Ding Tian smirked slightly and nodded. Your vocation as a necromancer makes this achievement no small feat. One might even say it is astonishing. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong's body tensed instantly. Shun Yi lowered his head. Yizong, you flatter me. It is merely a rank of 35, hardly noteworthy. Who stated that your rank is 35? Yi Ding Tian it. But on the leaderboard, I am indeed ranked 35. That rank is fabricated. I manipulated the results, Yi Ding Tian replied calmly. I enlisted the assistance of a certain sorcerer to lock in your contribution value. Only then did Shun Yi lift his gaze towards Yi Ding Tian. But you did not say it that way earlier. The leaderboard is accurate. This was a declaration made by Yi Ding Tian before the eyes of all present. Yi Ding Tian had just revealed a slight smile. I did say that, and it remains true. However, what you see on the leaderboard is not the genuine result. The figures are correct, yet what I presented to you was altered, a mere illusion. Wu Yong was left dumbfounded. Could one truly engage in such a game of words? Yi Ding Tian fixed his gaze upon Shan Yi, as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. After a moment, he spoke slowly. You seem unperturbed by this matter. The results are in. Regardless of the reasons, the situation has reached a conclusion. Shan Yi pondered for a moment. Moreover, I do not place great importance on these matters. Yi Ding Tian raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback by Shan Yi's response. You are indeed quite extraordinary. Most legendary professionals achieve fame at a young age, either by conquering a challenging boss in a particular instance, or by successfully tackling high-difficulty dungeons, or even by achieving invincibility at their level, or by challenging foes beyond their rank. Yet you appear indifferent to all of this. He paused, scrutinizing Shan Yi. As far as I know, your background is rather unique. I am curious, if you do not care about such things, what has captured your interest? Shan Yi was momentarily taken aback. No one had ever posed such a question to him before. He was unsure of Yi Ding Tian's motives for asking, but he understood that he must be honest and follow his heart. Though he could not articulate why, his intuition urged him to adhere to this course. Lowering his head slightly, he contemplated for a long while, myriad thoughts racing through his mind. Friends, comrades, the myriad secrets of this world. Or perhaps the reason why the necromancer he had awakened was entirely different from the necromancers of yore. Finally, he lifted his gaze. It seems you are ready to answer my question. Shan Yi nodded. Strength. Oh. Yi Ding Tian narrowed his eyes. The thing you value most is your strength? This revelation surprised him slightly. I wish to hear your explanation. Quite simple. Shan Yi paused. Whatever I wish to accomplish must be grounded in strength. Without the support of power, all is mere conjecture, an illusion, a fleeting dream. He continued, of course, this is merely my perspective. How you perceive me is your own concern. Shan Yi took a deep breath. However, this is my answer. Yi Ding Tian locked eyes with Shan Yi. What if attaining strength requires a price? That would depend on the nature of the price. Shan Yi replied with a smile. I shall not act against my own conscience. One must, after all, remain true to oneself throughout life. Ha, well said. A robust voice boomed suddenly. Shan Yi and Wu Yong were momentarily startled. Turning around, they beheld an elderly man with white hair standing at the entrance. He was stout, his muscles prominent, and his hair appeared somewhat disheveled, with a beard that seemed to have been neglected for years, looking rather unkempt. Clad in tattered clothing, he emitted no foul odor, though it was difficult to ascertain if he was merely masked by the scent of alcohol that clung to him. The old man looked at Shan Yi and approached, patting him on the shoulder. Young man, you truly resonate with me. In this life, one must naturally aim to grow stronger. Everything else is secondary. Tell me, little leaf, are you not satisfied with such a perfect answer? The old man observed Yi Ding Tian's silence and smirked. You always overthinking since childhood. He casually draped his arm over Yi Ding Tian's shoulder, as if they shared a deep familiarity. Yi Ding Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, Star Elder, how much have you had to drink? Not much, not much. Star Elder chuckled heartily. Liquor is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you become. Yi Ding Tian sighed, seemingly at a loss with Star Elder's antics. Witnessing this exchange, Shan Yi was slightly taken aback. Who is Yi Ding Tian? The head of the Yi family, the supreme leader of the Jiangdong Alliance. Yet, before this elder, he appeared almost like a junior. Who exactly is this Star Elder? Ego, you don't even recognize him? Wu Yong's jaw dropped in astonishment, capable of holding 2 eggs. This is Star Elder, the only blacksmith in Xia who has reached level 80 and above. Finally, Shan Yi recalled, the divine blacksmith of Xia, Star Iron. Chapter 75. A reward? The divine craftsman has arrived. However, gazing at the elderly gentleman before him, who could barely stand upright and was intoxicated in broad daylight, Shan Yi found it impossible to associate him with the illustrious divine craftsman of the great Xia. Yi Ding Tian supported the elderly Xing and turned his gaze toward Shan Yi. You intend to seek out Sun Shoujuan, do you not? Indeed. You need not pursue him any longer, Yi Ding Tian continued. When issues arose with the dungeon, Sun Shoujuan contacted me. The students from Jiangnan know. One high school will be teleported to the Jiangdong General School. This was a decision we reached after discussion. This was meant to be a valuable exchange opportunity for Jiangnan No. 1 High School, But with these complications, the exchange is no longer feasible. Glancing at Shun Yi, Yiding Tian smiled. I understand you have a plethora of questions. You may inquire now. First, Shun Yi scratched his head. What should we do about returning? We initially planned for the Yi family to escort the students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School back after the dungeon concluded. Speaking casually, Yiding Tian's tone seemed considerably more relaxed. However, it is rare for the students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School to visit Jiangdong, and your principal appears to intend for you to remain here for a couple of days. However, you need not concern yourself with the specifics. Shun Yi was taken aback. I will personally arrange your itinerary for the next few days. Shun Yi felt somewhat overwhelmed, but the college entrance examination is just a few days away. The college entrance examination has been canceled. This left even Wu Yong dumbfounded. Canceled? The college entrance examination is one of the most significant events in the Great Xia. Canceled? What about their schooling? Due to the activities of the Celestial Alliance, this year onward, the format of the college entrance examination has changed from a unified examination to independent admissions by each university. Shun Yi soon grasped the implications. In other words, one could choose which school to attend based on their assessments. Why? Wu Yong was filled with confusion. Even if the Celestial Alliance has caused quite a stir, can a college entrance examination just be canceled at will? You underestimate the destructive power of the Celestial Alliance, Yiding Tian remarked coolly. This time, it was thanks to Shun Yi that their objectives were thwarted. What about next time? No matter how vigilant, there will always be opportunities to act within the dungeon. It's unavoidable. The unified examination is too grand target. By shifting to independent admissions for each institution, the associated risks can also be mitigated. This announcement resonated with Shun Yi. It was indeed a clever strategy to minimize risks. However, he had not anticipated the extent of the Celestial Alliance's influence, which had triggered such a significant upheaval. Wu Yong's eyes lit up. Does that mean, Brother Yi, we can team up? Brother Yi, we can form a team. Which school do you wish to attend? I'm open to anything. I'll follow your lead, Brother Yi. Please take me with you. Wu Yong's enthusiasm reminded Shun Yi of a dog that the neighbor's aunt kept. No, that was not the right comparison. How could he entertain such thoughts? The dog is far more adorable than Wu Yong. Yiding Tian observed the complex expressions of the two. Shun Yi decided to disregard Wu Yong, lest he diminish his own dignity. He pondered for a moment and inquired, Mr. Yi, what did you mean when you mentioned that my itinerary would be arranged by you? At this point, Xing Lao stood up abruptly. Have we finally finished dilly-dallying? It's not your turn yet. Xing Lao, Yiding Tian sighed. Before we proceed, I must ask you a question. You may choose to answer or not. The decision lies with you. It is the same question I posed to you earlier. Shun Yi fell silent. Yiding Tian was inquiring about his abilities. Wu Yong immediately tensed up, as if he sensed the implications. Yiding Tian smiled. If that is the case, you may speak freely with me. He produced 2 scrolls, utilizing one immediately. A faint blue barrier instantaneously enveloped those present. I assure you, this matter will remain known only to us. No 5th person will be aware. Yiding Tian produced another scroll. This is a binding oath spell. If violated, the offender will perish on the spot. I don't want to hear it, Xing Lao grumbled, scratching his head, belching and covering his ears while muttering to himself. This kid's abilities must be exceedingly complex. Otherwise, he could not surpass Sun Jitian with mere necromancer skills. I can share, Shun Yi resolved, lifting his gaze to meet Yiding Tian's. I trust that you will keep my secret. A prolonged silence ensued. Then what did you say? The summoned skeleton can evolve? It can even devour and merge? This is utterly outrageous. Xing Lao exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. Shun Yi smirked internally, thinking, didn't you just claim you didn't want to listen? So you merely covered your ears for nothing? Yiding Tian was equally taken aback by Shun Yi's capabilities. Is this truly a necromancer? He murmured. No, perhaps this is what a necromancer should be. Even from a literal standpoint, this skill is undeniably extraordinary. Xing Lao now regarded Shun Yi as if he were a peculiar creature. Having lived over 100 years, I have encountered rarer practitioners than the salt you two have consumed. Yet, I have never seen such an extraordinary individual like you. He cast a glance at Yiding Tian. What say you? Yiding Tian, regaining his composure, inhaled deeply. Since we have sworn an oath, this matter shall remain undisclosed to others. For the sake of caution, they all signed the oath, including Wu Yong. After concluding the oath, Yi Dingtian gazed at Shen Yi, contemplating whether he should employ certain measures, at the very least, to ensure you have ample room for growth until level 50. Perhaps, I ought to regard you as a key individual to be safeguarded. After all, such abilities are exceedingly rare and immensely powerful. However, the choice ultimately rests with you. Hee, little Yi, you remain steadfast in your nature, seeking stability. Xing Lao curled his lip, yet I must caution you. This course of action would stifle his development. Even if this lad consents, I would be the first to disagree. Yi Dingtian was momentarily taken aback, then let out a sigh. Xing Lao's admonition was indeed pertinent. After imparting his wisdom, Xing Lao turned his attention to Shen Yi, his gaze now imbued with fervor, making Shen Yi feel quite uneasy. You young lad. Crafting equipment for a necromancer is a first for me. Crafting equipment? Shen Yi was momentarily bewildered, a hint of confusion on his face. Xing Lao, do you mean? In the dungeon leaderboard, you are undoubtedly the rightful first. Yi Dingtian chuckled softly. Naturally, there must be corresponding rewards to match. Chapter 76, The Ultimate Reward. Wu Yong's round face trembled with excitement as he enthusiastically patted Shen Yi's shoulder. Brother Yi, did you hear? The master craftsman, Elder Xing, is personally crafting equipment for you. Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of joy. There is no need for doubt, my lad. Elder Xing chuckled heartily. I am personally crafting your gear. In all of Daxia, there are fewer than 5 who receive such treatment. However, Elder Xing paused for a moment, but to craft equipment for you alone, even my efforts may not suffice. With that, he turned to Yi Dingtian. Little Yi, I require your assistance in finding someone. Are you suggesting that Lan Yu join you? Yi Dingtian inwitted. Precisely. Elder Xing replied with a gentle smile. Although the Necromancer is quite exceptional, at the core, he is still a mage. With my capabilities alone, I fear what I produce may not meet his standards. Indeed, nothing escapes Elder Xing's keen perception. Yi Dingtian chuckled. You even know when Lan Yu arrives. Lan Yu, who is she? Shen Yi asked. Brother Yi. She is renowned as the Storm Sorceress, famous throughout Daxia. Wu Yong whispered to Shen Yi. Some even say that within a decade, she could become the foremost sorceress in Daxia. Shen Yi pondered for a moment. So, sorcerers can assist in crafting equipment as well? Ah, you are unaware of this. Wu Yong, akin to a walking encyclopedia, promptly elaborated. It is well known that rare professions typically derive from foundational ones. For instance, your necromancer is an offshoot of the mage. The blacksmith, however, is a rarity in its own right, lacking any derived rare professions. While it is common knowledge that blacksmiths can forge exceptional weapons without the aid of a sorcerer, the quality of the equipment they produce may not be particularly high. This is because the crafting process requires enchanting the equipment. Sorcerers can perform such feats? Shen Yi was taken aback. He had only known that sorcerers were akin to mages, but had not realized their capabilities extended further. Not only can they enchant equipment, but they also excel in the creation of magical scrolls. A significant portion of the scrolls circulating in the market, aside from those dropped by dungeon monsters, originates from sorcerers. Shen Yi nodded. I understand now. Elder Xing glanced at Wu Yong. Little one from the Wu family, I did not expect you to possess such familiarity with production professions. Wu Yong scratched his head. My father said that as practitioners, one should have some knowledge of these matters to become powerful. Haha, well said. Elder Xing exclaimed. However, there's one point where your understanding is somewhat lacking. Wu Yong looked puzzled. Which point? Ah, Elder Xing chuckled. You underestimate the blacksmith. Upon reaching level 70, every profession undergoes a transformation. Blacksmiths above level 70 can also enchant equipment to achieve various effects. So, upon hearing this, Wu Yong suddenly recalled a matter and helplessly remarked, Elder Xing, you truly put me in a difficult position. How many blacksmiths of level 70 or above are there in the entire Daxia? Nevertheless, despite his words, I must concede that the methods employed by warlocks in enchantment are indeed diverse. Elder Xing, somewhat contemplative, noted that for ordinary requests, he could manage alone. Yet your profession is rather unique. Without enlisting the assistance of a high-level warlock, I may not be able to fulfill your needs. Shun felt a bit embarrassed. He was not a person driven by greed. Oh, that simply won't do. In this matter, you must be a tad more avaricious. After hearing Shun Yi's words, Elder Shing's expression turned slightly serious. If I am to intervene, I must ensure the creation of the most formidable equipment for you. Otherwise, where I place my old face? Shun Yi was taken aback. He did not expect Elder Shing to express such sentiments. You truly deserve this first place. Yi Dingtian, standing nearby, smiled. The rewards should naturally be the finest. Feel free to make your requests to Elder Shing. I will do my utmost to accommodate them. Elder Shing glanced at Shun Yi and inquired, what level are you currently at? In response, Shun Yi replied, I am at level 16. After successfully vanquishing the Mist Wraith, Shun Yi had accumulated a substantial amount of experience points, especially given that the Skeleton Legion had dealt with numerous beast tides, making this level quite reasonable. Level 16. Nowadays, practitioners level up increasingly swiftly. Elder Shing clicked his tongue and turned to Yi Dingtian. Little Yi, I shall take that phoenix wood from you. Yi Dingtian promptly responded, Elder Shing, feel free to make your demands. I will comply. You are famously wealthy, so I must seize this opportunity to extort you. Elder Shing chuckled, resembling a mischievous old child. However, it is indeed true that Yi Dingtian, as the head of the Yi family and the leader of the Jiangdong Alliance, possesses countless resources. I will make the necessary preparations. You may return for now. Once I am ready, I will seek you out. Understood, Elder Shing. Yi Dingtian glanced at Shun Yi. As a student from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, your accommodations here in Jiangdong will be my responsibility. Upon exiting this door, the first building you see will be your residence. For today, you should rest well. Shun Yi quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Director Yi. He pondered for a moment before adding, Director Yi, regarding Elder Shing crafting equipment for me. Upon hearing this, Yi Dingtian looked towards Elder Shing. Elder Shing waved his hand dismissively. It's entirely up to you. Speak as you wish. Just be mindful of attracting unwanted attention. I have no objections. Shan Yi nodded. I understand. Following Yi Dingtian's guidance, Shun Yi set off to locate the resting quarters of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Brother Yi, what kind of accommodations do you think Director Yi can arrange for us? Wu Yong blinked, pondering whether the generous Mr. Yi was arranging for a luxurious hotel. Shun Yi cast an irritated glance at Wu Yong, remarking that whatever preparations were being made were intended for the students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, and questioned whether he considered himself one of them. Oh my, ego look. Wu Yong completely disregarded Shun Yi's words, extending his hand and pointing ahead. Surely, what Mr. Yi mentioned refers to this building, right? It's magnificent. To Yi Dingtian, this structure seemed merely a standard dormitory. However, to Shun Yi, it appeared nothing short of a hotel. Indeed, the most opulent kind. The entire edifice was constructed from white jade, adorned with exquisite decorations, and even included accompanying sports and training facilities. A massive swimming pool graced the entrance. Such extravagance was truly remarkable. Even Shun Yi found himself awestruck by Yi Dingtian's lavishness. Boss, Wu Yong inhaled deeply, his eyes resolute as he gazed at Shun Yi. I could be a student of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Chapter 77. An unexpected reception in the end. Shun Yi managed to send Wu Yong away. Before departing, Wu Yong cast a glance at Shun Yi that resembled that of a slighted lover. Shun Yi sighed, then stepped into the hotel. The lobby was resplendent yet desolate, with only a few staff members lingering in the corner. Suddenly, a young man emerged. Their eyes met, and Shun Yi froze momentarily before the young man dashed back. Shun Yi had returned. What was happening? Shun Yi found himself in a state of bemusement. He was hardly a ruthless killer to provoke such a reaction. The next moment, the hotel reverberated with the young man's exclamations. Shun Yi is back. Goodness, Shang Yi. Hurry, hurry, go take a look. A cacophony of footsteps echoed as heads popped out from the first, second, and third floors, each pair of curious eyes scrutinizing Shun Yi with fervor. Shun Yi was utterly bewildered. What was going on? He had done nothing to warrant this attention. Shun Yi, you're truly remarkable. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, a necromancer ranked 35th. I can hardly fathom it. It dawned on Shun Yi that the news of his top ranking had not leaked. However, the fact that the weakest profession could achieve 35th place was already extraordinary. Aside from Mu Qingxue, Shun Yi had attained the highest rank, and he was a necromancer. Mu Qingxue was a thunder mage. Her high ranking was expected, but Shun Yi's position must have required immense effort. Absolutely. Shan Yi, you were the pride of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Shun Yi felt somewhat uneasy with such adulation, yet warmth blossomed within him. It was only natural. If it were merely a competition within Jiangnan No. 1 High School, even if Shun Yi had achieved a high score, there would still be dissenters. It is human nature. But this time was different. Outside the confines of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, the students rallied together, united in purpose. In blunt terms, they were standing as one against all. Both Mu Qingxue and Shun Yi had brought honor to their school. Yet, he was not merely 35th overall. A chilling voice sliced through the air, causing a sudden stillness to envelop the hall. Silence reigned. Mu Qingxue stepped forth from the crowd, her gaze fixed intently on Shun Yi. That ranking is erroneous. Shun Yi's position should not be 35th. Shun Yi felt helpless. It seemed Mu Qingxue was still preoccupied with this matter. Two girls exchanged glances, rolling their eyes. It's just Mu Qingxue. What is she so proud of? Don't say that. She's ranked 9th overall. What is wrong with a little pride? She's 9th because she's a thunder mage. Shun Yi is a necromancer. Shun Yi furrowed his brow. Due to the enhancement of his attributes, Shun Yi possessed exceptionally acute hearing, allowing him to overhear the hushed conversation of two female students. He had heard whispers about Mu Qingxue's poor reputation, primarily among the girls, where admiration inevitably breeds jealousy. Furthermore, Mu Qingxue's aloof demeanor often led others to misconstrue her behavior as an act of superiority, while in reality, she struggled with social interactions. Consequently, despite her illustrious reputation, she frequently found herself the subject of unflattering gossip. In contrast, Shun Yi's academic performance surpassed that of Mu Qingxue's, yet he exhibited a gentle disposition. To the students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, he was merely seen as unfortunate, having awakened as a necromancer, which some considered a pity. Presently, as Shun Yi achieved commendable grades, his peers naturally rejoiced on his behalf. He contemplated the situation regarding Mu Qingxue, deciding it could be addressed later. Why? Mu Qingxue furrowed her brow, deeming the matter of great significance and believing it should be widely known. You're not aiming for awareness. You're hoping to incite misunderstanding. Shun Yi found himself at a loss regarding Mu Qingxue's nature. He promptly maneuvered to steer her away, concerned that she might utter something utterly shocking. Where did you go just now? Mu Qingxue pondered. To seek out President Yi? You misunderstood. I was merely attending to some matters, Shun Yi sighed. As for the rankings, I have already resolved that. He briefly recounted his conversation with Yi Ding Tian, omitting several crucial details. After hearing Shun Yi's account, Mu Qingxue's previously frosty demeanor began to thaw. Star Elder personally crafted your equipment, and Senior Lan Yu? Indeed, I have obtained what I desired. Shun Yi replied with a grin. Since you say so, I shall refrain from further comment. Mu Qingxue paused. I merely believe that honor ought to belong to you. It is inconsequential. Shun Yi waved his hand dismissively. Living under a halo can be quite burdensome. You have always been this way, even during examinations. Mu Qingxue pursed her lips. Whenever the rankings are released, you glance at them and depart, as if entirely indifferent to your position. Though she was not inherently competitive, Mu Qingxue found herself silently measuring her worth against Shun Yi's calm demeanor, always placing above her. However, the outcome was not favorable for her. Shun Yi chuckled. I do not place much importance on such matters. What do you value then? Mu Qingxue inquired directly. Shun Yi paused momentarily. This question had also been posed by Yi Ding Tian earlier. After consideration, he provided a similar response. Strength. Mu Qingxue blinked. Wouldn't that be lonely? Shun Yi hesitated, pondering the connection between the two concepts. Is there no correlation? A solitary individual cannot expect to have many companions simply due to a lack of strength. Can they? What I meant. Mu Qingxue intended to clarify that she was not referring to that, but upon seeing Shun Yi's bewildered expression, a surge of irritation welled up within her. Never mind. Let's abandon this topic. Mu Qingxue glanced at Shun Yi and inquired about the recent notice. Are you aware of it? What notice? The one concerning the reform of the college entrance examination. Ah. Shun Yi recalled the words that Director Yi had just spoken to him, not expecting the notice to be issued so swiftly. I heard about it from Wu Yong. Which school are you considering? Shun Yi shook his head, still undecided. Why? Mu Qingxue furrowed her brow. Do you not wish to share? You are slandering me. Shun Yi retorted, I truly have not made up my mind. Then when you do, let me know. A sense of caution arose in Shun Yi. What are you planning? Mu Qingxue opened her mouth, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. You ranked first in this competition, and I am not satisfied. With a light huff, Mu Qingxue declared, I must triumph over you at least once. When the admissions for the academy occur, I will outshine you then. Shun Yi's lips twitched. Are women truly this formidable? Just because she did not excel in the exam, must she insist on overshadowing him? Chapter 78. Forming a Team. All right, I'll let you know once I've made up my mind. With a sigh, Shun Yi inquired, Can I take my leave now? Shun Yi rose from his seat. It was only after his figure had vanished from sight that Mu Qingxue bit down hard on her silver teeth. That thick-headed fool. Shun Yi rarely afforded himself a moment of respite. He opted to clear his mind, indulging in a meticulous bath before reclining upon the soft embrace of his large bed. Knock, knock, knock. He swore he had barely grazed the pillow when he was roused. Shun Yi descended from his bed and opened the door. Brother Yi, Wu Yong, with a mischievous grin, exclaimed, I came to check on you. He strode into the room, his curious gaze roving about. Wow, President Yi truly has an extravagant taste. I've never resided in such luxurious quarters. Without hesitation, Shun Yi delivered a swift kick to Wu Yong's posterior. Enough chatter, what brings you here? Hey. Brother Yi, don't. Wu Yong quickly dodged. I'm just here to seek refuge with you. Get to the point. I genuinely came to seek your assistance. Wu Yong hastily clarified. All the universities have issued notifications regarding the reform of the college entrance examination. Isn't this something we've already been aware of? Shun Yi failed to grasp Wu Yong's implication. Brother Yi, it's evident you're not following. Wu Yong plopped down on the sofa, his expression one of utter enjoyment. After the awakening of our class change, strictly speaking, we have already become prospective graduates. Previously, the college entrance examination posed a restriction, but with its cancellation, the implications for us are monumental. Monumental? Shun Yi paused, pondering the extent. In what way? Formal certification as professionals. Wu Yong's excitement was palpable. Brother Yi, we are not yet formal professionals. We can only obtain official status post-examination, allowing us to enter the dungeons. Now that the examination is abolished, the first to benefit will be the professional qualifications. Is there a significant difference? Shun Yi genuinely lacked understanding of the matter. The difference is vast. Only formal professionals can undertake dungeon challenges and form legitimate professional teams. Now it dawned on Shun Yi. Nodding in acknowledgement, he declared, in that case, let's prioritize this matter. The notion of becoming a formal professional stirred a sense of anticipation within him. Wu Yong had already done his research and promptly guided Shun Yi to the professional hall, where they registered their professions and personal details. Upon seeing Shun Yi's classification as a necromancer, the receptionist's demeanor shifted markedly. Are you certain? This is your chosen profession? We need to verify. I am certain. The receptionist scrutinized Shun Yi's profession before falling silent. Soon after, Shun Yi prepared to register their team. Yet this time, things did not proceed as smoothly. Dear professional, the receptionist glanced at both Shun Yi and Wu Yong. I regret to inform you that you are currently unable to apply for team registration. The minimum requirement for a team is 3 members. Huh? Wu Yong was momentarily taken aback. A minimum of 3? How come I never heard of that? Since neither of you possesses exclusive certification, the requirements for your team are somewhat elevated. The receptionist attempted to elucidate to Shun Yi and his companion that this regulation is often overlooked. As most individuals who register as formal teams hail from esteemed institutions or have already assembled their members. In other words, She had never encountered two practitioners who had yet to graduate from high school attempting to register a team. Furthermore, once a formal team is established, a monthly minimum quota must be fulfilled. Quota? Indeed, an E-rank team is required to complete a black iron-level dungeon once a month, while a D-rank team must tackle a silver-level dungeon, and so forth. A team signifies a legitimate combat organization for practitioners with considerable benefits. Completing specific tasks yields rewards, necessitating certain restrictions. Otherwise, if anyone could register without limitation, chaos would ensue. It seems this regulation was conceived with such considerations in mind. Thus, we shall postpone registration for now. Shun-Yi was unconcerned and intended to focus on his current tasks. However, Wu Yong felt somewhat indignant. Why should it be so? Why couldn't the two of them register? There are even couples doing so. He referred to a practitioner team known as Ice and Fire, consisting of just two members, a married couple, one being a frost mage and the other a flame warrior, which had become somewhat of a legend among practitioners. Two low-level practitioners wishing to register a team? They were barely out of their youth. The man glanced at Wu Yong and Shun-Yi and remarked, "I advise you to return home and suckle a bit longer." Ha ha ha. Beside him were several practitioners who appeared to be part of a team, their gazes towards Shun-Yi and his companion tinged with mockery. The leader, tall and muscular, clearly a knight, had refrained from verbally deriding Shun-Yi and his friend until now. He approached Shun-Yi, saying, "Kid, forming a practitioner team is not as simple as you might think. At the very least, you cannot meet the requirement of having 3 members. How about this? I can assist you by lending you a person to form your team. What do you say? Lending someone?" Shun-Yi furrowed his brow. Is that even an option? However, I'm not offering this for free. 500, how does that sound? Shun-Yi paused. 300 seemed quite reasonable. What I mean by 500 refers to 500 points. Points? Once you register as a team, you unlock the ability to exchange points, which can be directly converted into equipment and consumables or used to post tasks. The man immediately clarified, here, points are far more valuable than money. Of course, some do use money to purchase points, but that can be quite expensive. Shun-Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. How much money can 1 point be exchanged for? 100. What? 100 yuan exchange for a single point? If that's the case, one might as well resort to theft. Wu Yong scoffed. The price you're offering is equivalent to that of a C-grade piece of equipment. The man chuckled, stating that if you possess C-grade gear, it could be considered, but it must be appraised by us. The money would then be recalculated, no refunds for excess, and any shortfall must be compensated. This pricing is certainly not inexpensive. Shun-Yi raised an eyebrow, questioning if he was attempting to extort. My friend, I am merely attempting to assist you. The man exclaimed exuberantly. Have you never participated in a formal dungeon quest? It operates on a per-head basis. A team counts as 1 head, and a lone wolf is also counted as 1. If I lend you a person, my team's entry into the dungeon would then be counted as 2 heads. In dungeon raids, the more participants, the better. Many professionals are quite averse to lone wolves. After all, a lone wolf counts as 1 head, which complicates my need for an additional slot. Thank you, but I must decline. Chapter 79, A Threat. Shun-Yi was not in a hurry to enter the dungeon. He needed to thoroughly digest the items acquired from the novice instance. He glanced over the mechanics of the team system, which could be summarized as advantageous yet cumbersome. Firstly, there were personnel restrictions, requiring a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 10 members. However, few teams opted to gather the full 10, as it tended to be unwieldy and inefficient. Upon joining a team, members shared a unique damage mechanism designed to prevent betrayal from within. Shun-Yi also noted that if any team member failed to meet the necessary criteria, the team would disband. Should one randomly recruit an individual who subsequently withdrew, the team would dissolve on the spot. The cost to apply for a team was a substantial 10,000 coins, or 100 points, a sum Shun-Yi could not afford to overlook. Suddenly, after Shun-Yi had just declined, the man spoke again. My price is already quite reasonable. You won't find a better deal elsewhere. Shun-Yi raised an eyebrow. Is this method common around here? Pretty much, the man chuckled. You can't go wrong by listening to me. Without a team, you'll find it impossible to progress in this place. Shun-Yi shook his head. That does not concern me. While he was indeed interested in forming a team, he was not in a rush to do so. Don't leave just yet. The team members moved in closer, surrounding Shun Yi and his companion. The man's smile had vanished as he regarded Shun Yi. With several people closing in, Shun Yi frowned. Wu Yong appeared uneasy. What do you want? The man's grin turned cold. You would do well to accept my price now. I am only being benevolent. The commotion attracted the attention of numerous professionals within the hall, who turned to observe. Some recognized the man immediately. Isn't that Zhao Yuan? One exclaimed. Looks like Zhao Yuan is at it again. Heh, every time he spots a novice, it's as if he can smell the opportunity, another remarked. This hustle is far more lucrative than mere theft. A little deception can yield 50,000. Those novices have really drawn a short straw. They'll either pay up and get scammed or pay and leave. How dull. Instead of scamming newcomers, why not dive into a dungeon for some profit? It's not as lucrative as this, but I've heard Zhao Yuan's crew even hires people to stake out for novices, swooping in for a quick score. Shun Yi regarded Zhao Yuan and asked, What if I say I have no money? No money? Not an issue. Zhao Yuan smirked slightly. The Professionals Guild allows for credit in exchange for points. As the lowest tier professionals, you have a credit limit of 500 points. 500 points? Shun Yi finally understood why Zhao Yuan had offered that particular figure. It was clearly aimed at novices. Iga, we absolutely cannot agree to this. Wu Yong quickly remarked. I took a glance and noticed that the debts incurred by the guild do bear interest. If we exchange our 500 points, we shall owe even more. That little interest is inconsequential. You will earn it back in the next dungeon run. Zhao Yuan, with a hint of disdain, retorted, Hurry up. I advise you to surrender your points immediately, or else what? Shun Yi chuckled. You certainly cannot resort to violence here in the Adventurer-esque Guild Hall. Can you? At least you possess some wit, Zhao Yuan replied, his smirk deepening. Indeed, I cannot act against you here. However, in other locales, the situation may differ. I could follow you, and there will inevitably arise an opportunity for me to strike, such as in the wilderness. At this point, the threat was unmistakably clear. Shun Yi pondered for a moment and turned his gaze towards the receptionist. Would the Adventurer-esque Guild intervene in such behavior? The receptionist, clearly disapproving of Zhao Yuan's group, could do little to intervene. However, there are certainly places where the Adventurer-esque Guild imposes no restrictions. In the wilderness, they even encourage adventurers to engage in conflict. Shun Yi nodded thoughtfully, realizing the truth in this. Imposing excessive constraints on adventurers would render them akin to toothless tigers, devoid of spirit. That is certainly not a scene anyone wishes to witness. Yet, this very leniency provides ample loopholes for unscrupulous adventurers like Zhao Yuan. Very well. Do as you please, Shun Yi said. Zhao Yuan was taken aback. What did you say? Shun Yi shrugged. In the city, you cannot lay a hand on me. What you choose to do is of no concern to me. I will not relinquish these points. With that, Shun Yi turned and walked away. Shun Yi's decision took Zhao Yuan by surprise. He had encountered many brash individuals, but never one as audacious as this. Despite the apparent level disparity, to disregard them so openly this fellow. Zhao Yuan's expression darkened. Captain, what shall we do? What to do? Naturally, we follow them. Zhao Yuan huffed. If we cannot even intimidate a novice, our team's reputation will be tarnished. Wu Yong turned around and indeed spotted Zhao Yuan and his group stealthily trailing behind them. Iga, they're following us. If they wish to follow, let them. It will not affect us, Shun Yi replied calmly. Are we truly allowing them to trail us? How can we venture into the wilderness or participate in dungeon runs? We are not heading to a dungeon at the moment, Shun Yi pointed out. Wu Yong considered. I could enlist a few higher-level adventurers to issue a warning. I almost forgot. You are a scion of the Wu family, Shun Yi remarked, casting a glance at Wu Yong. If that is the case, why did you not reveal your identity earlier? Upon hearing this, Wu Yong could only manage a bitter smile. Igu, your perspective is rather simplistic. Strictly speaking, I indeed belong to a prominent family. The advantages of such a lineage are manifold, including access to superior resources and a wealth of intelligence. However, this does not render one invincible. If the younger generation merely indulges in exploitation, how can the family legacy endure? In fact, compared to ordinary families, Those of noble descent place even greater emphasis on the training of their offspring. My father once advised me, as long as you live, do not seek refuge at home. It is best not to invoke our family's name, lest I be compelled to discipline you severely. Moreover, times have changed. The Wu family is no longer the unchallenged power in Jiangdong. Shen Yi chuckled lightly. Had I known this, I would not have partnered with you. So, you value my status above all else? Wu Yong's lips twitched slightly. Yige, I never anticipated you to be of this nature. You're free to leave now. Shen Yi replied languidly. I am rather curious. If we were to part ways, who would they follow? Wu Yong's expression froze instantly. Ego, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? Chapter 80. The Mana Recovery Necklace. Shen Yi remained silent, continuing to stroll through the bustling square where adventurers congregated. A D-grade steel longsword, priced affordably, honest and fair. Bulk purchases of recovery potions. Urgently seeking a team of mages at levels 15 to 20. There were vendors, buyers, and those seeking companions, creating a lively atmosphere. It was evident that this was the realm of adventurers. Beside him, Wu Yong sighed, acknowledging the reality that adventurers inevitably engaged in trade and sought companionship. He glanced back to Si Zhao Yuan and others trailing behind them with an air of mockery. Surely, adventurers must exploit newcomers like us? What a cooldiest. I'm not joking. Shen Yi chuckled. I genuinely admire you. Even with your life in jeopardy, you can leisurely wander through this marketplace. They could not intervene. Shen Yi smiled lightly. If they enjoyed following, then let them. Surely, we cannot allow them to trail us indefinitely. They would lose patience eventually. I don't know about their patience. Wu Yong scratched his head, but I'm on the verge of losing mine from their constant following. What is there to be so distressed about? Shen Yi scoffed. You need to cultivate your temperament. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. A mana recovery necklace. D-grade equipment. A mana recovery necklace. Someone was holding it aloft. A crowd quickly gathered around. A mana recovery necklace? Is it genuine? Absolutely. Authentic. The disheveled man, seemingly a mage clad in tattered robes, clutched the necklace tightly. Another individual hastily inquired, is there a class restriction? The vendor chuckled. For mages, items that restore mana, whether skills or scrolls, are exceedingly precious. In essence, it is akin to a second life for a mage. The crowd thinned slightly, only to be replaced by others eager to learn more. How much for this necklace? Clearly, they were intrigued. 100,000. The man's statement elicited gasps from those nearby. 100,000? Why not just rob a bank? Wu exclaimed. With that amount, I could purchase a decent B-grade item. I'm not stopping you from buying it. The man retorted, but my price is quite reasonable. This is equipment that restores mana. How rare is that? Tell me, how many people in this entire market are selling such items? But 100,000 is indeed exorbitant. Earlier, when Zhao Yuan attempted to exploit Shen Yi, he demanded 500 points, which equated to 50,000, enough for a respectable C-grade item. This necklace was merely D-grade. Who could ascertain how much mana it could actually restore? Without addressing the price, someone promptly inquired, what exactly are its effects? The Mana Recovery Necklace, when adorned, enhances the mana recovery speed by 20%. The man's declaration elicited surprise among the crowd. 20%. Certainly not a trifling increase. Is this genuine? A 20% boost in recovery speed, and it's classified as D-grade equipment? Believe it or not, the man's demeanor suggested an indifference to potential buyers. Yet the adventurers were captivated by his proposition. Despite the multitude of inquiries and skepticism, their true aim was to uncover any flaws, thus maximizing their bargaining power. The man shook the necklace in his hand, urging the crowd not to rush into purchases. This necklace won't be sold for less than 100,000. 100,000? Are you jesting? That's exorbitantly priced. He chuckled. I'm simply in need of some points at the moment. 1,000 points? Someone quickly deduced. 1,000 points, starting bid. Auction. With a base price set, bids would be made, and the highest bidder would win. This individual demonstrated shrewdness. Such rare equipment would undoubtedly spark interest. And with an auction format, maximization of profit indeed, Wu Yong thought. This is rather peculiar, remarked Shen Yi beside him. Wu Yong paused, perplexed. Peculiar? Shen Yi gestured toward the auctioneer, noting that despite his tattered appearance, he resembled a wizard. No mage would refuse such equipment, yet he seemed intent on selling it. Did he not mention he was in urgent need of money? Shen Yi glanced at him. If you were in dire need of funds, would you part with your core equipment? Following Shun Yi's gaze, Wu Yong reevaluated the man selling the necklace. He still possessed 2 rings and a staff, yet he chose to sell this necklace. Shun Yi remarked, such a rare item is easy to sell, but acquiring it back is another matter entirely. Indeed, Wu Yong pondered. Yet a greater question loomed in his mind. Why? Just watch. Shun Yi smiled. When circumstances seem amiss, something is amiss. As the man continued speaking, some became impatient. 1,000 points, I'll take it. Hey, don't rush. The man sighed. I would prefer not to incur any fees, but this is the only option I have. However, I must provide an explanation to all of you. What if someone shouts a false bid? This statement roused the crowd. Indeed, in such an informal auction, what if someone calls out a random bid? I have decided to charge 1 point as an entry fee. 1 point? You might as well rob a bank. That's too steep. Someone protested. However, others recalled the entry fees at auction houses and nodded in agreement. True enough, I've been charged 5 points just to enter an auction. In light of this, the man's offer appears rather reasonable. I shall participate. A slender figure adorned with a tall, pointed wizard's hat was the first to step forward. He retrieved a card from his storage space and presented it to the man. The man reciprocated with a card of his own. Thus, the transfer of points was deemed successful. It turns out that professional cards possess this function as well. Shen took out the card handed to him by the receptionist earlier and examined it closely. He had presumed it to be merely decorative, yet harbored significant potential. After completing the transaction, the man promptly extended his hand. I bid 1,000 points. Upon witnessing the initial action, the others could no longer remain passive. I too shall partake in the auction. I'm in. Hurry, process the transfer. 1,020 points. 100 points. Wu Yong's jaw dropped. Were they not all nitpicking moments ago? The bids were exceedingly fierce. He pondered for a moment. Ego, this necklace seems quite important to you, does it not? If you wish, I could bring forth my savings to assist you in acquiring it. However, Shun Yi merely shook his head. Wait and observe closely. Chapter 81, Guild Monopoly. Wu Yong was not mistaken. If Shun Yi could don the mana recovery necklace, it would serve a significant purpose. However, Shun Yi declined. Boss, you needn't concern yourself with this. We are practically inseparable, and this sum is inconsequential. You can keep those trousers for yourself. I have no need for them. Shun Yi retorted. What I mean is, hold on a moment and assess the situation. Wu Yong appeared perplexed. Assess? But that item may soon be gone. Shun Yi cast a glance at him. Since you are so eager to assist me in acquiring it, then go ahead and bid. Really? Wu Yong exclaimed with delight. But I have conditions. Shun Yi whispered a few words into Wu Yong's ear, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Can this actually work? Shan Yi nodded. Just go. 1,200 points. Is there a higher bid? Wu Yong quickly raised his hand. I will use my points. I bid. 1,003. Wu Yong, previously silent, suddenly made a remarkable leap in the bidding. Oh, seeking to purchase gear? Zhao Yuan approached, having lost track of his targets amidst the bustling market. He finally spotted Shun Yi and Wu Yong. Observing Wu Yong's eagerness to place a bid, Zhao Yuan furrowed his brow. Oomph. You have money for equipment, but none for us? Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan stepped forward. I too wish to participate in the auction. 1,005. Wu Yong was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating this challenge. 1,005. Is there anyone else? Wu Yong gritted his teeth. 1,006. Zhao Yuan languidly replied. 1,007. You. Wu Yong's eyes widened. You are merely here to cause trouble. Indeed, I am here to disrupt. What will you do about it? Will you resort to violence? Zhao Yuan buzzed around like a fly, annoying rather than attacking. Wu Yong's face displayed a hint of exasperation as he glanced at Shun Yi. After some contemplation, he declared, I shall withdraw. What? Zhao Yuan, recognizing Wu Yong's affluent appearance, had considered this aspect when planning to press them. Was the wealthy young master truly abandoning the gear he coveted? Zhao Yuan's expression darkened as he turned to the vendor. What is this item? The vendor hurriedly replied. It's a D-grade mana recovery necklace. Despite its rarity, A D-grade item would typically fetch around 1,005 or 1,006 points. The vendor, wary of being left with the item, called out 1,007, 1,800 points. A voice immediately chimed in with a bid. Zhao Yuan sighed in relief. He was not genuinely interested in purchasing. Turning around, however, he realized Shun Yi and Wu Yong had vanished. Have they fled again? Boss, what on earth do you mean? Allow me to place a bid, yet I am restricted to a maximum of 1,700. That scoundrel Zhao Yuan is causing a ruckus. This item is no longer ours. Not comprehending? I do not understand, Wu Yong stated earnestly. If you do not understand, then keep it to yourself and wait for the spectacle to unfold. A spectacle? Wu Yong glanced around, perplexed. What spectacle? Hush. Shun Yi donned an expression of utter refusal to explain, leaving Wu Yong with no choice but to patiently await by his side. The man exchanged cash for goods with the buyer, then meandered aimlessly through the market twice. He then turned into a narrow alley. Not long after, another figure entered. Shun Yi finally spoke. We shall follow. How much did we earn this time? It's decent. We made 34 points. Alas, I've long said, we shouldn't deal in equipment meant for mages. There are few buyers. What will we do? We already sold many of those. Using the same type of equipment again will likely lead to discovery. Discovery what? A sudden voice startled both men, causing them to jump. Who is it? Shanyi, with a smile, looked at the two. I never imagined in this world I would encounter a dog broker. A flicker of panic crossed the man's face as he glared at Shanyi. What did you say? I do not understand. Do not understand? Shanyi Sikit. If I recall correctly, you were the first to place a bid, were you not? One pretended to be a buyer, the other a seller, aiming to attract professionals through the auction of this equipment. If a single professional successfully joins, you would earn a point. That auction lasted merely a few minutes, and you accrued over 30 points. When converted, that's more lucrative than the next dungeon run. Truly, thievery pales in comparison to robbery, and robbery is outdone by deception. What are you talking about? What do you intend to do? A glint of malice flashed in the man's eyes. If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall summon the guards. Then go ahead. Shun Yi replied nonchalantly. Let us see whether the guard arrived first or those who participated in your auction. 1 point may not seem significant, yet for professionals, it is by no means negligible. Should Shun Yi summon those who were deceived, the man's fate would surely be grim. The gaunt man's expression soured. What do we do? We've been discovered. The man took a deep breath, gazing at Shun Yi, forcing a smile. This esteemed professional, you see, I merely wish to earn a little money. There is no need for us to escalate matters, is there? The man seemed resolute. As long as you remain silent, I could sell you that necklace for just 1,000 points. I have some doubts. Shun Yi glanced at the man. In the bustling marketplace, there were indeed many hawkers selling rare equipment, and quite a few resorted to your method. Most of them were averse to the procedures of the auction house, which rendered your approach rather unsurprising. Why engage in such a thankless endeavor? While it may yield some profit in the short term, this line of work is not compensated by the hour and ultimately nets little. Rather than resorting to this, one might as well seek out casual labor. After some contemplation, Wu Yong began to find it perplexing. Even if your levels are not high, a trip to a dungeon, executed with diligence, could surely yield dozens of points. Yet unexpectedly, both men exchanged wry smiles. It was evident that the two of you were outsiders. Dungeons. How could we possibly venture there? Low-level dungeons, even those of lesser difficulty, have been monopolized by several major guilds. To gain entry, one must join a guild. Moreover, upon joining, a portion of one's points must be submitted monthly. For those of us who are not particularly powerful, managing to secure our own sustenance is already a triumph. We simply cannot afford the exorbitant guild fees. Is there truly such a situation? Shun Yi and Wu Yong exchanged glances, both astonished by the revelations reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 82. Sweeping out the door? May I inquire if you two have concluded your discussion? Could you kindly provide a decisive response? The man sighed, feeling unfortunate to have fallen into the clutches of the duo, pleading that they refrain from disclosing this matter, else their modest means of income would vanish. I can sell this necklace to you. Shun Yi was somewhat taken aback. You wish to sell it to me? Indeed, judging by your attire, You resemble a mage. I am willing to part with this equipment for a mere 1,200. The man handed the necklace to Shun E, who accepted it. Spirit necklace of circulation, quality, inherent skill, rapid recovery. The wearer of this equipment experiences a 20 increase in basic mana recovery, setting aside other considerations. This truly was a commendable necklace. Brother E, you should keep it. I have funds. Wu Yong chuckled, recognizing the substantial discount they had just secured. Truly, he had latched onto a worthwhile opportunity. No need, Shun E replied lazily. This necklace is of no use to me. Of no use? The man was momentarily taken aback. Then what do you intend to? Shun E pondered, how many points did you earn just now? The man candidly replied, 34 points. I shall take them all. Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over both men's faces. Wu Yong, too, was momentarily stunned. Boss, this necklace is valuable. 1,200 is quite a deal. Shan Yisimilit Seilieli. What? Do you not wish to part with it? Then I shall inform the professionals. The man's expression shifted to one of distress. No, please. Shun E scanned the two men, pointing at the necklace in the man's hand. You could sell this necklace for 1,600 points. I am merely requesting 34 points from you, yet you are reluctant to comply. This is indeed quite peculiar. Shun E squeezed the necklace in his hand, pondering if it might be counterfeit. No sooner had he spoken than the expressions of the two men changed dramatically. They exchanged glances and produced an object from behind, throwing it to the ground. Run. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted, enveloping Shun E and Wu Yong. Cough, cough, cough. As the dust finally settled, Wu Yong opened his eyes, but the two men had vanished without a trace. They fled. What on earth is happening? Since Shun E had set his sights on those two, every action he had taken had bewildered Wu Yong. Shun E tossed the necklace to Wu Yong. This necklace is a fake. What? Wu Yong examined the necklace in his hands. A fake? He watched in disbelief as the D-grade spirit necklace of circulation transformed into a subpar silver necklace. Wu Yong nearly hurled the necklace away in shock. My goodness, this is absurd. Shun E picked up the necklace from the ground and examined the panel below, his brows furrowing in contemplation. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. Boss, what exactly is going on? Shun E sighed. The rare profession of con artist. Have you not heard of it? I think I've heard of it, but I can't recall any details, Wu Yong admitted, still puzzled. The con artist is an exceedingly rare and unique profession, much like a blacksmith, with no derivative occupations, making it exceptionally scarce. I have only encountered its mention in books. Shun Yi's frown deepened. He had once perused a vast array of materials in a certain field to unravel the mystery of this so-called profession. However, he failed to find the information he sought and unexpectedly stumbled upon this intriguing occupation instead. Who would have thought he would encounter a con artist in Jiangdong? Go. Shun Yi stood lost in thought for a considerable time until Wu Yong, unable to contain his impatience any longer, roused him from his reverie. Go. Does this mean I can't recover my points? Consider it a lesson learned at the cost of your expenditure. I refuse to accept that. Wu Yong protested, feeling aggrieved. I, Wu Yong, known locally as Little Zhou Yu, cannot believe I was deceived. It's unacceptable. And you dare utter such words? Shun Yi scoffed coldly. Are you oblivious to the chaos in Jiangdong? Wu Yong's expression instantly froze, morphing into one of helplessness. Boss, how vast is Jiangdong? If I were to know everything, why would I be here, toiling away? You may be unaware of many things, but surely you know about the guild monopolies they speak of? Wu Yong shook his head again. Shun Yi found his reaction amusing. You claim ignorance. Yet we are both locals? Wu Yong sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging Shun Yi's accurate critique, and chose to feign ignorance. Suddenly, he recalled someone. Boss, I remembered. Although I'm unfamiliar with this place, there is someone who undoubtedly knows. With a mischievous grin, Wu Yong added, Boss, in Jiangdong, I may not wield absolute power, but I'm quite adept at navigating the social landscape. This person will surely be of great use to us. Shall I take you to her? Shun Yi observed Wu Yong's expression and promptly retrieved a business card from his storage space. Rainfall Rose Materials Shop. The contact information and address were clearly inscribed. Are you suggesting we visit Yichinyu? Wu Yong blinked in surprise. This car belongs to Yi Qinyu's material shop, complete with address and contact details. Well, perhaps we should seek out the person you mentioned instead. Shun Yi successfully silenced Wu Yong for an hour, relishing the rare piece. Following the address, the pair arrived at the Rainfall Rose material shop. Greetings, esteemed professionals. How may we assist you today? A well-dressed and courteous shop assistant approached with a polite smile. Shun Yi stated directly, I'm looking for Yi Qinyu. She herself mentioned that this is her material shop. Simply mentioning her name should suffice. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the assistant's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of utter disdain. I'm sorry, but there is no one by the name of Yi Qinyu here. No one? Shun Yi was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had arrived at the wrong location. Yet both the address and name were correct. Sir, if you're not here to make a purchase, I kindly ask you to leave and not disturb our regular business operations. Bang! Shun Yi and Wu Yong were virtually expelled from the material shop. What is going on? Wu Yong's face was a canvas of confusion, looking up in disbelief. We certainly haven't gone to the wrong place. They were indeed in the right location. If they had been mistaken, the receptionist would not have exhibited such a strong emotional reaction. Just then, the door of the shop swung open once more. Wait! A familiar figure appeared before Shun Yi and Wu Yong. Yi Qinyu? Chapter 83. Teaming up with Yi Qinyu in the Rose Material Shop, a meticulously decorated establishment. The deep red hardwood floor harmonizes with the pale pinkish-white walls, while the warm yellow glow of the orange-hued chandelier envelopes the space. Shun Yi and Wu Yong are seated on the sofa, as the apologetic young lady who had previously ushered them out serves them tea. I want hand-ground coffee, Wu Yong exclaims indignantly, unable to comprehend such dismissive treatment of guests. Isn't your service attitude problematic? It's utterly infuriating. Yi Qinyu merely smirks. There is no hand-ground coffee, but I do have 2 bags of instant coffee. Drink it or not, it's up to you. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong obediently lifts his teacup. The tea is fragrant, and its quality is evident upon first sniff. He is not a fool. Yi Qinyu takes a sip and glances at Shun Yi. I apologize for not knowing you were coming. My staff mistook you for someone else. Someone else? Shan Yi asks. Intrigued. Do you have someone you particularly dislike? Indeed. Today, Yi Qinyu is not in battle mode, dressed casually in a soft, cream-colored outer shirt paired with a gently pleated halfling skirt adorned with a delicate light pink bow at her neck, her hair styled elegantly. She twirls a lock of hair and forces a smile. My family has arranged a marriage for me without my consent. They even disclosed this shop's location without my approval. Ever since I returned, that person has been visiting me every few days. If it were you, I would kick him out. Shun Yi responds calmly. Yi Qinyu bursts into laughter, often wondering if Shun Yi is intentionally absurd, always speaking in such a serious yet nonsensical manner. Enough small talk. Your esteemed presence surely indicates you have matters to discuss with me? Shun Yi nods. I have yet to process the materials I acquired in the dungeon. This is my forte, Yi Qinyu replies, donning her glasses and producing paper and a pen, transforming into a diligent scribe. What do you wish to sell? Shun Yi extends his hand, revealing a haphazard collection of spoils from his storage space. The sheer volume startles the nearby young lady, who has never witnessed someone so readily presenting such a plethora of loot. Just this. Please estimate a price, he states. Even though Yi Qinyu is aware of Shun Yi's prowess in the dungeon, the sight of such an abundance of treasures leaves her astounded. Wu Yong also produces a handful of items, laying them out on the table, attempting to arrange them in a spacious manner. Yet they pale in comparison to Shun Yi's impressive display. To acquire this much loot in a novice dungeon, you are the first, Yi Qinyu remarks, calculating as she toys with her fingers. Do you usually handle the accounting yourself? Not really. I'm just idle today, so I thought I would take a crack at it. Not a professional. Shun Yi glances at Yi Qinyu. Then please ensure you don't shortchange me. At this moment, the receptionist beside them couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Yi Qinyu, infuriated, felt her hands tremble slightly. Shun Yi had a peculiar charm. When he spoke earnestly, everyone instinctively trusted him. Yet at times, his words could truly infuriate. Shun Yi, are you not excessively obsessed with money? How can this be termed as greed? Shun Yi cleared his throat, asserting, this is all my hard-earned income. Don't miscalculate it. you capitalists. You. Yi Qinyu slammed the account book onto the table before Shen Yi. A total of 2,460 points. Let us just round it up to 2,005. The records are here. If you don't believe me, do the calculations yourself. Shen Yi's haul from this instance was indeed bountiful. Excluding the worthless weapons that didn't team meet any classification, he had 4 pieces of loot from the boss level alone. Shen Yi truly began to tally the figures. As Yi Qinyu's expression grew increasingly grim, Wu Yong swiftly snatched the account book from Shen Yi's hands. Boss, is it really necessary for you to worry about such trivial matters? Allow me to handle it. Yi Qinyu took a deep breath and sipped her tea. Did you come out today solely for this purpose? Shen Yi pondered for a moment, then added, There's also the formal registration of professionals and team registration. I even spotted some interesting things along the way. Team registration? Yi Qinyu's eyes widened in surprise as she pressed for more information. Have you already registered a team? Who is in it? Not yet. They mentioned that at least 3 people are required for team registration. What about Mu Qingxue? Her? Shen Yi was baffled. I'm not sure. Yi Qinyu clarified, I meant, has she not registered a team? In truth, only Wu Yong had immediately grasped the necessity of registering professionals and forming teams after hearing the news about the college entrance exam reform. The school would gradually convey such information thereafter. The original process was for the school to handle collective registrations for unified participation in the exams. However, following the reform, the responsibility fell entirely to the professionals to carve out their own paths. Understanding dawned on Shen Yi. I see. Ye Vianyu Naruit Herius. Inexplicably feeling a sense of secret delight within. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Do you know why the school hasn't issued such a notification? Shen Yi shook his head, admitting he hadn't considered this aspect. Yi Qinyu continued, because even if one wishes to apply to the same school, it's quite challenging to assemble a standard team configuration. Moreover, with so many schools, forming an ideal team becomes even more complicated. Shen Yi suddenly comprehended. I understand now. For instance, if A intended to enroll in school A and wanted to team up with B, but B was aiming for school B instead. Simultaneously, C, who also wished to apply to school A alongside A, might not possess the requisite profession to team up with A. That indeed posed a significant inconvenience. If that's the case, wouldn't the self-recruitment process turn into a solitary endeavor? Shen Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating the academy's stance. Encouraging professionals to go solo? That is not the case. Yi Qinyu chuckled softly. When they issued this notification, they likely anticipated such a scenario. It is precisely for this reason that various schools refrained from informing professionals about registration. The intent was to allow students from far and wide, who are vying for the same institution, to spontaneously form teams on the eve of examinations. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes. This presents a considerable challenge for professionals aspiring to join the academy. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If professionals have already registered their teams, they would gain an advantage over others. Yi Qinyu interjected, the examination has, in fact, already commenced. Those who are more astute and contemplative will secure greater advantages during the assessment. Shen Yi, why don't we form a team? Shen Yi and Wu Yong, who was nearby busily calculating, were both taken aback, staring in astonishment. Chapter 84. Wealthy matriarch. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yi inquired, do you know which school I intend to apply to? He then noticed Wu Yong regarding him with a rather perplexed expression. Brother Yi, splendid, remarkable. Your words exhibit true depth. Wu Yong exclaimed, astonished. The bluntness of Yi Qinyu was even more direct than he had anticipated. Yet he was taken aback that Shen Yi's focus lay on such trivialities. Truly astonishing. Yi Qinyu inhaled deeply 3 times, managing to quell the urge to strike Shen Yi. I surmise you have yet to finalize your decision. Am I correct? Indeed, Shen Yi had not determined which institution to attend. One might say he was entirely unfamiliar with the options. What about Hucking University? Yi Qinyu suggested with a smile. Hucking University is undoubtedly the pinnacle of universities in Daxia, having produced numerous legendary professionals. Moreover, it is renowned for its extensive research on rare professions. As a necromancer, you would face no obstacles in attending Hucking. Hucking, Shen Yi pondered, realizing that Yi Qianyu's assertions held merit. Then let it be Hucking. Ah, my leader, I must say, selecting Hucking is an excellent choice. Throughout Daxia, no institution boasts better resources than Hucking. Our team's foundation lies within Hucking University, and the future is positively radiant. Wu Yong declared. Have the accounts been reconciled? Indeed, Wu Yong replied promptly. Everything matches up. Thus, Shen Yi and Yi Qianyu concluded their transaction. Yi Qianyu cast a glance at the miraculous physician and smiled. At this moment, you have indeed acquired a modest fortune. Since you seem unfamiliar with this area, allow me to accompany you on a tour. Shen Yi considered this and nodded in agreement. Then I would be grateful for your guidance. Wu Yong silently commended Yi Qianyu, having realized that dealing with Shen Yi required her unique approach. Typically, Yi Qianyu managed the store effortlessly. The trio exited the Rainfall Rose material shop, only to encounter Zhao Yuan and his entourage. Young man, we meet again. Zhao Yuan sneered. Ink, Shangyi. You have proven quite elusive. Just moments ago, you claimed to be broke, having visited the material shop. I presume you are now flush with cash. Yi Qianyu blinked, questioning, and who might he be? A shakedown artist, she deduced. I see. Yi Qianyu showed no trepidation towards Zhao Yuan's group, assessing them with a disdainful glance. How amusing that the Angry Horn Guild has taken an interest in you. Indeed, the members of the Angry Horn Guild bore unmistakable expressions of disdain. She instantly recognized the insignia emblazoned on Zhao Yuan and his comrades. The intertwining symbols of the gale and the horn, distinctly marking them as members of the Angry Horn Guild. Upon joining a guild, most require professionals to wear the guild's emblem, serving both to amplify influence and to facilitate identification. Certainly, professionals affiliated with powerful unions are quite content to do so. For instance, Zhao Yuan, adorned with the insignia of the Angry Horn Union, exerts his influence throughout the city. His demeanor is reminiscent of one who wields power through the facade of another. What did you say? Zhao Yuan retorted angrily. You dare to repeat that, you wretched woman? Yi Qianyu, her brows furrowed and her tongue lightly biting her lip, sternly commanded leave. This is the city. It is not your Angry Horn Union's place to impose your will here. Zhao Yuan intended to exploit the new arrival, Shen Yi, yet he found himself repeatedly outmatched, much to the delight of onlookers who thrived on the spectacle. He felt an urgent need to reclaim his dignity from Shen Yi. Otherwise, his standing in the city would be compromised. Yet, to his astonishment, Shen Yi's companions proved to be equally formidable. Zhao it's her. A diminutive man nearby seemed to recognize Yi Qianyu, his expression shifting dramatically as he leaned in to whisper. She is the Yi Qianyu, the fiancée of our guild leader. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's expression transformed completely. His gaze towards Yi Qianyu altered as well, as he realized this striking woman was indeed the leader's betrothed. Ye Vianyu inhalit deeply. Possessing keen hearing, she caught the diminutive man's words, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her features. Close your mouth, she snapped, her teeth clenched as she resisted the implications of his remark. It is Miss Yi. The man rubbed his hands nervously, a sickly smile plastered on his face. I was blind to your greatness and failed to recognize you. Zhao Yuan promptly delivered a smack to the man's head. What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see that Miss Yi is displeased? Then, turning back to Yi Qianyu with exaggerated obsequiousness, he said, Miss Yi, please, command me. I will assist you in any way I can. Unnijisari, ye vianyu ripliet koldi. Immediately, disappear from my sight. Yes, certainly. Zhao Yuan nodded and bowed, resembling a servile dog. He then cast a glance at Shen Yi beside Yi Qianyu. And this gentleman is... Leave? Zhao Yuan and his entourage departed hastily. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. Am I once again shielding you? This time, it is I who bears the brunt of your misfortune. Yi Qianyu's demeanor was less composed than before, visibly irked. Wu Yong scratched his head. We had no idea they were members of the Angry Horn Union. May I ask, what about the union leader? Do you even need to ask? Wu Yong quickly silenced himself, realizing that sometimes it is wiser to remain silent. If I may interject, how do you intend to handle this situation? Shang Yi inwaited, glancing at Yi Qianyu, contemplating the familial arrangements behind it, believing there must be some rationale. Rationale? Ye vianyu sneeded repeatedly. Questioning the rationale behind marrying someone she was entirely unfamiliar with, someone she had never even met. The essence of her fury lay in the disruption of her original plans, as she was forcefully thrust into arrangements she utterly detested. The Yi family was poised to join forces with the Jiangdong Martial Arts School, which meant she had no choice but to enroll there. The Yi family even summoned several formidable professionals to form a team with Yi Qinyu. She had always despised being treated like a puppet, which was why she secretly opened this material shop, determined to extricate herself from the Yi family's control. However, to her dismay, the Yi family had intervened nonetheless. Shun Yi sighed, acknowledging, "But you must confront the situation." Yi Qinyu chuckled, retorting, "Of course I have a plan. As long as I team up with you and gain admission to Hucking University, they won't be able to do anything to me." She added, "So you still see me as a shield?" First, it was Mu Qinxue, then the Yi family. "I have serious doubts about the magnitude of enemies you might attract next." Yi Qinyu brought her thumb and forefinger together, making a decisive gesture towards her mouth, asserting, "I am wealthy." Chapter 85. We are a team. Shun Yi promptly sealed his lips. As long as there were benefits, he would partake. If not, he would abstain. Yet, should there be an advantage, Shun Yi would dare to confront even the Yi family. Of course, this does not imply that Shun Yi could truly contend with the Yi family. Moreover, the essence of this matter was not about Shun Yi opposing them. Rather, it was Yi Qinyu who had a falling out with her family, and Shun Yi was merely caught in the crossfire. Wu Yong now held Yi Qinyu in the highest regard. To deal with someone as obtuse as Shun Yi, one must employ drastic measures. "Do you have any direction now?" Yi Qinyu pondered, considering aspects such as enhancement types and equipment preferences. "Perhaps mana restoration," she suggested. This was Shun Yi's foremost requirement. Only with sufficient mana recovery could he summon his skeletal legion. On one hand, Shun Yi needed to utilize corpse manipulation to transform formidable monsters into his immediate combat forces. On the other hand, he had to intermittently invoke undead summoning to expand his skeletal army. With the Goblin Summoner's Necklace and Unity Ring, Shun Yi could significantly strengthen his attributes simply through sheer numbers. Thus, the three primary attributes of strength, agility, and magic were not his immediate concern. As for mana restoration, Yi Qinyu mused for a moment. This indeed poses some challenges. What about bulk equipment? Shun Yi inquired further. "You know my skill, the Skeletal Legion. I require a substantial amount of gear. Skeletons devoid of armor possess vastly different combat capabilities compared to those fully equipped. If I could arm each skeleton to the teeth, my combat strength would ascend several tiers. That would require a considerable sum of money." Yi Qinyu replied, somewhat troubled. "You do not intend to fully equip your entire Skeletal Legion, do you?" "If possible," Shun Yi began, but Yi Qinyu interrupted. "Forget it. That is highly improbable. The expenses would be exorbitant and not worth the investment." Shun Yi paused, puzzled. "Why not? Setting aside how many sets of equipment you would need, do you understand how the equipment available on the market is sourced?" Yi Qinyu asked. "Crafting and dungeon drops," Shun Yi answered. "Precisely. Ye vianyu nodded. Moreover, a significant portion of it actually comes from dungeon drops." This revelation surprised Shun Yi. "I recall that the leveling of the blacksmith profession relies on crafting equipment, correct?" "Indeed, you are correct, but do not assume that this implies blacksmiths produce a large quantity," Wu Yong interjected. "The success rate of a blacksmith crafting is not 100%, resulting in a considerable amount of waste material, which serves as the precursor to standard equipment. Furthermore, the equipment crafted from waste material does not contribute to ratings, not even qualifying as the lowest grade equipment. Blacksmiths depend on collecting materials and monster loot to craft equipment, which they then sell to procure more monster loot, perpetuating a cyclical process. The yield of products crafted by blacksmiths is notoriously low, particularly when attempting to forge higher-tier equipment, where the success rate diminishes even further. Only those blacksmiths of considerable skill can achieve a high success rate. For instance, even a master craftsman like Xing Lao only attains a 50% success rate for crafting A-grade equipment. Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. surprised at such a low figure. Did you think that leveling up in production professions was a simple endeavor? Yi Qinyu sighed, noting that many in production roles often venture into dungeons to engage in combat to enhance their levels. Understanding dawned upon Shun Yi as he envisioned the once impressive sight of 3,000 skeletal riders clad in heavy armor and wielding steel lances. Now, a mere fantasy. Yet, it was not entirely unfeasible. At the very least, he could purchase some heavy armor to fully equip a handful of skeletons. Wu Yong elaborated on this point. I see. Shun Yi inhaled deeply. If reality was as he suspected, he indeed needed to explore alternative strategies, such as shifting his training approach to assemble a select group of elite fighters from successfully promoted skeletons, while relegating the remaining ordinary skeletons to his necromantic space, serving merely as tools for enhancing his attributes or as a reserve army. Suddenly, a thought struck Shun Yi. He slapped his forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten this? What is on your mind? Wu Yong inquired. As Shun Yi grinned, I have a blacksmith. Huh? Wu Yong was momentarily taken aback. But once the realization set in, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Oh, what the hell? The commotion startled Yi Qinyu, who looked at them in confusion. What is wrong with you two? Shun Yi had nearly forgotten about his blacksmith amidst the expansion of his skeletal army. He indeed possessed a blacksmith. Given this, why not upgrade his skeletal blacksmith to craft equipment for him? This would create a perfect closed loop. Moreover, upgrading a skeletal blacksmith was considerably easier than that of a regular blacksmith. It required no extensive spoils or materials. He merely needed to allow the skeletal blacksmith to continuously devour and evolve. Once the skeletal blacksmith's level increased, he could forge equipment with high-level spoils. A one-man army. Truly worthy of brother. Wu Yong evidently grasped this notion as well, his gaze towards Shun Yi now filled with awe. This is not merely a one-man army. It's akin to a one-man nation. You two better explain yourselves before I become upset. Yi Qinyu interjected, her brows furrowing slightly. Well, Wu Yong scratched his head. I genuinely can't divulge that. Huh? Yi Qinyu was puzzled. Why not? This pertains to Brother Yi's core skills. I cannot disclose it, Wu Yong replied. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinyu felt a tinge of disappointment. She needed to know. Shun Yi calmly stated. She possesses experience in the trade of materials and is more familiar with this place than you are. As we shall be teammates henceforth, this matter will inevitably come to her attention. With that, Shun Yi turned his gaze towards Yi Qinyu. To be candid, my skeleton has the profession of a blacksmith. Je viens you bilinquet in surprise. Wu Yong, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Sister Qinyu, are you not astonished? I certainly am. Yi Qinyu's eyes crinkled into a smile, sparkling with intrigue. Indeed, Shun Yi's revelation was quite astonishing, yet her thoughts were not fixated on it at this moment. Shun Yi, did you just say we will be teammates? Indeed. You agree to let me join the team? This is what we previously discussed. Very well then. Wu Yong was utterly astonished. This young lady from the Yi family audaciously dared to openly defy her own clan. Such a feat would be beyond his own capabilities. In Shun Yi's presence, with just a single remark, he could render Yi Qinyu utterly flustered. Chapter 86. The heavy machine gun worth 2,500 points ultimately. Shun Yi resolved to set aside the matter of the blacksmith and meander through the marketplace instead. On one hand, he found it inconvenient to delve into the intricacies of the skeletal blacksmith. On the other hand, there existed a far superior alternative. Elder Xing. With a master craftsman like Elder Xing in the vicinity, there was no need for Shun Yi to labor in solitude. Even throughout the vast realm of the Xia, the number of practitioners equipped with mana recovery gear was exceedingly scarce. Yi Qinyu sighed, noting that aside from a few renowned pieces of equipment, the remainder was either burdened with excessively stringent level requirements or bore detrimental effects. Detrimental effects? Shun Yi was taken aback. As if he had stumbled upon a new continent, equipment could indeed possess adverse effects. Naturally, such was the case. Yi Qinyu cast a glance at Shun Yi, remarking that his understanding was yet superficial. As they progressed further, he would come to realize that a piece of gear which appeared exceptional might actually harbor negative consequences that were far more troublesome. For instance, Ye Vianyu pondered it. What do you think of an item that doubles mana recovery? That sounds quite remarkable. But what if its negative effect was that your skill consumption quadruples? Wu Yong was momentarily stunned. That seemed rather impractical, didn't it? Precisely. Yi Qinyu sighed. For this reason, many high-level pieces of equipment might become unusable. Shen Yi considered. What if one donned the gear and then removed it? Generally speaking, this would not suffice. The mana restored while under the effects of the equipment would still be subject to its adverse effects. In other words, the mana replenished would inherently belong to the equipment, and naturally, it would carry the associated negative consequences. Shen Yi looked disappointed. Could it truly be so? Wu Yong, on the other hand, wore a mischievous grin, teasing boss. You seem to have a penchant for exploiting loopholes. It was evident that Wu Yong had received another playful kick from Shen Yi. The trio continued to explore the marketplace, yet they found nothing particularly useful. Yi Qinyu had evidently assembled the gear she desired, a suit of light armor, a colossal sword, and a C-grade shield-bearing gauntlet for her arms, an arrangement quite sensible for a paladin, a class characterized by both strength and agility. As for Wu Yong, what do you think of this gun? Wu Yong hefted the heavy firearm, exuding a newfound air of authority. Are you intending to adopt the heavy artillery specialist path? Wu Yong chuckled. How impressive. The heavy artillery specialist wielded a heavy machine gun, capable of delivering an immense barrage of firepower in a short span. However, the drawbacks were apparent. Diminished mobility, and without support, one could easily find themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle. Yet, it was not without merit. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. His skeletal legion was never short on manpower. If necessary, he could deploy a skeletal magic swordsman to escort Wu Yong. Shen Yi did not delude himself into believing he could traverse dungeons with impunity. Ultimately, he rampaged through the novice dungeon, relying solely on the unifying power bestowed by his skeleton legion. Presently, aside from Shen Yi himself, what his skeleton army sorely lacked was high-end combat strength, albeit at a somewhat exorbitant cost. Wu Yong cast a glance at the C-grade heavy machine gun, priced at 1,500 points, and it did not even offer unlimited ammunition. Never mind. Shen Yi shook his head. If the weapon were priced at 1,000 points, it would be worth considering. But 1,005. He was skeptical about its value unless it provided infinite bullets. Esteemed customer, you all seem rather unfamiliar, the vendor chuckled, clearly having overheard Shen Yi's discussion with others. This gun at 1,005 is undoubtedly a bargain. Despite lacking unlimited ammunition, its destructive power is absolutely top tier. With this weapon, not even bronze-level dungeons can hold a candle to you. You would stride through silver-level ones with ease. Yi Qinyu scoffed. The hype is impressive, but without unlimited bullets, it presents a significant flaw. For a gunsmith, frequently changing ammunition during battle translates to possessing numerous fatal vulnerabilities. Typically, gunsmiths opt for gear with unlimited ammunition unless they wield weapons that deliver singular, high-burst damage. Not at all, not at all. The vendor shook his head. While this gun may not possess unlimited ammunition, it boasts a skill that rivals such capabilities. Mana recharge. Is that for real? Wu Yong leapt up. Mana recharge? Can a C-grade gun have such a skill? Naturally, it did not exist on the firearm itself. However, the magazine had it. The vendor then produced a hefty magazine. Here you go. Wu Yong took the magazine. Dragonfire Heavy Machine Gun Magazine. Quality. C. Inherent skill. Mana recharge. Consume mana to rapidly reload the magazine. I'll take this. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yong made his decision. That'll be 2,500 points. Thank you for your patronage. Wu Yong paused. 2,005? Didn't you just say it was 1,005? 1,005 is for the gun. The magazine is sold separately. Is that really how you do business? Wu Yong's eyes widened. You might as well go rob someone. 2,500 points is no small amount. In Shen Yi's next dungeon run, the monsters they faced would be nearly 20 times the strength of others. For someone else to earn that much in a single run, they would need to participate in 20 dungeons. Well, if you don't want it, you don't have to buy it. The vendor smirked, attempting to reclaim the magazine from Wu Yong's grasp. Wu Yong, feeling the pinch, relented. Fine. 2,005 it is, even though he had a small fortune. Spending 250,000 points in one go nearly depleted his savings. Yi Qinyu, we are teammates now. If a teammate is low on funds, you must be generous. Wu Yong looked at the only wealthy member of the group with a beseeching gaze. Yi Qinyu swiftly extended her hand, saying, "Do not attempt to be overly familiar with me. Team members are team members, and money is money. Even if you request funds from me, I can only lend you some. Lending is acceptable, with a 3% interest." Wu Yong's lips twitched in response. "Must you be so harsh?" Yi Qinyu chuckled softly. "Even brothers must keep accounts clear. We are merely comrades in a small team. I'm not your mother." After pondering for a moment, Wu Yong took a deep breath, seemingly making a significant decision. "You may be." Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted him. "Let us go, ignore that fool." Yi Qinyu dusted off her trousers. Shen Yi glanced at Wu Yong. "Wu Yong, stop pretending to be foolish. Get up." Wu Yong immediately sprang to his feet. "Boss, did you call for me?" With a charge magazine and a heavy machine gun, the total should not exceed 1,500. "You are not a fool. How could you possibly fall into such an obvious trap?" Shen Yi smiled. "Now, what exactly transpired? Speak." Hearing this, Wu Yong chuckled, realizing that nothing could escape EGE's keen insight. Chapter 87. The next instance, silver level. The seller was evidently not a gunsmith. Otherwise, this weapon could have fetched at least 4,000 points. Wu Yong chuckled, as this pertained to a core skill of the gunsmith, bullet enchantment. What is so special about bullet enchantment? Yi Qinyu pondered. Is this skill particularly noteworthy? The gunsmith can utilize mana to alter the attributes of bullets upon firing. While this skill is not extraordinary on its own, when paired with a charge magazine, it becomes quite remarkable. Wu Yong cleared his throat. For instance, if I use a handgun to fire a fire tribute bullet, I would need to reapply bullet enchantment for each subsequent shot. However, if this skill is used with a charge magazine, I could unleash an entire magazine of fire attribute bullets. Yi Qinyu was astonished. That's incredible. If he sold you this item, wouldn't he be at a loss? Having received 2,500 points, it's not a loss, at most. He has learned a lesson. Wu Yong grinned, and moreover, this piece of information is worth at least 10,000 points among gunsmiths. Can you blame me for that? Shen Yi contemplated. So you mean to say that not many gunsmiths are aware of this information? How did you come to know? It was discovered by a top-tier gunsmith from Daxia. I merely have my channels. Wu Yong smiled mysteriously. Although this news is groundbreaking, within a week, all gunsmiths in Daxia will be aware of it. I merely got a head start. I didn't expect to encounter one today. Lucky me indeed. What about this one? A 5-point increase in spell power? That is not particularly impressive, but it is aesthetically pleasing. Shen Yi retorted, "Does beauty satisfy hunger?" He realized then that he should have had Yi Qinyu accompany him to select equipment rather than muddling through alone. Yi Qinyu selected rings without regard for attributes or skills, simply focusing on their appearance. Shen Yi, how about this one? This, you're only considering its looks? It truly is a beautifully crafted ring. A delicate golden hue adorned with a red crystal on the front. I'm not. Yi Qinyu shot Shen Yi a glance. Its inherent skill is indeed exceptional. Ring of Thorns, quality, C. Inherent skill, Thorn Entanglement. Using one's own summoned entity as a medium to envelop it in thorns, enhancing defense and providing counter damage. With no limit on the number of units. Shen Yi merely glanced at it before shaking his head. Not suitable. While it appears quite appealing, it consumes mana. 5 points for each unit. With a multitude of my skeleton army, my mana is precious and should not be expended on such a meager skill. Don't touch it if you're not buying. A familiar voice reached his ears. Shen Yi immediately turned to face the seller. Is it you? He reached out and grasped the seller's arm directly. What are you doing? It's you? Shen Yi's words carried a hint of surprise. The seller, however, was clearly in a state of panic. He never anticipated encountering Shen Yi here again. Indeed, it is you. I never expected our fates to intertwine so closely. Shen Yi beamed. We haven't finished discussing the last matter. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The seller of the ring was, rather shockingly, the very individual who had deceived Wu Yong out of point previously. Wu Yong approached as well. You rascal. Your smoke nearly choked me last time. What are you up to? I called for help. I've summoned the guards. The man was evidently flustered, unable to meet Shen Yi's gaze. Go ahead and call. Shen Yi replied languidly. Do it now. The man opened his mouth, yet words caught in his throat. He understood that if he escalated the situation, he would ultimately be the one to suffer. I'm not here to drag you to the Adventurers Guild, so why are you avoiding me? Well, cough, cough. The man appeared somewhat helpless. The 34 points we discussed last time, I can transfer them to you right now. I don't want the points. You don't want the points? The man was taken aback. Then what do you want from me? I have a matter to discuss. Shun Yi smiled. I wish to inquire about a certain piece of equipment. How did you create it? The man blinked, immediately feigning ignorance. What equipment are you referring to? This one. Wu Yong brandished the wand that had transformed into a blank item. Waving it before the man's eyes, I witnessed it change from a D-grade item to a blank. The man's eyes widened. I truly have no idea. Shun Yi narrowed his eyes. Perhaps I can help jog your memory, for instance. Shun Yi pointed at the ring that Yi Qinyu had taken a liking to. This item, if it leaves your designated area, will instantly revert to a blank item. If I were to disclose such information, what do you think would be your fate? I haven't done anything. The man quickly denied. All these items are clean. I have not tampered with them. Oh, forget it. Despite the man's repeated attempts to break free, Shun Yi's grip was as unyielding as forged steel. No matter how he struggled, Shun Yi remained steadfast. The man eventually relented. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Shun Yi smiled. I can forego your points, and I want to disclose your situation. However, I am quite intrigued by the trickster. Trickster. Upon hearing this profession, the man trembled slightly, nearly revealing his true self. Yi Qinyu, standing nearby, reacted even more strongly than he did. You are a trickster? Yi Qinyu scrutinized the man with curiosity. I have only encountered such individuals in books. I never anticipated meeting one today. The man was momentarily stunned. Why, you are the young lady of the Yi family? I have a name. I am Yi Qinyu. Ah, Monsieur. The man quickly nodded. Miss Yi. Shun Yi sighed and subtly gestured to Yi Qinyu. She immediately understood, presenting her business card that read Raindrop, Rose Material Store. Shun Yi glanced at the man, assuring him, there is no need for you to feel anxious. I am genuinely interested in you. Whenever you have the time, feel free to seek me out. After saying this, he even transferred 50 points to the man. The man appeared bewildered, asking why. Why? Shun Yi responded with a smile. I have already expressed my fascination with fraudsters. If you can pique my interest further, I am willing to compensate you. Wu Yong, perplexed, interjected, Brother Yi, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? I cannot comprehend your intentions. He has deceived us once, and now you wish to befriend him? Moreover, you even transferred him 50 points? Shun Yi reassured him, I have my own plans for this matter. You need not dwell on it further. Turning to both of them, he continued, now that we have finished our exploration, I would like to discuss our team's next course of action. For the upcoming quest, I intend to venture into a Silver Tier dungeon. Yi Qinyu paused in astonishment. Silver Tier? Are you certain? Chapter 88. Registration. The Purgatory Squad. With a nod, Shun Yi acknowledged the necessity for his skeletal legion to evolve, which required confronting monsters of a higher caliber. In this realm, professionals ascend in tiers every 10 levels, and dungeons follow a similar pattern. This phenomenon creates a peculiar situation. Upon entering a new stage, adventurers often struggle initially with dungeons, but after advancing 5 levels, the monsters' levels tend to fall below their own. Some might argue that an adventurer's progression is essentially tiered every 5 levels. Prior to reaching level 5, they endure arduous battles to level up, but post-level 5, the dungeons seem to ease in difficulty. At this juncture, the focus shifts towards upgrading gear and weapons. Persisting in bronze-level dungeons would merely equate to bullying the weak, a result Shun Yi did not desire. At level 16, I wish to challenge silver-level dungeons. I wonder if I might be the first among our cohort. Yi Qinyu mused with a sly smile. Wu Yong scratched his head. Boss, do you think that's too ambitious? Silver-level dungeons have monsters averaging 5 to 6 levels above us. Shun Yi chuckled. Are you afraid? Of course. I mean, not at all. Wu Yong pounded his chest, his flesh quivering. I'm already level 15. What SA silver dungeon to me? Turning to Yi Qinyu, Shun Yi inquired, what level are you? I'm also level 15. In fact, we could attempt to challenge a silver-level dungeon. Yi Qinyu contemplated. With Shun Yi's skeletal legion, our survival capabilities would significantly enhance, making it feasible to try a silver dungeon. Yet, it may not be a smooth endeavor. Indeed, Shunny nodded, but worry not. Should danger arise, I will ensure your safe retreat. I'm not referring to the challenges within the dungeon. Yi Qinyu sighed. What I mean is, participating in silver-level dungeons will be quite arduous. Shunny was taken aback. Why so? Because of the guilds, Yi Qinyu elucidated. Several silver-level dungeons outside the city are tightly controlled by guilds. Unless one joins a guild, entering a silver dungeon incurs a fee, one that is quite steep. Shunny pondered, how much do they charge? The fees are not fixed. They operate on a profit-sharing basis. Profit sharing? Indeed, they will claim half of your loot from the dungeon run. Wu Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that a bit outrageous? Does the Adventurers Guild allow such practices? Aren't they supposed to intervene? How would they intervene? Yi Qinyu retorted, gazing at Wu Yong. Wu Yong fell silent. It was indeed a conundrum, one that could not be easily resolved. Yi Qinyu then turned to Shen Yi. What shall we do? Xing Lao has contacted me. I must pay him a visit. Upon my return, we shall participate in the silver-level dungeon, Shen Yi declared. Boss, are you certain? Wu Yong hurriedly inquired. To participate in the dungeon, we must relinquish half of our earnings to the guild. Isn't that tantamount to laboring for them in vain? Shen Yi chuckled. Who said I must give them half of our profits? Wu Yong paused. We mean, we go directly. But what if they refuse to let us join? Refuse? Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. They will allow it. Have you forgotten something? Yi Qinyu interjected. The challenge for the silver-level dungeon is still a long way off. We must first form a team, right? Have you thought of a name for our party? Shen Yi blinked. A name? Of course. Yi Qinyu exclaimed, her eyes wide. This is crucial. Once we become a legendary team, our name will resonate far and wide. You wouldn't overlook something so fundamental, would you? Shen Yi scratched his head. I don't really care about such matters. Regardless, we must establish a team name. Yi Qinyu turned to Shen Yi, and you, as our team leader, should personally name it. That would hold the most significance. Is it really that important? Shen Yi sighed. We could just call it the Tiger Team or Lion Team. Any name will do. Yi Qinyu immediately widened her eyes. No way. Such cliché names are unacceptable. How about the Shen Yi Team? Wu Yong interjected. A bit speechless. That won't do. Shen Yi pondered. What about the Undead Team? Wu Yong shivered slightly. Isn't that a bit ominous? Ye vian yu shou chen yi agule. Think carefully. I am thinking. Shen Yi was in a quandary, as naming was not his forte. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dubbed his skeleton army Big Boss and Second Boss. Suddenly, a spark lit up in Shen Yi's eyes. What do you think of the name Purgatory Team? Purgatory Team? Yi Qinyu was taken aback. What does purgatory mean? Shen Yi chuckled. In this world, there is no Dante, hence no divine comedy. The term purgatory certainly does not exist here. Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you like it. Refinement, hell? Yi Qinyu pondered for a moment. It sounded profound, though she could not quite grasp it. She nodded slowly. All right, let's go with that. It's certainly better than the Lion Team or Tiger Team. Both Wu Yong and Yi Qinyu felt a surge of excitement. So, are we now members of the Purgatory Team? Shan Yi nodded. Yes. Their enthusiasm surprised Shen Yi. The three immediately registered at the Adventurers Guild, paying 500 points, of course, with Shen Yi, the team leader, footing the bill. Please confirm the team name, members, and captain's name. Once confirmed, you may sign here. The receptionist smiled and informed me that modifying a name requires 1,000 points, along with a 6-month cooling period. Changing the captain's name necessitates 100 points and similarly entails a 2-week cooling period. If the captain's position remains vacant for over a month, the team will be automatically dissolved. Adding a squad member costs 50 points, which does not involve any cooling time. You're currently classified as a level E team, and you must complete a black iron level dungeon once a month. This does not necessarily need to occur within the same district. Simply submit an investigation report to the Adventurers Guild upon completion. Failing to fulfill this requirement more than twice will be regarded as a request for team dissolution. The receptionist elaborated on several other important details, which Shen Yi diligently noted. However, on this excursion, he purchased no equipment and squandered 500 points in vain. It seemed he had once again been used as a shield by Yi Qinyu. Alas! Chapter 89. Crafting a Unique Weapon. Shen Yi could only hope that Elder Xing would exert every effort to forge exceptional equipment for him. Otherwise, at this moment, he would have already plunged headfirst into the dungeon. Ah! A sneeze escaped Elder Xing, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Who could possibly be thinking of this old man? Could it be that little rascal Shen Yi? Lan Yu chuckled and mused about his delayed arrival, mentioning that he was currently preoccupied with registering adventurers and teams. Elder Xing scoffed. That brat dares to stand me up. Registering adventurers? Lan Yu paused, recalling their previous uniform registration during the college entrance examinations. This year's circumstances have changed. Elder Xing sighed. Xiao Yezi mentioned it was due to the Celestial Alliance. Upon hearing that name, Lan Yu's expression turned slightly grave. Elder Xing glanced at him. I recall Xiao Yezi instructed you to investigate this matter. How are your inquiries progressing? Lan Yu sighed and shook his head. The opponent's methods are remarkably skillful and clean. The formation structure has been meticulously disrupted, rendering me unable to trace its origin. Does this imply that within the Celestial Alliance, there exists at least one sorcerer of your caliber? Lan Yu nodded in affirmation. Elder Xing's brows furrowed in concern. This complicates matters. Your strength ranks among the top 5 in the entire Great Xia, with few sorcerers surpassing you. If such an individual exists within the Celestial Alliance, it poses a significant challenge for all of Great Xia. Meanwhile, on another front, as dusk approached, Elder Xing suggested, you all should return and rest. Shan Yi simileth, preparing to rejuvenate for the next dungeon. But what if they refuse? Yi Qinyu expressed her worries. Are you truly prepared to clash with the guild here? It is not we who instigate conflict, Shen Yi replied calmly. Dungeons can be tackled by anyone. I cannot simply claim this dungeon as mine because I assert dominance over it. Every adventurer entering must forfeit half their gains. This bandit logic is unnecessary to adhere to. But they possess strength, Wu Yong countered, disagreeing with Shen Yi's perspective. Perhaps we should avoid opposing the guild. It's better to sidestep unnecessary trouble. Shen Yi chuckled. Are you afraid? Afraid? Wu's young master. Fear a mere ruffian? Wu Yong retorted, puffing up defiantly. I am not afraid of them. Shen Yi regarded Wu Yong thoughtfully. Given our current strength, what might our earnings be in the next dungeon? Wu Yong scratched his head. A considerable amount, I suppose. Pirejisidi, Shan Yi nodded. Would you truly be willing to relinquish half of that, placing it into someone else's pockets? Damn it, let us do it. Wu Yong rubbed his hands together. Regardless of the guild, they shall not seize our possessions. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted within the Adventurers Guild. Look, the Fury Horn team has returned. The Fury Horn team? Are they not going to challenge the Diamond level dungeon? Diamond level? I have heard it is the Glory level dungeon. The Glory level dungeon. Only practitioners with an average level of 60 or above are qualified to challenge the Glory level dungeon. Nonsense. Outside our Jiangnan district, where is there a Glory level dungeon? Even if there were, does the Angerhorn Guild possess the strength to tackle it solo? Shoo! Lower your voice. A practitioner hastily restrained the one speaking. Do you not know? The Angerhorn Guild has recently produced 3 title-level practitioners in the past month. Lately, the Angerhorn Guild has been in the spotlight. Really? Title-level practitioners? 3 of them. I have heard that not only has a glory-level dungeon emerged outside the district, but there are also numerous lower-level dungeons in the wilderness. Various guilds are forming parties to raid them. The Angerhorn Guild has claimed a newly appeared glory-level dungeon and is currently strategizing. Wu Yong stared blankly at the 8 members of the Angerhorn team and suddenly declared, we must challenge the glory-level dungeon in the future. Shen Yi smiled. We will, indeed. As night fell, Shen Yi escorted Yi Qinyu back to the Rainfall Rose material shop and managed to send Wu Yong away. By the time he arrived at the location mentioned by Elder Xing, it was nearly midnight. Halt! Before the nondescript little building stood 2 bodyguards clad in suits. The moment Shen Yi appeared, the guard's eyes immediately fixated on him, and he could feel a palpable pressure. I am Shen Yi, he said, pondering that Elder Xing had sent him. Come in. A frail yet familiar voice emanated from within the building. The weight on his shoulders suddenly eased, and Shen Yi stepped inside. Upon entering, Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback. The interior was entirely different from the exterior. From the outside, it appeared to be a simple little house made of gray bricks and mud. Yet inside, it was a different realm altogether. The decoration was exquisitely detailed, with high-end, expensive ornaments adorning every corner. However, the most striking aspect was the numerous glittering materials he had never seen before, carelessly strewn across the floor. Come in. Be careful not to step on those materials. Otherwise, you may find it hard to compensate. Shun-Yi treaded cautiously, growing more vigilant upon hearing Elder Xing's words. Where are all these? He thought, having never encountered any of them before, as he ventured further inside. To be precise, this was not merely a room. Upon opening the door, Shun-Yi almost believed he had wandered into the wrong place. A massive furnace dominated the entire space, occasionally emitting steam. The size of this furnace was comparable to that of the entire house he had seen from the outside. Beside Elder Xing stood a woman who appeared to be in her 20s or 30s, her face strikingly familiar. Elder Xing, Lady Lan Yu, Shun-Yi greeted dutifully. Hello. The gentle smile of Lan Yu exuded a certain warmth. Though she appeared to be merely in her 20s or 30s, Shun-Yi was acutely aware that she was of the same age as General Yi, which meant she was at least 50 years old this year. The preparations were nearly complete. With a grin, Old Xing remarked, Young man, I prepared quite a few splendid items for you this time. They will undoubtedly meet your desires. Now, tell me, what kind of items do you wish for? Shan Yu promptly replied. If only I could enhance my mana regeneration or reduce the mana consumption during skill usage, that would be perfect. Old Xing chuckled. I had a feeling you would make such a request. Let us bring in Xiao Yu. Her presence is indeed fortuitous. Old Xing was well aware of Shun-Yi's core abilities, and thus, for him, the most advantageous items would be those that allowed for more frequent skill casting. However, there was another stipulation. Shun-Yi contemplated and added, Ideally, I would prefer items with no negative effects. That is certainly feasible, Old Xing responded with a grin. You are indeed astute. I presume you have already scoured the market thoroughly before coming to me for equipment crafting? Chapter 90. Do you want everything? Why don't you aim for the heavens? Shun-Yi chuckled. Old Xing, you are aware of my abilities. If there are too many restrictions, it would be better not to have any at all. All right, I understand. Old Xing laughed. You are indeed the first to dare to make such demands of me. This statement held a kernel of truth. To have someone request Old Xing to forge an item was akin to receiving extraordinary fortune. Many, in fact, refrained from even voicing their desires, fearing the ire of Old Xing if they were to ask for too much. He had little patience for such individuals. A master craftsman, after all, must create items of unparalleled excellence. If the needs of the user were not met, what could be deemed exceptional equipment? If one cannot produce quality items, can they still be called a master craftsman? Old Xing grumbled. To forge equipment for them would tarnish my reputation. He casually picked up several materials and turned to Shun-Yi. Do you have any other requests? Preferably without level restrictions, Shun-Yi pondered. It would be even more perfect if my summoning abilities could be specialized. That is somewhat challenging, Old Xing sighed. Beside them, Lan Yu smiled. The formation of crafted equipment relies not only on the materials employed, but also on their quality. Otherwise, negative effects may arise. Summoning-type materials are already scarce, and even Yiding Tian does not possess such materials. Shun-Yi contemplated for a moment before retrieving a beak from his storage space. What about this? Old Xing examined the beak, momentarily taken aback before his expression turned serious. Kid, where did you acquire this? It was a trophy from a dungeon boss. Shan Yu replied honestly. The beak of the Undying was a drop from Shun-Yi's defeat of the Mist Blight Corpse Demon, boasting a quality rating of A. Shun-Yi had kept it for himself. Old Xing glanced at Lan Yu this item. You are correct in your assumption, Old Xing. Lan Yu furrowed her brow. This item was indeed produced by that group from the Divine Alliance. She scrutinized the beak of the Undying, her frown deepening. Now it makes sense. No wonder the dungeon formation is so difficult to alter. They actually used A-grade materials as their foundation. Old Xing turned to Shun-Yi. This item is indeed valuable, but it does not belong to the summoning category of materials. Do you have any summoning-type materials? Equipment would suffice. Shun-Yi was taken aback. Equipment would be acceptable? Of course. What do you think equipment is? Old Xing glanced at Shun-Yi and explained, Equipment is essentially a reconstitution of the characteristics of various crafting materials. Thus, it can naturally serve as material for crafting equipment. Shani pondered, I'm still not quite sure I understand. Kid, do you happen to have a blacksmith? Old Xing shot Shun Yi a sideways glance. Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Shun Yi, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. Indeed, Elder Xing possesses remarkable insight. Do you really have it? Elder Xing's face flashed with surprise. You, my boy, are rather peculiar. Since Shun Yi had a need, Elder Xing decided to impart some additional knowledge. First, tell me, how do blacksmiths forge equipment? Shun Yi pondered, melt the materials, pour them into a mold, and cool them. Correct, Elder Xing nodded. The essence of a blacksmith's craft lies in forging, which also encompasses the creation of the forge itself. Thus, a novice blacksmith's initial creation is invariably a forge. The quality of a forge varies. The higher its quality, the more advanced materials it can melt, and the greater the success rate of melting. Elder Xing gestured to the large furnace before him. Do you see that? That is the forge. It had a peculiar shape and was quite massive, with numerous indentations designed for melting materials. A high-quality forge retains the properties of the materials more effectively. For instance, your Beak of the Undying. Elder Xing picked up the material Shun Yi had provided, examining it closely. If I am not mistaken, this material inherently possesses enhancements to necromantic attributes, aligning perfectly with your needs. However, if this Beak of the Undying were to be melted in a low-quality forge, the success rate would be a mere 50%, preserving only 1/10 of its properties. Shun Yi was taken aback. Is the success rate for fully retaining its properties only 5 in 1,000? Do you think high-level blacksmiths are so rare for no reason? Elder Xing clicked his tongue. Even if the melting succeeds and all properties are retained, the success rate for the final forging is dismally low. Since you're a blacksmith, I share this for your benefit. When it came to his profession, Elder Xing adopted a notably serious demeanor. Whenever possible, consider forging only when your forge's level is high. Shun Yi nodded, understanding the gravity of the advice. Meanwhile, the sorceress Lan Yu gazed up at the ceiling, her long legs swaying, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between Shun Yi and Elder Xing. Now, back to the main topic, summoning type equipment. I happen to possess a piece of summoning equipment. Shun Yi scratched his head, but its skill is quite valuable. I am reluctant to expend it. Elder Xing extended his hand. Allow me to take a look. Reluctantly, Shun Yi removed his Goblin King's summoner necklace and handed it to Elder Xing, still anxious. Elder Xing, this equipment is crucial to me. Please do not overwrite its inherent skill. Elder Xing shot a glance at Shun Yi. Do I seem like someone so unreliable? Lan Yu narrowed her eyes and smiled. You, young one, possess a certain charm. I have only ever witnessed others beseeching Elder Xing to forge equipment. You're the first to worry about having it damaged. Shun Yi found himself in a predicament. The Goblin King's summoner necklace complemented his Unity Ring perfectly. If he were to expend it, his combat prowess would significantly diminish. The restoration of mana, along with the retention of the equipment's inherent abilities. Furthermore, it was likely that an enhancement of necromantic attributes could be produced. Elder Xing cautiously placed the Beak of the Undead into the furnace, which erupted into flames. Strangely, despite being so close, Shun Yi felt no overwhelming heat. Elder Xing then turned his gaze towards Shun Yi. Are you certain you have no further requests? He inquired. Could he still make requests? Shun Yi initially believed his demands were sufficiently stringent. I hope it is not an accessory-type equipment. It would be best if it could ensure my defensive capabilities and offensive power. Ideally, it should not impede my speed. Elder Xing looked at Shun Yi with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Are you not afraid of overextending yourself? Chapter 91. The current situation, Shun Yi was aware that his requests might be somewhat excessive, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Old Xing, it's all right. Perhaps we should forget it. Why not? Old Xing stroked his beard, seemingly contemplating something. Your requests are indeed intriguing. Shan Yi blinked, sensing that if Old Xing deemed the crafting too challenging. With my expertise, how could there be anything I cannot forge? Old Xing retorted, his irritation flaring as he puffed out his cheeks. Your requests are certainly feasible. After a moment of thought, Old Xing lifted his gaze to Shun Yi. How about I create a hand shield for you? A hand shield? Precisely. Old Xing retrieved a compact, standard shield from his storage space. Take a look. Does this equipment meet your requirements? Unlike traditional handheld shields, it resembled an arm guard. Old Xing strapped the small shield onto his forearm, showcasing its dual functionality, offense and defense, while maintaining agility, allowing for the wielding of staff without hindrance. Xun Yi's eyes lit up at the sight of the small shield, and an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. If that's the case, what if I wanted to forge a complete upper body armor and have such shields on both arms? This way, the entire upper body would benefit from the defensive power of the equipment, while still preserving the offensive capacity of my hands. Before he could finish, he noticed Old Xing and Lan Yu exchanging grave looks. What is it? Shun Yi blinked in confusion. You rascal. Old Xing's eyes twinkled with newfound inspiration. You indeed possess quite an imagination. Without awaiting Shun Yi's response, he immediately immersed himself in materials scattered around. Lan Yu regarded Shun Yi with a complex expression. You truly have a vivid imagination. Shun Yi pondered for a moment. Did I say something wrong? You said nothing incorrect. However, your idea is rather peculiar. Lan Yu explained, no one has ever crafted such equipment, which means there have never been molds for it. To create your desired equipment, corresponding molds must first be made. Thus, it would entail a significant project for the blacksmith. Shun Yi was taken aback, unaware that crafting equipment involved so many intricacies. Not a monumental task. It can be done swiftly, Old Xing exclaimed while working diligently. I already have plenty of existing equipment. If I lack something, I can just ask Xiao Yi for it. All it requires is some assembly, crafting a shell, and remolding. As Old Xing mumbled enthusiastically, he immersed himself in his work, his eyes radiating fervor. This was the essence of Old Xing. Lan Yu smiled, acknowledging that what allowed him to become a master craftsman was his unparalleled passion for forging. However, such a unique demand was indeed rare. Likely, only Shun Yi would utilize such molds. Blue Rain pondered for a moment. Yet I must concede that for melee classes utilizing magic in combat, such armor is undoubtedly the most judicious choice. Shun Yi was momentarily taken aback. Had such equipment never existed before? Half armor is inherently difficult to forge. For blacksmiths, the larger the equipment, the greater the material consumption, and thus the complexity of crafting increases, resulting in a diminished probability of success, especially for an item comprised of numerous independent components. Throughout the vast realm of Daxia, I surmise that only Star Elder possesses the capability to forge the armor you speak of. With that said, Blue Rain turned to Shun Yi, her expression markedly more solemn. Do not rejoice too soon. The creation of such an artifact is not merely a reward for you. Blue Rain smiled lightly. As you are aware, the sources of equipment, aside from crafting and monster drops, are significantly comprised of plunder? Indeed. Shun Yi furrowed his brow. Yet who could discern that the equipment I possess was crafted by Star Elder? Surely, Star Elder would not disclose such matters. At this point, Shun Yi fell silent. It appears you have already deduced the situation. Blue Rain smiled faintly. Given Star Elder's character, he indeed would not resort to such actions. However, not everyone adheres to such principles. Shun Yi contemplated, a bitter expression crossing his face. Are you suggesting that the esteemed Yi Zhongzhang would undertake such actions? You are correct. Shun Yi frowned. However, this does not add up. If Yi Zhongzhang intended to thrust me into the limelight, why would he engage in unnecessary measures, such as intervening with the overall rankings? Upon hearing Blue Rain's words, Shun Yi instantly grasped Yi Ding Tian's intentions, merely to reward him with the equipment crafted by Star Elder, while simultaneously placing the public's attention upon Shun Yi. Yet, if that were truly the case, during the dungeon's conclusion, Yi Ding Tian could have easily made his first place ranking public knowledge. Having traversed such a convoluted path only to arrive at this juncture seems illogical. Times have changed. A mischievous glint flickered across Blue Rain's delicate visage. The circumstances at that time necessitated such actions, particularly with the Heavenly God Alliance keeping a watchful eye on you all. Shun Yi was taken aback. Are you implying? Just moments ago, Ding Tian conveyed a message to me. A core member of the Heavenly God Alliance within the Jiangdong Alliance has been apprehended. This implies that you are temporarily safe. Shun Yi was somewhat astonished. So soon? In fact, even before you had fully exited the dungeon, the Jiangdong Alliance had already mobilized alongside the Yi family. Blue Rain stated calmly. The entirety of Jiangdong is largely encompassed within the Jiangdong Alliance's influence. And with several legendary practitioners from the Yi family involved, the speed is hardly considered slow. Shen Yi found himself once again awed by Yi Ding Tian's decisiveness. It appears that despite the formidable threat posed by the Heavenly God Alliance, they remain ensnared within Yi Ding Tian's grasp. This indeed qualifies as good news for Shun Yi. After all, he was uncertain whether there were still members of the Celestial Alliance lurking in Jiangdong, and whether his top-ranking status had already been exposed. Even though Yi Ding Tian had taken precautions, the news was not entirely impervious. Currently, the threat of the Celestial Alliance within Jiangdong had temporarily diminished, allowing Shun Yi to breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. This relaxation was beneficial for Shun Yi, as what he lacked most was the time to develop in peace. The scale and quality of the Skeleton Legion, as well as the exploration of hybrid classes for the transition skeletons, were all areas requiring his attention. Shun Yi's Necromancer was extraordinarily unique, even unprecedented, which meant he was essentially navigating uncharted waters, requiring careful consideration with every step he took. Young man, I have invested so much effort this time. It should at least yield a B-grade piece of equipment. Star Elder exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement as he wiped the sweat from his brow. You must not neglect this equipment. The young man understood. Shen Yi quickly replied, though he couldn't help but notice a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he observed Star Elder's fervor. It seemed he was still unable to develop his Skeleton Legion in tranquility. Chapter 92, Extraordinary, S-Class Equipment. The following day, whispers filled the air. Have you heard? A colossal beam of light appeared adjacent to the headquarters of the school Alliance yesterday. Indeed, I've heard it caused quite a commotion. Do you think a dungeon might have materialized there? What nonsense! That is right in the city. A dungeon appearing there? I can't believe you even entertained that thought. Everyone was engrossed in discussions about the celestial phenomenon from the previous night. The spectacle shot up into the heavens, creating a ruckus that was witnessed by the entire city. Good morning. Mu Qingxue approached Shun Yi, scrutinizing him. You seem to have had a restless night. Ah. Shun Yi yawned, his nerves frayed. It wasn't that he hadn't slept well. He hadn't slept at all. What Star Elder referred to as quickly turned out to be a grueling 10 hours, during which Shun Yi nearly dozed off while staring at the furnace. Then, Lady Blue Rain, the sorceress, took action, bestowing inherent skills upon Shun Yi's equipment. This necklace, while not of high quality, is indeed extraordinary. After finishing her task, Blue Rain wiped the sweat from her brow. I had to invest considerable effort to solidify these 3 inherent skills. Thank you, Lady Blue Rain. Shun Yi expressed his gratitude. This entire procedure seemed as effortless to Star Elder as eating and drinking, and even Shun Yi believed there would be no surprises. Yet, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Once the equipment was successfully forged, a luminous stream shot skyward, causing Star Elder's furnace to explode. Shun Yi only recalled being flung backward, with Star Elder's excited voice faintly echoing in his ears. Extraordinary. Young man, your luck is truly phenomenal. You forged an S-Class piece of equipment. Instantly, Blue Rain erected a protective shield to guard against the shockwave from the explosion, but upon hearing Star Elder's proclamation, she was left utterly stunned. S-Class. Blue Rain's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the equipment in Shun Yi's grasp, her expression a portrait of incredulity. How is this possible? S-Class equipment. This signifies that the item is nearing the pinnacle of its rating. Her gaze transformed. Star Elder, you actually forged an S-Class piece of equipment? And it was for Shun Yi? At that moment, Shun Yi, disheveled and dusty, clutched the radiant equipment Star Elder had tossed to him. The scene resembled that of a beggar holding a diamond ring. I'm certain the celestial phenomenon can only occur with the appearance of S-Class equipment. Star Elder wiped the sweat from his brow, then fell into deep contemplation. but the materials were evidently insufficient. Could it be your piece of equipment? As Star Elder examined the shattered remnants of his furnace, he occasionally glanced at the equipment in Shun E's hands. Shun E, still dazed from the explosion, pondered the implications of the S-class rating. Blue Rain took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress her excitement. Please verify it. Shun E likewise scrutinized the equipment he held. Dragon Scale Armor. Description: this crafted armor seems to possess a certain unique ability of the Goblin King. Quality is Intrinsic Skill 1, Barrier Protection, activates continuously, capable of absorbing a degree of impact. Intrinsic Skill 2, Flow Acceleration. The wearer may consume mana to enhance their agility attribute. Intrinsic Skill 3, Great Resilience, when the wearer suffers a fatal injury. This skill can be triggered to restore a small amount of health. Cooldown, 72 hours. Intrinsic Skill 4, One-Man Army, upon acquiring this armor. All summoned creatures of the wearer are regarded as members of the wearer's team. Intrinsic Skill 5, Battle Roar Amplification, when the holder uses a battle roar. All attributes of their summoned creatures are enhanced, varying based on the user's attributes. Intrinsic Skill 6, Elite Summoning, when wearing this armor. The mana cost of the wearer's summoning skills is reduced to 40 of its original value. Intrinsic Skill 7, Celestial Meditation, when in a completely relaxed state. The rate of mana recovery increases by 50, lasting for 3 hours. 7 intrinsic skills. Shun E was utterly dazzled. Moreover, none of these 7 intrinsic skills were given without merit. In addition to the 3 skills originally possessed by the Goblin King's Summoner Necklace. This set of armor boasted 4 additional intrinsic skills. The skills Barrier Protection and Great Resilience naturally required no further elaboration, as they not only enhanced his defense, but also provided a means of survival. What Shun E currently lacked most was indeed a life-saving skill. While it seemed he could rely on the bonuses from his Unity power to possess attributes beyond his current level, he remained quite fragile. The intrinsic skills provided by the Dragon Scale armor could enhance Shun Yi's defensive capabilities while granting him an extra chance at life. The only drawback was the 72-hour cooldown of Great Resilience. Upon reflection, this was reasonable. Had the Great Resilience skill lacked a cooldown, as per its description, Shun E would be impervious to death, no matter how many fatal injuries he sustained. A Necromancer would be less mortal than his own undead minions. That would defy all laws. Flow Acceleration further augmented Shun Yi's close combat prowess. However, the most significant skill was undoubtedly Celestial Meditation. This skill would allow his mana recovery rate to increase to 1.5 times its previous rate, far exceeding Shun Yi's expectations. If not for the presence of Elder Star and Lord Blue Rain, Shun Yi might have even leaped with joy. With these 7 intrinsic skills, this piece of equipment truly deserved its S-rank evaluation. Blue Rain approached directly. Are you certain this equipment is S-rank? Shun Yi nodded, defenselessly offering the armor to Blue Rain. Blue Rain glanced at Shun Yi but did not immediately take it. Do you understand what this piece of equipment signifies? If you did, you would certainly not so easily hand it over to me. Shun Yi was momentarily taken aback. ISNT, the highest rating for equipment classified as SSS? No. Lan Yi Uziplit, Ingaling Deeply. This piece of equipment was crafted by the esteemed Master Xing, and it possesses no negative effects, categorizing it as an S-grade item. Furthermore, to align with your level, this S-grade equipment bears no restrictions in terms of level or class requirements. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Yu continued, in order to forge this equipment, Master Xing procured a substantial quantity of materials from General Yi, amounting to an estimated total value of around 7 million. Shun Yi was left in a state of disbelief upon hearing this. 7 million? This is not merely crafting equipment. It's an extravagant expenditure by the ton. But that is not the crux of the matter, Lan Yu said, blinking. If this equipment were rated as A-grade, its worth could range between 10 to 20 million. However, as it stands, being S-grade, should you choose to sell it, fetching a 9-figure sum would be rather effortless. At this point, do you grasp the true value of this equipment? Chapter 93, The Challenge, a silver-level instance? At this point, the figures were laid bare. If Shun Yi still failed to comprehend, he would be nothing short of a fool. 9 digits, At least 100 million. That is the minimum. In reality, if word got out that this piece of equipment was up for sale at such a price, adventurers from across the vast expanse of Dacia would trample over each other to meet the demand. I dare not even consider using it. Shan you chocolate WDL. Should I return this gear to Chiefy? He merely felt this item would become a proverbial hot potato. Yet no one had informed him just how scalding it could be. Lan Yu smiled gently. If I were in your shoes, I would promptly secure this equipment and retreat to a place where no one could find me. 100 million is no trivial sum. Even I would feel a twinge of envy. Shun immediately straightened and handed the armor to Lan Yu. She smiled in return, casting a glance at him. But for now, you need not worry. If old Xing crafts an A-grade piece for you, Chief, you will undoubtedly make a grand announcement, ensuring even those beyond Jiangdong are aware. Shun Es' smile faltered, as the current circumstances were markedly different. Now that the crafted equipment was S-grade, Chief, you would likely refrain from any fanfare. After a moment of contemplation, Shun E grasped the underlying reasoning. S-grade equipment entailed far too much. Even a sorceress of Lan Yu's caliber would feel a pang of envy, let alone other adventurers. While Chief Yi surely intended to encourage Shun E, an excess of attention could lead to unintended consequences. Ultimately, Yi Ding Tian aimed to nurture Shun E, not obliterate him. With this realization, Shun E stood resolute. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Lan Yu. Kid, old Xing shot a sidelong glance at Shun E. You express gratitude to the young lady, but neglect to thank me? It wasn't that Shun E overlooked the need to thank old Xing, but the latter had appeared almost entranced moments prior, muttering to himself with palpable excitement, resembling someone enraptured. Shun E quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, old Xing. Waving his hand dismissively, old Xing chuckled heartily. Forget it. I shan't tease you any longer. He took a look at the dragon scale armor that Shun E had handed him, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face. I never imagined that despite crafting so few S-grade pieces myself, I would manage to create one for you. I suspect it has something to do with your equipment. He mused. Shun E was taken aback. My equipment? But it's merely a C-grade item. This was precisely where the issue lay. It was far from being merely C-grade. Old Xing fixed his gaze on Shun E. Now, give me the full account. How did you come by this equipment? Shun E relayed the events that transpired within the instance. As old Xing was one of the few who knew of his profession, there was little he could not disclose. After listening to Shun Yi's words, Xing Lao's brow furrowed instantly. Even Lan Yu, who was beside him, turned to look at Shun E. Shan Yi, somehow puzzled, inquired if there was an issue. It's quite significant, Lan Yu replied, his expression grave. I have never heard of monsters in the dungeons being able to alter equipment attributes and conditions. That Goblin King is capable of such feats, in some respects. Its methods surpass even those of Xing Lao. How peculiar. Xing Lao frowned, seemingly deep in thought. Indeed, this is rather strange. I must return and investigate further. This matter is known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me. Xing Lao spoke solemnly. It is best that no one else learns of it. Little girl, he reassured, knowing that Lan Yu understood the gravity of the situation. Shun E. Hey, Mu Qingshue's voice grew increasingly emphatic. Shun E. I'm speaking to you. Huh? Shun Yi's reverie was interrupted by Mu Qingshue's voice. He lifted his head. What did you just say? Mu Qingshue's countenance seemed to grow even colder. She took a deep breath and said, Have you decided on your target for the entrance examination? Yes, I have. Shun Yi replied casually, Huaqing University. Huaqing? Mu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. You want to apply to Huaqing University? Yes, Yi Qinyu mentioned she is applying. Oh no. Shun Yi's mind was preoccupied with other thoughts, and he spoke without consideration. The result was that Mu Qingshue's expression darkened to an extreme. What did you say? She demanded, her tone sharp. Shun Yi swiftly made his escape, fleeing to the marketplace, where he spotted Wu Yong and Yi Qinyu from a distance. Why are there so few people today? He asked. They have all gone to challenge the dungeon. Yi Qinyu replied directly. A new dungeon has appeared in the outskirts, reportedly never seen before, which has drawn many adventurers. A new dungeon? Shun Yi echoed. Indeed, the dungeon is called the Dark Region, Yi Qinyu explained. I heard it manifested last night, seemingly accompanied by strange phenomena within the city. Shun Yi paused, pondering if this dungeon had any connection to his equipment. Speaking of that phenomenon, did you all see it last night? I witnessed it firsthand, the celestial disturbance. Wu Yong exclaimed, somewhat excited. Could it be a divine weapon emerging? I believe it was the appearance of the Dark Region dungeon that triggered the phenomenon, Yi Qinyu analyzed. However, the Adventurers Guild has rated the Dark Region as silver level. Wu Yong scratched his head. Can a silver level dungeon really induce such phenomena? Yi Qinyu sighed. This is also a point I find perplexing. If you cannot understand it, then do not dwell on it. Shunyi chuckled. It seemed that this dungeon had little to do with his dragon scale armor. It was likely merely a coincidence. Since we're to challenge a silver level dungeon, it seems fated that this new dungeon is indeed of silver rank. Wu Yong paused for a moment. Are we really going to challenge the Dark Region? Precisely. This poses quite a challenge. Ye vianyu furuit herberais. The moment the dungeon appeared, the Angry Horn Guild declared occupied, mandating that all adventurers wishing to enter must submit a contract to the guild, surrendering 50% of their gains to gain entry. What if I wish to force my way in? Yi Qinyu shook her head. A silver-level dungeon will undoubtedly have the Angry Horn Guild dispatch a level 30 team to guard it. One must admit that the Angry Horn Guild strategy is truly ingenious. Only teams around level 20 can challenge a silver-level dungeon, while higher-level teams have no incentive to attempt a forcible entry. Teams wishing to challenge the silver-level dungeon must obediently sign the contract and forfeit their spoils upon exiting. It seems that given our levels, it would be quite improbable for us to forcibly enter the dungeon. Shun Yi smiled lightly. There is no need for concern. I have a plan. Chapter 94. The Angry Horn Guild? A bandit. Yi Qinyu and Wu Yong were instantly intrigued. What was the plan? Quite simple, really. Shun Yi's expression needed to be as natural as possible. He would charge in boldly. What? Yi Qinyu initially thought she had misheard. But Wu Yong wore a look of as expected. He knew his leader best. With a relatively handsome face and a profession related to sorcery, Shun Yi's personality could only be described as reckless. Yi Qinyu sighed. Their team was barely half the level of a 30-level squad. How could they possibly charge in? Shanyi glanjit atyevianyu. Why couldn't they charge in? Do you think the dungeon entrance is like a school gate where anyone can stroll around? Yi Qinyu's eyes widened. Surely, Jiang and Hai didn't neglect to teach you this? How could that be? After pondering for a moment, Shun Yi explained that every dungeon, once activated, would generate a massive teleportation rift within a certain area. Simply slip into the rift, and they would enter the dungeon. You are correct. Yi Qinyu blinked. But what if a team was blocking the rift, preventing entry? Wu Yong contemplated. Slip in? Do you think that's feasible? Indeed, Yi Qinyu was a local. She was well acquainted with the outskirts of the city. A brand new silver-level dungeon was quite a piece of news, and its location was easily accessible. Look, over there is the teleportation entrance to the silver-level dungeon, Gloomy Region. Yi Qinyu pointed. How do you plan to get in? Shun Yi turned to look. This was his first real glimpse of a formal dungeon's entirety. The black rift seemed to materialize from thin air, with the surrounding light slightly distorted, and silver particles occasionally swirling within a rift. Surely, this was the dungeon's teleportation entrance. Of course, that was not the main point. The focal issue was that the dungeon was enclosed by a semi-transparent barrier. A throng of adventurers eager to enter the dungeon stood outside the barrier, with only 2 individuals within 3 meters of the entrance, seemingly guarding it. Shun Yi felt an uncanny resemblance to a ticket checkpoint at a cinema. Yi Qinyu turned to Shun Yi. So, how do you intend to breach this? Wu Yong frowned slightly, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. Shun Yi contemplated for a moment, suggesting they observe first. I say, could you be any faster? There are so many people waiting behind. It seemed a certain adventurer had grown somewhat impatient. Each team entering the dungeon was required to sign a contract with the Angry Horn Guild's team, surrendering their loot. Such contracts were not particularly complicated to sign. However, there were still 200 or 300 individuals queuing at the dungeon's entrance, inevitably slowing the process. It was no wonder the earlier adventurer had grumbled. If you don't want to enter, then leave. 2 men stood at the entrance. One was clad in leather armor, exuding the aura of an assassin or a hunter, while the other donned heavy armor, wielding a colossal sword. It was the leather-clad man who spoke, his cold laughter ringing out. No one is forcing you to enter. Everyone present is free to leave at any moment. Fewer people would only grant me some peace and quiet. A voice from the crowd protested, but this wait has been excessively long. We've been here for an hour. The leather-clad man glanced disdainfully at the speaker. What's the rush? Are you eager for death? With that, he extended his hand. Shun-Yi noticed a flicker of silver light emanating from the man's forearm, followed by a soft click of a mechanism. A chill ran through Shun-Yi. Suddenly, the speaker convulsed violently and collapsed, a gaping wound on his forehead oozing blood, his eyes staring vacantly into the abyss. He was dead. The onlookers recoiled in horror. Wu Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Murder? He actually killed him? The man hadn't even said anything too outrageous. Yi Qianyu's expression hardened. Though she had limited interactions with the Angerhorn Guild, she had heard tales of their ruthless nature, yet she never anticipated such brutality. Wu Yong glanced at Yi Qianyu. Sister Qianyu, aren't you familiar with the Angerhorn Guild? Are they always this merciless? First of all, I am not well acquainted with them, Yi Qianyu replied, taking a deep breath. Secondly, this ISN mere ruthlessness. They're indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Yi Qianyu's assertion was undeniably correct. Disagreement led directly to murder. Such actions were not those of a professional. They were akin to that of a butcher. Wang Weihuan, a woman shrieked as she rushed forward, her face etched with panic as she examined the lifeless body of the fallen professional. Oh my God, why? Because his brain hasn't fully developed. The leather-clad man replied with a sinister grin. I gifted him a crossbow bolt to sharpen his intellect. He deliberately raised his hand, showcasing his crossbow for the woman to see. With a sweeping glance at the crowd, a smirk graced his lips. Listen well, you worthless lot. The Dark Region has been officially claimed by our Angerhorn Guild. All teams attempting to challenge the Dark Region Dungeon must sign a spoils collection contract with us. Those who dare to dissent will meet the same fate as the corpse lying on the ground. As he spoke, a flash of white light illuminated the area, revealing 4 professionals who appeared to be from the same team, looking disheveled and bearing wounds. The leather-clad man frowned. They emerged so quickly? What bad luck. We were teleported to the lair of a boss-level monster. The leader of the group gritted his teeth. Fortunately, I possess an escape scroll. No one wishes to hear this. The man clad in leather armor impatiently waved his hand. We're the spoils. My lord, this is all we have gathered. The man replied, producing a few scattered pieces of, or from his storage. Bound by the constraints of the contract scroll, he could not conceal the truth. This was indeed the entirety of their gains from the dungeon. Is this all? The leather-clad man casually took a few pieces. The man grew anxious, for the worth of these spoils exceeded half of their total value. What? Do you have objections? The dissatisfaction on the leather-clad man's face deepened. You bring back such worthless trash, wasting my precious contract scroll. But we even use an escape scroll, which is far more valuable. That is your incompetence. It has nothing to do with me. The leather-clad man waved his hand dismissively. Now be gone. The members of the team wore expressions of indignation, yet dared not voice their anger. The woman, a fellow adventurer mourning her fallen companion, rose to her feet, gritting her teeth and declaring, You are nothing but a band of thieves. Chapter 95. The commotion has just begun. Oh? The man's smile was somewhat frigid. So what? I am in a foul mood right now. It would be wise for you to distance yourself as much as possible. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let you accompany him. The woman retorted indignantly. He merely expressed a complaint. My patience is limited, he replied, and I shall give you 3 numbers. This is utterly outrageous. Wu Yong inhaled deeply. Will the Guild of Professionals not intervene? They cannot, Yi Qianyu murmured. You know that in unprotected zones, the Guild encourages confrontation among professionals. Is this truly confrontation? This is clearly bullying. Wu Yong clenched his teeth. Those of higher rank, those with substantial power, are preying upon scattered teams of professionals? Yi Qianyu opened her mouth at a loss for words. It was then that Wu Yong remembered that Yi Qianyu was still beside him. Sister Qianyu, I'm not targeting you. Perhaps the president of the Angerhorn Guild is not like this? I'm not angry, Yi Qianyu scoffed. On the contrary, your words infuriate me. What does the Angerhorn Guild have to do with me? Ye vianyu giritit hertit. The marriage contract was arranged by the head of the Yi family. I refused to acknowledge it. Yes, yes. Wu Yong slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten about that? Wait, that doesn't make sense. The head of the Yi family is not one to lack discernment. How could he make such a decision? His heart lies solely with the family and the great Xia. Yi Qinyu chuckled coldly. As for a girl from the Yi family, she is merely a disposable resource. Concerning the internal affairs of the Yi family, Shen Yi and Wu Yong wisely chose to remain silent. Yi Qinyu turned to Shen Yi. Has the commotion concluded? I believe we can depart. The Angerhorn Guild's reach is extensive, yet that does not imply there are no other silver-level instances available. It is merely that their rewards and quality may not be satisfactory. Wu Yong paused. Are we not entering this instance? How can we? Yi Qinyu replied calmly. The average level of the Angerhorn Guild's team exceeds 35, which is 10 levels higher than the professionals outside and 20 levels higher than us. Unless we sign a contract with them, we cannot possibly enter. She looked at Shen Yi. Or do you wish to relinquish half of the instance's rewards? Yi Qinyu sighed. Seeing them makes me nauseous. If this continues, it will transform from a commotion into a farce. Certainly not. Shen Yi smiled. This instance shall suffice. The rewards of a new instance are bound to be the most lucrative, and who knows, we might even stumble upon unforeseen gains. Of course, I have no intention of handing over half of my earnings. Moreover, Shen Yi paused. This commotion has only just begun. On the other side, in the dark region, having only appeared for a day and still a silver-level instance, you must maintain control. The woman gritted her teeth and exclaimed, You members of the Angerhorn Guild are utterly overbearing. This is sheer bullying. The man clad in leather armor responded with a mocking tone. Indeed, you speak the truth. With so many of you, how dare you intimidate us mere professionals? It's simply outrageous. His eyes glinted with malice as he surveyed the group. All the professionals instinctively lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. A bunch of trash. Do you truly believe that mere words will unite this rabble against the Angerhorn Guild? A disorganized mob, no matter how numerous, remains just that. You are a practitioner of over level 20. Surely you should not be so naive. You must realize that if you linger here any longer, I might be compelled to take action. His series of oppressive threats rendered the professionals speechless, afraid to even breathe. The woman, however, was beyond caring and was about to unleash a torrent of abuse. The leather-clad man furrowed his brow and raised his hand. I have already stated, my patience is limited. If you seek your demise, do not blame me. Just then, a furious roar echoed from the forest. The man's movements halted, and he swiftly turned to face the source of the sound. What is that? The wilderness was not devoid of monsters, yet most were quickly dispatched by the professionals. The ground trembled slightly, followed by the emergence of a colossal shadow. Was it a monster? A bear? No, it seemed to be a skeletal bear. A skeletal bear? Everyone was taken aback. Undead creatures were already rare, and their appearance in the wilderness was even more uncommon. Who dares? The man raised his hand and shot an arrow, piercing the skeletal giant bear's body. Yet the impact seemed minimal, inflicting little damage. Captain looked to the sky. At that, the leather-clad man immediately lifted his gaze. Countless dark figures suddenly appeared in midair. Those dark spots rapidly enlarged, plummeting towards the ground. What are those? The leather-clad man discerned the nature of the entities, his brow furrowing. Skeletons? Although he was unaware of the reason, it was evident that this had nothing to do with the monsters. We are under attack. For a trivial trick, the man scoffed. Do they dare provoke the Angerhorn Guild here? They seek death. He raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of crossbow bolts like a torrential storm. Boss, Wu Yong, atop the skeletal frost hawk, turned pale with fright. Boss, get out of the way. That is an attack from practitioners above level 30. Even if struck by one of those bolts without hitting a vital point, it could surely take half his life. Yi Qinyu took a deep breath, gripping her long sword tightly, readying herself for battle. I must be mad to have joined your little team, she thought, and you dare claim it's not a forced intrusion? Yi Qinyu had never encountered such an audacious assault, particularly from several hundred meters in the air. In response to Wu Yong and Yi Qinyu's remarks, Shen Yi remained silent, his expression tranquil as he extended his hand. A dark mist materialized, causing all the skeletal figures suspended in midair to vanish in an instant, only to reappear moments later. As two colossal skeletal sword warriors manifested, they seized the legs of Shun Yi and his companions, hurling them with tremendous force. Whoa, whoa! Wu Yong's scream pierced the air, tinged with a tremor of fear. The speed of their descent intensified dramatically. Shun Yi raised his hand once more, summoning the skeletal frost hawk anew. Simultaneously, a massive skeletal forest bear emerged alongside it. What on earth is happening? A flicker of change crossed the man's face. He had indeed never witnessed such a spectacle. Even low-level monsters at this velocity could inflict considerable damage. He evaded the onslaught, a choice mirrored by several other team members. Boom! Upon landing, a tremendous impact sent a cloud of dust billowing into the air, within which several shadowy figures could be discerned. Who could they be? Chapter 96. My intentional act in an instant. Another professional realized the gravity of the situation. He was about to enter the dungeon. The man clad in leather armor widened his eyes and attempted to block his path. He raised his hand, and a bolt was swiftly released. However, as the smoke cleared, the skeletal legion had vanished, leaving him with an empty shot. Who were they? Shun Yi stood before the entrance of the dungeon, alongside Wu Yong and Yi Qinyu. The leather-clad man's expression darkened. How dare you? Shun Yi smiled. Then, under the watchful gaze of the leather-clad man, he stepped forward with confidence. A low hum resonated from the dungeon entrance. In the next moment, the figures of the three disappeared into the entrance. What was happening? It seemed as though the trio had entered the dungeon. Surely, they hadn't signed a contract with the Angerhorn Guild? That was a moot point. Everyone understood that these three were clearly intent on breaching the dungeon. Moreover, it appeared they had succeeded. This was a slap in the face to the Angerhorn Guild. Who exactly were they? It was difficult to see clearly. I could discern them, though they seemed unfamiliar. Regardless of familiarity, he had lost his mind. To dare intrude upon a dungeon controlled by the Angerhorn Guild. This was an outright affront to them. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves. Silence. The leather-clad man's face contorted with rage. All present fell silent, lowering their heads in trepidation. The armored knight beside him appeared flustered. Captain, what should we do now? Damn it. In broad daylight, this is an open slap to the Angerhorn Guild, a blatant affront to Su Miao. Find them. Search the dungeon. Whoever dares to breach my domain shall regret it for eternity. They truly have entered. Yi Qinyu sighed. Shun Yi, how'd I not realize before that you were this reckless? Wu Yong chuckled ruefully. That's because your interactions with him have been too recent. What have I done? Shang Yi fine Inogenja. What did I do? In front of the Angerhorn Guild squad, you boldly breached the dungeon and even provoked them. Ye vianyu counted on had fingers. Do I need to elaborate further? I did not breach it forcefully, Shun Yi declared with righteous indignation. Does this dungeon bear the name of the Angerhorn Guild? It does not, hence it is unclaimed. I shall enter as I please. Wu Yong appeared contemplative, and after a moment sighed. Well, brother Yi, we've entered now. Indeed. Shun Yi smiled. Since we are in the dungeon, our primary objective must be to conquer it. What Shun Yi said was undeniably true. They were merely at an average level of 15, while this dungeon was intended for professionals above level 20. In other words, it was perilous here. Then, Shun Yi waved his hand. Dozens of skeletons materialized instantaneously. Charge! Battle! Cry amplification. In an instant, pale flames erupted from the hollow eye sockets of dozens of skeletons. Wu Yong was taken aback. Brother, are we really going to tackle the dungeon this way? Naturally. We must be a bit ostentatious, Shun Yi chuckled. Otherwise, with so few monsters, our leveling will be painfully slow. Boss you, Wu Yong grimaced. If we proceed like this, we will indeed level up quickly. Ye vianyu shochang yagulev. It will be over too soon. Without having a grasp of our surroundings, making noise will certainly attract certain monsters. The problem is, this is a level 20 dungeon. We are challenging it at a higher level. Roars of wild beasts echoed from the depths of the forest as Yi Qinyu's words hung in the air. The skeletal war priest had just bestowed a buff upon Shun Yi when his expression hardened. Wu Yong, 6 o'clock. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yong produced a dragon heat machine gun from his storage space. D. The machine gun spat fire with furious intensity, unleashing an onslaught of bullets like a torrential storm. Suddenly, a massive shadow sprang forth. It appeared to be a wolf, but its size was alarmingly large. Storm wolf. Wu Yong warned, "Be careful. It moves swiftly." Yi Qinyu was quick to react, raising her enormous sword. Bang! Her powerful slash was effortlessly blocked by the storm wolf's massive claws. The beast bared its teeth, easily fending off Yi Qinyu's attack with a swipe of its paw. Oh no! Yi Qinyu's face paled. The storm wolf was at least level 22, while she was only level 15. In other words, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. At that moment, Shun Yi finally sprang into action. He grabbed Yi Qinyu and pulled her back just in time to evade the storm wolf's lethal strike. Then, Shun Yi raised his hand, and a swirl of black mist materialized in his palm. Roar! A massive creature suddenly appeared before him, blocking the storm wolf's advance. Yi Qinyu was stunned. Mist-bound corpse demon? The creature Shun Yi summoned was the very same that had once driven all adventurers from the Jiangdong Alliance into a corner in the novice dungeon. However, this mist-bound corpse demon seemed to have undergone slight modifications. Its flesh appeared to have entirely vanished, leaving only its skeletal frame, shrouded in a fog of miasma. It withstood the storm wolf's assault, its eyes glinting with a green light. With a single punch, bang! It struck the storm wolf squarely on the head, causing the beast to reel in pain, its eyes swirling with stars. The storm wolf let out a series of agonized howls, seemingly inciting its ferocity. It was the leader of this jungle, and it would not tolerate such an affront from any creature. But in the next moment, countless skeletons surged toward the storm wolf. Its large eyes widened in shock. What is this spectacle? It had never seen anything like it. Creatures flying above and running below, a veritable swarm. A howl echoed through the air, the wolf startled. Shun Yi, wielding a blade, surged to the forefront of the skeletal legion with an agility of a staggering 100 points. Seizing the moment of the wind wolf's bewilderment, he struck. The blade met its mark, inflicting merely a superficial wound. Be careful. Ye vianyu urgentifarnet. Its level far surpasses yours. Exercise utmost caution. A flicker of anger flashed in the wind wolf's eyes, and it retaliated with a fierce swipe. Shun Yi, boss. Yi Qinyu sprang to her feet, rushing forward. Wu Yong, filled with anxiety and ire, activated his dragon heat machine gun, which glowed with a pale blue light. Countless bullets rained down upon the wind wolf, yet they failed to halt its onslaught. Shun Yi, caught off guard, was struck by the wolf's claws and sent flying. Yi Qinyu's heart plummeted as if plunged into an icy abyss. The power attribute of this wind wolf must be at least 200 points. With such a strike, Shun Yi was almost certain to meet his demise. But wait, Yi Qinyu was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Shun Yi had been flung away. Yet, was it her imagination? Shun Yi was smiling. I'm fine, he grinned broadly. He had indeed been struck by the wind wolf, but it was intentional. Chapter 97, A Casual Escape. He first stepped back to ensure that the attack of the Gale Wolf would not land squarely upon him. However, to Wu Yong and Yi Qinyu, it appeared as though Shun Yi had been caught off guard and was sent flying by the Gale Wolf strike. Shun Yi's intention was to ascertain the true strength of his dragon scale armor. As it turned out, it did not disappoint him. He did indeed sustain some injury. The impact from the Gale Wolf's blow inflicted a sharp pain that made Shun Yi acutely aware of the tearing of his muscles. Yet that was the extent of it. The dragon scale armor, crafted by the esteemed Star Elder from premium materials, was further reinforced by Senior Lan Yu's application of the barrier defense. The combination of these two factors meant that Shun Yi did not even trigger the armor's inherent skill, great resilience. The defensive capabilities of the dragon scale armor were already sufficient to astonish Shun Yi. Yi Qinyu remained silent, stepping forward and taking a deep breath as her colossal sword illuminated. Sacred Slash. The Gale Wolf was simultaneously contending with the onslaught of Shun Yi's Mist Reaver. Two skeleton sword masters, a skeleton giant bear, and a skeletal frost hawk in the sky. It had no time to regard Yi Qinyu's strike. With this blow, she severed the Gale Wolf's forepaw. Coupled with Wu Yong's relentless attacks and the siege by Shun Yi's skeletal army, even though the Gale Wolf was of a higher level, it could only succumb to exhaustion. Although Shan Yi's skeletal legion was not high in level, their sheer numbers were overwhelmingly vast. There were more than 20 reclassified skeletons alone, many of which had their own mounts. The Mist Reaver, once a level 16 dungeon boss, did not show any disadvantage in the brief skirmish against the higher-level Gale Wolf. Shan Yi sat down on the ground. After slaying a high-level monster, he was merely slightly perspiring and had sustained minor injuries, which lifted his spirits. Perhaps you're already quite formidable now. However, some individuals harbored a different opinion. Shan Yi Qinyu clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes fixated intensely on him. We could have launched a simultaneous assault. Why did you take such a risk? Shan Yi paused for a moment. I acquired a new piece of equipment. I want to test its defensive capabilities. You fool. Yi Qinyu's voice suddenly surged in volume. That was extremely perilous. Shan Yi contemplated, in fact, this equipment possesses an inherent skill that allows me to. Yi Qinyu inhaled deeply. What I am saying is that your actions just now were erroneous. Wu Yong sprang up from the ground, covering Shan Yi's mouth while whispering in his ear, boss. Sister Yi is worried about you. Shan Yi sighed. All right. I admit that my earlier actions were somewhat reckless. Wu Yong had long held an opinion of Shan Yi that was quite fitting, a brash individual. Indeed, Shan Yi was truly impulsive. In a desperate bid to ensure his survival, his actions could only be described as reckless. For instance, he withstood the ferocious assault of a Gale Wolf, a creature of significantly higher rank than himself. Observing Yi Qinyu's anxious yet irate expression, Shan Yi became acutely aware of his predicament. After all, someone did care for him. Wu Yong approached and picked up the spoils dropped by the Gale Wolf. Claw of the Gale Wolf King? The Gale Wolf King? No wonder it possessed such a formidable physique. Wu Yong pondered for a moment before making his way towards Yi Qinyu and Shan Yi. Sister Yi, brother Yi, this Gale Wolf dropped a trophy. Meanwhile, the two continued their quarrel. Faced with Yi Qinyu's scolding, Shan Yi admitted, I will be more cautious next time. Can you not realize that you are a necromancer? Yi Qinyu retorted coldly. I've never seen a summoner so reckless and fond of brawling. Indeed, absolutely right, Wu Yong exclaimed, slapping his thigh in agreement with Yi Qinyu's words. Sister Yi, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that brother Yi is indeed a necromancer, and yet he charges in faster than you, a paladin.